I met my grandfather when I was 6 years old. To this day, he is the most intriguing male family member I have personally known, both in life and in death. Wesley Saunders, known by my entire family as Papa, was born on January 26, 1920, to parents Ernest Saunders and Maud Thompson. His mother was of Afro-Jamaican descent, and his father was of Afro-Jamaican and East Indian descent. He was born in the community of Clarkstown, Porus, a fertile countryside found in the lush green and bauxite-rich parish of Manchester, Jamaica. Jamaica is a Caribbean island with a harrowing history. It's beautiful visually, but it has many deep and dark roots. A former slave colony, it was captured by Spanish pirates in 1492 from the native Arawak people, who were quickly made extinct by human gaming and exposure to smallpox. This led to captured Africans from mainly West and Central Africa being forced into history's biggest human trafficking exploitation to date in what was known as the triangular trade. The triangular trade included taking captured Africans to the Caribbean, South America, and North America. Many of these Africans were brought to Jamaica from as early as 1513, and the start of an inhumane and barbaric human slave trade was systematically established for over 400 years. In 1655, Jamaica was invaded by English pirates, and after a bloody battle ensued, was captured from the Spanish. Britain controlled Jamaica for 250 more years, with all profits from the slave trade and plantation crops being sent to England, as it had funded all of these activities until the eventual abolishment of slavery. Although the triangular trade involved the participation of various European countries, after Jamaica was captured from the Spanish by the English, Jamaican slavery was ruled by England. The profits created the wealth the UK was known for then and is still known for today. Though slavery was legally abolished in 1807, the Jamaican slaves were not freed until 1834 and many decades after. Even then, European plantation owners still owned the majority of the island's wealth, and coming from centuries of exploitation, they cared little about the survival of the people. So life was hard for the average Jamaican person. Sugar replaced piracy and human trafficking as the main source of British Jamaica's income, and the 1840s saw the migration of East Indians to Jamaica to work as indentured servants, and thus Jamaica had a new growing East Indian population. Jamaica is an island of rich heritage. It has several key time periods that shape not only the history of the land, but the characteristics of the people. However, Jamaica is still a relatively young country that is within her infancy. Now back to my grandfather. Wesley Saunders was born in 1920 in a Jamaica that was under British rule and less than a century of emancipation. He was born into the rural community where his parents came from, and had two brothers and a sister, William Saunders, Roy Saunders, and Gladys Boyd. The community was traditionally focused on coffee farming, and the lush trees and fertile grounds of Porus were heavily laden with a variety of fresh tropical fruits and tasty ground provisions. When I say variety, I do not exaggerate. Porus is at the bottom of a mountain that leads to the cooler hills of Mandeville and sits in a steaming hot valley. It produces some of the most colorful and delectable foods that can be found in Jamaica. However, as fertile as Porus was, it was the 1920s, and Jamaica, only 90 years into paid labor, was an island that was economically restricted. As Jamaica was under British rule, many Jamaican elders remember shillings and pence being the local currency up until the 1960s. Things were hard, and although electricity had been on the island for over 20 years, most of the rural parts of Jamaica did not have access to electricity for many decades. People used kerosene oil lanterns and hand torch fires to get light at night. Wesley and his siblings attended Porus Primary School and High, which later in life his own children would attend. Highly intelligent and articulate, he had a firm command of the English language, although his native language would have been patois, the melodic and colorful language that is native to Jamaica. He did not have the privilege to go into higher education, but he was a proud and determined young man and vowed to find his way amid uncertain economic times. When he was a young man, Wesley fathered a baby girl called Sissy Saunders, but his intense temperament did not match Sissy's mother's peaceful disposition, and they eventually split ways, with Sissy being taken to be raised by Wesley's mother, Maud. Children being raised by grandparents is generationally commonplace in Jamaica, mostly due to economic reasons, but sometimes due to bad parenting. After a few years, Wesley entered into a formally supervised courtship with a young woman from St. James who lived with her prominent father. Wesley and Ripley often met up after work and went to the local rumba where they would dance to Mento. He eventually married the woman who would become my future grandmother, Miss Ripley Saunders. They were seen as quite a power couple. Ripley was a biracial woman and from a higher ranking society due to her wealthy Afro-Jamaican and Scottish father, Edwin Moss, a highly respected shoemaker from the upper echelon of Jamaican society. Her mother, Hilda Anglin, was of African, East Indian and European heritage and was a traditional healer. Wesley was strikingly handsome and copper-colored. He had a broad, strong frame and was deeply intelligent, commanding respect from his peers and contemporaries alike. When Wesley married Ripley, he had a modest income and he purchased a small wedding ring with the promise that one day he would replace it with her dream ring, as he planned to make a success of himself later in life. Many decades later, he replaced this small ring with a thick gold wedding band that had the loving words, "Dreams do come true," inscribed on the inside. In the first part of the marriage, Ripley's father became quite unwell. She stayed in her childhood home to nurse her father, my maternal great-grandfather, until his death. As the couple started married life and began growing their family, Wesley would travel to the United States and work on a farm placement for 3 years at a time. This was, and still is, one of the ways that Jamaicans have sustained their families, by working abroad. Farm work was hard, but Wesley was strong and determined to be economically stable. When he returned to Jamaica, he purchased over 6 acres of fertile tropical land in Porus on Hampton Road, about 20 minutes away from Clarkstown, where he was born and where his birth family still resided. It was on this land that he would build his first family home, which would become the home for what would become a family of 9, 2 parents and 7 children. In the 1950s, Sissy would move from her grandmother Maud to live with Wesley and his wife Ripley on Hampton Road. It was in the early part of their marriage, and Sissy had not long entered her teenage years. At this time, Sissy and the rest of the Saunders children experienced regular beatings from their father. It seemed as if any little thing would set him off, and that even his wife, who was often verbally chastised by him but never touched physically, had taken to reporting petty offences to him regularly, in the knowing that the children would be beaten. This is something that all of the Saunders children would recall as adults. Sissy remembers her sibling Frankie, who was the eldest of Ripley's children with Wesley, and the closest sibling to her in age, comforting her after such an event. He was her brother, and he told her that one day he would take her away. Unfortunately, that would never happen. To this day, Sissy remembers the sad day when her younger brother, the couple's eldest son of what was then 5 children, was fatally hit by a car. Franklin Saunders, affectionately called Frankie, was a young boy when he was killed unexpectedly. A neighbor came bearing the news of Frankie's untimely death. The passing of Frankie hit the family deeply, and Ripley was pregnant with my mother at the time. Frankie was always remembered lovingly, even by the siblings who were born after his passing. And with him in their hearts, life would eventually move on. Sissy still found herself experiencing abuse from the Saunders, and she was closely watched when writing letters to her mother in Kingston to ensure that she couldn't share her violent experiences. She eventually ran away from the house with the help of Wesley's younger brother, Roy Saunders. She escaped successfully and swiftly moved from her grandfather Ernest's house to her mother's house in Kingston. Wesley wrote threatening and abusive letters to Sissy's mother, but she never returned to Porus. Still wanting to secure stability for himself and his family, Wesley, who was now an experienced welder, would apply to become a soldier, but literally falling short of the height requirement. His next step was to answer to the call from the United Kingdom to help to rebuild the UK post-war. The UK had put out a call to invite the Caribbean citizens to enter British shores and to notoriously do the work the English didn't want to do. This led to an exodus of mass proportions, the migration of Jamaican and citizens of other Caribbean islands to the UK. My grandparents were part of what became known as the Windrush movement and generation. This is the reason why my siblings and I were born in the UK. We are the first generation of British-born people in our family. Between the years of 1948 to 1970, almost 500,000 Caribbean citizens migrated to Britain, which was faced with extreme shortages of labor following the Second World War. A call was put out by Britain to welcome mass immigration of people from all over the Caribbean. This is what creates the infancy of Caribbean culture in Great Britain. This generation of migrants became known as the Windrush generation. The couple made arrangements to leave their children with Ripley's cousin, who was known to the children as Aunt Sylvia. Sylvia was married and had her own children. She lived in Harbour View on the edge of Kingston. Sylvia ran her own business and her home had plenty space and a massive pet turtle that would kindly allow the children to ride around on its back. The Saunders then travelled to the United Kingdom on a massive ship, and upon landing, they went to live and work in Sheffield, Yorkshire. For those who may not know, Yorkshire can be found in the northern part of England, where the winters were known as being colder than ice, much colder than even London, which is in the southern region of the UK, and colder than Jamaica. Wesley was a welder and worked in the stainless steel industry, working with raw materials that would be used for cutlery and more. After some time, Wesley fell out with Aunt Sylvia, and the children were moved to live with his brother, William. Working and saving consistently, the Saunders eventually returned to Jamaica to collect their children, and the whole family returned to live in the UK. This was very rare for Windrush families at the time. In this migration period, most people left their children with promises of return, but consequently, due to various factors, many did not manage to return, and some were only able to send for some of their children, not all. My grandparents, their financial acumen was evident throughout their lives. The children began life as a family in Sheffield. In addition to the cold, Britain was extremely racist, and the Saunders children had many painful racist experiences, but unfortunately, their home was also no haven. Food and security were available, and the siblings were closely bonded, but violence was commonplace. The children recalled the same stories as adults about how their mother would call her husband from work to deal with what she called their bad behavior. By the time he would arrive home, he would be in a blind rage, taking out all his anger on his children. Ripley was an ambitious woman. She had trained to be a nurse while living in Jamaica, and in a few years she left her family and the UK to pursue a career opportunity in the USA. Working in healthcare, Ripley moved to Brooklyn and began working as a doctor's assistant in New Jersey. During this time, Wesley continued to work and raise their children in England, and due to the malevolent exchanges in the home, one by one, as each child arrived to their 17th birthday, they would run away. The two eldest siblings stayed in Sheffield, and the three youngest, including my mother, one sister and one brother, ran to London, each one following the other until the youngest had finally left. Once the children had left home, Ripley applied for Wesley, and he packed up his life permanently in the UK and migrated to New York. They both lived and worked for almost 20 years more, returning to the UK whenever their children would marry. During this time, Ripley also filed for Wesley's daughter Sissy to live in the USA. Sissy, who was 41 at the time and a mother of 4, migrated to New York, and all of her children eventually joined her. Today, she has the biggest tribe with 4 children, 20 grandchildren, and over 15 great-grandchildren. The Saunders would spend the rest of their working lives in New York. To this day, Sissy lives in the same apartment building where they used to reside when they sent for her almost 40 years ago. She lives a few floors below their original apartment in Flatbush. When retired, the Saunders moved back to Jamaica and to their family home on Hampton Road. They proceeded to rebuild the entire home, replacing the modest wooden structure with a large 4-bedroom solid sprawl that sits to this day in the hot valley of Hampton Road. Upon retiring, the Saunders became pillars within their community, and Wesley helped many families as Jamaica suffered economically throughout the devastating Hurricane Gilbert. I met my grandparents the year after Hurricane Gilbert. I was born in London, and after spending a few years traveling between London and Kingston, my parents migrated back to their homeland and decided to settle down in the countryside. I knew Kingston and had attended basic school there while on previous trips. I had never visited Manchester before, and the rural environment with mouth-watering fruits hanging from the many trees and green wherever the eyes could see was a stark contrast to the urban communities of Kingston, never mind London. I remember meeting my grandparents for the first time as we walked up the hill that led to their looming house. My father encouraged my mother, telling her it would be all right, and it was time for her to repair the issues between herself and her parents. I hadn't met these elders before, but I had heard so many stories from my mother and her siblings about the traumatic time they had living with their parents in Sheffield. It was and still is a cultural norm in Jamaican society to use brute force to reprimand children, and it appears that with my grandparents being the 4th or 5th generation of emancipated citizens, the physical abuse which was used as a controlling modality during slavery, which saw the regular inhumane torture of kidnapped Africans, was and still is very much a part of Jamaican culture. As a younger man, Papa was quite a character, agile with his words and his pen. His skillfully written letters stung deeply and were remembered as being legendary. With his children, he wasn't as restrained, and when Wesley and Ripley retired, a massive healing of these relationships started taking place. By this time, all of the Saunders children and their children lived in either the United States or Britain, and my brother and I were the only of the Saunders grandchildren who had the opportunity to live with and be raised around and by who we would come to know as Mama and Papa. Thank you so much for being here with me. I hope you found this video enjoyable or at least insightful. If so, please stay for part 2, subscribe to Afrobelly and share the video. I look forward to hearing your views in the comments. My name is Linnea, and as the old timers would say, walk good. And thank you so much. You know what? It's my fault why you can't hear. No! No! Not in the middle of my 24-hour stream. I'm literally not even 28 minutes in and my mic is already chipping out. So it's my fault. I'll show you what's going on. I don't know if you can see. I probably can't see it. There's a very sensitive light button here with a light. Very sensitive button. So sometimes I touch it because I wired my mic wrong. And the wire, the cable should be coming out this end, which would leave this button. Let me see if you can see the light. No, you can't. It would leave it this way. So I do apologize. So as I was saying, okay, so we're back. Welcome back to my 24-hour stream. I know Nika's like, no. So I'm going to be really mindful of that. As you can see, I'm here to raise funds for 24 hours for survivors of Hurricane Melissa in Jamaica. I ask you all to please donate anything you can. This is for basic survival. This is for food, people who need to eat, people who haven't been accessed by the government, of which there are many communities. And this need is serious. So please donate £1, £2, £10, £100, £1,000, $1, $2. And if you can't donate, which I understand, please share the link with someone else. So I do apologize about that. And thank you so much for tuning in. I literally started half an hour ago and I will be live for the next 23 hours
23 and a half hours. Oh my gosh. I started to freak out yesterday. Like, I started to think, so when you had this idea to go live for 24 hours, why did you decide to act on it? Like, was this a good idea? I really started to think, no, sir. But the truth is, bringing it to the total focus of why I'm doing this before the hurricane. So, prior to the hurricane, there were some warnings that came out. So, because of that, people were told to go into their house because they thought the hurricane was coming on the Saturday, right? Because it was in the ocean. So, many people, that's when they started to go into the shelters, those who went into the shelters. And people who were staying home, they started to buy up foods, to prepare for this hurricane. So, from that point, I started to send funds back home because, which I have explained before in other videos, not everyone in Jamaica has a monthly or weekly income. People do earn every day. So sometimes in the UK, for example, people are very much on a fortnightly or monthly stability. But in Jamaica, many people are actually on a daily stability. So to tell someone to stay inside, you understand, like for 4 days, basically, that is major. It's major. So, immediately before the hurricane even came, I started to send some financial support to those who needed it. And then when the hurricane did not come, Saturday, Sunday, the Monday, by the time the hurricane came, people were already 3 days behind in their prep, meaning they had expected this hurricane to already come. Do you get what I'm saying? So imagine the foods have gone down already. And then today is day 17 after the hurricane. So for the last 2 weeks, going into the third day, most communities who were affected have not recovered, even if these communities may not have every roof blown off. Because, for example, in Manchester, some people experienced that, but not as much because the hurricane hit further up the coast. But they have no light, they have no water, they have no access to food. The hurricane food ran out. So it's not, obviously, this is not every single person on the road, but there are people, there are vulnerable people who I've identified, sorry, who also need medication, and their children need medication for different medical conditions. So please, that's the reason why I'm here. Playing the documentary that I just played, which, if I'm here for 24 hours, bruh, I probably play that at like 3 a.m. tomorrow morning. But it was beautiful for me because I spoke about Hurricane Gilbert, and it reminded me of how, yeah, when I was a child, I had moved to Jamaica just after Hurricane Gilbert, and every coconut tree had no top. So it was the first time, because the UK is very curated. Everything is so visually perfect. So imagine going to this place now. I had already been to Jamaica several times, but this time trees were lying on the ground like forever. Hurricane Gilbert did something to the landscape that, even though there was rebuilding, I grew up seeing very strange trees and this and that, which really was because of Hurricane Gilbert, which is a level 3. So seeing that in the documentary was interesting because, lo and behold, who would know that when I come back to share it, I think I made that documentary about 3 years ago, and then boom, Hurricane Melissa. So, it's a brand new day. I'm sending prayers of love and support for everyone, whether you're going through the hurricane or not, and specifically to those who are going through what they're going through. And thank you so much for bearing with me while I figure out what I'm playing. So, on this channel, like, basically, I haven't played any music since I woke up. And I don't think I can play music on YouTube. I know if I was just on Facebook, I could. Oh my gosh, I forgot to say, I am supposed to be streaming on TikTok. I might just go live on my phone at some point. I couldn't get my streaming platform to go into my TikTok. And because I'm playing content, I couldn't just use the phone to do it. Greetings. Let me see what Reggae Village Trinity is saying. Greetings from Mike Wire. Blessings, Mike Wire on BA 2262 mid-flight. Good on you for supporting disaster relief in Jamaica. Thank you. It was a stressful time over the last 3 weeks in Bull Bay. Big up to Bull Bay. But impact was much less. Yeah, because Bull Bay, that's like, again, that's the coast, but you're on the total opposite side. So I can imagine, give thanks and praises that, that coastline didn't get that impact. But yeah, where are you going? I'm like, where are you going, Mike Wire? And where are you leaving? So thank you so much for that support. Please share the link if you can. I am just going to share it now again. And we're also going to have, I'm not just going to sit here playing content the whole day. We're going to have some conversations, but I'm aware people are either waking up in the UK or like in the Caribbean, the States, people are going to bed unless they are a night owl, you know. You're going home to Paddington. I did think that sounded like a UK. I did think when I said the flight, I was like, yeah, it sounds a bit like a flight I've probably taken. Okay, well, safe travels, right? We're getting some skybound experience. Safe travels, bro. Have a good one. Land safe, get home safely. So, yeah, let's have a look. There was something else that I had figured out how to do. I'll do that a bit later. So, we'll be having some conversations and I'll be doing some readings from my book and I'll be explaining where I'm a lot of things because we have a whole day. My sister did an email appeal in her village. Oh, she's in Leicester. Good. I'm glad you've said that because I didn't remember. It's not that I remembered. It's not that I didn't remember. I actually ran out of time. I didn't send an email to say I was doing this, which is whack. So at some point, because it's still early, I think I'll just do a blast because you can't underestimate emails. That's amazing. He said we raised over £2,500. Wow. Congratulations. That's what we won. I've never seen that picture before, Reggae Against Racism. That's interesting. Yeah, that's excellent. Come on, guys. Come on. Let me have a look. So far, this the GoFund, sorry. So as I said, I sent money prior to the hurricane and after. And since the hurricane's been going on several times because yeah, money doesn't seem to last. Every time, like if I send someone money in Jamaica, I would usually feel away. I'll be like, you work that out. You go supermarket, you pay 2 bill, you understand? So everything has been sent and we need substantially more. We need substantially more. Hence, we're here. So you can let me know what you're in the mood for. I'm probably will redo the TikTok one. And I think if I do the TikTok live stream, sorry, can I just wake up and feel like that's why I messed it a little bit. Then I'll be able to play music or whatever. So I'm looking through my content because I have made, which as I'm looking now, I realize I've got quite a few controversial videos that I don't want to play because I'm like, bruh. Because when I created my YouTube channel, I just wanted to put out 6 documentaries, which I did. And that was that. It was never a channel like, for those who were even here from the beginning know that I was never like making content all the time. And then maybe a year after I put out the first set of documentaries, I started to experience some gang stalking online. And yeah, and so I made a range of I did a 7-hour live, which I'm not going to play that today, it's too much. But I did a 7-hour live stream to address this whole gang stalking. And I started to use my YouTube page to address things that I felt needed to be addressed. So that's why some of my content is quite controversial. I'll play some, but not all. So let me just double check. You say your name, Mike? Okay, Mike says we will be doing sessions, okay, in Tottenham, Edmonton, and Croydon playing reggae vinyls. So what's like a dance? Because I have noticed in the UK, I've seen a lot of events coming out to raise funds for Jamaica, and that is great. I'll definitely be getting involved in that as well. Oh, hold on. Our funds already reach people in Westmoreland, and we're supporting the Pit 4 Rasta community in St. James. Their compound, their compound and tabernacle were totally wrecked. Well, they're lucky to have you. They're blessed to have you because, ja, you get what I'm saying? Mm-mm. And I'm glad that you said that because there's what the people are going through, and then there's the impact of seeing so much human suffering. It's hard to see so much human suffering. So wherever there's help, that's wonderful. Post bar, where's that? Is that in St. James? Post bar, White Horse, and Alchemy. I'm from Manchester and town, so I don't really. My grandma, who I mentioned in that documentary, she actually was from St. James. I think I'll play a part 2. What it is, I'm also concerned about. So the next one I play, I think I have to chime in because I'm a little bit concerned because I know that. Oh, this is a great video. Let me play this. I know that when I started again the documentaries, I had different views. And it's very likely that in one of these documentaries, I'm going to start saying things that I don't believe in now. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't endorse that. So I think that could make a good place because wherever something comes up that I don't believe in, I can chime in and explain, yeah, when I depend that again, and explain, like, what my personal testimony would be around why I don't believe in that anymore, or why I don't do that anymore. Oh, so the Post Bar, White Horse, and Alchemy. That's Tottenham, Edmonton. I used to live in Edmonton, Edmonton and Croydon. So maybe if you have a link, feel free to post it. I'm trying to think because it'll be in the live chat. The link people might not be able to click it after. No, if you have a link, post it. I'll copy it out. That's no problem. So, are you ready, my dears? I haven't seen any donations come in yet, but I'm not giving up. I'm going to take also later, I'm going to take my guitar out of the case because I had to pack up my instruments a couple of days ago, but I'm going to take it out. I'll tune it up. I'm not saying that I'm doing a music session, but at least, if I'm here, I can do it live. Oh, you don't have the date set yet. Oh, but this is what you're working on. Sounds good. As we know with this hurricane relief, like, because so many essential resources are down, this is going to be months of recovery, not necessarily, not like a one-day thing. So we give thanks. So, all right. So I'm going to play. This is a bit of a whack video, not the subject, but the way I created it, because, oh my gosh, this was the first video that I did that took me really long to make. It took me so long to make it. I started thinking, I don't think I can do this kind of thing full time. I remember being like, yeah, I enjoy it, but I can't produce the level of content that I would need to, you know what I mean? Like, to do this every week, because even the documentary I just played, it took me a long time. I had to stop working for a couple of days After like 3-4 weeks of doing that, I could see my money was going down. I was like, this isn't, and probably if I had continued and just bitten the bullet, but I was so shocked. It would take me like 1 day to write the script or 2 days because I'm a writer. So I'm aware it's for YouTube, but I'm like, I need it to breathe. Then I'll go back and write some more. Then it would take me another night just to record all the vocals. Then it would take me another night just to edit the whole script, like edit the vocals. Then, you understand? Then this time now I'm staying up 24 hours because I've told people it's coming out on Friday or whatever. Then I have to sit down and put in the visuals. So I can do it and I enjoy it, but also this was at the beginning of learning how to do it. So this video is a little bit, beginner friendly. So this video is called Introducing Whistleblower Sir P of Politrix Watch and his Jamaican criminal classification system. A leader. Sir P is a leader who relentlessly addresses the social, cultural, and political issues within national and global Jamaican society and provides in-depth analysis and solutions to problems that have become deeply feared, yet helplessly accepted within Jamaica. This is a tribute to Sir P of Politrix Watch and enlightens the viewer with information that clarifies criminality in Jamaica and is essential viewing for those who want to understand the infrastructure, cause, and consequences of crime in Jamaica. Sir P's criminal classification system also lays the foundation for past and future episodes of Life After Death, which is the documentary I just played. That was episode 1. Specifically, but not limited to, the expose of Ramon Kalai, Mark Linshu et al. To delve further into Sir P's content, visit his channel on YouTube at Politrix Watch. Okay, so on that note, I'm going to bring this in for me. And this, I found out about this man on YouTube in like 2020. Yeah, 2020. And for me to make this tribute to this man, you must know. Also, just so you know, when I first started my YouTube channel, it was called Afrobelly. So there's no Afrobelly. The channel is called The Feminine Mind, but you will see obviously where it will say like, welcome to Afrobelly. So I hope you enjoy this. See you on the other side.
Blessings, Belly fam. Welcome back to Afrobelly, and thank you for tuning in. My name is Linnea. If you are new here, then welcome and thank you for joining me. I took the past few weeks to reorganize my life following my birthday in August, and as we go into October, you can look forward to fortnightly content on Wednesdays. I know the criminals who have been threatening my life on social media because they've been exposed on my channel have been hoping I have decided to halt creating this series, and I am holding back because I'm quaking in the perfect fitting knee-high boots I keep fantasizing about finding. But this is not the case. This is the 8th episode of Life After Death. And unlike my previous videos that are based solely on my own life experiences, this video will explore some of the views and experiences of a man who is of great significance to Jamaica and to my own understanding and analysis of my personal culture and heritage, as well as the various factors that contribute to life in present-day Jamaica. The next documentary will be the long-awaited full expose on Ramon Kalai and Mark Linshu. If you haven't done so already, then please watch the previous 7 episodes of this Life After Death series in order to prepare yourself for the documentary that is about to come. Please check out God Nasli, inspired by the Ramon Kalai and Mark Linshu investigation, for inspiring everyday wear and statement items to add some soul remembrance to your wardrobe. It is a great way to support the channel, as well as 50% of the profits will go towards counseling and support for the women who came forward to share their traumatic experiences of Mark Linshu and Ramon Kalai. If you have anything to share, please email me at ramonkalaiabuse@gmail.com. I want to clarify how important and special Jamaica is to me. It isn't a place I go to visit for a flight hotel package deal. It is where I was raised. It is my home. The culture is my culture. The people are my people. The problems are my problems. Many of my peers couldn't understand why after an adulthood of traveling between both countries, I decided to return to Jamaica almost 5 years ago. I had vowed to go back home, and as trying as it has been, going home has provided many missing pieces I needed to gain in order to understand who I am and to have more insight into my immediate and extended family, my culture, the country, and our destinies at large. In 2020, 2 years after I returned to Jamaica, I traveled to the UK and got stuck in the lockdown. While staying indoors and overdosing on yoga and YouTube, I came across a video from someone who, in my opinion, is a cultural connoisseur and expert in exploring all aspects of Jamaican culture, from the social psyche to the systematic infrastructure, debunking false theories and everything in between on an entirely unprecedented level. His content totally blew my mind. When I listen to his videos, I think of how loved and appreciated they would be by my late grandfather, Wesley Saunders, featured in episode 1 and 2, as he was a true patriot and wanted the best for Jamaica. This YouTuber is a keen thinker and charismatic speaker who wields his intellect and critical faculties like a sharp sword of truth, and he would continue to amass a huge online following and create an undeniable impact on Jamaican society, known by children and elders alike. When I returned home to Jamaica, I learned how he has become a surrogate father for many young Jamaican men. And Sir P of Politrix Watch is a pioneer, whistleblower, and truth seeker who exists completely in his own lane. Disliked and even feared by Jamaica's corrupt, the upper and lower echelons alike, he has a wide range of hard-hitting content laced with a healthy dose of humor and socio-political satire, where he provides keen analysis about Jamaican mindsets, culture, crime, society, history, and politics, in a bid to expand and positively transform the understanding and consciousness of his viewers, while impacting positive changes in Jamaica for future generations and disrupting the largely unconscious self-destruct mode the island is presently in. No one in the public eye has ever seen Sir P's face, nor do his subscribers know his true identity. He's explained that when he started his channel Politrix Watch, he had the foresight to know many secrets he planned to expose would make him a seriously wanted man. And this is exactly what has happened. His life has been privately and publicly threatened by many, including known gang members from Jamaica's top notorious gangs to dancehall artists like the infamously incarcerated Vybz Kartel, and the powers that govern Jamaica have even discussed introducing new media laws to Jamaica in a bid to restrict what Jamaican YouTubers can speak about. Thankfully, his identity has never been revealed, nor has he been captured. He has explained to the PIA, the collective global movement that includes his subscribers and people who offer information to him in support of his mission, that he is 10 steps ahead of those who wish to destroy him, and has knowingly set a multitude of traps to block anyone who tries to find his true identity. Due to his military background, the picture pictures and identities of men in various defense forces have been wrongly exposed in fake campaigns, but Sir P, as well as his voice and identity have been concealed, has never been revealed. Sir P has been running Politrix Watch for 4 years now. Unapologetic and willing to get into the nitty-gritty of things, I urge anyone who has a genuine interest in Jamaica, past, present, and future, one that goes beyond package holidays and tourist experiences and consistently identifies solutions to Jamaica's many problems, to watch his vast archive of educational content. He is an unnamed but highly acclaimed national hero of Jamaica in real life. FYI, Sir P of Politrix Watch is the main inspiration behind my Life After Death series, and his work has not only helped me to integrate many of my personal experiences as a Jamaican, both in and outside of the island, it has provided cultural context that I lacked when it came to my own understanding of my family and our lives at large. Thank you, Sir P, for assisting me and providing me with the impetus to share my own personal stories in video form. A few years ago, Sir P introduced his followers to his own criminal classification system, and the categories he created have become commonplace terms within Jamaican society, both on the streets and in the media. Such is his far-reaching influence. I am introducing his system to the Afrobelly channel to help my subscribers to understand not only these criminal categories, but the social roles that they are linked to. Sir P states that this system occurs globally, but the social factors from one country to another may differ, and in the case of Jamaica, there are some culturally unique aspects to consider. I am also sharing this system as an outro to episode 1 to 7 of Life After Death and a prelude to my upcoming expose, The Truth About Ramon Kalai and Mark Linshu, which will feature a group of criminals from my Jamaican childhood hometown of Mandeville. Before I begin, I must state that I am paraphrasing all of the information shared across Sir P's Jamaica Criminal series, and all of this information comes from Sir P. I do not take credit for this system or any of the information I will share here, and I have linked his top videos below so you can watch for yourself and subscribe to his channel. Sending a big thank you again to Sir P for your work. You have made a powerful impact on my own understanding and growth, and consequently my responsibility to speak. Much love and respect to you always. Sir P introduces, over the 3 videos, 3 types of criminal, part 1 and 2, and the missing piece of the crime puzzle, cursing oil women, 4 types of criminals in Jamaica. A criminal is known in Jamaica as a bad man. Sir P bases the main 3 types of Jamaican criminal on fuel octane, the gas that is used to fuel cars. In Jamaica, the 2 most common forms of petrol are 87 octane fuel and 90 octane fuel. Introducing the 87 octane criminal, aka Badman, Jamaica's low-budget criminal, one who carries out the dirty work and is akin to the cheaper, more cost-effective 87 octane fuel. This criminal is usually born in poverty and suffering, has no father present in the home, and is raised in a family with many siblings who have different fathers. He roams the streets from a young age and starts getting into trouble quite young, usually lacking completed formal education. Sir P states that there are exceptions to this rule, but the average story is this background. The criminal ghetto youth, who is usually featured in the Jamaican media, is an 87 octane bad man. They are usually emotionally volatile, have low intelligence, and lack the ability to see the bigger picture, which often leads to their untimely deaths. They commit low-budget crimes like petty theft, pickpockets, bag grabbers, robbing drivers, and some shooting. A key aspect of this 87-octane bad man is the lack of mercy society has for them. They are despised, and they are the criminal whose death is celebrated. They live from hand to mouth, regardless of how much money they make. They will die poor and do not have the means to buy out anyone, whether police or corrupt government officials. In Jamaica, we have a term, badman police, and in a separate video entitled, "What is a badman police? Sounds like nonsense to me," also on Politics Watch, Sir P speaks about the term itself being an oxymoron and contradictory in nature because, as he states, you can either be a bad man or a police, and it is a ridiculous term he feels Jamaicans should stop using, as these badman police are crooks, not heroes. He explains that these corrupt police willingly work as paid assassins, and historically every don in Jamaica has a badman police in their pockets. Sir P mentions some of Jamaica's famous badman police, men like Renato Adams, Trinity, and Lane, police who have also been accused in and outside of court of wrongdoing. The badman police targets the 87-octane badman because they cannot buy anyone out and are destroyed when caught. Sir P says the life of an 87-octane badman is an endless cycle of crime, poverty, and death. Introducing the 90-octane badman. The 90-octane badman is the second classification of criminal, and Sir P describes him as a premium criminal. This is a criminal who usually is born in the same impoverished environment as an 87-octane, sometimes lower or middle class, but through various means, usually illicit schemes, he obtains riches. The premium criminal uses that money to recruit 87-octane criminals to be his soldiers, and this makes him into what is known as a Jamaican Don, a criminal who governs specific communities. Sir P explains how the 90-octane badman can do the same exact crimes as the 87-octane badman, but due to their money, the police in their back pockets, and their political affiliations, they can get away with what they do, whereas the 87-octane badman cannot. Sir P provides a harrowingly deep example to show the contrast in the way Jamaican society treats the 90-octane badman in comparison to how the 87-octane badman is treated because of the difference in their wealth and influence. He explains that in a typical low-income community or even a garrison in Jamaica, there will be a Don, a 90-octane badman who has developed wealth with which he hires several 87-octanes to do his bidding and consequently has influence on the entire area. This Don would have close relationships with some of the police in the area and historically also has relationships with politicians from one of the two major political parties, and is funded and weaponized from time to time to create political influence in the area. In these communities, it is commonplace for an area don, a 90-octane criminal, to send for any young woman or girl he desires from the community by sending a message to her family. It is not what is known in Jamaica as hold on and take, which is violent rape in its most primitive form, but it is still rape with power and influence exerted on a psychological level rather than through physical violence. He observes that in this scenario, Jamaican society on a whole still applaud and celebrate these dons, which is shown throughout the history of dancehall music. Dons, aka 90-octane criminals, being celebrated in popular songs. However, if the 87 bad man commits a rape, the social attitudes differ, and this man should have his head decapitated. There is no mercy shown to the 87 octane for his crime, and society is rightfully ruthless with him. But then Sir P explains that if a 90-octane bad man commits the same crime because he has money, clout, fame, respect, and influence to the point of many people's favorite artists singing about him, he receives a different response to what is essentially the same crime. Rape. Dudos, Bulby, Zeeks, Willie Haggart, and Tesha Miller are some of the Don names that are provided to hammer his points home. I want to add a side note that Sir P, providing such an example, and even in other videos explaining that this rape by Dons happens with young boys also who aren't sent for through the families but are sexually assaulted behind closed doors, is another reason why I have the respect for Sir P that I do. Pure, unadulterated, and unapologetic truth, which in this day and age is rare in the media. He explains that there is difference in the intelligence between the 87-octane bad man and the 90-octane bad man, as the 87 is motivated by violence, whereas the 90 is motivated by money, making them more long-lasting and strategic in their approach. The 90-octane bad man sees the police as an ally as opposed to a foe and makes sure the police are taken care of financially. However, the 90-octane bad man, while being free from being hunted by the police like the 87-octane bad man, is delusional, as he often thinks he is in charge of his own criminal destiny without intervention, when the truth is, the second he makes a misstep with any political affiliates, he will be swiftly removed from any previous rank he was part of and assassinated. As long as the 90-octane bad man remains within the respectful boundaries created by politicians, he will be left to commit his crimes and even supported and commissioned at times. But if he offends or disrespects a politician too much, he will be done. Before I move on, I have to add that Sir P also speaks often throughout his many videos about the love that the 87-octane and 90-octane criminals have for Obia, aka the science. This is an underground Jamaican spiritual practice where supernatural energies are used for spiritual protection, as well as to afflict ill and exert influence on others. The 87 and 90-octane criminals engage in Obia in a bid to enhance their chances of success in crime. Introducing the 116-octane criminal. In the second episode of Jamaica Has Three Types of Criminals, Sir P introduces the third and ultimate octane criminal in Jamaica, the 116-octane criminal. This is an octane most of the population wouldn't have heard of, as they are so rare. Most people don't know they even exist. Sir P details how many people think the 90-octane is the biggest criminal in Jamaica, but in fact, the 116-octane criminal is Jamaica's supreme criminal. The 116-octane criminal generally looks different to the majority of the Jamaican population. There are only a few exceptions. He is not of African descent and is of a different race to the majority of Jamaicans. According to Sir P, his traits include being well-spoken, well-educated, slow to anger, and he is considered by those around him to be a nice man. The 116 is wealthy. Unlike the lesser 90-octane, who is rich, he makes major donations to one or both of the political parties in Jamaica. He is called upon whenever donations are needed by these political parties, and in return, no laws will be passed that may threaten the interest of this 116-octane. Consequently, unlike the lower numbers, he'll never see a day in jail. He is more of a conservative dresser hairdresser and doesn't wear the bright bling usually associated with criminals in Jamaica. Sir P explains that unlike the mainstream fashion brands that are easily identifiable, the 116 Octane wears expensive luxury brands that aren't easily identified in Jamaica and seem understated and modest to most Jamaicans. Yet, the cost of even a simple watch could purchase a large house and a car in Jamaica. He's literally hiding in plain sight. According to Sir P, the 116 usually has a bogus rags to riches story. Sir P explains that this story follows the 116's family's immigration to Jamaica in the 1950s or 60s, when they were allegedly super poor. The 116 claims his work ethic and tenacity led to his success. The early 116s, who are in their 50s and 60s now, would usually wash money obtained from drug trafficking clean and created many of the major corporations in Jamaica that we see today. Often, the money of the 116 Octane criminal is washed so meticulously that even his own wife and children won't know he used to be a criminal, a narco trafficker, sending planes filled with drugs to nearby islands with US dollars. People tend to think the 116 is just a hard worker and a high achiever. People in his corporate world aspire to be like him, and he's often seen as a role model when behind the scenes he has developed his wealth with the high-level sophisticated local drug trafficking, global cartel, stock market insider trading, foreign exchange fraud, and wire fraud. Crimes that are unknown and not easy to understand by the average Jamaican. The 116 does not do the dirty work and are not only crispy clean in image. Sir P explains that they are immune to crime and so are their children. No one in their family is getting hurt and they will never be confronted by the biggest 90 octanes in Jamaica. He states that this is why so many extremely wealthy people live in Jamaica and their lives are not affected by the ongoing crimes on the island. The lower ranking criminal knows not to test a 116 octane as he will meet immediate death, no questions asked. Sir P elaborates further about the fact that Jamaica gives 116 octane criminals instant respect and no need to prove themselves. Jamaicans respect non-African races more than their own, so his foreign ethnicity and surname opens doors for him that are closed on the majority of Jamaicans for the same reason. The children of the 116 criminal also get this instant respect. Their criminal fathers have a plan of longevity to ensure their children can continue this legacy and level of wealth after their own deaths. Generational wealth organized similar to institution. Unlike the 90 and 87, he is never accosted by the police because in the psyche of the Jamaican police, as Sir P so aptly explains, the race of the 116 octane says he deserves his wealth, his flashy car, etc. And so this criminal is treated exclusively differently to the average Jamaican who is of African descent. According to Sir P, the main factors that affect how Jamaican criminals are treated are 1. The amount of money they have, 2. How society values them, 3. The inherent prejudices that Jamaican culture has actually means that the bigger the criminal, the more respect society has for him. So there, you have the 3 types of criminal in Jamaica. Before I end this video, I am going to add one last criminal that Sir P has classified in his video, Cursing Oil Women, Jamaica's missing piece of the crime puzzle. This perfectly completes his list and highlights another intangible but often deadly criminal within the chain. So what is a cursing oil woman, you might ask? Coming back to the theme of octane fuel and petrol, kerosene oil is a gas that is traditionally used in Jamaica to light a kerosene oil lamp or stove before and during the growing use of electricity. They are often used during power cuts, and I remember my grandmother's own kerosene oil lamps being around the home when I was a child. According to Sir P., the kerosene oil is the female criminal who plays the role of the facilitator and enabler in Jamaica. She has no specific physical characteristics. She comes from all walks of life, all levels of education and income. Externally, she can definitely appear to be a good girl, unlike the ghetto girl that people stereotypically associate with being kerosene oils. The truth is, kerosene oils work with whoever is close to them in the environment or who needs them. For example, Sir P explains that a high-level executive female may work with the 116 octane. A bank teller might end up with a 90 octane and a local girl with an 87 octane. Sir P also explores how these women usually have dysfunctional relationships with their fathers and seek the missing dominance in the arms of an assertive and rough male. He says that she craves the protection of her father that usually wasn't provided to her, and this is why she is drawn to this type of man. When dealing with these criminals, especially 87 octanes, this kerosene oil will get beaten a lot, and she will get so used to it, she will not be interested in the nice and courteous men who don't abuse women. The main role she plays is the concealing and transportation of weapons, as she isn't a likely suspect. She cleans his blood-stained clothes after murders and dresses the wounds that cannot be treated in legal facilities due to police warrants. Depending on her charm, she can flirt her way out of any problems with police, especially as Jamaican police have a reputation for being overly sexual and woman-hungry. She can assist in setting up other criminals for assassination by feigning interest in them. She's also found on TV crying and protesting when her criminal man is arrested or killed, and she will kill if necessary. The kerosene oil criminal is a pivotal member of each gang and crime network across Jamaica, and she is found in all walks of life. Hence, she is the missing piece of the Jamaican crime puzzle. Sir P states that the kerosene oil knows her gender works in her favor, as due to gender bias, it doesn't look good for women to be pursued by the law in the same seriousness as the male octanes. She is a deadly weapon in Jamaican crime, and to overlook this can be fatal. So there you have it. The 87, 90, 116 octanes and the kerosene oils work together to create the key structure of crime in Jamaica as we know it. As there are exceptions to most rules, occasionally a woman works as an 87 or 90, but this is not seen as commonly. Now I have shared Sir P's system. I urge you again to check out all of his gloriously hard-hitting and landscape-shifting content, and thank you for staying with me to the end of the video. I will be using these key terms in my future videos, so it's good to know that you will understand what I'm talking about. Please be sure to check out my God Nah Sleep line, as 50% of profits goes to women who have survived abuse in Jamaica who have been revealed to me through my expose. The next documentary will be the long-awaited full expose on Ramon Kalai and Mark Linshu. Hit the bell to make sure you're notified when the next video drops, and please share your views about this system below. See how you can relate that structure to the country that you might live in if you're not currently living in Jamaica, and I look forward to hearing what you think about this information. Again, big up to Sir P, big up to Politics Watch and the PIA movement, big up to the Belly Fam, and thanks for tuning in. As the old timers would say, what good?
Yes, indeed. What good? Blessed Thursday, everyone. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are, is either morning or afternoon, I would say. So, welcome back. Thank you so much for watching that. And also, that was really just me watching that back was very interesting. I was really, really like checking out all of his being therapies, theories, etc. I want to send a big, massive thank you to Mike Wire for your kind donation. Thank you for donating £49 to our fundraiser today. This is the first donation today. It came in the first hour, and it has taken the fundraiser to £225. Really, really, really appreciate, love that. Blessings on you and your home and on your family. And thank you so much, everyone who's been watching and sharing the GoFund. I really appreciate it. Just going to show that link again. I'm so excited. When I saw that donation come in, I said, oh my gosh, we had a bit of a celebration here. So thank you so much. So I'm just going to post the link again. Please donate here. And you can check underneath the video for the description. So again, I'm here in the second hour of my 24-hour live stream fundraising to help to rebuild Jamaica after Hurricane Melissa. Specifically, these donations are for people who need to eat. Resources are down. Electricity is not in many places affected. I am from Manchester. I'm dealing with Manchester, Senti, Westmoreland, St. James, the Strip. So food is really important right now. Food. And obviously, if we get loads of donations, we can start thinking about how to make that into helping people to buy zinc and this and that, but right now, the urgency is literally for communities to be fed. So thank you again, Mike Wire. I wanted to try and play this short little video. I figured that I should be able to play it. Yay, celebration! Go celebrate! That's right. Mika says 23 hours to go. I know. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. 22 hours and 39 minutes to be exact. Let's jam. We got donation. I love this. You see this one little thing? I will do it. So, whether you're here right now or later when you watch this, you can comment below and you can tell me what song is this. Who are the people involved in this particular live reggae orchestral performance? Because there are some legends involved. So I think when I get a donation, I'll play this. Try not to sing the song, so I don't give it away. You can comment and let me know. We have to I'm happy about sharing things like this. This is the reason why many people are in love with Jamaica, why people are moved to help. Because we do contribute. One more time. Thanks for the donation. Especially if you're sitting down. Don't be sitting down all day. Even though I'm here, I have to keep moving, keep my blood flowing, Here we go. Beautiful. Yeah, double check. I make sure that my mic is on. I am not going to be playing with that. So thank you so much once again. I have posted the link for the Help Rebuild Jamaica After Hurricane Melissa fundraiser. It is a GoFundMe, gofundme.efdc92f0c. Please continue to keep your donations coming in. Please continue to share the link. I truly appreciate it. And I'm about to share something else from so basically I've realized on my YouTube I can't play my own stuff, which is fine. But there are a couple of things that I can play in the transitions between. Sorry, day. I wake up so early, my items that feel dry already. Yeah, in the transition between, sharing, which I have a couple, creative stuff, but I am going to play something that I think, when I think about this video, yeah, it makes me want to laugh. I haven't watched it for a couple years. All of these videos, just so you know, these are like videos that I did quite some time ago. But when I think about this one, I wasn't sure if I should play it, but I was like, no, this is a great springboard. So this video is actually going into detail about something that many of us would have experienced at some point or the other, which is, let me remove this. Which is narcissism. And it's funny because I know that in this video, I am going to share some views that it's not that I don't relate to those views anymore, but I have a much deeper, not deeper, a wider understanding. So I probably will address some of the points that I make. So let's move on. Let's go into some social issues. You might laugh a couple times. I will probably laugh at myself. So this video is called 3 Simple Ways to Identify Narcissists Masterclass, Killer Pete, my father, and the tools I use to detect and expose narcissism. So are you ready? People, are you ready? Bow! Oh, Lord. Are you ready? Please remember to share the GoFund. We are here in our second hour of my 24-hour fundraiser. I might need to hype up myself because I did think don't start too hype, because if I start too hype, where am I going? But it's early. Like, if I don't hype up myself, I'm going to start to feel draggy. So, all right, then we're going to go through the content. I'll see you on the other side. I will pause this video most likely and just chime in. This is going to be fun. Yeah, enjoy. Welcome to the Feminine Mind. My name is Linnea, and first and foremost, happy 2024. It is such a pleasure to create this video for you about how my own father is a narcissist, and being raised with him, observing his behaviors, and learning about narcissism has really helped me to be able to identify narcissists and agents in our midst. Now, this video will help anyone who needs to learn how to trust their intuition, trust their observation skills, and needs to understand that the best way to identify a narcissist is to allow them to reveal themselves to you. However, it's part of a series called Exposing Narcissists, throughout which I will explain other tools that I've learned along the way that can help me to identify if someone is a born narcissist without even meeting them. So it's a pleasure to have you here. Big up to all my old and new subscribers. I hope you enjoy this video and have a beautiful, healthy, wealthy, balanced, and divine 2024. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. So I'm already laughing, and I totally forgot that in this video, I am doing a role play. Like, I literally introducing this character, Killer P the Pussycat. Me start laughing because I'm like, yeah, I know I have to interrupt this video because it's too much. Give thanks and praises for growth. right? Give thanks and praises for growth. So this is gonna be crazy. Okay. You see, if I had remembered that this character was in this video, I probably wouldn't have played it. This is crazy. Okay, here we go.
Heart of love, heart of love. You can't do nothing without a heart of love. That's how me bully woman come with a heart of love. You know, see how me trifling about heart of love. Yeah.
Okay.
And I like the way how this man go up on the internet, you know. This scam artist I come call man informer, you know. You know, say man is a narcissist, you know.
So before I continue, I'd like to add that YouTube has given my channel the ability to accept super chats and to create memberships. Now, I'm not sure if I'm going to create a membership on YouTube, but I'll happily receive super chats, so feel free to send them to me on any video that you enjoy. So, this word has become quite a buzzword, and about 6 years ago, I noticed on social media that there were all these posts about narcissist this, narcissist that, and unfortunately for me, I didn't really know what that was about, and I didn't do any research. So I really had no idea what a narcissist was. It is a mental health term, okay? It comes under psychology or under the psychology fields, and it speaks of an antisocial personality disorder of which you have narcissism, you have sociopathy, and very famously, we all grew up hearing about psychopaths, you know, usually in movies like but for that reason, it can be hard to identify how commonplace narcissism is within humanity. I've looked at some of the stats online and I do disagree. I think the stats are actually based on whoever has presented themselves to the medical health field. And as we know, that is a very small minority of the human population. Throughout my life, I have met many people and interacted with many people who are either born narcissists or have developed very strong narcissistic tendencies for one reason or another throughout their life. This is a subject that I'm very passionate about, and this is the reason why I'm making an extended series on it. This is to empower you, the viewer, to acknowledge your experiences and to empower you with information that can help you to know how to deal with them.
How would them I run with? How would them I play with? When them kill a pay, me box down, oh man for joke. Me can't fight man, come and get beat up in a Stockwell market.
I'm an 80s baby. And I had a very colourful childhood. When I reflect upon my childhood, I really enjoyed most of my childhood. I actually had a lot of great experiences. I traveled a lot. I was able to explore many cultures. During my childhood, I met a lot of dysfunctional people. But the most dysfunctional, the most bizarre, the person who had the most stories being spoken about them within my family unit was my father. Now, bearing in mind, in the 80s, in the 90s, even in the early 2000s, humanity had a lot less language to define certain types of characters, certain types of personalities. And so the word narcissist never came up in my family, but my father was known not only by my family, but by a range of families and business partners as being quite an interesting character.
Yeah, big up everybody, innit? Big up to all the South London man them. Big up. Me can't walk street cause them say me a informer. No, cause that man named Kevin Bennett slap me up in a Stockwell. Yo, all they could slap me up in Stockwell market, blood. Do you see how you blood? Do you see how do you see how you blood?
My father
Not
was
in
liked by
Stockwell
many
Market.
people, okay? He was liked by many people. He worked in the narcotics underworld. He had a wide span of associates all over the world, okay? But there were some tendencies that he had that really caused a lot of concern within my family. He was quiet, but he was very manipulative. And life would unfold to show us just how manipulative he was. When I was younger, say 4 to 11, I didn't really notice much about his negative side, apart from the fact
that at times he could be quite violent towards my mother.
Do you know what? I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be real with you. Yeah, I did it. Yeah, I did it. Yeah, I done my woman. Yeah, yeah.
And although he was a very quiet soul, when he lost his temper, I'm sorry. No, sir. I personally think that's hilarious. And that's the problem with me. I think I'm too funny, and I will just sit down and try and I will just make myself laugh. I think that's hilarious. It would be like thunderstorms and earthquakes. It was like the loudest voice I've ever heard. He wouldn't play to just knock off all the dishes, you know, just break something. So he was known for having quite a tumultuous energy, although generally he was a calm, quiet, cool kind of guy. But as life unfolded, a lot of his deceptions, a lot of his manipulations, a lot of these negative energies and behaviors that he had hidden so well started to reveal themselves, not just to the family, but to many of his business associates, to other women that he was having relationships with. He would do things like really learn the law so he could use it to control and manipulate someone's behavior.
Yo, you know I got a strong mind, innit? Not everyone has a strong mind like me. Yeah, I got a strong mind more than everybody. So I use fool for catch wise, isn't it?
He would set people up in all manners of ways. And he really eroded my mother in a way that to this day, I don't think she has recovered from. Now, at the time, we just thought this guy was crazy. He was just going from one strength to another strength. It just seemed often to me like I was living a life like a movie. And I document this in my documentary, Life After Death. I think the episode is House of Secrets, okay? So possibly episode 3 and 4, I speak about my father and how much game he used to run on people, basically. And as I entered my teens and my 20s, it just increased. Like, it was an ongoing thing that when you're dealing with him, this is someone who would always speak poorly of other people. This is someone who always seemed to know better and had this really strong, grandiose energy that he felt that he was better than other people. Again, I did not know about the word narcissist, neither did anyone in my family. It is a modern term, but I came to realize that he was a particular type of energy, and I learned how to discern, for the most part, how to sniff this energy out in other people. It was just a certain type of personality. It was a certain type of sentence that someone would say that would give me the heads up, like, that person's like my father, try and stay away. As time has gone on, he has literally hurt hundreds of people in ways that I don't even want to break down here, but he has hurt members of his own immediate family, his extended family, his community, also people who he's worked with. He built up quite a negative reputation for himself because they had become susceptible to his particular brand of manipulation, which often put many people at risk. I have a younger brother, and when he was being raised, my father used to say the most negative things to him about his mother, which didn't sit well with me. I used to wonder, why are you trying to infect this young boy's mind with such negative thoughts about his mother, who is his primary carer? But I was yet to discover that this type of conditioning and manipulation of the psyche is something that is very commonplace among narcissists.
No one is as good as me.
So how did I learn what a narcissist is? So about 6 years ago, as I mentioned at the beginning of the video, I started to see so many memes and just pictures and video titles with this narcissism. And I had a lot of people coming to me as I was teaching yoga at the time and doing a lot of divination and telling me, oh, my ex is a narcissist. And I didn't understand what it was. And clearly my mind wasn't ready for that information. But one day I was in the house and I had some YouTube videos just running, and a video started to play. It started to describe a certain type of personality. And I realized, hold on,
I know that kind of personality. And the more they defined how this personality interacts with other people, I realized, hold on, they're describing not only my father, but they were describing an ex-partner that I had that for some reason the effects of the relationship with that partner was very traumatic to me. And I realized that I had to do some more investigation into what a narcissist truly was, as I just thought these were just, as we say in Jamaica, wicked people. I had no idea that this was actually listed in psychotherapy or in psychology. So I did some more research and I started to read books, read articles online, listen to more bloggers and psychologists and experts. And I realized that not only was my father a narcissist, but I had had a relationship with a malignant narcissist. The both of them are malignant, meaning very extreme, very destructive.
I got rejected by Wiley from Roll Deep, innit? But you don't know, he stole all my lyrics and all my tunes. That's why I'm on the road, moving bookie. Yo, I'm scared, innit? Yo, I order pizza. And that man Kevin Bennett sent poison for me. He locked off my electricity. Now I don't know what to say. I lose my rhymes and lose my way.
The narcissistic person lacks empathy. That's one of the first aspects of a narcissist. Empathy is a human aspect. It's a part of your anatomy, of your being, to have empathy, not just for people. One can have empathy for animals. One can have empathy for plants, for nature.
Okay, so this is where I want to jump in. Thank you so much for watching so far. I just want to kind of chime in because I know where this is going, and I don't disagree with everything that I've said at all, actually, but I just want to keep it a buck. So again, thanks for the donation from Mike Wire. Please make sure that you're sending your donations or sharing the link for the GoFundMe. Just gonna, share it here again. So basically what I'm going to chime in and say here to create even more context and scope is in this video, I'm about to give you different angles, different lenses into what I'm unfolding, which at the time I do get to this point about it being a spiritual thing. Yeah. So I want to start there by interjecting and saying, this video came out last year, January 1st, right? So give thanks and praises again for time and for growth. The narcissist, if you're dealing with a narcissistic person, you're not necessarily dealing with 10 individual narcissists. Do you understand what I'm saying? What you're dealing with is an entity that that person has embodied that entity. So where some of the things I'm going to say will hit that mark. What I want to say now is, like, if you're dealing with a narcissist, you're going through spiritual warfare because you're engaging with a demonic entity through a person. And where do you think that's going to go? Do you get what I'm saying? So it's not like, 10% of the society are narcissists. It's like maybe that 10% have been possessed by this entity, singular. And I don't know, it doesn't have to just be singular, because there are several types of narcissistic spirit, like even a Jezebel spirit. That a narcissistic spirit is a Jezebel spirit. Let's see what Mike is saying. Even when, I can't see that. Hold on. Even when even where we were, the power cuts affected available of food, as the local mini market remained shut for 3 days. And as you said, because Melissa was lasting longer, right? Our stores from before were run out. And this is something that I think, unless you were there or intimately in contact with people there, you won't realize this is a problem, because you're waiting for a hurricane. It comes Saturday, Sunday, Monday, to 4 days after the time. And some places You know, I even saw like in Westmoreland, some places, them rub out the whole of the shop, them. So it's the post relief that's so serious. So please let me know, Mike, if they have food now. I know that in Mandeville they have, like, before people were selling, like, you could pay to charge your phone. They have, like, in the town itself, but still many people who live on the outskirts, they don't have light, they don't have water. You understand? So even if they want to cook and they're going to use like the gas fire or even a coal fire, how are you going to cook without water? And then if you're buying water to cook now, you know that's a significant amount of water because you have to wash things that, you know. Mike says, forgive me, but I have to get some shut eye. Catch you in 4 hours. Thank you. Come back. I will be here. We'll be here. Hopefully we would have drummed up some more support by then. So rest well. Thank you so much. So rest well. So yeah, and I am going to keep interjecting because obviously this banner is repeating what this fundraiser is about, but I won't be sitting here for 24 hours saying it every second, but that's why we're here. Like, essentially, I am so excited that within the first hour, we've had a donation. We've got 15 minutes to the next hour. I am going to see if I can send my email in the next hour or two. But I know that, you know, nothing before it's time. I'm patient man, ride donkey. So please send your donations if you have it, or share it, put it on your WhatsApp, put in your Instagram story, and let's see what we can raise up today. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, let's come back to this here lady.
Having empathy doesn't make you an empath. It's actually an aspect of being human. And narcissists do not have empathy. For that reason, they cannot truly love other people. And although they are obsessed with themselves, which is another aspect of the narcissist, they also cannot love themselves because the aspect within their soul or within their consciousness, their being, that is responsible for love is not available to them. Narcissists like to choose a select amount of people, not everyone around them. They hone in on specific people and they utilize the experiences from those people as fuel for their own selves. Because they lack empathy, they also lack the ability to stimulate themselves, to create certain internal experiences within themselves. And so they honing on people who they feel are susceptible to their specific brand of manipulation, and they literally suck energy from other people through manipulation. One of the ways that they do this is through another term that's become very popular on social media, which is gaslighting. It's a specific type of manipulation to bring about confusion, to bring about distress, and to literally almost brainwash someone else. They enjoy gaslighting people. They enjoy triggering the people that they have chosen to be fuel to elicit negative responses in them. So essentially, a narcissist will have a set amount of people that they are always feeding into, with the only goal being that they will start to disturb that person's internals. They will bring some type of worry, distress, pain or trauma to that person's psyche. And this is the reason why having a relationship with a narcissist can leave the other person feeling extremely traumatized, because unknown to them, they were being energetically, parasitically leached upon on a very psychological level.
What you may say for? You have to loyal to me, you know. You can't have them little girl and them little boy, yeah. I call you. Eh? I call and you chat with them, you know, after. That's why I'm going to tell you from a long time. You are fake after. But guess what? You're stupid too. Yeah, Art of Love, you're stupid too. Yeah. You're stupid too. That's why I used you. I used you to mash down your own sisters. So when that karma come for you, don't call Killer P.
Bearing in mind that narcissism is a mental health disorder. It's a pathology, it's a diagnosis that someone can receive from a professional, and it is a specific type of antisocial personality disorder. It is usually accompanied by other disorders, but I'm going to go into more detail about this in the additional.
Okay. So it's classed as, it is categorized as personality disorder. Okay. But it's a spiritual impediment because it's dealing with an entity. It's too early. Man, say you know, say it's 7:50. It's too early, but I have to be responsible and just update this thing to say, yeah, that's right. But it's dealing with an entity. And that's the reason why, if you do some research and even watch some testimonials about some people who have dealt with severe, like overt narcissists, it's like the worst horror story. It's not anything normal. Like covert narcissists is creepy, but it's definitely under the radar. But these true crime documentaries and these stories that you hear coming out, it's a lot of narcissism. It's a spirit that is seeking to exact evil, pain, destruction upon the person that they're interacting with. So take care of yourselves, people.
Episodes of this Exposing Narcissist series, because this is just an introduction and I have a few things I want to get through. This actually comes from Greek mythology. There was a deity or a god called Narcissus.
Okay, so there was a deity or a god. Again. So Greek mythology, what is that? Greek mythology, you have a whole heap of different deities, okay, that have different characteristics. It's a pantheon system. It's based on pantheons because it is a graduation or an evolution of the Kemetic deity system. So you have these same kind of pantheons. So I'm going to now explain the story of Narcissus, who is a Greek deity. But when you check it, if you pre or you deep it, these deities are demons. And I've already done a video about that, which I'll probably share today. So when they bring this into the psychology field, you understand? With the psychology field being based on like Greek philosophy and the evolution of that with Freud, and what you end up having is a softening of something. Oh, a very nice fictional story. That's what it's being reduced to, which is very Babylonian. And of course, it's very Babylonian because the Greek system is the definition of Babylon. It's right.
And he was
Okay,
a hunter. And he couldn't love anyone. The story goes, he couldn't love anyone until one day he lay down by the riverbank and he was staring into the water and he saw his own reflection. And upon seeing his own reflection, he fell in love with himself. Now, Narcissus in this story had great beauty. He was attractive to all genders. He was someone that you wouldn't miss. Everyone would notice him and notice something special or attractive about him. So when he saw his own reflection in the river, in the waters, he fell in love with his reflection and he spent his days just staring at himself. It was the first time he was able to feel feelings of love. But remember, he wasn't really looking at himself. He wasn't going inwards and meditating or investigating his mental scape, his emotional scape. What he was doing was looking into a body of water and falling in love with his reflection, which essentially was an illusion. He was falling in love with an illusion. And when people have relationships with narcissists, they are often falling in love with an illusion. Even if it's a friendship, you're building a friendship with an illusion. And over a period of time, you will start to see the waters change, or it will become nighttime and then
yeah, that was quite interesting. So you hear that story with Narcissus. Still here. I'm still here, just so you know. That story is so Luciferian. It's a Luciferian story. Check it, right? This person, say it's a human, they fall in love with themselves. They want to love themselves. They want to honor themselves. They want to adore themselves. And they want to be honored and adored by others. It's very Luciferian. Is he who wants to exalt himself essentially over the Most High, not realizing that you can't access love while you're in that space. Sick. Reflection is not there, and it can really affect your well-being to see what appears to be a disintegration of the person, but in fact that person was never who you thought they were in the first place. So in this story, Narcissus literally gave up his life to stare at himself, stare at his reflection, and he dwindled away because he was supposed to be hunting, he was supposed to be gathering, he was supposed to be taking care of himself, but he gave up his autonomy to stare at his reflection, which is an illusion. Because of this elusive quality of this story, within true narcissists, they do a lot of mirroring. They mirror people's behavior.
You know, I used to do a podcast. I got an ego, so I say it's a Godcast. You get me? Godcast. So every week I was doing this podcast, every week I was just chatting foolishness. Chatting-ish. Tell the idiot what I listen, cause you don't know, say, me and Afro Rose are so we do for everything. Heart of love, right?
They mirror people's belief systems. The more intelligent they are, the quicker they learn to give people the responses that they want so that they can fall into people's good books, so that further down the line, they can use them.
Yo, I just want everyone to big up their self, innit? Bring the community together, innit? Heart of love. Heart of love. My name kill up here, I'm full of love, you see it? That's why I end up go prison, innit? Go prison for the woman, innit?
Very extreme narcissists, many of whom I've experienced, they have learned the art of feigning, of pretending. One of the examples of this is because a narcissist doesn't have empathy, they don't truly care about you or anything positive that's happening with you unless they are going to benefit. But they realized when they were growing up, for example, that if they keep acting uninterested in other people's successes, other people's blessings, those people, if they have self-love, will eventually pull away from them. So a narcissistic personality is someone who is also a great actor. They are acting in real life all the time. They are pretending to care about your blessings, about your successes, about your dreams. But all they truly care about is what they can get from you, how they can affect you, how they can feel powerful by manipulating you. You see, the narcissistic personality knows that other people do have empathy. It can be quite confusing for them why other people can rejoice in the blessings of others. They don't naturally come in understanding that there are other people who aren't like them, but as they go through life, they realize, I am not like a lot of the people around me. So in order to fit in, I am going to have to pretend. And this even extends to sexuality, because a true narcissist doesn't have a fixed sexuality because they base their whole life on mirroring. So often when you find a heterosexual narcissist, that is a learned behavior. However, if they were raised differently, they may not be heterosexual because they are intrinsically, inherently fluid sexually. So as you can tell, there are so many aspects and layers, and I'm just touching on a few things to kickstart this series. So many aspects about the narcissist. So many things that can miss you on the first occasion or the second occasion of interacting with them. Some people are in marriages, in relationships with narcissists. They don't know the person's a narcissist, but over time they realize something is very wrong with this relationship, and it can truly affect the self-esteem, self-worth, and happiness of the other person. Now, why would someone end up in a relationship with a narcissist? That is something that I will cover in a future episode. So, based on my experience with my father, before I even knew of the word narcissist, I had learned how to identify certain types of shady characters. Not all of them, because some of them are quite expert in their acting. But I had learned for the most part. One of the things I didn't know is about patriarchy. And patriarchy is a system that literally conditions men to be more narcissistic than they might naturally be. And that also is for another episode. I kept on doing my research. I studied scientifically. I studied in psychology. But I realized as I expanded my studies that although this is a mental health term, narcissists go by different names in different schools of thought. If in the mental health field, a narcissist is someone who lacks empathy, in the spiritual school of thought, empathy would be linked to your soul. It would be linked to your soul provides you with the ability to feel empathy, to care about others, to have love in your heart. And because of the destructive nature of narcissists, you have someone who lacks empathy, but you also have someone who is intentional about creating devastation, destruction, trauma, about destroying the good and replacing it with negativity. In the spiritual school of thought, just take a moment to think for yourself, what would that kind of person be called? What would you call someone who does not have access to the thing in their soul that makes them human, the thing that makes them have empathy? Even animals show empathy, not only to other animals, but to human beings. What would you call a human who, from the day they were born, or because of various life experiences, becomes very self-absorbed, very manipulative, very deviant, very destructive, very deceptive? In the spiritual school of thought, which includes religion, esoterics, and metaphysics, someone who lacks the human function of empathy, the only thing that can allow someone to love, someone who is intentionally destructive, deceptive, manipulative, that person is a low vibrational being, and that person can also be defined as a demon. Now, I know that might seem like a lot to... Okay, moving forward. Is the person a low... okay, the person can be a low vibrational being. Is the person a demon? So I think that's my main issue of expansion with this video that I did. Is the person a demon? Nah, it's a demon. There's a demon there. One demon. Do you understand? And it could be several entities. But I think when I made this video, I thought the person, the narcissist themselves, was the demon, rather than that person is spiritually blighted and possesses a demon. And you understand? And that's what you're interacting with. That person is a demonic altar. Yeah. To digest. But one of the things that I've learned as a scholar is to research and cross-reference. And oftentimes things that are occurring in one field occur all across the board, but they have different labels. They have different titles, okay? If a narcissist simply cannot love others, fair enough. That doesn't necessarily make them demonic. But if a narcissist intentionally preys upon the unsuspecting, preys on people who are not like themselves, but people who have empathy, if a narcissist enjoys confusing, abusing, manipulating, deceiving, disrupting the natural flow of others who are not like them, that means that they are lacking something that is a higher spiritual quality. And within religion, that person is defined as a demon. Within many spiritual schools, that person is defined. In religion, that person is defined as having a demon. See? Yeah, as being possessed. That's what it is. As being a demonic altar, or being on a demonic altar, where they have become an interface for a lower entity, you know?
As soulless, a vampire, all different types of words that we
And these words, therefore, describe the entity.
use, and we don't realize that essentially we are talking about the same thing. One of the things that really excited me about this journey exploring narcissism was astrology, because I learned that through astrology, not just the person's sun sign, which is you're a Leo, you're a Cancer, no, not that aspect of astrology. That is often the reason why people don't resonate with astrology, because when they read the information describing their sun sign, they know there's a lot more to them than that, and that is true. But within ancient and modern astrology, the best way to understand it is that for every planet in the sky, you have a sign. And depending on the sky that you were born under, meaning depending where the planets were at the time where you were born, depending on how those planets were connecting with each other, the aspects that were being formed in the sky, all of the
Okay, yawn. Yeah, like I used to be an astrologer, so here goes the astrologer chat. It is still relevant. I do have to touch on something here, but I can tell this is turning into like an astrology lesson, which is like yawn. Just don't make it sit in your head.
these details create characteristics. So I learned how to use astrology for many different reasons. And one of the most powerful things that I learned in astrology is that I can look at someone's sky. I can look at what the sky was like on the day they were born, and I can see if they are a born narcissist. I can also see if they're going to evolve. Maybe they weren't a born.
Okay, so just to explain my yawn, this is not untrue. This is true what I'm saying in the video. It's just that I have renounced astrology. I am not practicing astrology anymore. But it's funny. What is crazy funny is what I'm talking about here is how I can look at someone's chart showing the day they were born, and this is true, and I could see if they were a narcissist, and this is true, and I could also see not just if they were a narcissist, but if it was going to be like psychopath, sociopath, if it was going to be extreme. But what's funny about that, to show that it is a demonic thing, is the thing that I would use to work this out. There would be a few placements, and one of them would be to do with and I never shared it in this video because I think I was teaching it or something. It is to do with a specific aspect that's about a female demon. And based on where this aspect shows up in your chart, it will let me know if, yeah. So the thing in astrology, 1 out of 3, 4 things that would let me know, yeah, you're definitely dangerously narcissistic, is linked to a female demon. And this is showing that these different systems, the astrology is linked to a demon. Lilith. Psychology is linked to a demon. Narcissist. Come on. That is showing you, no matter what lens they're looking. Scriptures is linked to a demon. Jezebel, Leviathan. So if we're looking scripturally, religiously, if we're looking astrologically, and if what's the last one? Oh, psychologically, and everywhere we're looking, we're having to use demons, then that is showing that that is what is really happening here. But the thing is, we don't need to use astrology to assess that, because for me, it's something that you can pick up, and you don't even want to be casting divination, because that's what astrology is, and allowing yourself to having to see where the female demons are. It's just playing with demons. You get what I'm saying? So quick, stick a pin. Remember, I'm here. It is now 8 minutes past 8. So I am in this third hour. I've started the third hour of the 24-hour live stream fundraising to help rebuild Jamaica after Hurricane Melissa. Please send your donations. Share the link. It is here. You can also see it below and I will continue the video. Thank you so much in advance.
Narcissist, but because of certain life experiences, because of certain other energies causing friction in their charts, they could evolve. And I am always considering writing a short book to explain what are these key signs that you can look for very simply for free. Literally, I can go online, I can find a free website, and I can work out very quickly, literally within 5 minutes, was this person a born narcissist or not? Now, I didn't know this when I was growing up with my dad. I didn't know this when I had a partner that was a narcissist, because I didn't even know what narcissism was. But I did know about other schools of thoughts and about lower vibrational beings. And I did also know that some people come here for very different purposes than others, and sometimes your purpose is to be a low vibrational being, and that doesn't mean we have to have empathy for those people, but by the very least we can have spiritual understanding in knowing that people cannot be.
I disagree with that. Yeah, I disagree with that. I think that is astrology, that, you know, sometimes your purpose, because obviously if you come under a sky that is tainted by demonic influence, then, you know, but some oftentimes, even for people who don't come underneath these skies, we can be born into lineages that are tainted by demonic influences, and it's got nothing to do with us. Like, we just don't know. We had nothing to do with it. Something happened in the family line. Someone did something. You get what I'm saying? So I would say everyone's purpose is definitely, there's not a purpose that says you've come in to be a demon or to be possessed by a demon. That is not the purpose that the Father made for any of the souls. Do you get what I'm saying? It could be that in your life journey, you have to work through your darker self and work your way out of that demonic muck. But it isn't resonating with me that could be a purpose.
Something unless they are actually by essence that thing. So whether you're using mental health, whether you're using just observing someone's behavior and characteristics, whether you're using astrology or any other measuring tool, there are many ways to work out if someone is a narcissist. And I became quite intrigued by this subject. And when I found this out, I went and I had a look at the sky that my father was born on, and lo and behold, there was the born narcissist placement right there in the center of his chart. I also went and had a look at the sky that my ex-partner was born under, and again, the same exact placement, the same exact aspect was there. This shocked me because I love learning and I love life, and I realize we don't get to learn everything at once, and it's a pleasure actually as I grow to be able to learn more things that can help me and others on their life journey. This has been a few years now that I've been able to look into someone's chart separate from me just smelling the narcissism. I even have another family member, a younger family member. I was speaking with him one day, and as he was speaking, as he was communicating with me, I just thought, nah, this guy feels narcissistic. He feels like I need to go and check his chart. I need to see what sky he was born under. And before I even checked his chart, I just put it to him in a very jovial, non-judgmental way. I know you don't really care for other people, and it's okay. Like, tell the truth. You don't really care for other people. Tell the truth. And he thought it was so funny because he thought this was a secret that he was keeping to himself. And he admitted to me, you're absolutely right, Linnea. How do you know that? And it was months later that I told him, that is a personality disorder. That is a spiritual imbalance. And yes, I checked his chart, and just like my father, just like my ex-partner, just like many people that I've checked to see if they're a born narcissist, this person in my family had the same exact narcissistic placement. Now with this placement, one is either born a narcissist, a sociopath, or a psychopath. And based on their life experiences, based on how extreme their behavior is, decides which one of those brackets they will fall under. Now, I don't create this to attack people. I'm not sharing this information to attack people. I'm actually sharing higher learning, as it is important for us to know that oftentimes the way people are is very much affected by not only their life experiences, but the sky they were born under. And some people, when they came into this life, they came with an inability to feel love. That is part of their destiny. That is something they have to live out. And this can explain why we see so much evil, so much unnecessary, shocking, mind-blowing evil on the planet. And we don't understand, how could that person do this? How could that person do that? Because oftentimes, if you check that person's sky, it was a part of their spiritual, mental, and physical makeup.
Yo, you see if Kevin Bennett ever come to me again, innit?
If it was part of the person's spiritual, physical, and mental makeup to be a monster, then that person was born with their soul. Either there's many things that could happen here. Their destiny could be stolen.
You know, say what?
Their soul could their soul, their spirit, they could be on a demonic altar. They could have unusual interaction with demonic energies because of family pacts, witchcraft, working with demons, covenants, yokes, sorcery, dark arts. That is why someone is born under a sky. Yeah, because basically the thing about astrology, the reason why I'm so thankful that I just became like a master at so many things and then just released it, is because the creation of anything can only take you so far. So the planets don't dictate one's destiny. So whatever the screenshot is that someone was born under, I saw the Father set it up. You understand what I'm saying? I just saw it set up, because we are all, including the planets, the stars, the skies, we are all creations. So I think what happens with astrology, it doesn't acknowledge the Almighty Father. It doesn't acknowledge the Most High, and so something is missing. And even in scripture, which I do want to touch on later on, in the book of Enoch, where it talks about astrology and how the Most High hates the fact that the fallen angels, the same Nicodemus them, that they came to earth and they taught humanity this astrology, and it is not a full thing. They haven't taught the right thing, and even in this book of Enoch, like the angel was telling Enoch that even the fallen angels, they thought that they had all these complete mysteries and all the knowledge, and they've come to the planet and they've started teaching humans how to work with roots, how to do sorcery, how to do divination, how to work with the stars, and these things are actually seen as abominations. So it's interesting because this demonic narcissistic entity is connected to the same fallen angel entity, and that's the reason why, for me, I have thought about taking down some of my videos, because I don't want to mislead people. Like, I'm definitely not endorsing looking at astrology as above. It's not above. It's not complete. The Almighty said this is not a complete system. And the fact that I have to observe and therefore perceive a female demon, it's crazy, right? In the astrology chart to see if someone is a narcissist, I also have to perceive a male demon in the psychology. Anywhere we're looking, this thing is all not of Yah.
You send man for poison me. You send girl for send me to them something. You all make me baby mother stop, make me see me son, Yo, don't make me talk about what you did to my mom, Kevin Bennett. Don't you see, man, there's a real man out here, but I'm crying on the internet, innit? Innit? You know, see, I'm mouth hungry. White squall kill me.
If you're a psychopath, you can tell by looking in the person's brain there's actually something very different to a non-psychopath. So that's where that energy has actually come in so strongly that it's changed the physical aspect of the brain. These things are destiny, and this is the reason why, even if we don't want to use our empathy to extend to those people with these social personality disorders, by the very least, we can have understanding, and understanding leads to acceptance, and it also leads to safety. So it's been a great journey growing up, observing the behavior within my father and other people, and it's led me to become quite keen at smelling, at researching, at literally working out without guessing if someone has one of these antisocial personality disorders. In addition to being a musician and a performer, I have worked in wellness for over 10 years. And throughout this journey, I have helped hundreds and hundreds of people who have been traumatized, who have been broken, who are healing from great deep gashes to their soul that were caused by one of these people. So how did this information lead to me knowing that a man called Killer P, aka the Pussycat, as featured in this video, was a narcissist? And how did he prove me right? Well, I detailed in a previous video, I think it's called Killer P, a Psychopathic Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. You can find it on this channel. I introduced my first experience of him, how I met him via a women's march that was put on to speak about, campaign for women's rights in the UK.
Yeah, blood. So you know what happened, right? So I went to the Afro Rose, the trauma pimp. I went to her march because she spent off the security money and she needed some strangers, man like me, who haven't even been police checked, man that go prison for attacking women, right? She asked me if me can come and, you know, support the woman them and protect the woman them. So you see, because I've got such a track record of protecting women, such a serious record, I even end up in prison as a convict for that. I said, yeah, this can help to improve my image. Because no one in Brixton don't to rate me again these days, you see me? Because of all the rumours and all the informer business. So when I go there now, I saw this girl. She was singing. She have on all her clothes and some fishnet tights. But you see, because I'm a pervert,
Oh my
all I
God.
could do was put on my laser vision glasses. I was able to look through her sweater, through her jumper, through her coat, and I could see all of her body, yeah. And I told everyone online that, I told everyone that she came to the march looking naked.
Is Killer P the Pussycat a born narcissist? His birthday is the day before my father's. I think he's born on January the 4th. I will get this information for you for the future videos as we go through the charts and I show you what I'm talking about. And my father is born on January the 5th. This does not mean that people born in January have a tendency to be narcissists, because it's not that placement that I use to check if someone is a narcissist. But because he's born so close to the same date as my father, a lot of the planets are in similar positions in the chart. So in addition to them both being born narcissists, they have a lot of similar energies. I must say my father is a lot more intelligent. He was a lot more successful because his level of narcissism was very refined until it just all fell apart for him. However, Killer P, the Pussycat.
I have a little pussycat, you know, living on my yard, you know. Him keep me company because me is a big pussycat.
He isn't as intelligent, so he often loses himself in himself, and as he's displaying his personality to global audiences as shown in this video, his mask slips and he just shows the raw, the unempathetic, the malignant, the manipulative sides of himself. Very violent personality. Now I didn't know he was violent, but I knew before I interacted with him that he was a narcissist. And because it was about 2 months after I had discovered that someone else, the person I mentioned in my family, was also a narcissist, I was very interested. I knew that by interacting with him, I could study him, I could get to learn more about these personalities, not just through reading or listening to psychologists or spiritual teachers, etc., not just through studying his chart, but in my direct experience with him. And true to form, he has provided so many teachable moments that I'm so excited to share with you as I unpack this series. So he simply gave himself space and time to confirm what I had already known, which is that he is a born narcissist. Now, this information is very important. It is not just about whether you're in a relationship with someone, a friendship with someone who is a narcissist. It's about being aware of what narcissism is so you can observe how humanity itself, due to various external influences and unnatural forces, is being encouraged to become narcissistic. Humanity is being encouraged to have no empathy for each other, whether it's someone who's the same skin color, to have no empathy for other races, to have no empathy for the plight of the planet, to have no empathy even for animals and the natural resources. Humanity is being encouraged to become very self-absorbed, and this will only lead to the downfall of humanity in the same way how it has led to the downfall of Killer P, the pussycat. Another important reason for having this information is for parenting. Oftentimes, we can birth children who are born narcissists. We may not know this. We may not even know at the beginning of their journey that they are exhibiting the behavior of a narcissist, of a sociopath, or of a psychopath. But if we are able to use our discernment and various tools on our own to discern this information, we can be of great help to these children. Because
stick a pin. Okay, just checking the mic is on. All right, so I'm not sure what I'm going to say in this video about how you can help your children if they're exhibiting these symptoms, but I will say to cover this more so you can be more practical. We should pray for ourselves. We should pray to remove ourselves from all ancestral altars. Remember, I mentioned earlier, you could have people in your ancestral lineage that have made pacts and covenants. Maybe they didn't even know what they were doing, but that can affect their descendants. So we should become a bit more cognizant of that. First and foremost, we pray to remove, and these are commands, like prayer is a sword in the spiritual realm. So you pray to remove yourself and your children. You pray to remove your children from all demonic altars, ancestral altars, breaking every covenant, every yoke, every bind, every witchcraft, every dark art. I'll have a look. I've got it written down somewhere, but you pray to break everything spiritually binding that is of weaponized demonic nature. You pray to be break. You pray for your children. You pray over your children hard. And when your spirit's strong, you really, really pray a lot, because you know life is the ebb and the flow. So when you go through a cycle where your spirit isn't as strong, your prayers are still ringing out, seriously, but you pray. You can't, if your child is having behaviors that speak to demonic interaction or presence, you pray that out. This isn't about exorcism. This is about deliverance. And it's also, even when your children aren't exhibiting those behaviors, you pray to protect them, because this thing that I'm saying, where the world is being encouraged to be self-absorbed, it's really self-worship. Do you get what I'm saying? Which is what Lucifer was trying to do. So we're being encouraged to self-worship, which doesn't bring about our higher qualities. It brings about our lower qualities. So yeah, I just wanted to add that.
A narcissist essentially needs help. Now, the help that a narcissist will receive will never stop them from being a narcissist. Once you are born a narcissist, you will also die a narcissist. But it can help the narcissist to learn ways to interact with society without being as naturally destructive, without being as naturally manipulative. It can teach a narcissist how to, without intending to manipulate, develop the right responses. So even if they don't really care about someone's well-being, they can at least know this is how you treat humans, you know? And oftentimes, if we as the parents do not have this information, we are raising little monsters and sending them out into society to exact damage upon other people's children. If you go onto YouTube or various platforms and look for a narcissist speaking about their own experiences, they will tell you what it's like for them. They will tell you how confusing it is for them, how strange it was for them to realize that many people around them had this thing called empathy, that many people around them weren't as calculating and manipulative and deceptive and gaslighting and dangerous, consequently, as they were. I have watched many videos where people have put themselves through therapy in order to make a relationship work. You know, so there is self-improvement here, and most importantly, self-awareness is key, because the best thing in this life is to know. Now, thankfully, Killer P the Pussycat proved me 100% right about his born narcissism, and he also proved me right about my intuition. And this is where I really want to leave this video before we go on to the next episode and I go into further detail about my experiences with narcissists and with him. Your intuition is a gift that goes hand in hand with your empathy. One can have intuition even if they don't have empathy.
Facts. So I'm glad I came here, because ultimately, you know, psychology, astrology, these are all external tools that one can use, but really it's just knowing yourself and trusting your vibe, trusting your discernment, and that this spiritual discernment, which is being floated around as like intuition. Spiritual discernment is a superpower, and I'm sure you guys know that it can save a life, and not using it can lead to so much issues. So utilizing, like, we're encouraged even from school age to believe in everything that are in books, things that I thought were established as facts, which I'm going to talk about later. Things I thought were established as facts are now maybe not facts. For example, I'll give you an example. Yeah, the solar system, the idea that the sun is being rotated or orbited by planets is something that I grew up thinking was an undeniable fact, just to find out that this is just an idea that has been around for like not even 200 years. This is a very recent idea, and people never thought that on this planet. And all cultures, essentially, people did not think that the sun was the center of this solar system. So as there's so many things that we thought, oh, this is how it is, and we start to realize, no, that's not true. And we've been programmed from children to believe in so many things outside of ourselves. But that laser, that spiritual laser that you have, that is called intuition, which is really the inner tutor, is to teach one spiritual discernment. And this is really important when it comes to all kind of relationships that you may have to navigate.
So narcissists do have access to intuition as well. Now, bear in mind, narcissists do not like being exposed, and they definitely do not like other people knowing their dirty secrets that they've been hiding while trying to pretend to be something that they're not. I'm actually someone who will choose my battles very carefully. I am not validated by external forces, and I wanted to even leave it. I was never going to say anything, but I realized that as a teacher, I've been a teacher since I was 18 years old, A teachable moment is one of the most precious things that is offered to someone when they are a teacher. And I have literally witnessed so many teachable moments, not moments that exist to bring someone else down, but to be able to share with my audience, with anyone who watches this video, who has intellect, who has the ability to think critically, to share information that they may not have heard before, or to share information that acknowledges their experiences. Oftentimes people are dealing with narcissists and they just think, oh, the person just bad mind. They don't know that person has a mental health personality disorder. In the mental health field, in the spiritual field, that person is demonic. That person doesn't have access to their soul. They have no idea of the length, of the extent, of the detriment, of the flaws within the person's makeup. They might even think, okay, I've realized this person is like this, let me try and help them. And you're not to try and help narcissists outside of suggesting that they study and with an open mind, because they can't have an open heart, try to get high level counseling. They need to go into counseling for years so they can learn.
You need to go into prayer, because this could be someone that you have to be connected to because they're in your family, or whatever the situation is, someone you work with. You have to go into prayer and you have to use some Psalms. Seriously, because what did I say? Our weapons are not flesh, but are spiritual. Our weapons are spiritual. Our wars. I'll double check that scripture. The issues that we have, they are spiritual. So we use spiritual tools to navigate, because the last realm is this physical realm. So we can't get caught up. You know what I mean? Like, we can't, kind of get into this normalized society that forgets that everything is essentially spiritual first,
How to function with society without intentionally doing what becomes so natural to them, which is to cause damage and devastation to others. Learning this information has been such an opportunity for me, because I like to equip my child with the information they need to be safe while navigating life on this planet. I find that the information about narcissism is especially important, because although there are more male narcissists than female narcissists, there are many female and male narcissists. Because if being a born narcissist can be dictated by the sky you were born under, that means most people born on a specific day under a specific sky do have these tendencies. And narcissism isn't just an overt thing that people can observe and know. Narcissism can be very covert. The latest person in my family that I diagnosed as a narcissist, it is very covert. Oftentimes, quite dangerously, the word narcissist, people think, oh, they're loud, they're argumentative, they're angry. These are not like exact qualities that represent what narcissism is. And so to wrap up, I'd like to say, in the next episode, I will be detailing how Killer P revealed himself and the criminal behaviors, the criminal history, the damage and attack, the vulnerability that he puts women into, how this was all revealed because of my intuition. We must always remember, your first teacher is your feeling about something, your gut about something. And oftentimes feelings are dismissed. Oh, it's just a feeling. Yes, sometimes you have to get over your feelings and get things done. I'm doing this video about 4 a.m. in the morning and I wanted to go to bed. So there are times where you have to ride over your feelings. But when it comes to that gut feeling in your belly, when it comes to your intuition, it is dangerous for men, women, and children to ignore their feelings. So thank you so much for watching this. It has been such a pleasure to share this with you from the depths of my heart, from the bottom of my foot. I love sharing this information. I'm so thankful that I'm able to be creative in the way that works best for me. I'm happy that I can have experiences and they can benefit other people. Okay, each one teach one. I wish you a beautiful, prosperous, healthy, wealthy, mentally balanced, clean-hearted, inspirational, enthusiastic, mind-blowing, life-changing new year. May this 2024 be great for us all. If you yourself have identified with the qualities I've listed and you are becoming aware, because most times I forgot.
Clearly, we are now at the end of 2025, shockingly about to go into 2026. But, you know, take all the new year blessings for next year, if anything.
To add, most times, most narcissists, unless they're highly intelligent, have no idea that they are narcissists. So if you identify with this and you realize that you are one of these people that has this missing aspect to your being, don't sit and rue about it.
Or has this additional aspect.
Get help. There is help available in all countries that offer mental health services. Please don't ask your friend to help you who isn't a professional in that field. Don't ask your woman or your man to help you. Take full responsibility for yourself and get help. And if you are with a narcissist, do not try and force that narcissist to get help. It will only damage you. The best thing you can do is leave the relationship. Do your best to remove yourself from someone who can cause the ultimate damage to your psyche, to your heart, to your soul, and oftentimes to your body and to your home. It has been a pleasure sharing with you. Please sign up to my newsletter, LineaOfficial.com. I will be announcing my online memberships that most likely won't be on.
Oh, bruh. Yeah, that video was so long. I did not expect that. No, sir. The video long, not you. The video long, man. I know I'm doing a 24-hour fundraising stream for Jamaica, but wasn't that a long video? I think I need a lick of vibes. We didn't get a donation for the third hour, but I'm here and waiting. So I'm asking you to remember to donate to help Jamaica rebuild after Hurricane Melissa. I am in the third hour of my 24-hour fundraiser live stream. The first I've ever done. I think I did a 24-hour stream before, but I wasn't on it. I was just playing some Afro Rose videos. So I think I even slept and woke, but slept and wake back up because one of the videos was like 7 hours long. So please, I'm just going to post the link again. Help Jamaica rebuild after Hurricane Melissa. Help us to get some food into some bellies. And thank you again for all your support so far. Liquor vibes. I know I said that I would play this after a donation, but liquor vibes. After this, I'm going to play visuals of the hurricane so we can remember what started this all off, okay? I need you, I've been live for 2 hours and 43 minutes, so not bad so far. I guess I should have set a target for today, but I can't because I don't know how much people are going to give. The first donation was amazing. But you can give £1. Doesn't matter what you have. Please help out. Please help. Okay, let me get this other video ready. Beautiful. Well on there. Oh, I put that music on it. Because you know, every little thing you have to be careful what sound you have up. That's my island. Let's not forget. Help Jamaica, help Jamaica. The donation. Look at mine. You know what hurts about the hurricane? It's gone, but I don't like the idea of so many people suffering in hunger. You know, hunger. I heard that there are families in St. Elizabeth, whole families with children that are sleeping on the road at night. I have never heard about something like that in Jamaica ever. I've never seen that. So it's disturbing, and you know, we move forward, we do what we can. And it's great to see the outpouring of support. And may it continue, you know. Yeah. So we're here for our 24 hours. Come on! Whenever I expect them big bad for them. That's where I grew up, you know, that's near to where I grew up.
Mercy, Father, mercy. Mercy, God, mercy. Should I know good, brother? Jesus Christ. Father, God help us. Father, if we do any wrongs, please forgive me, Lord. Remember my little host, God. Oh, God. When we dead and gone, one, let me pity them. Do, God, remember me them. Do. Thank you, Lord. In the name of Jesus. I pray for Jamaica land we love, Lord. Father, we know that we're wicked. And they walk over here, they hold the people picnic. They do all manner of evil. Now you show them up, you show them who in charge. Almighty God, forgive me, Lord, for our sins. That word, right? Father God, we know we are wicked. And we know we're bad mind. Forgive me, Lord. We need you now, Jesus, more than ever. Can't deal with this, Lord. Oh God, oh God. Father, mercy, Lord. Mercy, Lord, you know, good right now, God. We are begging in the name of Jesus. Cover me, Lord. Cover me. Guide and protect me, God. Jesus Christ is wicked and Gilbert. No, sir. Melissa. Where is it? Melissa, try to look close. go easy. Can't let us skirt Melissa. Jesus mercy.
Yeah. Things that might turn up. So yeah, we give thanks and praises for everyone who has contributed for any fundraiser, everyone who has helped from all over the planet. I'm so thankful. I'm thankful to see the ongoing support. It's hard to comprehend. Apparently, unless you go there in person, you'll never really understand visually what's going on. But we just give thanks and praises for all support and for everyone who has donated to my GoFundMe. Yesterday, someone saw me on the road and gave me cash and sent it. They don't really know how to use, because I had sent out a WhatsApp, you know. So they were like, oh yeah, I wanted to give you this. I was like, wow, thank you, you know, and sent that to Jamaica yesterday. So yeah, it's a tricky situation, but we will get through it. Bluefield, that's the beach that I grew up going to. Yeah. It's one of the closest beaches to Mandeville. So we don't have beaches or rivers in this part of Jamaica where I live. It's not that beach life, it's mountain life. So you see Bluefield, to see Bluefield match up like that, this is like a childhood heaven. Like when my parents would say on Sunday, like, we're going beach. And it'd be like an hour and change drive. And yeah, it would be like the whole way in the ocean.
Right now.
Then that time we were eating fish. They would have this fish called roast turbot, which is a hardback fish. And they stuff it with like scallion and pepper and okra and stuff and roast it. I'm sorry, the skin is hard. You just kind of flip it open like a lid. I remember every time we're going Bluefield, like Fisham Festival, you know? St. Thomas, big hole in the road. Apparently, the community had tried to make complaints prior to the hurricane for years, and now, can you imagine that? That's just too much. Like graves washing up. And you know what's sad? I never realized that Jamaica has a law that says you can't like bury someone yourself. If someone it makes sense. I never knew it was a law, because people were complaining and saying that they do want to do some DIY burials, which to me makes sense. But apparently the government has to do an autopsy. I want that party hurry up and pass. generosity, give and ask a friend to give, 6 minutes before I would have been here for 3 hours. So I'm going to go into the fourth hour. 24 hours for Jake.
This is a quick update. Holland Bamboo still clearing. Traffic is behind us. Yeah. This is still the start of Holland Bamboo. Don't even reach a curry shop or anything like that.
Watch out, dog. Bone ground this way there, brother. Watch out. No road, no there, bone ground, dog. Watch out. No road, no there, bone ground, boss. No road. Look here in the yard. Look on this boss, brother. On this box here. Sing, brother. On this box here. Grow in front, go show no dog. Go this girl deal with the place, brother. Wicked bump lad, girl this brother. Go here. Look on the people in veranda, brother. Look on the people in house. I know you box looking at people.
That is unbelievable, You see the dirt in the person's veranda like that. And we still have the district in content that is bringing water from the earth. I think that's in a separate video. Monroe. So yeah, this is why I'm fundraising, my dear people. Just took myself off by accident. Yeah, I was saying, y'all know the drill, but I don't know how it goes already. Even in the donations, like money is being spent just to buy insect repellent because in certain communities, when it's quite hot, like generally people will use fans, they'll be able to manage water in the area. So like if there was flooding or even if there wasn't, Having no light
Alright, so this is the aftermath of
and having this
everything. Every
hurricane pass
ground floor
through,
houses in
it's a
Kitchener
breeding
district
ground
has
for
and
insects
have
and mosquitoes and stuff.
been flooded completely. So the entire river water washed the entire Kitchener community. And right here is just a small fraction of what happened into other communities within the first section of Kitchener. I believe water went up to roughly 7 feet high, gushing through the entire community. So every ground floor houses is completely flooded. Persons have to evacuate going upstairs to their neighbor houses.
7 foot.
Yesterday around 7 to 8 o'clock when the water started to rise, it's dangerous. As you can see, some persons trying to see if they can clear some water up the drainage so water can start running off so people can start clearing away muds from the houses.
Road.
All going.
Right. Go down. Right down. Little John. Oh, fuck that. That was Stunner's bar. Michelle Cheer. Can't complain. We get what we get.
Yeah, Bethel Town definitely got hit very badly, and the residents of Bethel Town have really been struggling in the recovery period. I've seen a lot of videos about them, the residents asking for help. So please donate. Let me check the time. Right, so I'm 3 hours into the 24-hour fundraiser for the Help Jamaica Rebuild after Hurricane Melissa. So fund, the link is below. Please donate, please share if you can donate. Spread the word, spread the link. Help someone to keep living. Help someone who may not have been accessed by the government or by someone on the ground. Someone needs help. People need water to drink. Someone told me yesterday that they went and bought some macaroni cheese in a packet with the powder because they needed to cook a meal for their entire family and they have no water and they had to think how to fill up everyone's belly with the least amount of water from a drinking bottle. And other people need to drink water, they need to drink tea. So these are like basic needs that I'm really asking for help for. Food, not even like a box on, but food that people can eat, dry food that they can eat when, also obviously if you don't have light, you can't store the food in the fridge, so you have to, you have to navigate differently, and obviously Jamaica is hot, so if you cook certain things and you can't put it in the fridge, you know that it's going to spoil. So these are the challenges. And also this week, children have returned to school. So that is also another challenge for, lunches for the children. Thankfully, they can get some water there. Seriously. I'm going to ask and see if the school will have water. Obviously, with Kingston and stuff, things aren't the areas that are affected in this way.
DK mash up. Yo, how many backside I got there? They will not get back in country now. Watch out. Watch out. Wait, this is the roof?
That's the odd had a roof before this.
Oh, you feel like this is a roof over here, so
Do you have a roof?
over Texas come.
Hold on, I want to say roof lift up. No, I guess this on the roof lift up and go over the side.
Mash up over there, so.
See, guess this on the roof lift up and go over
Yeah,
there. So.
that's sad. They're
So I lift up and go over big again. See, then see, I think you come out of the gun. You can imagine that. What a sight. Come out of the gun, lift up and go over BK. Mighty God.
Grab on, go.
Watch out. Blow it. Pumps down.
Gas.
Watch out. Hold on there. It's a better thing just for trees.
This thing. Try by the rag it up down.
Good. Walk on, boss. Walk on. I'm there.
There's a roof down. Or this is gone.
You all that stuff like my mash up.
Alright, start working. The video from front is still a recording.
That man, narrate. Very spare for how much you use.
Yes.
Something more on the desecrated, severely damaged, wicked girl Melissa.
I know a couple of ministers from Jamaica.
Go on, man. Every day and there, man. That's all mash up. Mash up. Bad. DK mash up. Yo, how many backside I got there? They will not get back in country now. Watch out. Watch out.
Gas station.
Wait, this is the roof?
Oh, you feel like this room for my so get jealous and go for Texaco. And that's it.
This is Bounce Back.
But I want to tell you, lift up now. I guess this
I've been here
lift
for
up and go
3
over the
hours and 9
See, guess this
minutes.
lift up and go over
Got it.
the You see
17
it?
hours and 51
I
minutes
lift
to
up and
go.
go over the
17 hours
See
and
this, see,
51
I
minutes to go on the 24-hour
What I said?
live stream
Come out, I
raising
go, lift up and go over
funds for
BK.
Jamaica for food, for
Mighty
sustenance,
God.
for people affected by Hurricane Melissa.
Pumps
Please
down.
donate. You know what's so crazy? I'm like, it's so early, but I already feel tired. I couldn't sleep when I tried to sleep. My mind was just running.
What going, boss? What going? I'm there.
Track and field. I have to get up and use my energy a bit. When I'm trying to like
I
stretch.
started working the video from front. It's still a recording.
Share the link, guys. Like the video, please. You like the video. I forgot to say that. Yeah, if you like the video, share the link. Make a donation. If you can't, just share the link. You never know who you might have it to help today. And we have raised, since I've been live, we've raised 49 pounds, which is just over $10,000. So we're getting there. We're getting there. That's already something. But we need more. If you go to the shop, supermarket with $10,000, come on. We need more. Obviously, you can buy a few things. Things are very expensive at the moment. Apparently, things, you know, especially like things from the ground. Sorry, that sound. I need to let that sound pass. So things from the ground are very expensive. Ground provisions, things like even onions, scallion, crazy amount per pound. So, $10,000 is still the equivalent of 49 pounds, which is like, I don't know, maybe $60. So you can go figure if you go to the supermarket with $60, you just, so we just want to drum up the support. We need to get more donations. Oh my gosh, that sound. All right, that sounds better. Black River Hospital. So now they have a temporary hospital, makeshift tented hospital that the government have set up in Black River. Because this is what happened to the hospital. Done? I say it done? Is that how this video finished? I'm like, hold on. Oh no. I don't know what happened then. Unless this already passed, I'm not sure.
That can't be.
How you feeling, people? All right? I can't believe that. And Oh no, I've heard from one of my friends from St. Elizabeth, but I have a friend that lives by not Santa but Junction, and anytime there's heavy rain, it always gets affected. And till today, her name is Draconi, if anyone knows her. Till today, I haven't been able to get through to her. So likely it's just no
This is
light,
outside. I'm looking outside.
no
My house is
data,
outside.
no signals, no
And there are no
internet, no
rivers,
calls,
anything
time I
like
call
that
her, she
near
can't
to
get
me.
through. And today
See it there?
day 17
Straight
of
down
the
Esco that
hurricane, so
gone,
that's
yeah?
significant. In fact, I
Yeah,
have a
man, that gone
friend
straight down Esco.
who has family in Senti. I'm going to check with him because I keep checking in with him because up until now, some people have not heard
Yeah.
from their relatives. People
Just,
who live
you know, we
within
run at this
Jamaica
good.
in other
I
areas
look
haven't heard
normal
from their
this.
relatives, and
And
people who
just a
live
come.
outside of the country. So
Just a come today.
it's tricky, it's sticky,
Ruggo.
you know.
It a sweep. Hey, girl Melissa, make your man, sir.
Yep. Manchester again.
Man, we don't have great goal here now, you know, man. You see me? Me, I wonder if we can cross it. But we sure know say fisherman can cross it. I'm sure know me can cross it. I know normal, but we have to try cross it. If I ever could cross it, but
Oh.
never cross it. Yeah,
I would have to turn
So I
back.
go on. So I go on down there. Yeah, man. That's a go on. Yeah, man. That's a go on, man. For what a go on. Oh, gosh, man. That's a go on. People. No, man. I know, man. Me, I tell you, man.
So the link is below. It's for the same fundraiser. The link is below. I don't think that QR code works out now. So just head over to the link and you can see. Let's come back. Okay. Blessings, everyone. I am back. Thank you so much for tuning in as you're starting your day, or if you're in the EST time zone, as you're probably getting ready to sleep. This is my book. I just remembered I had a poem about Jamaica. I'm using a green screen, so it's blocking out anything green. Okay. So I'm going to read it and then I'll play another video. I am here today, 13th of November, raising funds for the rebuilding of rebuilding of which hurricane? The rebuilding of Jamaica following Hurricane Melissa, specifically raising funds for food for people who cannot access food, who do not have finances for food, who do not have resources to store food. They do not have, for example, electricity. So this is like a daily thing. I am raising funds for food because at the end of the day, so much of the work that has to be done in Jamaica is going to take time, but needs must. People need to eat. You know, I'm raising funds for people who are on medication, who have children on medication, and I'm not sure how much I can raise. I give thanks for all the donations that have come so far. I'm here for 24 hours. So all I'm going to be doing essentially is repeating this message, asking to give. Now, I wasn't sure if I should go live on Facebook because I'm trying to like keep my content to YouTube that's linked to this channel. But I just figured, no, I have to, because I watched this video the other day that was saying one YouTube subscriber is worth, how does it work? Yeah, 1,000 subscribers on any other platform, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. 1,000, are you hearing this? 1,000 subscribers on those platforms is equal to the value of one YouTube subscriber. And I said, that makes sense because I have a page on Facebook that has over 200,000 people. Why am I begging for donations every minute? But those people primarily, they want to be entertained. And that's pretty much the culture of the page. It's like posting entertaining things. So consuming the Jamaican culture is fine. But when it comes to, okay, you've been enjoying the culture, you love your liquor reggae, you love your liquor dancer, you love your liquor spice bun, you know, whatever it is, then it's like, oh no. So I'm asking whether it's a pound, £10, £20, $20. Please donate because people need your help. And this is the best that I can do because I've sent as much as I can send in this period and I've raised as much as I can raise. But I am sure that together, sorry, I just got a message. I'm sure that together we can do it. Don't it? We can do it. So this poem is called First Love. I don't know when I wrote it. Let me see if I can get a date. In this book, some of the poems have dates and some don't. No. Long time poem, right? Long time poem. My first love was Jamaica. When I left her, it shattered my heart. I spent years upon years searching for the fragmented splinters, thousands of days trying to pull myself back together, living in cultural comparison, an ongoing quest in what felt like a prism. My first love was the earth and the sunshine, growing with people whose faces looked like mine. Fresh food, laughter, and music. Peony waddy lanterns when there was no light. The Royal Orchestra of Crickets performing symphonies every night. Cocks always crowing at sunrise. The smell of heat, citrus, and hibiscus. Not the tourist perspective, but the native expression, the dancing, the stories, the singing, the life, the croaking lizards using the walls as a disguise. Mash up bullfrog. Hold on, them if I turn the page. Sorry. Mash up bullfrog upon the roadside, hummingbirds humming away their lives. My first love was Jamaica. Pineapple, jelly coconut, sweet sup, guinea and sugar cane, bulla and pear, coconut drops and peanut cake. Back to back to back to back, my baby, my favorite ring game. Heavenly beaches, rivers, and waterfalls. God manifested in nature. I heard when the elements called, nurturing my body, my soul, and my mind, preparing me for the journey of my life. My childhood memories can never be denied. That's when my soul was opened oh so wide, as free as a rainbow sharing all of her lights. Jamaica anointed every gift I had inside with love so powerful it can wind you. That deep down in your gut, love, underneath your foot, love. Feel it in every articulation of the body, love. Makes every breath deeper kind of love. Every note stronger love. Got you when you are wrong, right, or just confused kind of love. That don't worry, it's cool love. Whether you're smart or a fool love. That fix up yourself, cause you can't hit chiasa love. That reach for the sky love. That it's not enough to just get by love. Stop limit yourself with your own mind love. Freedom time love. That yeah, you hard head in a love. Just be yourself love. One cook a full basket so you will get your reward love. My first love was Jamaica, and it took me years to see. Even when I left Jamaica, she still loved me. My first love was Jamaica, and eventually I could see she's inside my mind, soul, and body, and will always be here with me. Yay! Hold on. Yay! So that's my poem, my first. I couldn't believe how much things that I listed around love at the end of that poem. I was like, yo, can you see when I came to England in my teens, I was so like, I love Jamaica. I miss Jamaica. So it did take me a lifetime and obviously a lifetime of always going back and living in Jamaica and stuff. It took me a lifetime to heal from leaving my bestie Jamaica. So that's where that poem came from. So I hope you enjoyed it. And just to remind you, this is the link for the fundraiser to help to rebuild Jamaica after Hurricane Melissa. Thank you all so much for watching, for being here. I'm going to find now, I'm going to work out what the next video is. I'm also going to, I want to play it because I need to see what's going on the island now. Some information should be surfacing and I have things to share with you. So let me just have a look. I could play, I think I'll play the second documentary, knowing that it's going to lead to me having to explain a couple things. So this is from, I think it's 2022 that I made this. And yeah, my viewpoint has changed. I'm not even 100. I'll start playing it if I'm not sure. If I don't feel like I should continue playing it, I'm going to stop it. Yeah, okay. Because it's basically, you'll see.
When I met my maternal grandfather, Wesley Saunders, he was 69 years old and I was only 6. He was living with his wife of 40 years, my grandmother, Ripley Saunders. They had a lovely house with endless outdoor space that was filled with trees as far as the eye could see. In the yard were cute mongrel dogs with boxer names like Frank and Bruno, and there was also a goat pen with a nanny goat and a kid that would be tied out in the daytime. At the rear of the house, a chicken coop took away the need to buy shop-bought eggs and fresh chicken meat. Going to Porus was expansive. There was endless space to explore without getting under the feet of the adults. Unlike Kingston, the yard was heaving with ripe-to-eat fruit, and to my surprise, the hidden crickets would begin chirping in harmony as if on cue upon first appearance of the evening sky. Here I could get up close and personal with the animals. I was too afraid to get close to the chickens, but I found the whole affair to be wildly adventurous. I remember seeing a chicken being tied up by the feet and slaughtered for the very first time. After the head was removed, it was stripped of its feathers and cleaned of its gizzard, liver, and kidneys, which would be eaten another time. To my 6-year-old mind, as squeamish as I was, coming from London where fresh meat only came out of butchers' shops and supermarkets, this was all very fascinating. My grandfather had a strong presence and his energy took authority in any room he was in, but he usually wasn't a massive talker. He could be found sitting on his day lounger on the front veranda, wearing a plain light-coloured or checkered shirt with ironed creased shorts and nylon socks. He also had a range of wide-brim cowboy hats, and they completed his everyday style. This is where he had his morning coffee and some buttered Excelsior crackers. He spent most of his day gazing out into the bushes across the road from the house. Papa was ready to respond to a quick "Masale" that passers-by would shout up towards the veranda from the road below. I also met my grandmother Ripley Saunders at the same time. She was another interesting character and was happy to have her daughter, my dad, and her grandchildren in her home. She would show us off to her friends, and although she was quite a proper lady, she was also attentive, nurturing, and cuddly at times. I remember my grandmother would allow me to play with her plump upper arms while I sucked my thumb. She fed us so well, so much that I have always associated visiting my grandparents with being very well fed and taken care of to the fullest extent, quite similar to a hotel experience. My grandmother definitely had an extra special touch of hospitality. To me, Papa was kind and inviting. He had a great sense of humor and was unexpectedly jovial and comedic. I did not see the aggressive side of him that was always spoken of by his adult children, my mother and her siblings. We created beautiful memories that will last beyond both of our lifetimes. He could be quite dramatic, and I remember him telling me often that a huge mug he was gifted with for Christmas, the mug he took his coffee in, was some kind of enchanted magical mug, and no matter how much he drank, it would always refill itself. Mama would laugh in the background while Papa told his jokes. She would often chime in alongside him in a well-oiled routine of jest and play. People called him and would call my grandmother Miss. Jamaica is really funny like that. My grandmother, interestingly, called my grandfather son. Apparently, when Mama had married Papa decades before, she moved from the parish of St. James to Porus, Jamaica. She noticed that Papa's mother would affectionately address him as son instead of his first name, and she promptly followed suit. Mama cooked like clockwork, and I often ate my lunch and breakfast on the veranda with her and Papa. It was rare for me to get through an entire meal without Papa making some kind of joke or asking me to give my opinion on something. I noticed that he was amused by my opinions and often asked me to share them with his neighbors and his friends, who would always laugh their heads off at whatever I was saying and ask me more questions just to hear how far my mind would go. He would start funny debates with me, and I remember him telling me to study law due to how fiercely I could debate a point. He made up highly imaginative games and even let me cut his hair sometimes instead of going to the barbers, as any 6-year-old girl would. I absolutely adored him. Papa was a master of spelling, and one of his games would be to get my brother and I to learn extremely long words so he could just spot check us whenever he wanted to check our memories. In the backyard was a grave that I learned belonged to my Uncle Frankie, who had died as a child while going to the shop and being tragically hit by a passing car. I used to go there and think about his death and who he may have been in life. One of the things I discovered quite early on in Jamaica was a deep obsession with Christianity and biblical scriptures. Every occasion inspired a Bible scripture, whether it was a proverb or a psalm or another scripture. Crowing cocks and whistling women are an abomination to the Lord is a folklore saying that was often presented as Bible scripture in Jamaica. Papa was a Catholic, but he did not subscribe to that belief. As a toddler, I had apparently started to whistle before I learned how to speak, and I remember whistling all the time as a young girl. Papa had no problem teaching me how to whistle famous songs. It was one of our favorite pastimes, alongside singing Jamaican folk songs and famous ballads. I always felt deep down that if Papa didn't give the go-ahead, my grandmother probably wouldn't like it. Fortunately, my mother was an activist, Pan-African and a Garveyite. She was always on the lookout for what she would view as restrictive Christianity, as she herself had left the church after leaving home. Papa coined me Mademoiselle Linnea, and I was his companion for the singing and whistling of famous tunes. We would whistle and sing together so loudly that the sound of our voices would travel beyond the yard and into the homes of nearby neighbors. We lived with Mama and Papa for almost a year on Hampton Road, where my brother and I attended Porus Primary, the school that my mother, her siblings, and even Papa and his siblings had attended decades prior. By the time I left, I had lost my British accent and had a very strong country girl accent. After this time, my parents purchased a house in Mandeville and we moved both home and school. However, we would always go to Porus and spend weekends, summer holidays and the like, For 8 years, we developed a deep and loving bond together, a bond so strong that it has taken me through the rest of my life and through his death. I was in my mid-teens when my immediate family returned to the UK. We sadly left our grandparents behind. By this time, I had attended Bel Air Prep and Manchester High School and had explored many extracurricular activities including dance, drama, music and karate. My father had become unwell and it was heartbreaking to leave Jamaica, and because most of our personal experiences had been so rich, colourful and expansive, and we had a strong community network, we struggled with the move. Most Jamaicans are understandably excited at the thought of moving abroad, which is culturally known as foreign. But being returning residents and having had a stable and enriching experience in Mandeville, Jamaica had become our home and we had no true desire to return to London. Within 3 years of leaving Jamaica, Papa's health took a turn for the worse and a stroke would eventually lead to his sad death. I was 16 years old at the time, and one thing I haven't mentioned so far is I come from a family of dreamers and seers. My grandparents, my parents, my brother and myself all had dreams with deep meanings, and we all saw things that came to pass. Papa's passing was preceded by a message that came in the form of dreams. My mother and I both had premonitions about his passing, and the loss of a powerful and irreplaceable father and grandfather was felt deeply. While we had been living in Jamaica, my own father had split each year between the both islands. Yes, England is an island too. 6 months in England and the other 6 months in Jamaica. For this reason, when I reflect upon it now, I can see that Papa had become my closest father figure since the day we met in Jamaica and remained so until this day, even in his passing. He was consistently stable and being retired, he was always available. Papa could always be found on his veranda with his leg raised up on the grill of the window, chilling out after a lifetime of grafting. As time would pass, it seemed as if the family had become anchorless and all kind of conflicts began to emerge. In hindsight, Papa's death was followed by some pretty dark energy. My mother's closest sister in age was quite the bully. She also had a deceptive nature and a jealous heart. Following Papa's death, she caused many major conflicts and, much to my dismay, even physical fights amongst the family, which I had personally never seen before. She was a terrorist who now felt uninhibited by Papa's absence and was literally demolishing the wider family unit and replacing the peace that existed with sheer terror. Papa's house was situated in the heart of a sauna-like tropical valley and surrounded by woodland. Throughout my childhood, it was always calm and quiet. It was never a place where I had even heard an argument. And yet, within 5 years of Papa's passing, all manner of mayhem began to unfold on Hampton Road. Some of his grown children, some of whom were becoming themselves grandparents at this time, were embroiled in ongoing petty battles. My mother had left the UK to take care of Mama in her later years, and it seems she fell victim to Mama's consistent meddling. My grandmother enjoyed the conflict, and upon close inspection, we would discover that she was being something of a puppet master, orchestrating battles behind the scenes while manipulating those whose character lacked strength and morality to do the lowest vibrational things. My grandmother loved the contention so much that after her husband passed, she announced that she would not write a legal will in the keen hopes that after her death, her children would fight over what in Jamaica is called deadleft. Deadleft refers to belongings left behind by a recently deceased person. In Jamaica,
I'm just checking the mic is on. So what I find interesting about this part of this story, which I don't think I say it, but I'm aware of it when I'm writing the script, is it really makes me think about the power of a good man and how much this is overlooked in modern society. But what happened with my grandfather made me realize he was a man of strong principle. You understand? And his principle, unknown to the rest of the family, was keeping everybody in check in the family when it came to their behavior. So, not only his adult children, it was keeping the behavior of his own wife in check. But because we were all used to him being around, we didn't realize that until he joined the ancestors, and then no one had a reason to behave because everyone's true nature came out, which revealed that he was this good man, that through his values, he was able to force people to be the best of himself. And, with his passing, there was no longer a deterrent for bad behavior. So, that man of strong principle, this person impacted the lives of many people simply through existing. And maybe he knew that if he didn't present himself in a certain way, then, but my grandfather was a real man. Like, women around him were not going to chastise him and run him into the ground. That was never, you get what I'm saying? That was never going to happen. And it's a good thing. We need more of that.
It is a well-reputed cause of much mayhem, theft, betrayal, and sometimes even death. From where I was standing, the family seemed to begin to shapeshift and unravel. Within 5 years of Papa's death, the whole cell was split by feuding. The same dysfunction had been rearing its head in my immediate family, and it seemed to me to be a pattern or cycle that was ongoing and somehow linked to our Jamaican heritage. For this reason, on several occasions I would withdraw and focus on myself and my own newly growing family for long periods of time. After starting to work as an usher in a local theatre, I honed my creative skills and became a performing arts teacher at 19 years old. From here I grew to become a professional musician, actor, workshop leader, yoga and meditation teacher, and an author in the making with 2 books on the way to being published. One self-penned and the other was written by my 12-year-old daughter. I had spent years in academic and spiritual study, working on myself and my family to bring us into a more balanced state. In 2014, while I was living in London, I was guided to take a trip that would weave its way through some of my immediate ancestral home grounds. Earlier that year, my baby cousin had sadly died in front of my eyes in a hospital, and I was aware that this experience had changed me, especially as before and after her death, I had a lot of dreams that I didn't quite understand. I flew from Heathrow Airport to JFK Airport to meet my paternal grandfather, Rupert Sims, for what would be the first and the last time. Such is the bittersweet blessing of following one's inner guidance. I was able to spend time with my father's father and finally put a friendly and proud face to his voice and name, just 2 years before he passed away. I still appreciate having the opportunity to meet him. It was a life-defining experience for me. R.I.P. Rupert. So one day, while I was in New York, I was traveling on a bus with my grand aunt through NYC from Manhattan to the Bronx, and I heard a voice that seemed to be speaking.
So far the story is like, it's all, story is going to take a different turn. But what I wanted to interject, I don't even know if I'm going to play the rest of the video. This video is going to be available as a members only video in my YouTube. Okay. What I do want to say is coming back to the grandfather, essentially what this video is about. If I play it and I start to break it down, I'm going to talk about people, which I've mentioned before earlier on today, people being born with some ancestral issues that need to be cleared spiritually with prayer and fasting and stuff like that. And obviously, given that Jamaica's history, like our heritage, isn't a joke one, and Jamaica has a certain energy to it, like it's extreme. So many of us, not just specifically Jamaicans, but we have ancestral baggage that we're carrying. And essentially, that's what the journey of this video is about, is how through me understanding that, how that led to me exploring African spirituality. And then the curve of that is how me studying and practicing African spirituality, fast forward, led me to scriptures. So anything ancestral or ancient, you get what I'm saying? Everything ended up taking me away from all of that and bringing me into the scriptures. And that's why I wasn't sure if I wanted to play this, because I ain't trying to encourage people to repeat my footsteps, but to hopefully gain a nugget from my experience. I'm not trying to encourage anyone, like one way or another, but I have had very intense ancestral experiences. And I know that this concept where I mentioned that I come from a family and we all dream, that's quite common in Jamaica. A lot of dreams are significant. Even the other day, 3 weeks ago, I had a dream. It was about a conversation that I was having with someone, and that person had told me some issues their child was having. And then I had a dream, and I realized I told them about the dream. I told them what came up. But recently, in the last couple of days, I've realized, maybe it wasn't for me to tell them about the dream, but just to act on everything that happened in the dream, which was a very practical thing, which was about making something for someone to drink for their health. The Jamaican way would be to take that seriously, because people have dreams all the time and they take them seriously. Just like in Jamaica, you have a dream lottery. That's the Chinese lottery, where they allocate numbers to certain topics so you can numerically decode your dreams, and then you can play those numbers, of which, by the way, I did it once and I won, and I played the same numbers the whole day and I won the whole day. Yeah. So what these are spiritual gifts. For some people, they're coming through as like prophetic gifts, the gift of seeing into what's coming up and stuff like that, or what's going on around you. And for some people, these are they are naturally prophetic, but there's some kind of interference in their ancestral line. Yeah. And so the dream life might be quite hard to endure, because they need to be taken off an ancestral / demonic altar, because they're both one and the same. All right. So yeah, just wanted to mention that. So on that note, I don't think I want to take it too far down that road. I know you guys are probably thinking, what? But remember, at the end of the day, I'm here to do a 24-hour stream to raise funds for Jamaica. And some topics may not, this may not be the right time. It's the right place, but I don't think it's the right time to overly, but obviously I'm sharing previous content, and with the docu-series that I did, it was quite intense in that way. And I am also looking forward to it being followed up when I have the time to sit down and, really make that time commitment. So please remember to share the link below. Please remember to donate, people. We've raised £49 so far. We need to make another 100, another 40, another 4. The link is in the description. This is to raise funds for survivors of Hurricane Melissa who really need financial support and financial sustenance in the upcoming days, weeks, and months as Jamaica is really going through a serious upheaval. And I just want to thank again everyone who has been contributing, who's been working on the ground, everyone who's been, whether you've been sending funds, you could be just talking to someone, helping them through, the stress of it, because that's another thing. Like you have mothers every day, they're just praying. I pray the light just comes back just so that I can buy a meal that I could put in the fridge and I can now save this amount of money this week. Or I hope the light comes back so I can go to work and earn, because now I'm not earning because my workplace isn't even open. And that's why I don't want to over explain why people wouldn't have funds, because the truth is there are many different reasons. But y'all know how good it is just to eat a good, a good meal to line your tummy. Oh, I know what I'm going to play now. And so I'm asking you to donate. And if you can't donate, I'm asking for you to truly be kind enough to share the link, to ask someone else to donate. I also do have, I'm not going to take guests on yet, but I have the links where you'll be able to come and speak to me. I'm going to have to hype up myself, I'm going to have to hype up myself because, okay, so I've been streaming for 3 hours and 50 minutes. So I've got 21 hours and 10 minutes to go. So no, I got to hype up myself. That's true. I'm like, nope, it's going to have to be a hype. Otherwise, how am I going to get through? So come on, people. Please bless the fundraiser. Oh, the video that I'm trying to download hasn't come through yet. So this was my first documentary that wasn't part of my Life After Death series. Oh, it's still downloading. It's still downloading. So I think I can play this in the meantime. Is it this one? Yeah. What is inspiring me to sing this song is my own experience of motherhood, which has truly been the most amazing journey of my life. So I dedicate this song to my beautiful daughter, Nevanika, and to all children and to all parents. To love, I can't sleep. Used to say to my mama, her eyes look so old. They used to say to my papa, she is too bold. As I got older, all they wanted to ask me is, what are you? Are you a Christian? Do you belong to Islam, a Rastafarian, or a Jew? Who are you? What do you stand for? Who do you worship? Ooh, wagwan everybody. Blessings, and I am back. I hope you enjoyed that. We're coming up to 10 a.m., which means that I've been streaming for 4 hours. Can you believe it? 4 hours in a. So thank you so much for tuning in. This is the 24-hour stream, raising funds for people in Jamaica after Hurricane Melissa, raising funds for food, raising funds for travel, raising funds for water and for medication. Basic essentials. The link is below. I'll just show it here. Please donate and share. And if you can't donate, please also share, because you never know who may be in a space where they can extend, some generosity. Ooh. Say about 3 hours now, this little fruit fly. So if you heard those footsteps, 4 paws. That's my little smooch going into documentary season. So I'm going to play a documentary. This is from The Feminine Mind. It's the first documentary that I did outside of my Life After Death documentary series. This one was a bit riveting. I think it has the highest views on my channel, and it is a topic that I did explore extensively up until the point where Afua Rose actually got arrested, and shortly after that I kind of fell off in terms of interest, but I do still have some information, some things to share. It just hasn't been a priority, but this one, you see, has a seat on my platform. So check it out. Let me know what you think. And please donate. Share the donation link. Thank you all so much. We're going into the 5th hour. It is now 1 minute past 10. So we're officially in the 5th hour of the 24-hour live stream. Only 18 hours and 58 minutes to go. Afua Rose, the Trauma Pimp. Date of birth, July 4th, 1969. Gender, female. Place of birth, London, United Kingdom. Ethnicity, Black Caribbean African descent. Heritage, first generation Black British, daughter of 2 Windrush immigrants from Jamaica. Religion, born again Christian, baptized following incarceration. Also claims to be a Hebrew Israelite. Political affiliation, Pan-African, allegedly. Marital status, divorced from Viv Amun, father of her second set of children. The identity of first child's father is publicly unknown. Separated from fellow convict and father of her last child. Convictions, served prison sentence in HM prison for international narcotics trafficking. Profession, psychotherapist, allegedly. Wants to be known for standing up against SA culture in South London primarily, being a poet and vocalist, With the exception of performance poetry as part of a duo throughout the 90s, there is no recent track record of this. Known for immorality and unethical conduct towards both men and women, flamboyant lying, slackness and vulgarity, naming black men, predominantly from South London, as SA offenders with or without evidence, and directly exposing her female audience to ex-convicts without disclosing this information. Known for hating black men and advising her audience to only date men who are not of dominant African descent, hating black women who don't support her cause. Also known for harassing and attacking women who refuse to be controlled by her narrative, verbal abuse against women in the sex industry and recipients of plastic surgery, partnering with Patrick Nathaniel Knight, aka Killer P, a known convict who did time in HM prison for beating the mother of his child with an ironing board, and has an extensive history of domestic violence against women, narcotics dealing, robbery, and crying online about being beaten up by an older man. Patrick Nathaniel Knight has been renounced by his immediate and wider South London community for allegedly being an undercover police informant. Also known for admitting to scheming for several months under a false identity to entrap the father of her youngest child in order to create a viral video where she chases him through a London park while berating him for unpaid child support. Claims to work with the Met Police. The Met Police have categorically denied these claims. Several defamation suits against her. Some are presently in court. Here are the definitions of some of the key terms used within this video. Trauma. Trauma is a psychological and emotional response to a distressing or disturbing event or series of events that are perceived as physically, mentally, or emotionally harmful. Trauma can have a profound impact on an individual's mental and emotional well-being, and it can manifest in various ways. Trauma can lead to a wide range of emotional and psychological responses: anxiety, depression, post-traumatic also struggle with trust issues, emotional regulation, and self-esteem. Trauma can have physical manifestations such as insomnia, nightmares, fatigue, and heightened stress responses, fight or flight reactions. Needless to say, in a patriarchal society, women and children experience chronically high levels of trauma. And for the descendants of the Caribbean and Windrush generation, who represent a large percentage of the South London and London population, there has been endless traumas endured by women at the hands of unevolved males, and sometimes at the hands of other women. Unfortunately, as times change, we have seen an increase in barbaric behavior from women. This year alone in Jamaica, several women are on trial for unliving their own children and the children of others. A number of women who have been charged with the responsibility of raising, protecting, and nurturing the children of this planet have become insipid with a new level of inhumane behavior, and unfortunately, behaviors that are usually associated with males. So when exhibited in women, it is understandably shocking to society. Pimp, a man who exploits women and/or controls sex workers, taking a large percentage of their earnings in return. This is often accompanied by mental, verbal, and physical abuse. Patriarchy, a system of society or government in which men hold the power and women are largely excluded from it. A social disease bred in humans through mental conditioning that predates white supremacy and is largely found to be rooted in religion, where doctrine suggests that women are not equal citizens to men, but rather born to become their property through marriage, slavery, inheritance, and war. Trauma pimp, The term trauma pimp is not a widely recognized or standard term within psychological or clinical contexts. It is often used informally to describe someone who exploits or manipulates another person's traumatic experiences for their own gain, whether it be for attention, sympathy, financial benefit, or some other personal advantage. This could involve exaggerating or falsely claiming traumatic experiences, using someone else's trauma for personal gain, or otherwise exploiting vulnerable individuals. This is a No Frills Black History Month and Halloween exclusive about a 54-year-old grandmother. Her name is Denise Rose and her public name is Afua Rose from Afua Speaks YouTube channel and the current director of Afua Speaks Limited. In her own words, Afua Trauma Pimp Rose is a psychotherapist, an activist, poetess, vocalist, social commentator, and Pan-Africanist. Her self-description is as elaborate as it is fraudulent, as following my own personal experience with her and upon completing my investigation into her conduct and character, this glory-seeking female, who I must refrain from defining as a woman due to her inability to grow into the years she has spent on this planet, is a trauma pimp. I am here today to address the demonic behavior and consistent misconduct of Afua Trauma Pimp Rose, as is my responsibility not only as an innocent recipient of her venomous character, but also as a keen observer of the corruption, treachery, and immoral behavior of a female who has relinquished her right to be defined as a woman. How, you may ask, can a female relinquish her right to be defined as a woman? Simple. A woman relinquishes the right to be seen as a woman when she refuses to utilize the ultimate feminine qualities of compassion, empathy, and love universally associated with being a woman. Femininity is not, in contrast to modern perspective, speaking in a soft voice, being submissive to the opposite sex, and dressing in a way men find appealing. That narrative emerges from patriarchal conditioning. Ultimate femininity is actually being loving, empathetic, compassionate, creative, and powerful. This can manifest as gentle or fierce power, either the soothing, regenerating balm that women are both adored and used for, or a penetrative cutlass of self-defense for self, loved ones, humanity, and nature, depending on what each situation requires. However, when a female seeks to profit, not from spearheading justice and healing for women who have experienced sexual trauma, but from telling their mostly unverified stories to an angry audience of SA survivors, while deliberately creating no space for healing, rehabilitation, and growth to occur, especially a female who claims to be a trained psychotherapist, who has full access to healing tools and awareness of ethical behavior, one can see her as a tool of destruction, an exploiter of human pain, and for lack of a better term, a trauma pimp. Afua Rose seemingly started her anti-SA campaign 2 years ago from a place of genuine concern for women in the South London community who had made several allegations about being assaulted by a well-known man named Vincent Rat. She exposed the depth of this travesty online, and consequently, several official bodies, including the Met Police and children's homes, were also complicit in what appears to be a tirade of SA against women and children going back several decades. She began her journey on Instagram, where she would go live and speak about these issues. Consequently, her platform grew and attracted both supporters and inevitable enemies. She then moved her platform to YouTube as she sought to monetize from the pain of others. Women kept coming forward, and Afua continued to expose men who were alleged assaulters of women. Now, this all sounds great on paper, especially if one has a non-critical bias towards women and their safety. But the truth isn't quite as simple. The initial problem is that Afua Rose doesn't only call out male assaulters of women, she also calls out men who are innocent of the serious allegations she makes. And due to her negligence in fact-checking and limited resources, she has become both a celebrated and hated figure, depending on the intelligence and integrity of those who have any perspective about her work. I know this from first-hand experience as a survivor of SA and a survivor of the mental disease that is patriarchy. While I have used the internet to document and investigate the perpetrators of my own assault, Afua Rose hasn't centered her work around her own child grooming and molestation experiences. Instead, her mission is to inflate her own name by monetizing the assault stories of other women, which makes it practically impossible for her to verify all the stories she reports, as many occurred decades ago. She also simply needs to hear a story to decide if it is accurate, which I document in the video, My Experience with Ex-Con Afua Rose, When Ego Eclipses Mission, Toxic Femininity and Treachery. I know this view may not sit well with some women, but being a woman does not make you immediately moral. Living in Jamaica, I grew to know of several women who falsely accused men of SA for several personal reasons, and so as important as it is to hold sacred space and empathy for survivors of SA, once someone is human, discernment has to be applied regardless of their gender. Basically, some women are wicked. In her evident hate for black men, it is understandable why Afua Rose jumps on almost every report that comes to her. Her channel relies on these stories as she can provide no further education, and when they become sparse, she uses her platform to bully and attack innocent women and men. There have been cases where women have recanted the statements made against their ex-partners and admitted publicly online that they had sent in malicious reports to Afua, and yet she only recently adjusted her verification process when I called her out online for this malpractice. Recently, a teenage girl was unalived in Croydon, South London, and Afua Rose irresponsibly posted a photo and details of a young black man who she accused of committing this heinous crime. This immediately put an innocent male's life at long-term risk, and even when she recanted the statement after the Met Police announced having the correct suspect in custody, rather than take responsibility for her unprofessional and cruel conduct, she attempted to brush it off by claiming to have seen numerous people posting the information, which led to her sharing it. She proudly calls her Instagram page The Wall of Shame and regularly threatens men and women about potentially posting them on it if they don't conform to her skewed reality. Additionally, she colludes with known trolls, people who run false accounts solely to defame others, to create spin and propaganda for her channel. Afua functions much more like a politician who is running for government than a woman who is seeking justice. Given the justice systems of most countries around the world, it is hard to get a conviction for SA. But in the case of Afua Rose, in contrast to the amount of allegations she has made online, her conviction rate is sorely lacking. Allegations have surfaced that Afua Rose is more sinister than it may appear. She is alleged to be a Freemason and part of a demonic cult that generates and then consumes negative human energy in order to sustain itself. As extreme as these allegations may be, they don't seem unfounded when her conduct is thoroughly examined. Here are some questions to consider. Why does Afua Rose refuse to create a charity or non-profit organization around her work? She has stated that she is avoiding white supremacy, an overused excuse by modern Pan-Africans who know it will trigger their audience due to the existence of white supremacy and the impact on the lives of black people. She claims there is too much red tape and financial auditing, which indicates a desire to not be held accountable for the way she uses the funding she receives, largely through donations, which are rarely disclosed to the public. Afua Rose prefers to utilize public funds for her own personal gain without external review. Her business, Afua Speaks Limited, was formed in October 2021 and consistently fails to submit tax documents in a timely manner. It is once again facing a legal strike from the Companies House with a view to dissolve the company. Why does Afua accuse men of SA and in cases where it is clearly disproven, refuses to recant her statements? Why does Afua have no concern for the destruction of the families and children connected to those who she spreads allegations about online? Why does Afua attack women online if she claims to be a women's rights activist and claims to know what patriarchy is? What examples exist of Afua Rose's misconduct? Why does she tell people they will find nothing online when they investigate her past? It is because she is cunningly aware that her entire work and personal history has been completely wiped from the internet, and often finds excuses for the frail descriptions of her work history. For example, on LinkedIn, where none of her roles reflect the job of a psychotherapist. Why does Afua Rose have security who work for free or at a reduced cost when men statistically and historically don't care about women's rights? Is it possible these men support her with an ulterior agenda, which is the cultivation of evil for the consumption of demonic forces? Why did Afua Rose have security for herself at the His Time Is Up march in 2022, but no official security for the vulnerable female demonstrators of all ages that she invited to protest? Does she not deem the safety and lives of her supporters, who are mainly SA and DV survivors, important? She put all of her supporters at risk during the last march, and sadly, this included the safety of her own child, who is a minor and was left unaccompanied throughout most of the march. She had received over £3,000 in public support, which includes a donation I made myself, and yet she refused to use this money to hire professional security for all present at the march. Ask yourself why. Why did Afua ask Killer P, Patrick Nathaniel Knight, the Pussycat, a convict of domestic violence, to volunteer as security for her women's rights march when he is a documented threat to all women? Why does she continue to represent him, even though I made him confess online to his DV conviction when I ferociously instructed his audience to run a Claire's Law report on him to establish the truth about his violent ways? What does Afua's behavior mean, and what is her true role in society? What seeds is she planting, and who is reaping the fruit it bears? If Afua is a psychotherapist, as she states, rather than the psychopath she acts like, she will have in-depth knowledge about the subconscious mind and the differences between male and female psychology. She has the academic know-how and ability to manipulate the unsuspecting minds of women in a way they may not realize. Twisting words like a snake with a split tongue or a multi-headed beast. If indeed psychotherapy is her academic background, instead of a liberator of women, what we have is a heartless trauma pimp, an exploiter and shapeshifter who literally monetizes the trauma of women who, according to various reputable sources, are the subconscious energy of this planet, and consequently, without full knowledge of self, very easy to manipulate, patriarchize, and control. What happens when a female abandons or never had access to her higher characteristics of womanhood? What happens when a female has no conscience, no sisterhood, and no compassion for those she sees herself as better than, in clear denial of her own molestation experience, which implies a woman should be ashamed of their assault experience? What happens when women develop comradeship with a female who has stated publicly that she cannot have female friends? A woman who fails to rise into womanhood and raise her children as is the natural order of things. A woman who behaves like an unevolved male. Why does Afro Rose attack women with plastic surgery, sex workers, and women who have had their children taken away from them, while threatening to attack them physically? Is her concern only for people who share the same belief system she does? And if so, is she truly a supporter of women? Why does Afro Rose publicly berate and abuse women who clearly have mental health issues when she herself is a psychotherapist? Does that behavior fall within the ethical code of a therapist? Question: if psychotherapy is so impactful on one's healing and behavior, why aren't the benefits of this evident in Afro's behavior? Why is a 53-year-old at the time black female, a mother and grandmother, who clearly has the ability to earn and provide for her own child, spending months pretending to be someone else, just so she can vengefully accost her own child's father on film, solely with the intent to shame him publicly and monetize her own inability to accept the situation she finds herself in as a single mother? Why can teenage mothers conduct themselves with more integrity when their children are fathered by males who decide to be absent from the children's lives? If psychotherapy is such an impactful healing tool, why is Afua back to fronting? Back to fronting is when someone starts life off with what seems to be the right foot, but ends up regressing to levels of experiences usually associated with youth. Afua Rose personally told me she had her children with a stable and consistent partner, Viva Moon, and if I'm not mistaken, a first child with another man. She was able to have stability with her husband and children, a home, a career that, according to her, but unverifiable due to her history being wiped off the internet, took them from supporting and allegedly exploiting small businesses to working with Trident, the UK's black-on-black knife crime prevention program. It is clear she worked with her former husband, and part of her rage is due to her inability to heal from a feeling of being used and being the ultimate sacrifice for him and his success. Upon divorcing Viv Amun, instead of healing and rising into victory, she had a child with a man who was unable to provide in the way her ex-husband did. She was incarcerated for a crime that a woman of her age and education had no business being involved in. Yet, under the guise of black economic liberation and anti-white supremacy, that same overused excuse of many alleged Pan-Africans, she attempts to wear this discretion as a badge of honor to prevent others from analyzing her clear misconduct and lack of good character. How was Afua Rose able to 1. fall from a corporate position to gaining a conviction as an international narcotics trafficker, 2. have a relationship and subsequent child with an ex-convict like herself, 3. resort to disgracefully filming and revealing the identity of the father of her youngest child with the intent of showcasing the video online for the whole world to see. 4. Fail to see that while she was seeking to degrade and demean her child's father, she was degrading not only herself, not only her child who she claimed to be vindicating, but black women in general. She proved that regardless of her alleged level of education, she was only too happy to be a stereotype for all of society to see. 5. How beneficial can her alleged psychotherapy qualifications and experiences be when it is clear on several counts that she is unable to use this experience to do the most important thing women need to do right now on this planet, to heal herself? 6. Why does Afua Rose lie to create content, slander both men and women, with no care for how this may impact them and their families? 7. Was she always this morally insipid, or is this the result of the traumas and disappointments in love that she herself hasn't resolved? 8. Is her unresolved anger towards her ex-husband for what she alleges was consistent infidelity the true wound that she is disguising with her indignation? 9. Is Afua in competition with her ex-husband, who she clearly did her best to support in the spirit of black love and Pan-Africanism? Narratives that are used to exploit women to be martyrs for men while never gaining the love and commitment she desired from him? 10. Is Afua Speaks and the His Time Is Up cyber movement simply a disguise for the old adage, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned? Or can there be something more sinister at play? Something unmentionable to most, a recruitment from the evil forces that permeate this planet in an ongoing battle with the forces of goodness. One of the allegations that has repeatedly surfaced throughout my research for this video is the idea that Afua Rose is a plant within the black community, an agent of chaos whose role is to strategically lower the vibration of women and, by default, the entire black population. I mention the black population because her work is exclusive to black men and women, not all men and all women of all races. 11. Is Afua building bridges and creating safe spaces for women with her expertise? Absolutely not. Clearly, even bringing Patrick Nathaniel Knight, Killer P the Pussycat, into her fold demonstrates this. Dangerous is the woman whose tongue doesn't belong to her. It can undress and reveal her in a way no man can. Afua Rose spoke at length to me about Mega Man, a former member of the So Solid crew, an iconic British music group from the late 90s. From this crew came a number of prominent entertainers, including Ashley Walters, an actor, who is most recently known for playing the character of Duchesne in Top Boy. Unfortunately, in the early days of So Solid, one of the most prominent group members, Mega Man, who was truly loved across the UK, was put on trial for being complicit in unaliving someone, and upon his release, he has taken steps to improve his own community. Part of this solidarity manifested in him showing support to Afua Rose during the initial growth of her whistleblowing. Mega Man provided security for the first His Time Is Up march held in Brixton in 2021, and he has continued to offer support to her platform. However, Afua Rose has no loyalty to anyone. In 2022, when she was planning the second His Time Is Up march, she complained directly to me that Mega Man hadn't offered security as was done the year prior. I told her to simply ask him for help because I'm a practical, solution-focused woman and I don't care for complaining or gossip. I was shocked when after the march, upon not receiving further support from Mega Man, Afua spoke about knowing that Mega Man was a police informant and went on to state that this is the reason why he was released from prison way in advance of the sentence time he was given. Please note, this is categorically untrue, and a simple internet search will reveal that Mega Man, real name Dwayne Vincent, attended a first trial during which the jury could not form a verdict and was released from prison after a year because the jury found him not guilty after a retrial.
This, in addition to other disgusting statements from her, made it crystal clear to me just how fickle, vindictive, and evil Afua Rose is. She suffers from a clear short-term memory, and even worse, she is the perfect example of an ingrate. She suffers from lack of gratitude and conscientiousness that I've observed in a female for a very long time. As soon as she stopped receiving what she wanted from Mega Man, a man who did not have to support her in any way, she was only too willing to throw him under the bus. The same way she threw her youngest daughter's father under the bus when she spent weeks and months sweet-talking him by pretending to be a woman he met at a party. This is the same way she will turn on anyone who doesn't do as she desires, including, unfortunately for her, myself. Is it possible, as the allegations infer, that Afua Rose isn't just a deeply wounded woman, a woman who hasn't had the best loving experiences with the men she chooses? Is it possible that Afua Rose is a demon consciously working for negative forces in order to foster hate and evil in the hearts of people just so she can feed this energy to an even more demonic entity and organization? Based on her own behavior, it definitely is possible. If those who are observing the culture want to see what the truth is, simply pay attention. Whatever the truth is, there are too many red flags surrounding this trauma pimp for her not to be acknowledged as a female demonic force. Someone who summons hate, rage, fear and war in the hearts of women and men, knowing it will trickle throughout the lives of everyone they come into contact with. The barbaric way she uses a woman's vagina and sexuality, the same aspects that are targeted in SA and gender-based violence, in a bid to attack the same kind of women she pretends to be defending. Something doesn't add up, and we all need to do the maths for ourselves. It is our personal responsibility not to suspend our disbelief in the way one does when watching a play or reading a book or watching a film. Afua Rose is not only a trauma pimp, she is a demon, and her track record, the one that hasn't been wiped from the internet, evinces that. She has hurt and disturbed so many innocent women and men. The old school era is over. This is the 2020s, and our intellect is not to be surpassed by technology and algorithms. We need to think clearly, ask for the intelligence, not just sheer desire and emotion to guide our perceptions. When we create standards and zero tolerance for antagonists of women, therefore antagonists of nature, we won't accept the obvious infiltration of culture by abnormal influences whose sole purpose is to feast on the pain and suffering of others. I think for myself, and I want others to have the freedom to do the same. My thoughts are simply a drop in the ocean of consciousness, and yet I drop them all the same, as quality, not quantity, matters. I hope you take the time to consider and examine Afua Rose from all angles, especially the ones she works passionately to disguise. One day, this video and all videos that express legitimate disdain for the trauma pimp will be used as a reference to assess who she truly is, and for this reason, I am thankful I've had the opportunity to create it. Although my primary focus is my personal creativity, delving into this topic was not a distraction. It is a worthy pursuit for a woman who recognizes that her value lies not in the hands and eyes of others, a marriage, status, or anything external. Women, men, children, protect your minds in these serious times, as evil no longer lurks only at your door waiting to penetrate your homes. It comes directly to you through dangerous people who spread propaganda and lies through your phone.
If you have any information to contribute regarding Afro Rose, please reach out. Living in this place that I call this world. Can't have that song playing. Hold on. Blessings, everyone. Can't have that song playing. I was like, no. So I hope I don't get in trouble for that. Let's check the time. It's 10:38. So I have been streaming for 4 hours and 38 minutes. Good afternoon, good morning, good night, depending on where you are. This is the 5th hour of the 24-hour fundraiser for the Help Jamaica Rebuild After Hurricane Melissa Relief Fund. GoFund. The link is below if you'd like to see it on the screen. Here it is. Thank you so much for staying with me. I've always had someone with me. I started to flake out a while ago. I was like, no, sir, I'm going to play one long video. Ran outside, got some fresh air, you know? And yeah, I don't know why I decided to start at 6 a.m. to be honest, but you know what? Within the first hour, I received £49 of a donation for the fundraiser, which has really given me a pep in my step. And I think anything that's worth doing, what I'm saying, anything that's worth doing is worth doing properly. So on that note, let me get rid of this video that I was just playing. Hope you enjoyed that. That was my first non-life after death documentary. I had to link to Cybershot. I had to link to Cybershot. So I just want to bring up. So this is the video I did a couple days ago. Again, bringing the focus back to Hurricane Melissa. Like, we're here for 24 hours. So there's going to be a little bit of this, a little bit of that. But let's remember, this is in content, which is like between Williamsfield, Kirkvine area in Manchester. And I will see you on the other side. I'm going to get the video now that I did a live stream about a year after the Afro Rose documentary. So this is just to break it up and also to bring the focus as to why we're here today and to remind y'all to donate. Welcome to the Feminine Mind. My name is Linnea, and thank you so much for tuning in. Today is day 13 after Hurricane Melissa, unfortunately, sadly, hit Jamaica, causing so much devastation. And I wanted to speak about an area in Manchester called Comfort, which is like a Williamsfield, Kirkvine area that is experiencing this kind of rising of water that is coming from within the earth. So it's not the first time this has happened in Jamaica. I do remember in 2004, I think it was Hurricane Ivan, when it hit Jamaica, it literally brought so much water that after the hurricane passed, water started to emerge from the many caves and tunnels that are a part of Manchester's infrastructure. Like, people might not see it, but Manchester is filled with caves and tunnels, and so when this heavy water comes, it seems to be collected somewhere, and then after it starts to re-emerge. So you have some houses in this community, it would appear that it was rain that came down, but actually the water is rising literally from the ground. So I want to show you some videos about this. You may have already seen it, and you can see like the stages of how it's really increasing. So let's have a look.
This is Williamsfield content. As far as you can see, it's water. We're on a rooftop doing this live video right now. As far as you can see, it's water in Williamsfield.
This is a new pond in Manchester, and they also did a test and said that the water is not fresh. It is salted water that is coming from coming up here. So I think this is a result of
Water
immature minding.
keeping the water rising.
Yeah, because they never do no proper test when they mine the place. And they almost everywhere you look, you can see some water bubbling up.
Okay, so he's talking about mining. So in this area, specifically in this area, but in Manchester generally, there's a lot of mining of the soil, which is used to make aluminium. So just before you reach to Williamsfield, there's like a big, I think we call it the mud lake. And it's like a lake filled with this red extract that is the byproduct that comes from mining the soil. But I think that they say that this extract, although it looks like a liquid mud, apparently is acidic. So if you were to drop something into it, you know what I mean, it would disappear. So what he's saying is that the mining that's going on in the area, which makes sense, it's extracting craters of soil, dirt, stone out of the earth. So when the rains come after, it creates all these places for the water to settle and then spread how it wants to spread, you know?
Some water coming up from
People
somewhere.
moving out right now.
The water is not fresh, it is salty.
People moving out right now, as you can see. People moving out.
And I think the fact that the water is salty could speak to the minerals and what the water has accessed in the soil. And obviously, if it's rising through the soil, it's most likely dragging different minerals and, you know, different substances with it. So let's have a look at this one.
An update from Monday. Now, Monday we could have seen some of the windows, but now we only have the roof. And one of the houses at the back, it totally submerged under the water. So it's evident that the water has risen and appears to still be rising because the people on the ground made some marks in the road and them let them time it. So them start at 9 a.m. the water there. So and then the water cover it. So it's evident that it is still rising. We don't know how far up it's going to go, but that go on. So when you look, it's a whole heap of water. And the scariest thing is that the people further to the back, them don't even know if them safe at the moment. So yeah.
Well, this video was that's 5 days ago because it's the 10th today. So, you know, I have family that live close to here and they've walked down just to have a look, and they themselves, they don't even know if where they are is going to become immersed with water. It's just very, very sad. Close to this area is another community called Porus, which my family is also from. I remember when Hurricane Ivan hit in 2004, the water from the caves not only rose in this area, but then started to flow through the mountains. There was a waterfall that came down in what's that place called? Melrose Hill. And different roads in Porus, people were using boats because the amount of water that was being expelled, that's essentially what's happening. This is the land expelling the water.
Yeah, I guess it's just a matter of time, and then people are saying probably this water stay permanent. I don't know, but the road completely submerged underwater, as you can see. Even the entrance to the office, the alcohol office, water gone in there, so the water there over the other side of the road. So man, it's a whole heap of water. So let's hope it subsides soon.
Yeah, and bear in mind, this isn't a river and there's no river here. It's not like a river bank has burst open. So this community, they would have gone through the hurricane, you know, weather the storm, and most likely when they think, okay, it's time to recover, this starts to happen. So prayers, sending prayers to everyone who's being affected by this, because it can't be easy at all. Let's have a look at this one. So, hold on there. So this would be before the last video, because the last video, the roofs are completely covered.
Yo.
And look how far them I drive. Like they drove a decent distance before the water stopped. So I also came across some informations.
Great excitement about the rising water down in Content or Kirkvine in Mandeville. But to be honest, it's not the first time this is happening. After Ivan, this actually happened before. And whenever you see this happen, soon you'll see the falls that is behind the Yam place on Melrose. You'll see a fall start to appear around there. I mean, know people are going to say, oh, nothing go so, Ray. Believe me, it's just the raising water table, it will go away. But I remember being a child, and you did have the falls that just appear behind the Yam place. Believe me, ask anybody who originally come from Mandeville or Manchester, them can tell you that there's a falls behind Yam place at Melrose.
Look at that. And that leads to this last video, which the guy, I think he makes some significant points.
Community called Content in Manchester, the Mandeville. Now, this also happened back in 2002 when I'm in high school. I think of grade 10 going into grade 11. Or grade 11 in them time there. Right? And when the rainy season come down and the whole of Mandeville flood out. Remember them time back in 2002 when the whole of porous wash away. Or even Yam Hill them have falls and all them things that they over there, so whole heap of area just flood out. Whole heap of pond.
I think he means 2004.
Different waterfalls that spring up, right?
2004?
No. This year was also flooded the last time. Even the road. So I don't understand why the government did not condemn the era from them time there. Why them allow it to happen again? Because it's a government problem. It is a government issue. I think PNP was in power last time it happened. So this is on both PNP and the JLP. Why wouldn't I step in and condemn the area? Would I make it happen again? And again and again and again? Move the goddamn road.
I mean, that's fair enough, because I was thinking, so why are people still living there? You know, see a house, did that happen to your yard 20 years ago? But ultimately, people will do what they're doing. So yeah, the government could step in and say, yeah, this is a condemned land now.
Condemn the friggin' area. Nobody not supposed to even live there, sir. That don't make no sense. Say come back, come happen again. We don't know say they're gonna happen again, bro. We don't know. We don't see happen already. And with them type of rain will fall. We don't know what's gonna happen again. And gonna allow it to happen. People them go back and build back and lose everything again. And other people should have better sense of go back less afterward or the experience the first time.
Yeah.
Now it happened again. Everybody needs to move, but the government needs to condemn the area and move the road. Because that is a main road leading towards Christiana. The area needs to condemn.
I agree. And it's sad that now it's like shoulda, woulda, coulda. Who knows? Someone might have owned, those people might own the land, not be able to sell it. We don't really know what the real deal is, but this is destabilizing for those people. So yeah, sending prayers. I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to develop. Apparently the waters are now making their way down to Porous. So if Manchester, different regions, if the land has to expel, like, okay, hacho, and push back the water, hopefully it will happen as soon as possible. And once again, sending prayers and of love and support and safety, all of those things for everyone affected. And please remember to, I'm going to do a video about, the amount of people that's coming out saying, don't donate to Andrew Holness, don't donate to the government because y'all ain't gonna get the money. So please remember, I'm running the Please Help Jamaica Rebuild After Hurricane Melissa Fund. It will be linked below. This is not linked to any governmental body. We're sending the money directly to Jamaica into the hands of those who need it for food, water. They can't use it for light. If there's no light in that area, there's no light. Do you get what I'm saying? But for survival, essentially. So please remember that. And I'll see you soon. And remember, Thursday, I'm going to be doing my 24-hour streaming marathon to raise funds for Jamaica. So I'm going to schedule that today, and I look forward to seeing you in my next video. Stay blessed, big up on yourself, take care of yourselves and your loved ones, and give thanks and praises. We made it to see another day. Peace. Peace. And it is Thursday, right? So this is Thursday. This is oh my gosh, time is going, it's 10:53, which means that I've been live for 4 hours and 53 minutes. We have raised £49, which is around 10,000 Jamaican dollars for our next deposit to the island, which we usually do through Western Union. So please make sure that you check out the donation link, share the donation link, and be sure to donate if you can. Yep, coming up to 5 hours. I'm feeling pretty good about that. That means I have 19 hours left. The next video I'm about to play comes from I don't think it was last year. That's so crazy. I'm like, was this last year or the year before? It might have been. I think it was raw. Time, maybe it was last year or the year before, but it's a follow-up to the documentary that I just played. I also noticed that as the light is changing, because I've tried to block out the windows, I thought the lighting would stay steady because, me and my lighting, but you can see it's chipping. So I'll try and see if there's a way that I can fix that off screen. All right, let me see if I can find this video. Make sure that you donate, people. It's really, really, really important that I get the funds up as we go through the day. This may be in portrait mode. Let's have a look. Oh, dang. It really is. Hold on. Good evening. Happy Friday and happy spring, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning into this very impromptu stream. I don't usually go live on this platform. I must say I've been thinking about it, and I recently found out that you can go live in, what's this? Portrait? Landscape? Portrait. In Portrait. So I thought I would give it a try today. Blessings, Thunder. Thank you so much for joining. So I did say 10 p.m. sharp, but I managed to make it around 4 p.m. Okay. And I've come to say, hey, what's a way that time is longer than rope? In Jamaica, we have a saying, time is longer than rope. Okay. So before I get into it, thank you all so much for joining me. Thank you to those of you who I know will come back and watch this video. Apologies for not putting out a video the past few weeks. I was literally getting information to put out an update on Afro Rose. Okay, so a few people have been giving me statements about their experiences of Afro Rose, and that was due to come out maybe on Sunday. But before we could even get there, I spent the day out with one of my beautiful, beautiful goddess sisters. Okay, it's Women's Month, as you know, so we're celebrating our goddesshood. We're celebrating our friendships, our genuine friendships that we have. And on the way home, my phone just started blowing up. Like someone reached out to me and the WhatsApp was filled with videos. And I said, okay, when I get home, I'll check. And just before I got to my house, I was able to take my phone out and have a look at these videos. And lo and behold, just as the title says, the videos featured Afua Rose of the Afua Speaks YouTube channel, self-proclaimed women's rights activist who I have clearly explained in many different ways, someone who has a very low level of morality, someone who is a trauma pimp who traumatizes women and men. She traumatizes the stories of women for monetization, for financial gain, and someone who is always accusing a bag of men of assault without having any evidence. This woman goes above and beyond. Apparently, I even found out today she gets fake witnesses. Do you understand? She signs documents and pretends that these are coming from witnesses when she's having these court cases. And today she was arrested by, well, in the message it said 20 policemen. Now, I don't know if it was 20 policemen that arrested Afro Rose, but I do know that she was very clearly arrested today. And as the great blessings, the great honor and prosper 52, I totally agree. This arrest is long overdue. And for me, I am not here to celebrate the downfall of others. If you check my content, it's usually just about me and my personal experiences. But in this case, because of personally, I have been a recipient to so much malicious communications, hate speech, defamation, and slander from Afro Rose. Myself, as a woman, I have been at the end of her nasty, evil, demonic conduct. And so many other men and women have been victimized by someone who thought, what does Stormzy say? You're too big for your boots. Someone who felt like they were too big for their boots. So I've come to speak about this with you guys. I know that her audience, mainly people who are, blessings, Kerry! What's up, Kerry Mustington? Me too. And you know, this really isn't a gender-based Me Too. I've spoken to several women who she has gone above and beyond to insult not only the women themselves, their families, their deceased family members. Do you understand? It's like Afro Rose has no boundaries. And also men, a range of men who have been accused of things, men, even young boys who were accused of causing, I'm trying to find the right word, unaliving teenage people. I literally have had such a wide scope of people come forward. And if you would like me to showcase your story, even if it's anonymous, please reach out to me. You can contact me via my website. It's lineaofficial.com. There's a contact box, okay? Please send me a message, because literally a few people who are watching and who will watch can vouch for the fact that in the past 5 days, I've been reaching out to people and asking them, you know, I understand you might want to do this anonymously because Afiwa's tongue is so vicious. Do you understand? So a lot of people, they're just watching from the sides. But I wanted people to tell me in their own words, in a paragraph or two, what their experiences were, so I could actually show the wide spectrum of people who have been affected by her, the trauma that she's caused, families, family members, and the divisive energy that she's using to attack a community that she actually lives very far away from. So we've discovered, sorry, I feel like I'm talking so far because we've got to get it out, right? We have discovered that there have been, let me just put my thing on Do Not Disturb. Where is it? Okay, focus. My apologies, everyone. I just don't want anyone to call me or something and to block my thing. So Straight Talk, No Faking 2.0 says only a blind person couldn't see this happening. I totally agree. Kerry Mussington says, I was a victim of her behavior for weeks. I've been a victim of her behavior for almost a year. Like, me know semi cute, you understand? Me know semi cute, you know? Me know semi cute. And I know that I am not, I'm definitely not above anyone, but I'm not the average woman out here, okay? I've got many different skills and experiences, but the way how Afua, I mean, this isn't even through me watching her content. This is through other people coming and telling me that week after week after week after week, my name is in Afua's crusty mouth. And so for me personally, I was telling someone today, someone who I really respect, who's been very supportive throughout this journey. I was like, hey, it's one thing if you want to come out with a bunch of lies and you spend your 2 hours because you've got no true content. You just want to talk about me, okay? Okay, I forgive you for that. But you see this thing of every time you're doing your show, you're talking about me, you're talking about my child, you're talking about my business, of which most people don't have a clue what I'm doing, okay? I have to push myself to post on social media. I'm being very creative behind the scenes. She does not care who it is. She has no loyalty to women. She has no loyalty to men. And part of this new work that I was going to put out, like it was going to be Afro Rose, the Trauma Pimp Part 2, because I wanted to explain some nuances that are very, very deviant within Afro Rose's conduct. I wanted to explain how Afro Rose is suffering from cognitive dissonance. Like she's got some belief systems, like she believes in, what would she say? Like Pan-Africanism and this and that. She believes in the nuclear family. She believes in man, woman, and child, and they all have to be the same race. But her own experiences should have at least shaken up those beliefs. So she pretends like she's fighting in one direction when in fact she is just trying to dismantle and destroy. Kelly says, I agree though, some things didn't add up. But again, let's wait to see how this all plays out. And absolutely, for me, this is not an allegation that she's been arrested. So let me see what I can show you. I want to show you some of the videos that have been sent to me. I don't know what's going to happen. I've heard many different views. Some people are saying, look, she's probably just going to be arrested for a few hours. She will receive bail. And then, you know, she'll be able to set up her defense. One of the things that I heard a few weeks ago is that when she initially went to court, she made some very derogatory statements about the judge, not even about the person who she was in arms with, but she essentially said that the judge was a pedo. Okay, filing cabinet. And I was thinking, Afua must have clearly, like, she's lost her marbles. Remember that as women evolve, they have to take certain supplements. They go through hormonal changes. If you don't take care of yourself, you can actually lose your mind. You get what I'm saying? So before I play the video, I want to see. The women had them doing the most on my phone number, offering actual services, threatening to get me and my missus, threatening to lick me off my bike, F me up, what? At my garage and all nonsense. But hey, well, I'm sorry you've had that experience, because one thing I realize is it's not just Afua on her own. She does send out her little goons, her little dunce bats. Now, as I just want to say this, okay? As a woman who has openly, I have spoken about experiencing assault, I recommend that if you have a story to tell, you be that woman and you tell your own story. I knew that from the beginning. That's why I never used Afro Rose's platform to speak any of my business. If you want to heal, and we have to heal, we can't just be here to re-traumatize and to sit in the wound. If you feel like you've healed to a stage where you're ready to talk, because that's when you should talk, okay? When you're no longer vulnerable, when you're no longer fractured, you talk on your own platform. Don't allow someone who clearly has no morals, someone who's on some, I don't even want to cuss bad word. Let me play the video. Seriously, I'm going to feel like say, I'm going to cuss bad word. Okay, so that's the first video, and I do have another one. Like, y'all need to see this. Y'all need to watch this video. And big up to DJ
Afro Rose arrested. Afro Rose has been arrested. She's in the back of that police van. She came to court today. She thought it was a defamation case only, and Afro Rose has been arrested. She's in the back of the van as we speak. Arrested. Yes, take her away. Afro Rose, you lot's faithful activists, arrested in the back of the van. Yes! Nicked, yeah? In that van. There she goes. Afro Rose arrested. Oh, mate, where's my man? Yeah, this is brilliant. Nicked. That is it. For months. Yeah, she did. She went, this time is up. For months. For months, this woman was on my name. Nicked. Arrested in front of my face. Sorry, my people, I'm just too excited right now. I'm too excited right now. Hold on a minute, because you lot didn't even get to see the actual. Let me just show you lot, in case you don't think it's joke I'm telling. 1 second. Let's get this up. There she is, walking with the officers. Officers have got her. Look, they came in heavy-handed. You're gonna see her.
Where is Aqua's mouth when she's
Bodyguard behind her, can't do nothing, can't stop it. There she is. Look, see her. There you go.
Where's her mouth?
Look, officers got her right there. Look. Back of the van you go, mate. Back of the van you go. In you go. Yes. Yeah. This is. There you go. Back of the van. Back of the. Look. Back of the van.
Let me just pause that a moment. So Kelly says that she's confused as well. She thought the court date was in June. And last week she said that she was in fact taking someone to court and that they should run and tell everyone that. But what happened is Afua was set up. So she was set up because she thinks she's so slick, right? So she was set up. So we'll get back to that.
Shaka, Afua Rose arrested. Back of the van, mate. In you go.
And she can
Shaka said good.
And she can go and answer now why she's so light. Now, now she needs to go and answer because she stand up in court when it was dismissed and finished with.
Yeah.
She's telling the judge that there's the people who's been
terrorizing her. Imagine that.
I've never seen the woman in my life.
You never met the woman before.
Been in the same space.
It's the first ever time we've seen this woman in our life.
Even police come up to me and say to me, is your name Denise?
Rose?
I was like, yes. I said, my name big and proud and take out my driving license because I'm not Afua Rose, aka Denise Rose.
Afua Rose arrested, nicked.
So we will see what's going to happen now. She can run her long mouth with them.
Yeah.
She can go and talk a whole heap of lion story with the Met Police, telling them why she's on her lives. Lying on people,
and calling me all kind of disgusting names,
all kind of disgusting
names, crimes.
Just because she feels like, is any of us in the back of police?
We're not in the back of no police van.
Are we in the back of a van? And Afua Rose, I'm not frightened of you. You tried to stare me out when the court was finished and pushing. I'm not frightened for you because I don't do you nothing and I do not know you and I do not activate terrorism like yourself.
Yeah.
So don't try that with me. I'm the wrong person.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
Afua Rose.
Yeah.
Now, did you hear that? Hear the word sound. Now, I don't know who this lady is. I'm actually going to get a lot more information about exactly what's happened as I go into future live streams that I'm going to do on this. But she says that Afua is practicing terrorism. Do you understand? So don't think that you can just come on any platform, wax lyrical about anyone that you want to, and you're going to get away from it. Because clearly in this case, that is not the case.
I say so.
Nicked. All right, for those of you that missed it, I'm going to show you right now the footage, yeah? For those of you that missed it, show you what's going on. This is brilliant. I said the day would come. I told everyone.
What's up?
I told everyone. All right, there you go. Have a look. She's walking. She's walking. She's in front of that. She even came with security guard. Imagine that. So look, there she is in a grey suit. See her there? Look. Back of the van. Back of the van you go, mate. Back of the fighting van, mate. Sorry, excuse my language. Yeah, nicked. Yo, the thing's sweet, me, I see. Watch out. Nicked. Let me go and post this because as loud as she was, calling me all type of names, disgusting things, nicked, mate. Afua Rose nicked. Nicked, mate. Yeah? Look at her. Afua Rose nicked, yeah? She put me through hell. This woman put me through hell. Yeah? She made so much problems in my family. Yeah, not even problems, like she made stress. So she didn't even say stress because my family's here. You get me? I'm loved by my family. Yeah, but she caused so much stress with all the lies, telling people I'm a woman and I'm pretending to this and rare, and I'm raping and I'm paedophile. The amount of stress this woman caused me. Yeah, nicked, mate. Let me show you lot again for those of you that missed it. Fucking nicked. Who's that? Is that Styler? That's not Styler. Who's that? Yeah, you don't want to listen to this woman. You're not talking about, oh, have you seen her live? Have you seen, she said this and she said that. Nicked, mate. Yeah? Because it's criminal what she's been doing. All right? So yeah, nicked, mate. Fucking nicked. So watch, you watch. I'm gonna do a proper live. I'm gonna explain everything. Yeah, I'm gonna explain everything. But this woman is going down, and I'm the reason for it. For every person that she's troubled and told lies on, she tricked you lot, she's hoodwinked you lot, she's made you believe that she's some kind of activist. There's so much lies you lot don't know about this woman. I just sat in court and heard it all. I got the whole recording. I heard every single thing. Yeah, and she thought she was coming out of that court. Look, there it is. She thought she was gonna walk out of that court, and all right, it's only defamation. I got to pay a fine. No, because you're guilty of criminal charges as well. The police came. About 20 officers came to arrest her. About 20 heavy-handed because of her history, her prolific criminal history. Yeah, and because they know she's prolific, they came heavy-handed. Yeah, so let me just show you that one more time. There she is. I'm not making it up. There's Afro Rose. Nicked. Yeah, let me show you that in real time because she likes to say it's Photoshop. Yeah, so this ain't Photoshop. Nicked. Look, there you go. Can't do nothing. Quiet like lamb. Yeah? Remember what she was telling people? The styler's gonna get...
Stick a minute. Just, you hear that? Stick a minute. Watching that is actually quite deep for me because to me, you can hear in this brother's voice that he has been through it. He's been through it because of the tongue of Afro Rose. So someone is saying, very embarrassing to think her young daughter finished school today whilst her mother gets arrested outside of the court, sorry. Afua needs to get her priorities right. If Afua had her priorities right, she wouldn't be doing this work in the way that she's doing it. You know, she seems to feel like she's invincible, and by default, her children are also kind of like immune to the impact that her actions will cause. And for me, I have never used my platform to just come and speak ill of anyone's child. As much as Afua has done that to me, she doesn't even know my daughter. She spent months and months just chatting about me and my family, making lies up, getting all these little dragons and vampires who are insecure and have nothing better to do to sit down and talk about me. And however, I know that the accusations that were made about me are nowhere near the level of what Styler and several other people, male and female, have experienced, but mostly male. So I personally can't feel sorry for Afua's child because of her actions. I just feel sorry for the lot of them. You know, for you to come from someone who is literally causing so much catastrophe, defamation, negativity, you got so much haters. Even when Afua leaves this planet, she's leaving behind families and generations who will have issue with her descendants. So we have to be really careful how we move on this planet. Kelly says, I'm confused as well. I thought the court date was in June. Oh, I read that already. So that's what I thought. I thought that her next court date was going to be in June. Okay. While I was making my new Trauma Pimp documentary, I reached out to the Claire Kennedy page because I realized, which I haven't introduced properly, I'll do it in my next video. This is a page that was set up to really call Afua Rose out on her wickedness, on her lies, on her deceit. And they had removed all of their posts and they said they were waiting for this court case. So I actually just assumed that it was the June court case, but lo and behold, it wasn't. Okay, it was something new. It was something new. She thinks she's so suave. She's so smart. She thinks she's so slick that she can get away with everything. And yet she's actually not that slick because she got set up today. Okay, she got set up. And you hear what the guy is saying. Prolific criminal history. So don't let, and I know a lot of her sheep, okay, because we don't deal with followers. You're a subscriber or you're a sheep. A lot of her followers, because of the wounds that they have as a result of various abuses that they've experienced, they've turned off their internal compass that allows them to have critical analysis, okay? Just because someone says they're standing up for women's rights doesn't automatically mean, or it doesn't automatically translate that what they are doing is ethical, legit, or right. Why are so many people, like even in this life, I'm seeing women here, not just men. People keep thinking, oh, she's just saying this about men. No, that's not actually the case. Men and women are being attacked by this vile being who has nothing better to do but to try and destroy people. I like the fact that we can see that she has been arrested. Why can't we see all the people who have been arrested as a result of her so-called activism? Y'all need to heal. Y'all need to heal, because if you don't heal, it almost clouds your perception, so you can look on BS. You get what I'm saying? You can be observing trash, and because there's one element of that trash that you think is in support of you, you just accept it.
Nicked and style this and style that. I told everyone, if you don't take this woman's side and listen to her, you're gonna get nicked as well. And this is just the first of many, because there's more people to be arrested as well. I ain't playing with these people. Yeah? I ain't playing. Anyway, I'm gonna do a proper live and explain what I go on. Shaka, you know the badness. Yeah? I'm happiest, the happiest day of my life, one of the happiest days of my life right now. That me I tell you. Alright? One of the happiest days of my life. I feel vindicated. Yeah? I feel vindicated. You think the police have time to arrest people that are innocent, activists, community leaders, people that do good? You think police have, they came with 20 officers. Yeah? 20 officers came. All right, look, come on, Auntie. Vindicated, yeah.
Let's see now. Let's see whether she's gonna get charged. Let's see what's gonna happen.
Glad she got arrested. I'm happy. I don't even care about the charge.
Let's see if she's gonna come on her live and chat about how people gang her and Eamon Edwards and Styler is the.
Okay, so stick a pin. So this is Styler's auntie. So big up yourself, auntie. Big up yourself. You're there supporting your nephew. You're supporting your family. You're supporting the descendants in your generation. But in answer to that statement, of course, Afua is going to go back on her platform and chat all her foolishness and make up all of her lies. And I think that the people who believe her lies deserve to be duped. Do you understand? They deserve to be tricked, because if you're out here acting like you don't have any discernment, okay, you're so wrapped up in some online passa and online drama, you're like, it's like some soap opera thing. If you don't have the ability to look at things objectively, if you Google, there's a lot of questioning content, including my own, about Afua Rose, okay? So if you don't have the ability to have a look at that and to think with some kind of balance and reason, then you deserve to be duped. How about that? Okay, Kerry Mussington says, she was to be in court on the 18th with LB. That's what I thought. This is what I thought was going on. She was on holding and left LB on her own to face the court. She baits and then leaves. Sha'el said, doesn't change the fact that you're a woman cosplaying as a dude. Not really sure what that means. Please clarify. Yeah, and so obviously, as Kerry's saying, this guy, DJ Styler, has confirmed that 20, like what has Afua Rose done? Why, according to what he's saying, 20 police officers had to arrest her. No, I have to find out. Seriously, I have to find out what's going on. Her name is creepy and her essence, what's inside of her, is absolutely vile. Yeah, what them say? Time longer than rope, yeah?
Same and rare and all this rubbish.
Like I said, I'm proud of you for not
what she needs to understand is what the judge made her to know is you need to go and sort out your defense.
Yeah.
I have advised you on how to sort out your defense.
Yeah.
That is what she needs to be putting herself into.
Wait, this is just one case. Hold on. This is one of many.
Know that you don't get your mail. As he told her, your address, what you give publicly and somewhere to be corresponded with. He does not business if your son who lives there and everybody else who you claim live there didn't give you the letter. He doesn't business. It's your address.
And what did he say? You got served.
And you got served because there's receipts from the Royal Mail. So you got it.
Okay, another thing, like literally, I saw the video where someone went on behalf of DJ Styler to go and deliver some court papers to an address that Afua has been claiming is not her address, right? And I thought to myself, how can she show a video of her looking outside at what's happening outside, filming it, making accusations that they came to attack her and her daughter. How can she have that video unless she's in the house? And I realized the audience that's following Afua, they do not think, because from that point, I realized it's clear, it's obvious that Afua must be living in that house. Now, what is the trick? Afua has several businesses registered to this house. What is it? Ashmore Crescent or something like that? This house that's in Enfield, right? You can just go online, put Denise Rose Company's house, okay? And these addresses will come up. And she's been lying with her split tongue for years and saying, no, that's a business address, although it's a residential address. And even when the people came to represent Styler to give her papers to make sure that she was served, she continued lying to her audience and was claiming that the people, there are other people that live there, and somehow they're being harassed. And apparently, allegedly, when she's gone to court in this specific court case, that address is lifted as her own home address. Why is Afua so lie? Why is she so lying?
And if your son, whoever was in your house, did not give you it,
that's between you and them.
Nothing to do with
us. Yeah.
So I hope before she go and do her live,
I'm sharing this information live and direct for you guys.
I hope before she go and do her live that the woman go and try and sort out her evidence. Because
she's got evidence.
Well, she not have not evidence, but she's been advised on how to do it.
Yeah.
That is what she must take her long mouth, giraffe neck self and go and do.
Yeah.
And do not interfere with people who have nothing to do with her. The woman was rolling her eye on me and
trying to stare you out.
Trying to stare
Imagine
me
we're
out
in the court,
we're
in the court, she's trying to stare out my auntie.
The woman is trying to stare me out with her big eyeglass. Is she crazy?
Wait, let me just break it down for you nicely, yeah?
I think I smoke one roll up.
Let me tell you how nice it is, yeah? We was in the court listening, yeah? In the court listening, and then we saw a guy come into the court, and he whispered something into the judge's ears, yeah?
He passed him a note.
He whispered something and he passed him a note. And my auntie turned around and said to me, I wonder if he's telling the officer, the judge, that she's going to be nicked. Yeah? Because the judge demeanor changed. So as soon as she walked out of that court, she smiled at me. She smirked me like this.
Yeah.
She done this.
Yeah, and she tried to stare me out.
And you know what I done? I went back to her, yeah? Because I know what I go on, yeah? So let me just show you something for those of you that missed it. Live and direct, because she loves to chat about Photoshop. So let me just quickly show you something here. Turn this camera around. Hold on. Turn it around. All right. Look at my shoes I'm wearing, yeah? I'm wearing green Jordans, yeah? I'm at the Royal Courts of Justice, just in case anyone tries to say it's Photoshop, yeah? Royal Courts of Justice. Shoes there, right? All right, boom. Let's start. Let's go. Let's go. So, you're going to see my shoes, so you know it's today. Yeah? Playing no games with this woman. Yeah, you think I'm an idiot? I've never spoke about this case before in my life. Enough is enough. Yeah, I've always just...
His time is up. How about her time is up?
Yeah, I told everyone her time will soon be up. No one, some people believe me and some people didn't. Who's that? If you don't know who that is, type who that is. If you don't know who this is, let me zoom in. Hey, then you hold that, please. Let me zoom in for them. Watch a long mouth.
Fire there, must tell you think a cool breeze, yeah?
Hey, someone screenshot that and send it to me, please.
Yo, watch ya.
Hey, someone screenshot this and send it to me.
Look there. You see when hard luck and trouble take you, pick your shop, fit you. You watch out. See out there? Yeah. See it there? Yeah.
Like I said, go face after.
Yeah.
Right. Watch the walk of shame now, guys.
Yeah, walk of shame.
What's the walk of shame?
Well, the week is linked, love.
Watch your walk of shame. Yeah? Oh, look, big up King. King sent it to me. Watch your walk of shame. Nicked, mate. Nicked. Spreading lies on my name. Nice one, King. Nick, look, in the back of the van. Back of the van.
Back of the van, mate.
Back of the van. Back of the van. And you know what's sweet with the most here, people? I know a lot of people have tried to do this. A lot of people have tried to get Afua nicked. I know.
This is Aaron Edwards, this one was.
Yeah, I know. I know a lot of people have tried to get her nicked, yeah? And I know it's been unsuccessful. Yeah? But I told everyone I'm the wrong person. Like I said, I bet she wish she stayed in Jamaica now. I am the wrong person to play with. Yeah? Don't play with me. Also, let me show you this guy here. You see that guy there in black? And my family as well. That guy in black is a personal bodyguard. which she walks everywhere with, yeah?
Tried to get in the mix.
He tried to get involved when she was getting nicked. The police just brushed him aside. The police just, and you see all these people here, they're all CID undercover officers, all of them. Yeah, all of these people you're seeing are all officers. Yeah, look, all of them.
Wow.
Look. Yeah?
Question. What has Afua done why she needs to be surrounded by undercover officers? What was said in the court that reveals the length of her prolific, from what I've just heard in the video, this prolific criminal record that she has? Because some of the allegations that have come to me include the fact that she allegedly has been committing a series of fraudulent things linked to business. When I first started doing my research on Afua Rose, I could see that she had one company registered under Companies House. Before I was even finished with that research, that company was dissolved and a new company was created. And to me, it did look very, very fishy. So to me, this behavior that's happening from the law enforcement, from these undercover officers, etc., this can't be based on one thing. Because why are they acting like this is someone who's at flight risk? Obviously, they know, apparently, she went to Jamaica. I learned this from the Claire Kennedy page. Big up the Claire Kennedy page on Instagram, because I don't watch Afua Rose's content because it's demonic. Like, to me, it's a low vibrational form of media. I tend to make sure that any media that I put out, there's some resolution, there's something that makes sense, there's something that someone can learn. So what is it that Afua has done that requires so many officers to be around? Kelly said, she said the police were in trouble and being investigated for the way the police handled that situation at her house. I'm sure that's a lie. I'm sure she said that, but obviously she doesn't know truth. She said they threatened her and her daughter's lives. Well, I saw the video. I didn't see them threatening anyone, yet the police let them go as it didn't appear that they did anything wrong. She's a liar. She's a liar. Like, this woman, I personally have borne witness to her telling so many lies, not just on me. I've seen her do it. When Killer P came out and was calling out Kevin Bennett, you can go on Afua Rose's page now, on her YouTube. She has a video where she's saying, look, I don't know Kevin Bennett. I never heard his name a day in my life. And I'm thinking, wow, this woman's a bold-faced liar. Because I had a conversation with Afua Rose about Kevin Bennett about 4 months prior to her saying this. So I realized them real liars, they will just lie to prove a point. Humans lie. We all tell lies. But what shows the character of the person is the reason why they are lying. And she is literally a pathological liar.
They got her phone. She was trying to talk her way out of it. She had a standoff with them for so long. What happened? Afua Rose nicked, mate. Afua Rose fighting nicked. And now I can say her name. Yeah, I never came on no live. I never discussed nothing when she accused me of all her bollocks.
I have too much more to say.
And also now I still don't have more to say because there's so much more involved in this. But we're gonna give you a breakdown. Don't worry. You're gonna get everything. You're gonna get everything. Don't worry yourself, people. But I just wanted to let you lot know. Use that. Monster. I soon link up, bro. Soon link up, my bro. Just wanted to let you lot know, Nick. So you won't be hearing from her for at least up to 24 hours.
Fire there, I must tell you, think I cool breeze, yeah?
I said, wow.
What?
Yeah. I told everyone, yeah? You cannot go online and be calling, you look what she done to the man in Birmingham. What's name? What's it for showcase? Calling what's it for showcase?
By the way, blacklist the Black Awards in Birmingham. That's where it's gonna be. Blacklist it because them and Afua Rose are companions.
Yeah. So she attacked the UK reggae fraternity, calling everybody rapists and pedophiles. And I said, you know what? I'm not just doing this for myself, you know. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's Friday today, so she might have to stay in court till Monday.
Yeah,
if she gets charged.
Yeah,
if she gets charged.
Do all live Friday from police station.
Oh yeah, if she gets charged today, yeah, they might bail her. But if she gets charged today, she'll have to stay in court and stay in a police station till Monday. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But listen, I told everyone, yeah, that this day was gonna come. The people that spoke to me, that is, if you don't know me, you don't know me. But I told everyone this day would come. Yeah. So
I'm never even have pen.
I'm the happiest guy alive right now.
Not even pen.
I don't think.
Ask the judge for pen.
Someone send this to Juju British as well, yeah?
Yes.
Because remember she was talking about Juju, I hope you're in there. Come on, while you light this one up. And I know Juju don't like me, so she's not gonna post it. But it's all right. I'll post it for you. It's all good. Yeah, it's all good. I'll post it for you. But anyway, I'm so happy for those that don't get it. I'm happy this has happened. This woman has made countless false accusations towards my family. That's it. And not just me, Shax. You know what? I'm doing this for everyone. Every person that had a false accusation made against them from these people. Also, it's a lesson to teach people. You can't just go on social media and type what you want to type. You can't just go and say what you want to say.
People guilty of crimes that you and the woman them who you claim is victim is saying that someone done. If somebody do you something, why you don't take them to court? Why you don't go to police? What you going to long neck Afro Rose for?
Why would you go to long neck Afro Rose? I agree with what she's saying. Someone in the comments is saying that. So where were her moderators, Grandma Liz, LB, and Toya? And they also said, LB out here on her own. No, Minna feels sorry for LB. When Afro was sat on her platform and said the wickedest things about so many people, was LB using any morality? Was she being logical, or was she just running up underneath Afua and being like, yeah, yeah, yeah? You see all those yes men and yes women? Now that this has happened, even if they're out in the cold, I do not. Everyone makes their own decision, right? Make sure that the decisions that you make, you can lie down at night and have peace. Do you understand? Make sure you can have peace. If you, as big, tough back grown adults, do you understand? We're not even, look how young, you know what? I never even realized this is how young this DJ Styler is. Today's the first time I've seen his face. Look at how young this man is. And Afua and her tough back followers who have nothing to do. Nothing to do. You don't do anything of value or of benefit for women. I have been working with women for 11 years now. Do you understand? This year is my 10th I Love My Room annual goddess gathering. I put my email out in 1 week and all the tickets were booked. I don't have to sit on social media and chat people and post a bag of things. Why? Because I have been doing effective work. Many people have been doing effective work. Here we have Kevin Bennett. Bless up, Kevin Bennett. Another person who I only knew about Kevin Bennett on the back of what's happened with Afua and her goon, the Pussycat. Against her from the past and who may come in the future, she has defied the law of cause and effect. I agree.
You see where it bring her? It bring her to the Royal Court for Justice.
Let me show them.
That's where it bring her.
Yeah, about his time is up. Her time is up.
That's where she was for defamation. And when she come out of the defamation,
she got nicked for criminal charges.
She got nicked for criminal charges.
Yeah.
Okay? She come out of the court across the road for defamation.
And got nicked for criminal charges.
And she got nicked for criminal, which is, let me tell you.
Okay, so they are saying that she went to court, just as what I think it was Kelly was saying, this was supposed to be a defamation case. And obviously she's well cocky, because when I first started to interact with Afua, I would ask her, so don't people take legal action against you, you know? And she said to me, I told someone this today as well. She said to me, it costs £200,000 to pursue a defamation case, 150 to 200,000 pounds. And so she's quite comfortable. She's banking on the fact that most people don't have 200,000 pounds for that reason. And if they have it, they're not going to use their money for that reason. So a few weeks ago, a couple months actually, I've been seeing another account. This is on YouTube by a representative of, I think it's Edward Ammons. I have to double check that information. I apologize. I'll make sure I have everyone's name for when I come back. This account is called the Marie Halsford account. And it is here that I have been seeing that Afua Rose has been taken to court. Someone has been pursuing some legal action against her for defamation. But what I have heard in this instance, not sure if it's true, we'll definitely get some more information. But I was in Eamon Edwards. Thank you. Did I say Edwards Amon? Eamon Edwards. Thank you. I was told that the reason why, and I think this is really important for those people who have an issue with Afua attacking them online, You know, DJ Stylist said he's going to come out and speak about what's happened. I look forward to that. I will be reviewing that too because, trust me, time is longer than rope. But apparently, the difference between this case, and again, this is an allegation, I haven't confirmed it, I'm not sure. But apparently, the difference between this issue and the previous issues where people are trying to get the police to, you know, initiate some serious impact against Afua for their actions. The difference is people have been telling the police that she is defaming them and that she is slandering them. Okay? But apparently, and if you have any more information, if you watch this after, please comment below. It's an ongoing conversation. Become a nice stop chat about it. Seriously. The difference here is that apparently, allegedly, DJ Styler didn't actually try to get a defamation or slander suit. And I wrote it down because I wanted to make sure that I say the correct thing. Apparently, this time around, malicious communication and hate speech. And what it was told to me that essentially defamation and slander, they are a civil matter. So that's dealt with in the civil court, which you know is neither here nor there. But malicious communications and hate speech are criminal. And so if you go to the police with a civil matter, do you understand what I'm saying? They're going to tell you to go and get a lawyer, go to the civilian courts, this long, horse dead, cold fat, one long thing. But if you go to the police with a crime, they are obligated. So I do feel like we all need to explore that. We need to find out if this is true. I'm actually waiting. I hope that I understand, obviously, with this going on, I'm sure there are many things that DJ Styler cannot say. I found his account. It's so funny. After my phone was bombarded with these videos, I said, what the backside? Is Afua being erect? Like, what? So I went into Instagram because I don't have notifications coming up on my Instagram. I went into Instagram and one of my longtime university friends had sent me the video that was posted on DJ Styler's page. And I was thinking, what this world? I would never have expected it to come from her, but she's also a DJ. So she's following DJ Styler. And she said, I thought this is the woman that you were talking about, right? So I understand if he's going through a court case, and we must understand there will be certain things he can't actually speak on at the moment. Things will have to go through their proper process. But I did reach out to him. I did big him up. I said, I'm so proud of him because I am. And even at that time, I hadn't checked his picture. I hadn't seen. All the time I'm hearing DJ Styler because she loved Tech Seppa and Big Mantle. I just assumed that this was a man that was in his 40s or 50s. When I actually watch the videos and see this youth, I realized Afua has no soul. She has no conscience. She just goes up. And also Afua, as much as she says she's about this nuclear family and she believes in black love, Afua hates men. You guys need to understand that. Afua hates men. She used her platform to come out and apparently advocate for women who had been assaulted by men, but she never came out and spoke about her own assault, not initially. And then way after, when her platform is grown so big, she wants to use the same platform that's apparently set up to accuse people of SA, assault against women. Now she's using the platform to run down her baby father, and that's how I'm going to call him. And I don't use that word very often, but Miracle's dad, to run him down, to make this go viral. And then like a year and a half after that, I went on Claire Kennedy's page and I could see that she was totally like breaking down, can't remember his name, Viv Amun. That's the father of her middle set of children. And I thought, this lady doesn't have any boundaries. Is there nothing in your life that isn't supposed to come and be the subject for everyone on social media, most of who doesn't even like you? Is there nothing? Do you have no boundaries? It's because she is so anti-man. Do you understand? She's anti-man. And so by hook or by crook, even if it's a young guy like this, even if allegedly, this is what I've heard, I have heard, and I will get confirmation of this, that Afua allegedly created some fake victims when it comes to this thing with DJ Styler. Afua got people to lie about him, and this also came to light. So she can carry on.
No, it named malicious communication. It is against the law.
Yep.
You understand?
Harassment.
Right? But no, it goes further than that. It's malicious communication that you are spreading to ruin people, to send them to the brink of suicide, to make them depressed and mad, to make them can't even come out of their house. That is what Afua Rose does. People who follow her, you are cult members. You understand? Who do not have no mind, right? Them ones who follow and realize, make me go look pan Claire Kennedy page, make me go look pan this. They're the ones who starting to realize, then wait, this woman is saying all these people done this. How comes no one's been convicted? How comes nobody... Listen, people, use your mind. Think about things. Not everything you see online is the truth. You hear what I'm saying? Because what you're going to do, wait for when it's your family and then you start jump and leap. Stop follow this woman. Stop believe this woman. If you want to follow her, follow her. Stop believe everything this woman said because she's a liar. Okay? That is why she's in defamation court. Defamation means you fucking lie. You understand? That is what it
wouldn't even
means.
get to court if you had the evidence before. It wouldn't even go that far to court. So yeah, my people. Anyway, yeah, we need to go. Yeah, we need to go to get back to ends. But yeah, I'm always walking my head high. Come on, you look at my Instagram page. I'm always working. You know what I mean? Come on, man. You know that.
High, kill them with the hey.
Yeah, that is it.
Fire there, must tear them think a cool breeze, yeah.
I've seen that person on Afro Rose's page, Tiny San. So you can go. That message to you. Afro Rose is nicked. Let me just quickly show you. Yeah, your master's gone. Hang on. Let me quickly show you. Go on.
Yeah, I know.
I just want to say, I just saw some comments saying not everything she did was a lie, even though she handles things wrongly. Now, I am not Christian, okay, but I grew up in Jamaica, which is a Christian country. And one of the things that I have come to know about the Bible is that which is the holy book for Christianity, right? Is that it speaks about the devil being someone who mixes lies with the truth. So in order for her to gain any traction, she would have had to have brought some truth to the platform. So I'm not saying that everything she comes and says is a lie. Do you understand? But basically, what I can say is separate to everyone else, because me can't vouch for everybody, but I can vouch for me. Afua has told a whole bag of BC lies about me, my family, my work, and my history. And you, her followers, who are, I bet about half of you are her followers who are watching, Ono never say nothing. You were very happy to sit back and kya, and even to spread the lies. And I wasn't even being accused of assaulting anyone. And that affected me. So how much empathy do you think I have for those who haven't assaulted anyone and have been called out on her platform? Is it because she may have called out a few people who were genuinely guilty that excuses the immorality of her? Look how young this guy is. Look how young this, are you guys crazy? I don't want to hear no defense for Afua. Go to her page and defend her. Holler at her family. Get in contact with the court. I am personally not here for that because I am sure that everything she's done hasn't been based on her being dishonest. But time and time again, she has demonstrated that she has a split tongue, that she is duplicitous, that she has two, or in the case of the thumbnail on my video, the trauma pimp, she's got several heads. She is a bully. She doesn't hate men and love women. She loves sheep. Do you understand? She loves sheep, whatever gender they are. She doesn't like people who think for themselves. She doesn't like people who have critical analysis. She doesn't like people who won't accept her ongoing bullying. To me, she's a low vibrational being looking at people like myself who have, I literally, year after year after year after year, I create, I heal, I create, I make music. I have a track record. Where was Afua when I was creating my legacy that's already created. I don't remember Afro Rose. I was in the UK for many, many years, like up until 2018. I saw all these Black African, Pan-African communities. I saw all these different groups. Where was Afro Rose? Was that when she was in prison? Because she seemed to just rolling out of nowhere. She's pretending to have this big, massive backstory. Where was she? So I don't want to hear no from my granny to my great granny to my, listen, I got some serious ancestors. When I made my video about Afro Rose, the crab in a barrel one, the toxic femininity one and treachery, and the trauma pimp, that's my ancestors said, nah, you can carry on just being peace and love. You got to chat about that woman because she's wicked. Do you understand? I don't want to hear all the, how many people do you think, when I came out last year and said, if you've been affected by Afro Rose, get in touch. How many people do you think got in touch with me? Do you think it was only men? Do you know how much women Afro they have trauma on their heads because of the things that someone who says they're a psychologist has uttered out of her mouth to people? That is, I don't know about Jesus and all that. I know about demons and clean heart people. That's some demon business. So those people who want to defend her, go help her picnic them. Go and help her children. Go and donate to her court case fund because she looks like she's going to need it. And thankfully, DJ Styler and his auntie, who's doing a solid for that boy, she's standing up for him amidst all of these terrible rumors and claims that have been made against him. They have clarified that it's not about defamation and slander. It's about malicious communication and hate speech. And a lot of people might need to bear that in mind when they decide to pursue whatever they need to pursue against. Because I will tell you this is not the end. This is the beginning. This is not the end. This is the beginning. Of course, she's a bully. Of course, if you want to bully men, you know that men are physically stronger than women. You're not coming with no facts. You're not coming with no philosophy. You're not even coming with the biological nothing. All you're doing is just chatting. And let a woman decide, you know what, I've got an opinion and it doesn't go with yours. Then it's a big attack thing. No, I'm not accepting that. Not one bit.
I'm not hiding my face.
No, we're not. There you go. Sorry to all the Afro Rose fans, your master's nicked.
Move out the way.
All right? Monster boss, big up yourself. Pie. Yeah, your cult leader. Yeah, your cult leader gone in the back of the van.
Jim Jones is gone.
Yeah, she gone.
Your Waco queen's gone.
Everybody I love.
Your Waco queen has gone. Your Waco queen has been nicked.
Yeah,
she can go and answer why she's spreading malicious communication.
All right then. And if we was in Jamaica, we'd say up in the truck. Up in the truck. Yeah.
Good. Right, make me go step because John.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the Uber. There's one more to show you, like the walk. A shame, cause it's not Photoshop. Cause she love ball like Photoshop. Up in the truck.
Like we're in fucking England, mate.
Up in the truck.
Right? See the flag up there? See the Union Jack up there?
Put it
with our England kangaroo court things over here.
That is it. See it there? Great Britain, mate.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
Yeah. Afro's kangaroo court don't mean nothing.
Yeah, van.
Okay.
Shaka.
So apparently she's live on Instagram, and I did just say she'll probably be in bail for a few hours and then she'll be let out. But obviously she still has to go back to court. I personally, I've got this little style. I will say what I've got to say, but I am not going to be watching Afro's content. If I watch Afro's content, it's to get some evidence. I can't watch her content because goddesses don't mix with demons. Do you understand? But I have had it verified, thank you, that she is live. She's out now on her Instagram channel. So please feel free to check that out. if that's the vibration that you're on. For me, I rarely use this platform in terms of my feminine mind. I'm a very busy woman. I'm very creative. But let me tell you something. When things are on my mind, I make time and space to speak about it. And the minute that I found out, today, that Afua had been arrested, which was way late. Like I found this out about 7 p.m., 6:37. I decided, I'm gonna come and talk about it. Anyone can get bail. Anyone can get bail. But as we said, this is the beginning and it's not the end. Let's finish watching this video.
That being said, there's no more for me to say. Artie just said it, yeah? But just the last thing I'm going to leave you guys with, just so you know, so you can spread this news, Afro Rose has been arrested. It's official.
The pigeons are out, not the ducks.
Yeah, the pigeons are out. No ducks. Get their ducks in order.
Yeah, the ducks must be stand up outside police.
Final. I'll leave you with this final image before we go, because I need to go. And as I said, I'm not talking about the ins and outs. And people, it's out of my hands now. So what happens in the charge and the court case, but as long as you lot know exactly if it goes, but I want you lot to know, nobody gets arrested. It doesn't go this far if you don't have enough evidence showing that you are guilty of what you've done. All right, I'll just tell you that in this type of case. In this type of case, because these cases are very hard to prove, when it comes onto online malicious, they're very hard to prove. Let me just talk to the people there real quick, because I just want you lot to understand, because we're not celebrating prematurely, but this is a big victory for us, it's a massive victory, because
it might teach her to stop chat people.
Exactly, this is a massive victory because it's very hard to get these cases to even get an arrest, so the fact that she's been arrested, and we're not talking 1 or 2 officers. How many officers was there?
Many officers.
Anything up to 20.
They won't come nick.
So exactly. They all even wanted to nick my auntie. So
had to show me ID.
So there was many officers, and you don't get an arrest if the evidence wasn't overwhelming. And I stayed silent, and I was very intelligent. I didn't make no fake pages like she said I did. I'm not Claire Kennedy. I'm not Marie Houseford. I'm DJ Styler. And I just been doing my thing silently in background. She's been nicked, and that's just that. All right. So I'm not going to talk about the details of the case because we're not stupid. But that's it. Just wanted to update you guys. She's been nicked. All right. So people, I'm out. You can spread this. You can let people know. The woman tried to ruin my life. That me I tell her, never. Too blessed. See you later, guys. Bless up.
Do you hear what he said? He said the woman tried to ruin his life. And how many other people have that same story? I can say that. Afua must have felt that her mouth would reduce my quality of life. It would reduce the money that I'm making. It would reduce my public respect, even though I had never come live and uttered one word about this woman. Okay? I am in the business of breaking generational curses. And Afua, unfortunately, she's one of them chicks. They're like these old school women. They're wrong and strong. They can be evil and expect other people to be good. They have no morals. So firstly, I'd like to reiterate, if you have tried to go to the law about Afua and you went on this talk of defamation or slander, you may want to revisit that, okay? You may want to get legal representation, for one, and you may want to revisit it because many of us don't realize those are civil issues. However, when you're dealing with, let me just double check, you know me, because I want to give the right information out. When you're dealing with malicious communication and hate speech, that's a total different story. And the fact is, I think did you say it was Eamon Edwards? Let me just double check. Eamon Edwards. I had seen it on the Claire Kennedy page. I had seen Marie Houseford asking a range of people to come forward. I'm actually going to email them. I wanted to communicate with them. I had seen on the Claire Kennedy page, this is the same page that Afua was saying, as Styler said, she was saying, oh, this is Styler. Someone a few months ago sent me a video. You know what? This was crazy because this was like an elder. This is someone I really respect, right? No warmonger business. He sent me this video of a cup with a giraffe face on it that was Afua's, and a video of Afua's face being manipulated into being a giraffe. And then shortly after, I was told that Afua was on her low vibrational platform saying that that was me. Let me tell you something. I'm proud of my work. There's no video that I've put out that I haven't felt like, oh, yes, I do feel they could be better, but I do my best in the time and space that I have. I don't need to put out work ever and pretend that it's not me. I don't need to do that. I am proud of my work. If you watch my videos, you see I have my own style of telling stories, of telling experiences. And to me, it all comes back down to generational blockages. As I've heard Kevin Bennett say, transgenerational blockages, transgenerational curses, some dirty behavior that came from way back when that's trickling down through the generations and it doesn't go away. To me, Afro Rose, she represents that. She does not represent an activist for women. She represents someone who actually wants to tarnish the psychology, the psyche, the minds of women, because it's not just about you saying that you've been assaulted. I'm going to be honest. That's actually not enough. The most important thing that you need to do is to heal. And revenge doesn't facilitate healing. Do you understand? Revenge does not facilitate healing. So as long as there are no platforms, there are no tools being provided to facilitate healing to the bag of woman them, what she ever come and talk about them experiences, then that's what makes her a trauma pimp, because she's pimping the trauma of other people. She's not only pimping the trauma of the people who she's calling out. That's one part of it, but she's also pimping the trauma. She's encouraging women to come forward, and anyhow they don't agree with her, she's gonna try and mash them up online. Don't you see that's a demon? In what world is that someone who is ethical? In what world is that an activist? Or is she actually operating a cult? And if you fall out of favor, do you get what I'm saying? If you fall out of favor with the leader of the cult, then you'll be ejected or rejected. I'm Jamaican British, Joy C. Why are you laughing? I'm Jamaican British. And to be honest, I made it my intention when I was doing my videos to speak as clear as possible. But I genuinely, in my day-to-day speaking, I go from patois to British very smoothly. It's very smooth for me, you know. And although I don't use my platform to tell people about some little dirty things where we can say, I can say it. So I don't want people to feel like I'm a holier than thou character, because I'm actually not, you know. I'm on some goddess business. And what that means is actually having a duality of your energies, the ability to defend yourself, the ability to stand up for yourself, to seek justice, and the ability to nurture, and the ability to heal. So on that note, I don't know how long I've been live. I can't even see. I can't see. 1 hour, you know, somebody planned to come online for half an hour. So I feel like 1 hour is enough. Capping up, recapping, Afro Rose, the self-proclaimed women's rights activist who has continued to demonstrate a lack of morality, a lack of love, a lack of integrity, a lack of honesty, who literally should be choking on her tongue while she's speaking. The amount of lies, the amount of slander, malicious communications, the amount of hate speech that I have seen her spewing. I have no number on this. This could be 100 people at this stage. This could be 300 people. I genuinely don't know how many, but there are many people. And it has affected individuals. It has affected families. It's affected extended families. It's affected communities. She has no concern for the damage that she is making as she tries to elevate herself as, I don't know, like she wants to be a hero. I don't even think it's a hero. I think from what she said back in the day when she was with her Viv Amun, do you get what I'm saying? They were doing a lot of prolific Pan-African work, which is usually demanding that the same races who have done you wrong give you back something, which I can't understand that, basically. I feel like, you know, when that relationship ended and she went to prison and she had her miracle, all those things. I feel like, how old is she again? 53, 54. I feel like at some point in the last few years, she started to reflect on what is her legacy. And so this is her trying to beat the race to retirement, because that's what's ahead. And hopefully she can retire in peace. You know, not all of us get to retire in peace. She's lived on Instagram. And I feel that when she looked at what she had created with her life. When she looked at where she'd invested her time, she was clearly in servitude to Viva Moon. It never worked out, you understand? So she didn't want like a upstanding citizen anymore. She wanted a road man. She said she wanted a bit of rough, and then she went with her bit of rough, and then that again fell apart. This is what happens when women are too male identified. Your value cannot be ascertained through who is dicking you. Your value is not about whether you're married or you're not married. That is patriarchy. Do you understand? Your value is not about this relationship work, this relationship. That's not your value. If you know your value as a woman, and that's why healing is important for everyone, for men and women, your value isn't the external. Men actually rightfully place more value in what they're creating for themselves, because a man's role is to provide. Okay? If a woman cannot see the value just in herself, just breathing and vibrating on the planet, do you get what I'm saying? Like a ball of healing energy, just so, then you'll always be chasing something outside of yourself because you just can't see yourself for who you truly are. And that's what's happened in the case of Afua. So now she's seeking public respect. She also wants to have fear. She wants men to fear her. And why do I say this? When I first started speaking with Afua, and I'm going to come back, because I got a lot more to say. Every time I make a video, I realize, hold on, what about this? What about that? Even with the last Killer P videos, I realized that as much as I'm telling the things I can remember, once I cleared my mind of those things, there were some other things that I had forgotten to say, right? So when I first started speaking to Afua, she kept on telling me about the first march that was held in Brixton. So I would say, I guess that's the 2021 or 22. I think it's 21. The His Time Is Up march. Now, I'm sure I've mentioned to you guys, I'm getting hot because of the lights. I'm sure I've mentioned that my mother has the same birthday as Afua. So I know this energy. Do you understand? I know this energy. This is a energy that becomes quite sociopathic. She's not a born narcissist, but she is sociopathic. She's a sociopathic narcissist. One of the things they like to do is every dear God send them one, tell you the same story every day. Every time I spoke to Afua, every time I spoke to her, she told me the story about when she did the march. Now, bear in mind, I wasn't in the country at the time. I never know nothing about His Time Is Up. This was all new to me. So she told me this story about she went to Brixton and everyone thought that she was in either Tanzania or Kenya. I think it's Tanzania, right? Because she had gone to Africa for the pandemic and she kicked this off. So everyone thought she has to stay in Africa. They thought she was doing a march, but she may not appear. And she would tell me such a dramatic story. And then she would say, she descended from billows of clouds of smoke. I'm thinking, does she think this is a movie? Like the way how she's telling me, I realize she is one for the drama. She says she's an actress and she should go and do acting instead of sitting down telling lies on people, because it would be a lot more entertaining. Then she explained, which is a point that I'm going to revisit for a future video. She explained that all of her security guards were white. And this is in an area where all of the men that she's called out are black. And she, as a psychologist, remember she's a psychologist, allegedly, so them say, she knew that bringing white security guards would put the fear of God in the black security guards because of the racial dynamic, because of racism, because the UK is actually majority white, and there are a lot of nuances that go with that. So she kept on talking about she had on this bulletproof vest, and I'm telling you, every time I would speak to Afua Rose, she would tell me this same said story. And I used to think, geez, peace, this woman, she's like my mom, and she's actually getting on my nerves. But again, remember, she's an elder to me. So I was humble. Thank you, KCS. I was humble with it. I was like, I'm not going to say, oh, could you just shut up? Because I can respect my elders until it's time to just say no. I can't deal with that anymore. I'm quite respectful. And she kept on going on and on and on about this story. And she said that Mega Man, okay, remember, had contributed these security guards And you know, no. I have to do another video. So when I come back, which is most likely going to be tomorrow, I'm not even joking. I got a lot to say. We're going to talk about, so do me a favor, watch The Trauma Pimp. That's the last video that I've done about Afua on this platform, right? And when I come back tomorrow, we're going to speak about what unfolded since I put that video out. So in that video, I say, while I was doing my research, some allegations came to me from various people that Afua Rose was an ambassador. She was working for the Freemasons. Either she was a Mason herself or she was intentionally a part of a team whose role it was to bring down the vibration of the Black community in South London and in London, because this thing's online. It affects people all over the UK. I didn't say that was my opinion, but I did say her behavior is demonic. So it could happen. That could be a thing. How is it? Yeah, no, seriously, come on. I don't have to lie, you know, because I take my time with things. Why is it that maybe within a month or two, within a short time of me putting out that video, Mega Man and a famous UK actor, of which I don't know his name, right? But apparently he's well known. They came out with a picture on Instagram in their full Freemason regalia, their full Freemason clothes, and were standing outside of some lodge. And that picture, in the caption, there was an embrace, an acknowledgement of the fact that they were Freemasons. How come when that came out, you guys, especially her whack chic following, who don't have no sense, yeah, I'm not taking that back. You can go and complain to her about it, right? How come you guys never come to me and say, knock, Linnea, you know what, something is in something? Why is it when people say things and more things come out to show that there's something in something? Now, I'm not saying that that proves that she's a Mason, but if the person who actually paid for the security for the first His Time Is Up march provided a range of European, no Black security guards, as far as I know, maybe there was one, or if there was one, he was there the second march, yeah? So Mega Man provided that security, and so many things have been said about why she intentionally uses security to kind of challenge the self of security and comfort that the men in that community had. And then I say it's come out that, you know, she's goodly a liquor plant, you know, she's a liquor plant, and she's out here working on behalf of negative forces. Now, my thing is, I don't care what the name of that negative force is. I know that Afua is working on behalf of negative forces because that is how I have experienced her in my life. Everyone has their own story, house dead cow fat. But me personally, I know what good is like. I know what evil is like. I know what neutral is. And that woman, I'm even trying to find the adjective to describe what she is, and I can't. I need to go look in a dictionary. I can't actually find this is the adjective. Do you understand what I'm saying? So she has something rotten, some stench, some spiritual malignment. And that is why she's doing all of these negative things to people before she go focus on the healing of her own self and the healing of her child. Yeah, the healing of her generations, the healing of her family. She's got grandchildren. She's out here acting like she's a Power Ranger, and she's got some intangible armor on that can protect her from what's just happened. Are you serious?
Let's do that.
Does she
Shaka said you did that, big up yourself. Do you know what? Big up my auntie as well, man. I have to big up auntie.
Terrorizing her.
Imagine that. People that are innocent acting. I know a lot of people have tried to do this. A lot of people have tried to...
Has she been protected from that? No, she hasn't been protected. And so these are the things that I'd like you all to consider. They have some serious sayings in Jamaican culture. It's not even Jamaican. That's the next thing. It's not even Jamaican. World culture, universal law. What goes around comes around. What goes up must come down. What time is longer than rope. Time is longer than rope. And I can guarantee you that I will be back to document more events like this. I will be monitoring this situation. Sorry. As you can see, I'm very happy. I laugh at everything, right? I will be monitoring this situation. I am still going to put out my update to the Trauma Pimp Part 2 because why? You put out one video and by the time you're ready for the next video, this has happened. Okay. I played an entire video, so you're going to have to watch the whole video back. Billy, I feel like you've just arrived. And I would like, if you have been affected, I'd like to ask if you've been affected by Afua Denise Rose or Denise Afua Rose of the Afua Speaks YouTube channel. I feel like she's been running 2 to 3 years. I'm not sure of her entire span of her work. You can come to me anonymously. I don't want to call a bag of people's name because she likes to attack people and so people feel small. For example, if I put a video up about Afua on my Instagram, hardly anyone comments, but they all come into my DMs because they know that her and her goons, who obviously have nothing else to do, are sitting down, not only watching what content comes out, but looking to see who's interacting, who's supporting. Like, could you actually get any more petty than that?
That guy in black is her personal bodyguard, which she walks everywhere with, yeah?
He tried to get in the mix.
He tried to get involved when she was getting nicked. The police just brushed him aside. The police just, and you see all these people here? They're all CID undercover officers, all of them. Yeah, all of these people you're seeing are all officers. Yeah, look, all of them. Look. Yeah? They got her phone. She was trying to talk her way out of it. She had a standoff with them for so long. What happened? Afua Rose nicked, mate. Afua Rose fighting nicked. And now I can say her name. Yeah, I never came on no live. I never discussed nothing when she accused me of all her bollocks.
I don't have too much more to say.
And also now I still don't have more to say because there's so much more involved in this. But we're gonna give you a breakdown. Don't worry. You're gonna get everything. You're gonna get everything. Don't worry yourself, people. But I just wanted to let you lot know. Use that. One star. I'll soon link up, bro. Soon link up, my bro. Just wanted to let you lot know, Nick. So you won't be hearing from her for at least up to 24 hours.
Fire there, must tell you think I cool breeze, yeah?
Someone said, wow.
What?
Yeah. I told everyone, yeah? You cannot go online and be calling, you look what she done to the man in Birmingham. What's name? What's it for showcase? Calling what's it for showcase,
By the way, blacklist the Black Awards in Birmingham. That's where it's gonna be. Blacklist it because them and Afua Rose are companions.
Yeah. So she attacked the UK reggae fraternity, calling everybody rapists and pedophiles. And I said, you know what? I'm not just doing this for myself, you know. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's Friday today, so she might have to stay in court till Monday.
Yeah,
if she gets charged.
Yeah,
if she gets charged.
do our live Friday from police station.
Oh yeah, if she gets charged today, yeah, they might bail her. But if she gets charged today, she'll have to stay in court and stay in a police station till Monday. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But listen, I told everyone, yeah, that this day was gonna come. The people that spoke to me, that is, if you don't know me, you don't know me. But I told everyone this day would come. Yeah, so.
Never even have pen.
I'm the happiest guy alive right now.
Not even pen.
I don't think.
Ask the judge for pen.
Someone send this to Juju British as well, yeah?
Yes.
Because remember she was talking about Juju, I hope you're in there. Come on, while you light this one up. And I know Juju don't like me, so she's not gonna post it. But it's all right. I'll post it for you. It's all good. Yeah, it's all good. I'll post it for you. But anyway, I'm so happy for those that don't get it. I'm happy this has happened. This woman has made countless false accusations towards my family. That's it. And not just me, Shax. You know what? I'm doing this for everyone. Every person that had a false accusation made against them from these people. Also, it's a lesson to teach people. You can't just go on social media and type what you want to type. You can't just go and say what you want to say.
People guilty of crimes that you and the woman them who you claim is victim is saying that someone done. If somebody do you something, why you don't take them to court? Why you don't go to police? What you going to long neck Afua Rose for? Eh? You see where it bring her? It bring her to the Royal Court of Justice.
Let me show them.
That's where it bring her.
Yeah, about his time is up. Her time is up.
That's where she was for defamation, and when she come out of the defamation,
she got nicked for criminal charges.
She got nicked for criminal charges.
Yeah.
Okay. She come out of the court across the road for defamation
and got nicked for criminal charges.
And she got nicked for criminal, which is, let me tell you now, it named malicious communication. It is against the law.
Yep.
You understand?
Harassment.
Right? But no, it goes further than that. It's malicious communication that you are spreading to ruin people, to send them to the brink of suicide, to make them depressed and mad, to make them can't even come out of their house. That is what Afro Rose does. People who follow her, you are cult members. You understand? Who do not have no mind, right? Them ones who follow and realize, make me go look pan Claire Kennedy page, make me go look pan this. They're the ones who starting to realize, then wait, this woman is saying all these people done this. How comes no one's been convicted? How comes nobody... Listen, people, use your mind. Think about things. Not everything you see online is the truth. You hear what I'm saying? Because what you're going to do, wait for when it's your family and then you start jump and leap. Stop follow this woman. Stop believe this woman. If you want to follow her, follow her. Stop believe everything this woman said because she's a liar. Okay? That is why she's in defamation court. Defamation means you fucking lie. You understand? That is
it
what
wouldn't
it
even
means.
get to court if you had the evidence before. It wouldn't even go that far to court. So yeah, my people. Anyway, yeah, we used to go.
That someone done. If somebody do you something, why you don't take them to court? Why you don't go to police? What you going to long neck Afro Rose for? Eh? You see where it bring her? It bring her to the Royal Court of Justice.
Let me show them.
That's where it bring her.
Yeah, about his time is up. Her time is up.
That's where she was for defamation, and when she come out of the defamation,
she got nicked for criminal charges.
She got nicked for criminal charges.
Yeah.
Okay. She come out of the court across the road for defamation
and got nicked for criminal charges.
And she got nicked for criminal, which is, let me tell you now, it named malicious communication. It is against the law.
Yep.
You understand?
Harassment.
Right? But no, it goes further than that. It's malicious communication that you are spreading to ruin people, to send them to the brink of suicide, to make them depressed and mad, to make them can't even come out of their house. That is what Afro Rose does. People who follow her, you are cult members. You understand? Who do not have no mind, right? Them ones who follow and realize, make me go look pan Claire Kennedy page, make me go look pan this. They're the ones who starting to realize, then wait, this woman is saying all these people done this. How comes no one's been convicted? How comes nobody... Listen, people, use your mind. Think about things. Not everything you see online is the truth. You hear what I'm saying? Because what you're going to do, wait for when it's your family and then you start jump and leap. Stop follow this woman. Stop believe this woman. If you want to follow her, follow her. Stop believe everything this woman said because she's a liar. Okay? That is why she's in defamation court. Defamation means you fucking lie. You understand? That is what it
wouldn't even
means.
get to court if you had the evidence before. It wouldn't even go that far to court. So yeah, my people. Anyway, yeah, we need to go. Yeah, we need to go to get back to ends. But yeah, I'm always walking my head high. Come on, you look at my Instagram page. I'm always working. You know what I mean? Come on, man. You know that.
Headside, kill them with the hey.
Yeah, that is it.
Fire there, must tear them think I cool breeze, yeah.
I've seen that person on Afro Rose's page, Tiny San. So you can go. That message to you. Afro Rose is nicked. Let me just quickly show you. Yeah, your master's gone. Hang on. Let me quickly show you. Go on.
Yeah, and I'm not hiding my face.
No, we're not. There you go. Sorry to all the Afro Rose fans. Your master's nicked.
Move out the way.
All right. Monster boss, big up yourself. Pie. Yeah, your cult leader. Yeah, your cult leader gone at the back of the van.
Jim Jones has gone.
Yeah, she gone.
Your Waco queen's gone.
Everybody laugh.
Your Waco queen has gone. Your Waco queen has been nicked.
Yeah,
she can go and answer why she's spreading malicious communication.
All right then. And if we was in Jamaica, we'd have say up in the truck. Up in the truck. Yeah.
Good. Right, make me good step because John.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the Uber. There's one more to show you, like the walk. A shame, cause it's not Photoshop. Cause you love ball like Photoshop. Up in the truck.
Like we're in fucking England, mate.
Up in the truck.
Right? See the flag up there? See the Union Jack
Yeah,
up
but someone
there?
put it
With
like
the England kangaroo court, don't run things over here.
That is it. That is it. Sit there. Great Britain, mate.
Yeah.
Alright, there you go.
Yeah, Afro's kangaroo court don't mean nothing.
Yeah?
I don't know that.
So all those people, 1 second, let me just put this.
They are cracking me up.
All those people that was on my live chatting about, oh, Styler, Afro Rose is roasting you over there. Why didn't you join her live and prove your innocence? Join whose live?
Join whose live?
Styler will chat when court case come and after chat. That is when Styler will chat. Styler won't be chatting on none of the ins and outs.
I'm just giving you a small update.
All right, because we're not fool, right? We don't go and chat when we know that criminal case is impending, like the fucking Afro who's a fool, right? She's a intelligent fool, as a matter of fact, which is the worst fool because she thinks she have sense and she not have no sense. Because if she did have sense, she would have shut her fucking mouth. You understand? That is how it go.
Yeah. So with that being said, there's no more for me to say. Artie just said it, yeah. But just the last thing I want to leave you guys with, just so you know, yeah, so you can spread this news. Yeah, Afro Rose has been arrested. It's official.
The pigeons are out, not the ducks.
Yeah, the pigeons are out. No ducks. Get the ducks in order.
Yeah, the ducks they must be stand up outside police.
Yeah, final. I'll leave you with this final image before we go, because I need to go. And as I said, I'm not talking about the ins and outs. And people, it's out of my hands now. So what happens in the charge and the court case, but as long as you lot know exactly if it goes, but I want you lot to know, nobody gets arrested. Yeah, it doesn't go this far if you don't have enough evidence showing that you are guilty of what you've done. All right, I'll just tell you that in this type of case, yeah, because these cases are very hard to prove. Yeah, when it comes onto online malicious, they're very hard to prove. Let me just talk to the people there real quick here, because I just want you lot to understand, because we're not celebrating prematurely, but this is a big victory for us. Yeah, it's a massive victory because
it might teach her to stop chat people.
Exactly, this is a massive victory because it's very hard to get these cases to even get an arrest. Yeah, so the fact that she's been arrested, and we're not talking 1 or 2 officers. Like, how many officers was there?
Many officers.
Anything up to 20.
Them won't come nick.
Yeah, so yeah, exactly. They all even wanted to nick my auntie. So
to show me ID.
Yeah, so there was many officers, and you don't get an arrest if the evidence wasn't overwhelming. And I stayed silent, and I was very intelligent. I didn't make no fake pages like she said I did. I'm not Claire Kennedy. I'm not Marie Houseford. I'm DJ Styler. Yeah, and I've just been doing my thing silently in background. She's been nicked, and that's just that. All right, so I'm not going to talk about the details of the case because we're not stupid. Yeah, but that's it. Just wanted to update you guys. She's been nicked. All right, so people, I'm out. You can spread this. You can let people know. Yeah, the woman tried to ruin my life. That me I tell you, never. Too blessed. See you later, guys. Let's up. Big up Shaks. Yeah, let's do that. Shaka said you did that. Big up yourself. Do you know what? Big up my auntie as well, man. I have to big up Auntie Bakes. You know what I mean?
Auntie.
Definitely. Yeah, Asha, big up.
Big up to the auntie. Yeah. Big up to the auntie again. Big up to DJ Styler. Big up to everyone watching. Thank you so much to everyone who has been watching my content. I actually started making videos about generational issues. And within those videos, I spoke about women like Afua. And I realized that the divine, nature wanted me to have a real life example of what I was talking about. And then Afua just presented herself and said, you know what? I'm going to be a real life example of this toxic feminine that you keep speaking about. And to me, it's just going from one extreme to the next. So thank you all so much for watching. I do have a song. I got a song that I want to sing. Since I've been sitting here, I'm like, gosh, I'm going to wrap it up with an ancestral song. This is a Jamaican folk song, okay? And it reminds me so much of this situation. The song is called Mota Masi Liza. Ready? I can't believe this, but yeah. But before I sing the song, because I'm going to wrap up at the end of it, big up to DJ Styler. Big up to his auntie. Big up to everyone who had his back. Big up to Marie Houseford. Big up to Claire Kennedy. Big up to Dashing Legacy. That's Kwame. Big up to all the people. I know some people, I want to big them up. I know they want to remain anonymous because we can't always reveal who we're talking to. But big up to all the people who have reached out to me. Big up to those people who have been falsely accused and terrorized by this little Rottweiler of a human. She's not an intelligent fool. She's a fool that thinks that she has sense. You can't be both. Do you get what I'm saying? Big up to those people who have the strength to push back. Big up to those people in my family, those who are in my corner, who had my back when Afua tried to wipe my name through the mud because she's jealous of me. And on that note, big up to everyone who's watched this live. Let me know what you think about the video in Is This Portrait? Yeah. Let me know what you think about this type of a live, because I could have done it on a landscape, but apparently this is a new feature, and you know it's always good to use the new features on the platform. So let me know what you think about it. I will be back. Okay. I really feel like saying now that I will be back tomorrow at 10 p.m. That's how I feel like. I think I'm going to be back tomorrow at 10 p.m. to go further into this subject. There are some things that I've been wanting to share that, to be honest, the reason why I haven't put it out yet, because I usually take time to write and edit and create visuals. But I actually feel like as long as the energies bubble smoothly, I should be able to present in this way. Quick recap for the late arrives, please. Blessings, Adrian S. So yeah, before I go into my serenade, my sing out, what's a quick recap? This video is about Afua Rose, Denise Afua Rose of the Afua Speaks YouTube channel. She is a self-proclaimed women's activist who allegedly uses her voice for good and activism. Blessings, wagwan everybody. So I'm back. This video that you're watching is like, I'm sure you worked it out. I can see Nika saying, I remember this. It is over a year old. So we are coming, hold on there. What time that's that? 12:29. So I have been live for 6 hours and 29 minutes, coming up to 6.5 hours. I started streaming at 6 a.m. So welcome to those of you who have been, you may have just joined or you recently joined. Yeah, I'm feeling mash up. I'm feeling like I could go and lie down. I'm like, oh my gosh. Usually, if I say, look, I'm going to do this particular thing, I will do it. But I must say, I was just sitting down thinking, say, could I cut this to 12 hours and come back on next day and do the next 12, So I'll see how I feel, because it's still the middle of the day. But I woke up like 4:30 and I couldn't sleep. So anyway, we have, let me just double check this, £225 for the GoFund. We have recently received £49 from my choir. Give thanks. And so just to explain, like, I'm here just to raise money to send back home for people who need food to eat right here, right now. There are many different types of scenarios that people are experiencing who have been affected by the hurricane. Some people have lost their homes. Some people have no access to food, light, water, or bigger towns. And so it's really important for me to take the time, which is why I've come here, which is what's going to keep me going, to raise money. So please use the link. It's in the description. Okay. Sorry for shouting, but I'm trying to hype up my voice. Please use the link. It's in the description. You can donate. And the GoFund transfers the money every 24 hours. They initiate a transfer. So by tomorrow, they will initiate the transfer and we will send the money to Jamaica. So please, whatever you have, whether it's a small amount of money or a big whack, or if you can just share the donation link specifically, it will all help. And as you know, this emergency isn't going anywhere. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to come in because we did hit 6.5 hours into the live stream. Later on, the live stream, I will spend more time because I was aware when I started, it was like midnight in Jamaica and in EST. So I know that as the day goes, more people will get up, etc. So later on, I have a couple guests coming on. So I won't spend the whole 24 hours replaying content. But as I'm sure you can appreciate, I kind of have to do this because I don't know how I could sit here and just wind you guys up by just repeating, because essentially I am just here to raise funds for Jamaica. I am going to share some videos shortly in regards to Buju Banton sent some planes to, I think it was Kingston Airport, with items for relief for the hurricane, right? I don't know if it was a plane or the wharf, but anyway, it was barrels. He sent barrels. And when those barrels were cleared, they show the videos where the staff from the airport, them thief out the thing them out of the barrel, over 50% out of the barrels were just gone. So he really isn't impressed. And it's that kind of thing where from the day me born, this is a thing that happens at the airport. Not so much now, but back in the day, that's the reason why we used to always travel with locks. But definitely, like at the wharf, you can send things into the island, and the people who are interceding those packages, they could work for, you know, the wharf, the port, or the airport. And like in this case, they've stolen out all the things. Like if a barrel is 100%, you open the barrel, you see 40% left. So I will be showing those videos because these are the forces that are literally being fought, because he made a video and he was, I don't know if I can play his video because him just a cuss one way a bad word. But what he was saying is the people in Kingston haven't been affected like the people in St. Elizabeth and, you know, other regions along the west, southwest. So he doesn't understand, why are they even stealing the food that is not there for luxury, you know? It's not there to buff up someone's Christmas dinner. It's actually emergency food. So I will be highlighting that and other things relating to the hurricane as they come out today. But I will keep asking. In the meantime, please donate. Please help me to help someone in need. I think I need to fix this. Hold on. Let me try and fix my visuals. I think it's the light. So wait a minute, 1 second, because I might go way out. I'm pressing the wrong thing. I'm actually using a green screen. So as the light shifts, that's a bit better. I just had to like fade it into the background. It's the same green screen that you can see that is in the other video. Let me show ya. If I take the green screen there, I took it. Oh, hold on. So this is literally what's happening. This is what's happening at home. Can you see me matching? Yeah, the light is better in that video though. I don't know what I was doing. I think I had a different setup that time. And now I will just see. Voila, bring it back in. Okay. So, all right. So I'll be back after this video. And thank you again so much for your help, for your love, and for your support. Bless. For women against injustices that are mainly committed by men and fall in the area of SA and DV. Okay. However, as documented in my documentary, Afro Rose, the Trauma Pimp, this woman is a wolf in sheep's clothing. She has a false agenda. She has an ulterior agenda, and she has used the trauma of many women and also the spiteful energies. Because remember, some of these women are just coming trying to like vex. I've seen that. I've seen WhatsApp messages where someone who came on Afterwards platform and accused someone then messaged back the guy and was like, well, you know, that's not really what I meant. So my back is broad, and it's broad enough to say that even though women do experience a horrific level of assault on this planet, not every woman who says that's happened, not every woman is it true. And unfortunately, Afua is on this campaign to attack and antagonize not just males, not just black males, but communities. She's on a destructive path because her own family has been battered left, right, and center with stuff that all humans go through. Like, we all go through stuff, to be fair, but her unwillingness to heal and to process and to reconcile and to use her powerful voice to do good has allowed her to morph into this, you know that crisp in England, they got these potato chips called Monsters Munch. Like, she's morphed into this sour tasting, bitter. Like, she is literally, like, she is the perfect example of a bitter old woman. Okay. And so she not only attacks men, she attacks other women. She attacks them for the choices of how they may dress and how they may worship even. She just has this cult-minded mentality that says, if you are not like me, and I've experienced this, so this is not an allegation. This is not an allegation. If you are not like me, if you're not going to suck up under my butt, if you're not going to act like, you're a few notches less intelligent and allow me to just be out here being brutish and malicious and spiteful, then I am going to try to destroy you. And we know that people who seek to destroy others is because they've got a deep sense of insecurity inside. They can't just sit with themselves and shut up. I can sit down for weeks and just shut the F up. And I am comfortable. I don't need to be on social media to feel alive, to feel validated. I don't need anyone to even know what I did today, yesterday, what I'm going to do tomorrow to feel as if I am someone of substance. I breathe. I think. I do. And therefore I am. And as someone, like, I have been working like in meditation for about 14 years, yoga for over 10 years. What Afua Rose truly needs is basic self-development. Clearly, whatever she learned in her alleged psychology courses that she took, because you know what? No, I'm coming back, because tomorrow I'm going to come back and talk at 10 p.m. GMT. I'm going to talk about the Claire Kennedy and what Claire Kennedy, the page, the entity, the person, how they ravaged Afua and put out so much information that showed that Afua is just telling lie after lie after lie. Like, I don't understand how people think they can come onto my page and defend her when they have been seeing this false exterior. This cracks me up. So I found the videos now, and I am going to start to bring them in. This is in relation to what I just mentioned. I am hoping that I did watch a little piece of the video before. I don't want it to be too.
Come on a cargo plane, Dun's head, right? And a thieving brother and thieving family over the work at the fucking airport. We don't understand.
I wanted to say in advance, my apologies. There's a little bit of, like a bit of rudeness.
So when things are do things on them hard, you think up. What do you think up here though? You think that Terry long life we up here live? I want them Luman life they up here live. We're working hard and we're trying to do things to the country and we're doing that the cargo come, right? First and foremost, it take forever to give with the cargo, right? And when the cargo come out and we start looking at the cargo, Starlink missing, stove missing, all kind of ras bomber, ras clotting, blood clot missing, and the barrel them half empty. See, nothing ever happened to Kingston. There's no reason for nobody at Kingston for your thief, nothing from the people of Jamaica. You understand me? But the sound still have a dirty, crowbait, reptobate, blood clot mentality.
So the people are them basically a thief out the goods for the survivors. This is ridiculous. And in an area where there is not this level of damage. So this lady had this to say because it is a culture. It's a culture not just at the airport, but at the wharf. This thieving thing, thieving other people's things. Not cool.
They will come down with 3/4 something them thief out and they must say airport thief, and then must say at the end of the day the woman I say like somebody said to him say the barrel them no mark, not no mark on the barrel, and must say oh the fact that the barrel them come up on a chartered flight is a flight where I carry charity stuff, so why did the barrel have to be marked? And as a matter of fact, even if the barrel no mark, this is my opinion, even if the barrel them no mark, airport people have the right for thief out and out of the barrel them, me want to ask them that question them. We need to stop it, and a long time we're not going with them foolishness there. We need to stop it. Remember one time, one of my first jobs, was to work at the port, Yes, I mean, I have a specific supervisor. That woman used to go on like a fair shit could have make patty. She go on like a fair shit make tasty patty. She did hype and kakati and go on like she was the smartest, the brightest. And the funny thing about it is those people were used to act that way there. They were the ones that were being promoted. They were the ones that were being sent on seminars, sent to do this, sent to represent the company, sent to do that. And that woman was nothing but a little thief. You know what happened? That woman was working at the airport, Norman Malley International Airport to be exact. And that woman stole a passenger's cell phone. Stole a passenger IN cell phone. You know how they found out that she stole the cell phone? CCTV. CCTV, and the woman has gone like on a sheet the phone, but CCTV. You know, me never did like about that job there. What me never did like about that job there is the fact that every little thing where the local mediocre people them do, the people them where them classify as mediocre, the people them where they don't get up on the food chain, every little thing where them do was a big deal. If somebody at work and sometimes they don't get no break, and you're tired and if you're quint your eyes so for too long and lucky for too long, then pop off your ID off your neck and then ban it off of the port. Them either ban it off of the seaport and ban it off of the airport, or you can't come back on at all, or you lose your job in its entirety. But the big neck them and the people that were in a position, supervisor position and a position where a thief, them not ban them not fire them, and them don't let them afford them do. And I hope Buju Banton don't let this go. I hope Buju Banton don't let this go, because any airport there should be CCTV. And at the end of the day, I feel like say even though I don't know which one at the airport it at my, but at the same set of people them work at the whole of the airport them. It's the same set of people them, same companies, same organizations. In case one don't know. So at the end of the day, no matter which one at the airport it happen, which part of the seaport it happen, from it happen one port, people need to be held accountable, because you are compromising national security. You are compromising the national security of Jamaica. The minute you have a criminal working in the airport, the minute you have criminals working at the airports or the seaport, you're compromising national security. Because if you're stealing stuff that people bringing into the country, can you tell me what else you guys are doing? That means so now say I'm blind, ear and deaf too. I don't know, otherwise see I'm blind, ear and deaf is something that is good. And if you don't know me, I talk about, you don't know me, I talk about. So why is these people, why are they allowed to be a part of national security if they're stealing? Because that's not enough, that says a lot. If them put you at the front line to protect the entrance of the country and the exits of the country, and you are a thief, what does it say? It leads me to think that you may be doing other stuff. Them need to get rid of uno. You see, everybody where I work.
Okay, I just want to say, you see what this lady is saying? It sounds like she's making very fair points. Like, why is it okay to have a thief in national security? Why, the front of house for entering the island, this is part of the national security of the island. But the truth is, and this is why it's so sad, Jamaica has a culture of having out and bad, meaning overt thieves in national security. An example of that is you can be stopped by the police and everything could be fine. Your paperwork could be fine. Everything could be absolutely fine. But they will insist that some police, this is not a modern thing. This has been happening since I was a child and before I was born, right? Some police, they're going to charge you for no reason. Like you've committed no crime, but you can just pay them off. Or let's say in the instance that maybe you don't have something up to date, you can pay them off. So if you haven't committed a crime, you can pay them off. I've experienced this both as a child and as an adult, in the passenger seat and in the driver's seat, when I have to pay off police for no reason. So if this is the culture and everyone's used to it, taxi drivers, people with their own transport, this no one can't say is lie. So why are we now surprised when people in the wharf or the airport are stealing hurricane relief contributions, when it's a culture, it's part of the culture that those who are in positions of power, specifically within like national security, they do exploit this power. They do use it to exploit innocent people. And now, to show how people are so used to this slackness, now one doesn't even have that little internal compass that says, okay, maybe we teeth from everybody 11 months out of the year, but because this is Hurricane Melissa relief, no, them not have no compass. So that's why anything will happen at bottom has to happen at the top, and that's what's basically happening here.
I work on a shift there until they find out how the thieving of those stuff in the barrel go. Do some investigation and find out how the thieving of those stuff go in the barrel. Because remember me telling you, if somebody work at the airport and then quit now for too long, CCTV see and come pop off your ID. So you can't tell me say CCTV never see who thief out whatever out of the barrel them. Uno too wicked. Uno too wicked. And those times that I'm talking about was years ago, where if you close your eye for too long, if you quit for too long, CCTV say asleep, you're asleep. Whoever up there watch the TV, them come and them say asleep, you're asleep, and you see them pop off ID off of your neck. So them used to treat people out at the airport and the seaports. So me can't understand now why. Sometimes my mom there, I say, oh, people complain, say luggage, things in a luggage thief, things in a barrel thief. Unless people, it's a clique of people that's doing this. It can't be one person. It can't be one person. No people now want to come out, come talk the truth. Because on uphold with thieving. No people don't want to come talk the truth. It's a clique of persons and not one person. One person can't thief at the airport. There's too much CCTV all over. That's national security right there, so they might compromise right there, so because it supports. That's at the entry. Anything can happen right there, so national security does compromise totally right there, so one little mistake can cause a country great damage and great harm. A little mistake at the port. So what are you trying to tell me? Say they don't know who went in those barrels? Them can't tell UNO that. They can tell people that civilians that. Them can tell people that never do certain jobs that. They can tell people who never been in certain jobs that. Them can tell people who never work at the airport that. But don't tell somebody when no procedures, when no security procedures. Don't tell nobody when no security procedures. Say, you all don't know who stole those stuff out of the barrel. The only reason why you are pretending that you don't know who steal the stuff out of the barrel is because it's a clique. And anyone Jamaica thief out, it's a clique. I don't know one person do it. Can't be one person.
Yeah.
Can't be one person. There's many people involved in it. It's not too wicked.
Facts. No little internal compass to say, and you know, I'm not gonna act like I'm surprised. Obviously, it's come out as information, but you know what you do in the dark, you'll do in the light. And as I said, it's a cultural thing. So I've just found what I think is the full video from Buju. I've now been streaming for 6 hours and 51 minutes. Oh my gosh. So coming up to 7 hours. Yeah. Thank you so much for being here. Please keep sharing the donation link. Make your donations. Share it with someone who cares. Here we go.
Right? And when the cargo come out and we start looking at the cargo, Starlink missing, stove missing, all kind of ras bomber, ras clotting, blood clot missing, and the barrel them half empty. See, nothing ever happened to Kingston. There's no reason for nobody at Kingston for your thief, nothing from the people of Jamaica. You understand me? But the sound stay on have a dirty, crowbait, reptobate, blood clot mentality, to break my fucking heart. You understand me? I should have come in and come go to some scandal back because of that on the blood clot deserve. You know. You see it? Right? We don't look no clout and we know that the people in a dire straits. So we have a thief and poor people and thief and people who go through such a hard time. Who are blocking at the barrel. Blocking at the barrel them. So we ask a question. Where is the oversight? Where are the security measures? Because you can't go through the airport and fart. So how somebody leave the airport with so much things, all these things where these packages come tampered with. Right? On think that nice? A whole lot of people up here, so Barrington flying, this plane that come to Jamaica, come go to things and crash. So Barrington make 2 flights, them fly Monday and them fly Tuesday. 2 big rascal cargo plane. Only for no say, when we open the package, them, everything tampered, everything, what I do, what do we really deal with? We can't continue, so. We cannot continue like this. It's painful. Because we're up on the battlefield, I'm and even I'm from man, and we're up and down and meet people left, right, and center to secure something for my nation. Right? All me not secure, when just hurt my feelings, the blood clot. I don't have no idea. I not talk the common people, I talk the thief, the money with them with a Norman man, the airport. Okay? Because when the cargo plane and they say it land, right? And the amount of things you're missing my people, it hurt me very fucking hard. I treat different blood clot. If you cut me, don't find a drop of blood. Right? For what?
For what? It's absolutely disgusting. And, you know, good will always eventually rise over iniquity. I think we should do better. Do you know what I mean? We should do better. Let me just check which I just need to check what account I'm signed into. I'm going to share something with you. We got to do better, guys. Whoa, a whole heap of video come up. And you know what's also sad? It looks like the man is going to cry. You go and, to the extreme to say that you're going to send a whole plane, a whole aeroplane. You understand? You're going to send the plane. You're going to get all the donations and you're going to send these things as is such a fortunate thing that you can do that. And then your own people, you see that? Like a crab in a barrel mentality. Your own people, they turn around and that's what they do to you. Mankind, isn't it? Man to man is so unjust. Children.
So before I go to my bed, I had to come and make this post. I remember when I placed this on my page, and a whole bunch of you came for me saying that this is propaganda. Nobody's stealing from the airport. It's all lies. No, Buju Banton has come out with a claim that many of his things that he brought for hurricane relief to Jamaica were stolen out from barrels and even from the cargo plane. He said that there were so many things missing, barrel all half. What have you guys got to say now? Sometimes one of the things I notice about you people is that you like to disregard people's lived experiences because they are not your own. Some of you are quick to bawl out that it's fake news and it's lies and nothing no go so, rather than listening to the source of the news. You are thinking that unless it comes out from official channels, it means that it does not exist. What you don't realize is that often these official channels actually create a narrative that is politically appropriate. Sometimes it is about making sure that these kinds of news don't go any further, because the shame, the embarrassment, and the fact that they don't even know how to fix it. Listen, it is disgusting that despite the fact that people are putting out their best efforts to bring things to those in need in those vulnerable communities, that we have got people who are hell-bent on being sticky fingers? You understand? Why is it that we cannot recognize that these things are for charity for the destitute and leave them alone? Even if you don't have no conscience when it comes to stealing, that is one time your humanity should take control. Because it's like say una brother and sisters can steal on there and dead. But then again, you see, some of you are putting out some really disgraceful, ungrateful posts, thinking that you're doing yourselves any favor. It's only a matter of time before people tie their hands and decide that they are not going to do anything to assist because of the energy that you guys are giving on the internet. And you know something? You people who are doing these things are not even the really vulnerable. Because those who are really vulnerable will accept with a grateful heart. Just like this lady. Because as much as, yes, highlighting the bad things, it sells. Because negative things, everybody want to watch on the internet. I really appreciated how this lady came out and asked for additional help and not just food. Because I know the one we go out and say them tired of food went all over the place. Let's see if you can recognize the difference and how really grateful people operate. Take a look.
Yeah, this is Auntie Beng from Upstreet Belmont. I want to thank all of the people them from town, especially town people and near people and far people. Thank Auntie Jula, Auntie Punkis, my Uncle Christian over there on the whole work. We shell down boy. We shell down boy. I tell us that the people them come and make Westmoreland nice. We have to give thanks and grateful. People big up on yourself. One Auntie Beng on the app. And I tell us say, you know, the people them where they near we give a look at something, thank you too. And one more thing I have to say. I don't look no fame, but I have to just give thanks. And we belly full down here. God know we can't complain if we don't food not too much. Yeah, but would I like 2 black and 2 cement if I that we give we a start. Yeah, me not craving and me not ungrateful, but you know, yeah, one Auntie Beng on the top. And thank you can help Westmoreland see their capital in the ear. Thank you people.
So before I go to my bed, I had to come and make this post. I remember when I placed this on my page and a whole bunch.
See, some people, they don't like that. They don't like that. But I definitely think ask and you will receive. If you don't need food or you even need food, but yeah, please say I need block even more. You just have to ask for what you need. And there's nothing wrong with that. I saw someone saying online, you know, they're happy for the food request, but they need blocks. And I was like, yeah, good on you. So yeah, I hope you checked out that video. In the comments, people are saying things like people don't like to hear truth because it is true. You can get up and say, oh, people are stealing from the wharf and you might just be ignored. But now it's happened to Buju. People can't, not the wharf, the airport. People can't deny it anymore. Let me check this out.
Now, dancehall legend Buju Banton is speaking out. We're sent to Jamaica. We're stolen.
Sorry, I just forwarded the beginning of that video because I don't know what audio that was and I can't play certain audios. So here we go.
At the normal Manly airport, them thief them out. Buju is not a happy man because of this act. And you know, me always hear people are cuss and complain about custom people. Them. And at this point, it is a damn shame. People like Uno will make people no and donate, none at all. To charter private cargo, to send food that you bought to Senegal, Jamaica. Uno feel like that cheap? Just imagine donors watching this. Disappointed. But, you know, in all of this, years people are complaining about this. So I'm kind of glad this happened and happen how it happened. Because Jamaicans been a ball about this up here. As a Jamaican, I'm shame. Shame like dog. And I know people are going to ask, like, where are the security measures? Well, if we go look upon it logically, it look like the security them involved too. But this is just a disgrace. And I see why a lot of people don't want to donate or be a part of helping Jamaica because of this. Yeah, man, the good are suffer for bad.
Of course, it looks like the security is involved as well. And I hope that they do go and check the CCTV, because how many people do you need to be in the team in Norman Manley Airport to steal half of the things that's inside each barrel? I didn't see how many barrels it was, but you have to have a team, because where are you putting all of that stolen goods? Where are you putting it?
And Jamaicans been a
Terrible,
complain
sick
about this.
part
We
of the
can't say it
culture.
enough. But you see, we
Yeah.
happen now if it happen so. So no, you know, look like the Jamaicans just a chat because a chat sake. See it on a bigger scale. So want to get exposed big now, and I really, really hope somebody is held accountable for this. I want to punish them to the full length. I want to still wonder why Melissa come here. Crazy man. Now, dancer legend.
So imagine now, Buju Banton got relief supplies for you guys, right? I'm talking to Uno at the Norman Manley Airport. The security them, the whole on go in at the man thing, so I don't know about it, because there's no way people can left with so much stuff, because Buju Banton said some of the barrel them was empty, half empty. Right? And you guys went into the man things. The things them for the people, the things them for help out with the people that we are suffer right now. And thief out the thing them. I hope no conscience kill them. I remember say God I got beat, you know, because it's no thief from poor people or thief from people who deserve it. Karma is always active. When I said I'm wicked, man. So imagine now,
Now I'm looking to see if I can show you the empty barrel so you can have an idea. And remember, before I continue with that part of the video, sorry. Yeah, 7 hours. 7 hours, guys. I have been live for 7 hours. I have raised 49 pounds. It is now 225 pounds. Please check out the GoFundMe link. We're raising funds to help people on the ground who need food or any other form of support while dealing with the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. I said it was a 24-hour live. About an hour ago, I started to flake out. But now I hit 7 hours. I'm thinking, so can I do this kind of a cycle, 2 more plus a 3 hour on top of that? I forgot to see how I feel, but I'm rooting for myself. Please donate. And if you can't donate, please share the GoFundMe link. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Let's see what the barrels look like, right? Here we go. The
cargo, right? And when the cargo come out and we start looking at the cargo, Starlink missing, stove missing, all kind of ras bomber, ras clat, the cargo, right?
Can you see that? That's what I saw. Look at that barrel. You think someone is sending a half empty barrel? Is that barrel half empty, or would you say there's a third? That barrel is 2/3 empty. That's not half full. So that's how the Norman Manley Airport staff thief out the donations and didn't even take like 1 and 2 things to try and, disguise it. They were like, no, we're gonna show you that we stole your things. We're gonna show you. But it's okay. What goes up and all that, isn't it?
And when the cargo come out and we start looking at the cargo, Starlink missing, stove missing, all kind of ras bomber, ras clotting, blood clot missing, and the barrel them half empty. See, nothing ever happened to Kingston. There's no reason for nobody at Kingston for your thief, nothing from the people of Jamaica.
Fresh drop.
Me? But I saw on stay on a dirty, crowbait, reptobate, blood clot mentality, to break my fucking heart. You understand me? I should have come in and come go to some scandal back because of that on the blood clot deserve. You know? You see it? Right? We don't have no clout and we know that the people have been in dire straits. So you got thief from poor people and thief from people who go through such a hard time. Who are broken at the barrel. Broken at the barrel, and so I ask a question. Where is the oversight? Where are the security measures? Because you can't go through the airport and fart. So how somebody leave the airport with so much things, all these things where these packages come tampered with. Right? On think that nice? A whole lot of people up here, Barrington flying, it's a plane that come to Jamaica, come go to things and crash. So Barrington make 2 flights, them fly Monday and them fly Tuesday. 2 big rascal cargo plane. All if you know say, when we open the package, everything tampered, everything, what I do, what do we really deal with? We can't continue, so. We cannot continue like this. It's painful. Because we're up on the battlefield, I'm on even I'm from man, I run up and down and I meet people left, right, and center to secure something for my nation. Right? Oh, if I not secure, I just hurt my feelings, the blood clot. I don't have no idea. I not talk the common people, I talk the thief, the man with the Norman man, the airport. Okay? Because when the cargo plane and they say it land, right? And the amount of things that missing my people, it hurt me very fucking hard. I treat it as a blood clot. If you cut me, don't find a drop of blood. The cargo, right? And when the cargo come out and we start looking at the cargo,
But just say, if you cut me, you don't find a drop of blood in her. Of course, it would hurt him. And this is the sad reality where the good have to suffer for the bad, you know? Yeah. 7 hours and 9 minutes live, guys. Donate. So what do you want to play for you, or this lady?
Serious note, I'm gonna tell you what things about you barrel. No longer yard, eh? What I'm gonna know when for thief and how for thief and why for thief. Come on, man, time and place, man. Eh? Wanna see how the country look, man. I don't know walk a thief. I don't time for thief, you know, man. Time and place, only two blood clad thief, man. Come on, man. Eh? I giving back time now, not time for thief, nothing, man. I'm gonna say thiefy.
I'm so sorry, guys. I'm not even checking these videos. I did check the first few, but then I thought just play it from TikTok. So for the long bad word them answer, just remember I don't know what's coming out. So I do apologize, especially if you have children, you know, in your presence.
Because do so finger fearing. That's a really country can better, you know, man. Because of summer own. I'm gonna think for the things about your barrel, you know, eh? One not think thief things out of people barrel, or not thief things out of people suitcase. What am I gonna know when for thief? Eh? What do no finger? What do no saw? G's and P, man, time and place. Time and place, man. It no look good, man. It no look good. It don't look good. It thinks them are coming for people who don't have no a thief. We don't need to know when for thief and why for thief and how for thief, man. Time and place, man. A thief in time now. I mean, I don't know what wrong with someone, you know. And not even funny, you know, because I not laugh. I don't know when I laugh in time, man. But come on now, man. When you see the people down there not even have one tapalin over there, I don't know how thief things, man. You know, if you do better, you know, I can't go about my business. I can't go on my damn bed. I can't just sick on my stomach. I want to take care and have a good night. Bye. Serious
Exactly. So, and you know that tripalling what people are talking about is basically the the blue plastic is usually blue or black. And people are using the tripalling as a roof. You understand? And some people don't have tripalling. So that's a big item that's being donated right now on the land and being sent in as well. People are literally just looking around the house, and if they find some tripalling, they're sending it up towards the country because these are the things that are needed. So if everyone doesn't have a tripalling to cover them at night, how can you be stealing? So when the lady say with sick stomach and Buju say, you know, that he feels this way, this is the only thing that you can expect. You know, it's the absolute only thing that you can expect because come on, man. But at the same time, I'm just thankful for those who are receiving some form of relief because guess what? The thieving thing is a right part of the culture. And so there is, unfortunately, there's an inevitability to it. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is the reason why, I will play the video that I did, Andrew Holness, etc. This is the reason why, even in regards to like the government, people not wanting to, people not feeling sure, I should say, if they can give, oh my gosh, sorry, I was just doing some madness. If they can give to the government, it's causing issue because people are trying to identify, can I trust this GoFund? Can I trust this person? And for the fact that it's led to people on the island coming out and saying, look, don't trust the prime minister, don't trust the Jamaican government, don't give them money, because if you give them money, it's going to end up stalling and we're not going to get it. Because you know what? I'm going to be honest. I'm sure there are efforts being done, but I'm just going to call it as it is. Today is day 17 after the hurricane. It's too little, too late. It's not enough. It's not enough. And it's especially not enough for a country that is threatened by hurricanes every year, every rainy season. Is there one rainy season a year? I know this is like rainy season October time, but do we have an early rainy season? I can't remember. I don't think so. But basically, come on. This is a country that is set up. Well, not is set up, clearly not, but should be set up to deal with, I'm not going to say, they can deal with a hurricane, level 5 hurricane. I'm not going to just be presumptuous, but more can be done. So this is the video. So I've just shown where people have stolen the stuff out of the airport. This has been happening on the island, at the airports and at the wharf for as long as I can remember. And now it's spilled over into the disaster. Now I'm going to play a video that I shared a couple of days ago about people warning, the public in regards to not giving Andrew Holness any financial support, but finding ways to get the money directly to Jamaicans on the ground. So here we go. Welcome to the Feminine Mind. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good night, depending on where you are on the planet. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's a brand new evening or day, depending again on where you are in the planet. And it is day 14. Yep, day 14 since Hurricane Melissa hit Jamaica. So just want to thank everyone who has been watching the videos that I have been doing. And I want to also thank everyone who has been donating. So for everyone who has donated to the Help Jamaica Rebuild After Hurricane Melissa GoFund, the link is below. Thank you all so much. And as you know, on Thursday from 6 a.m., Thursday morning to 6 a.m., Friday morning, I am going to be doing the 24-hour live stream to drum up. So that's now, okay? This is the 24-hour live stream to drum up financial support. Please make a donation to the GoFund. The link is below. And please share the link with someone who you know. Thank you. Fundraising support on this channel. So look out for that. And please feel free to go ahead and submit your donation. It doesn't matter how small. So today in this video, I've come to speak about a lot of things that I've been seeing online, content in regards to people warning against giving funds to the Jamaican government, warning against giving funds to Andrew Holness, and literally advising people who are outside of Jamaica who want to help with the hurricane relief to make sure that they give it to Jamaicans working on the ground, whether it's family, loved ones, hospitals, schools, or personal crowdfunding, because the overall feeling is that if you donate your money to the government, the money is going to stop. and it might get distributed to you or you might not get it. So I just wanted to share some of the videos, like a couple of videos. And also I saw a video essentially where Andrew Holness was giving Jamaicans a very firm talking to and letting them know that him no want them a chat him name. He's like, basically it's like a threat to say, don't call my name publicly. And it didn't go down very well. So I wanted to share that too, because one of the ladies who responded to this, some of her views, I quite very much agree. Now, as you guys know, I rarely come and like show content and show my reaction, but I want to make sure that as the hurricane relief is taking place, not only in Jamaica, but also in Haiti, because I'll be doing a video about that. I want to make sure that as a Jamaican, you know, mother Jamaican, grandparents Jamaican, as far back as I know, that I bring my energy to focus on my island and also to continue to raise awareness. Like we all have to do our part. So I do still have other content. Like tomorrow, I'm going to be doing a video that is well overdue, which is about CMR Carter and his interview on The Fix. But for today, let's just see what these people are saying. I know one of these videos, at least two of them are very funny. So I won't play those first.
Who's probably not going to agree with me when I say this, and a lot of persons are going to be upset because not everything is politics, but it's common sense. We see Shaggy, Sean Paul, you know, say Spice, Vibes Cartel, Massacre, Ja Vinci, Beanie Man, Angel, Food for the Poor, all of the people them, the TikTokers them, the Jamaican dancer them, everybody out and I do whatever them can do for the people. But you know, say them must save the people though. Are they regular civilian like me? I don't know. I save the people them. Because I know the government can reach them. If them never make them way down a centi and give people them food, if them would have dead for hungry, 1 week Melissa come now. When you see the man on the ground, the man I say, well, community round this and this, block it off and I basically foot. You have to reach it by. You reach it look quicker, yes, if a machine come and take things out of the way. So imagine Melissa done. And even if people not pass in the storm, in the aftermath, I wait to come out of the water and just waiting to get something to eat, I know so many Jamaicans perish. I swear. I can't 32 people dead. A lie. Has to be more. Why the hell the government moves so slow, I don't know. It has to be more. The death toll has to be more than 32 bodies. I saw a clip. Andrew Holness went to Westmoreland. He went to Montego Bay. And he went to Senti. He walked around and he shaking people in the hand. And he say he's just looking and estimating the damages. And see what is needed. And I know he can't reach back down there. I have me come from and I can't see back Andrew and I have all know. Now if him come true, I never know I stand to be corrected. Coming up too high for correction. But I'll know I see Andrew Holness reach back down there. I'll know. If people them are Senti, I'll know I see Andrew and I say funny time Andrew go look. I see Andrew dead again with nothing in hand and give people them for him. So I dance all. I save Jamaica, I save the people them. Because think about it. If we never have them, the people that feel jumpy, me now say we not get the donation, you know. And that me talk about we get it. The world love us and we get the support. But in the side rich people them yet. Are the regular man we can't film food can go hand to mouth. I see the people them.
Right. So as you can see, given because obviously this is all about perspective, and we have to, you know, look at things objectively, and different people have different perspectives. And definitely, like, one of those perspectives is to be neutral and say, okay, the government must be doing something. So I'm not trying to put out a narrative that's saying the government isn't doing anything. But that also is contrasting with the fact that what she's saying is true, and many people are actually only being reached by non-governmental bodies. So something isn't quite right, because in my mind, I'm like, if someone who isn't from the government can get there, that means the government can get there too, even if it's a road blockage situation, or do you know what I mean? So let me show you the other video. I'm going to go through them very quickly. I know you guys must have noticed that I keep on putting out content. I want to make sure, as I said, I might even, oh, I mean, pun, the wrong thing. I might even end up putting out more content as we go forward. So that was the lady in Sav. All right, this one is a bit funny. No, let's not watch that one yet. Hold on. This one is definitely funny. I had to mute it.
DJ Khaled, Vibes Cartel, the influencer, the artist, them, any rich institution. Yes, we don't donate, on the generator, on the tanks, all of them is something, the money, don't give the government. Don't give no politician, no business with no politician. Move no way. No a thief. If you give somebody else out there, give somebody else out there a chance to thief. At least if you send one down 100 generator, me not lie. If me get it, me will thief for 1 or 2 or 3. The government, they want to take a whole of it. Do not give them no money. Do not give them the money. Give hospital the money directly. Make it doctor and thief sitting. Make end thief sitting. I tell you, I'm going at work, when you sit down on social media, read comments, but we not go set example out. We move on. The only thing we can do is kill we and lock we up. Me and Jonas at about shit, I'm going to set example, because when him strike, people afraid of you. Nobody not afraid of you. Nobody not afraid of you and Jonas. Nobody not afraid of you. All you can do is lock we up and charge we and kill we. And we done their prison already. We done a suffer out here already, out for dead. So nothing wrong. But people afraid of you. Before you go to St. Thomas and Westmoreland and Montego, be all of them places, you sit up on social media, read comments. But people will criticize you. Are you alone then, cuz? Move your heart and go.
Now, isn't that deep? Mr. Demand said, like, for a country to have the citizens saying that, like, don't send the money there, I think it says a lot. And obviously, I think the bulk of the fundraising has already happened. So whoever was supposed to send wherever, you know what I mean? But he did make reference to Andrew Holness, like, threatening the public. So I wanted to play that video because I found that and I wasn't impressed.
One who fears criticism, but there are people who fear me when I respond to them. Be assured that I will respond to any nonsense that is put out.
Hold on, let me play this again.
I am not one who fears criticism, but there are people who fear me when I respond to them. Be assured that I will respond to any nonsense that is put out.
What kind of covert chat is that? There are people who fear me when I respond. What he really wants to say is, you will fear me when I respond. So this beautiful sister, and this is what she had to say.
Zoo trick Andrew. As people them want to call him bro God. Jamaican people put politicians on a pedestal. You've made them celebrities, and now they think that they're more powerful than they actually are. Wanna take it so far that wanna start to call them God. And now Andrew feel himself. But now we've also, through putting him back in government, we have told him that we accept a lot of the things that he did in his previous term. One thing being what he's mentioning here, the time during COVID when he violated someone's human right, a Jamaican's right to freedom of speech. And we allowed him to do that because we never said nothing about it. So that set a precedent. So him feel like, say, him can threaten us because we had nothing to say about it. And this is the problem with us not saying anything, not speaking out when these politicians do and say certain things, because it make them feel powerful. And we the people aren't putting them in them place and making them know, no, you work for us. And your wholeness, nobody is afraid of you. We're not afraid of you. And I'd like to remind you, because a lot of you like to think that Nanny is a myth. She's not a myth. Nanny Pickney them still there. Our ancestors' blood still running our vein. Don't forget who won the Maroon War. Don't believe the hype, Andrew. A lot of us are here, are quiet, but we're not sleeping. And we will do what we have to do if we have to go up against the system. Our ancestors them do it already and we can do it again. Don't pass your place.
Don't pass your place. Don't pass your place. She said it so well. I just want to play the beginning again, just the first 20 seconds. Here you are.
Is it trick, Andrew?
Is it trick, Andrew? No, hold on.
Are the people them want to call him bro God?
Are the people them want to call him bro God? Is it trick, Andrew? Are the people them want to call him bro God? Because she makes reference to when it was the lockdown, and she's saying like we let him get away with it because I remember I was living there. Some man came online and he was saying a lot of profanity and SYM and all kind of what's it. And I think that guy was found within 24 hours or less, and they made a big spectacle out of it to show that if you talk about Andrew Holness certain way, don't think even in the middle of a lockdown, a pandemic, don't think that they won't come and find you. So him coming now with this chat.
Who fears criticism, but there are people who fear me when I respond to them.
What?
Be assured that I will respond to any nonsense that is put up.
And this is him basically telling people, do not say anything negative about my response to the hurricane. And that's why this lady, this empress is like,
Is it trick, Andrew?
Is it trick, Andrew?
Are call him bro God?
Are the people that want to call him bro God?
Politicians on a pedestal. You've made them celebrities. And now they think that they're more powerful than they actually are.
Mhm.
You take it so far that
So for those who don't understand, like in Jamaica, I don't know, maybe the past 6 years or so, maybe 5-6 years, they started to call Andrew Holness, the Prime Minister, Bro God. And Bro God is actually Brother God. It's like saying, you understand? So she's saying, because you've given this public servant, essentially, such a high status that you think is appropriate to look at him and call him bro God, now it's kind of gone to his own head. So he feels like he's some Hercules who can make certain statements to the public and forget that he is the public servant and also forget the kind of people that he's serving.
start to call them God. And now Andrew feel himself. But now we've also, through putting him back in government, we have told him that we accept a lot of the things that he did in his previous term. One thing being what he's mentioning here, the time during COVID when he violated someone's human right, a Jamaican's right to freedom of speech. And we allowed him to do that because we never said nothing about it. So that set a precedent. So him feel like say, him can threaten us because we had nothing to say about it. And this is the problem with us not saying anything, not speaking out when these politicians do and say certain things, because it makes them feel powerful. And we the people aren't putting them in them place and making them know, no, you work for us. Andrew Holness, nobody is afraid of you. We're not afraid of you. And I'd like to remind you, because a lot of you like to think that Nanny is a myth. She's not a myth. Nanny Pickney them still there. Our ancestors' blood still running our vein. Don't forget who won the Maroon War. Don't believe the hype, Andrew. A lot of us are here, are quiet, but we're not sleeping. And we will do what we have to do if we have to go up against the system. Our ancestors them do it already and we can do it again. Don't pass your place.
Don't pass your place. Don't pass your place, with full respect. So I am going to play. I love this sis for that. I love it. Because you don't have to add on to that. I'm going to play On a lighter note, I guess it's a lighter note. Let me just double check that that's everything. Yeah, I have Andrew, Anju. Okay, on a lighter note, I will close out with this one. Let me know what you think about this.
Entitled Jamaicans that just experienced a Category 5 hurricane telling people what not to send them. Oh, these are not the canned goods that we eat. Please don't send these canned goods. Us Jamaicans are not going to eat it. Check this out.
A reminder of the things that we Jamaican don't eat, so we need to bear in mind when we get things or we don't send to Jamaica. Jamaica people don't drink chicken noodle out of tin. We don't like tomato soup. We don't drink Campbell soup. And we don't like diced tomato. We don't not even like tomato in a can. And ranch bean, whatever it is. So these are
crazy.
We as Jamaican, we don't eat these. So, about that a disaster, you get them, you go pack up then Campbell soup, we give nobody. Don't waste no time.
And here we are in the U.S. with people not knowing when they're going to receive their SNAP benefits, how much, and when it's going to be released. That's who we should be donating our care packets to, canned goods to these food pantries that's distributing food. Because you just experienced a Hurricane 5 and you still have the audacity to have this entitlement. I bet you they not turning down no money, though. I bet you they not turning down no money.
Okay, stick a pin. So first and foremost, when I watched this video, the first time I saw it, I laughed so much. I laughed so much because I don't think this man understands. Do you think that he's right? Do you think? Because I don't think he understands something. I have a friend that's been in England for like maybe 20 years or so. And he grew up in Jamaica, right? So in Jamaica, when you see mushrooms on trees, back in the day, they would call it duppy flowers, right? So duppy flowers is like, so long there. Me, I try to tell this story straight. Duppy flowers, duppy means ghost, okay? So in Jamaica, growing up for him, seeing the mushrooms on the tree, that's something they named duppy flowers, which is ghost flowers. So he was telling me like, he's been in England for 20 years and he has never eaten mushroom. And I was saying, for real? But the thing is, it wasn't like I was judging him because I totally understand, like as a Jamaican, why he would come to England and say, yo, in Jamaica, that thing is called duppy flowers. They might be selling it in the supermarket here, but I'm not going to eat it. So we have a very distinct palate. And the reason why I was laughing here is when the woman said, don't send no tomato sauce because Jamaicans don't like tomato sauce. And I'm telling you, I don't think she's being inappropriate. And, you know, even in scripture, it says, ask and you will receive. And to how the palate, the Jamaican palate, most people, their culture, they have a very, you know, distinct palate. It's trained a certain way. Jamaican palate is trained towards like onion, scallion, garlic, Scotch bonnet, not and fresh tomato. Yeah. So we don't. I was telling my daughter a few weeks ago because we were having a Jamaican dish, and when I came home, I asked her to cook it, and she had decided to cook the dish with either a tin tomato or some kind of false tomato, which vexed me. This is the reason why watching that I could understand, because I was like, yo, did you grow up eating that? Because in Jamaican culture, we don't have one dish, not one recipe that requires like a tin tomato or a tomato puree. We just don't have. What we have is onion, scallion, garlic, you get what I'm saying? Thyme, scotchy, that's our base for pretty much everything. So I don't think I think this guy just doesn't understand. Like I can see he's saying the audacity, but if you're gonna send the food, you might as well send something that they'll eat, like a sardine, tin corn, buddy beef, mackerel. Do you get what I'm saying? Send something that someone will eat. No one is gonna eat cream of mushroom soup in Jamaica. They're not eating it.
You know, I don't like with someone the Jamaicans when they no come a foreign and no go on like no barney or no cockatoo. If people they say they not name Campbell soup and name tomato soup, they not near me. Not because they in a desperate situation and I go give them one no feel like give them one no fit up your man, do unto others.
I made my video saying that things that Jamaican do not eat. And I will happen a drunk or come on my post and I say, but ungrateful or whatever. Jamaican people not ungrateful. If you're not used to something, you do not used to something. And not because we are going through such a hard time does not give you right to push down something down somebody's throat. We don't know genuinely.
Now, this part cracked me up as well because I was thinking, why is she calling everyone Drankra? So for those who don't know, Drankra is like a vulture. So I'm like, oh, she started calling people them Drankra. But obviously, a lot of people, including this dude, this American dude, started coming for her, started making videos. But what's the reason why she's cracking me up? Because no one isn't pushing it down no one's throat. But I understand, like, obviously, you send what you have and just hope it could help someone. We can't say don't send, but yeah, like if you're gonna buy it, don't bother buy no tin tomato and like meatballs in a tin tomato. Like it's just, I think what I'm hearing now, it is hard enough remember, Jamaica is a fresh food country, right? Yes, we eat mackerel and couple, sausage out of the tin and stuff, beans, but generally there's a lot of fresh food. So a lot of people are even developing allergic reactions because they're now eating canned food and it's not agreeing with them because their body's not used to it. So I don't think it's a problem, but mommy come out and she should tell everybody.
Jamaican people don't eat it. Which part of Jamaica you can go in a store and see Campbell soup? Look here, man. Don't off. Do not off. Because me go start this up someone with a comment officer and can come to me and my post. Why is it that me go say bring them when you know say then go down there, chances are it's just waste. That I take up space and they waste people money. When I call say, oh, granny we eat it. When I can go give no granny, when no mama go eat it. When I give somebody something, I give them something when know say a part of our culture. Now because we are going through whatever we are going through, does not mean say no pick up anything and can go down and go give the people them to eat. And I say about anger. Ungrateful if you don't eat something. You no grow up and eat them something there. That's a part of our diet. Look here, man. Drunk crow. You know, come on, you make me this so no up. Remember me more boss. Okay.
I'm gonna know what bust your mouth, mommy, but it's okay. So yeah, I thought on a lighter note, I even appreciate these videos because I really I love Jamaican culture and there's always some comic relief, and this is the perfect example, of take serious thing, make joke, and everyone can chime in. So tell me what you think below. Like, do you think they're overreacting or no? Come on, like it's not like, yeah. I think ask and you will receive. Raising my daughter, I really try to encourage her to speak up, ask more, ask, be bold, ask, because what's the point? Life is still hard, challenges still exist, so you might as well be confident. You get what I'm saying? And if it's one thing, remember, say Jamaica people is a specific, one of a kind people. So yeah, if you're confident enough to say that, and also the person that was asking, it feels like she is asking on behalf of Jamaica. She isn't even receiving anything. So anyway, so tomorrow for the Chrissy Carter family, CMR Carter, I will be here to speak about the interview of Chrissy CMR Carter on The Fix, my views around the questions that The Fix asked and even their responses, and also my views around how Kushane Carter navigated that interview. And it's really important because obviously lots of things have been going on with the hurricane, but no one's been let off the hook. Not by me anyway. And then Thursday, join me 6 a.m. 6 a.m. What time is that now? That's midnight in Jamaica. So from midnight Jamaica time. So it'll be from midnight. So what's that? Thursday morning till Friday morning. And for the UK, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Please check my GoFund link below. I have sent everything that I've received, and now I'm doing this 24-hour fundraiser because I really was like, so what are you going to do? I've sent everything I've received for the GoFund. I've sent everything that I personally can send from my personal accounts, which is much more than what came in the GoFund. And so I'm doing the 24-hour because I'm like, yeah, I forgot to try to do something. So this is what I'm trying to do, and praying that in staying live for 24 hours, it will touch someone's heart. Do you understand? Literally, that's why I'm doing it. I don't know what I'm going to do for the whole 24 hours, but I do want to segment it so, you know, you guys kind of know there's some kind of structure. I'm also praying that I don't flake out because I don't know for sure. Me stay up 24 hours before, you know, but I don't know how it's going to go sitting down or being in front of the camera. If I leave the building, the internet cuts off. So even if I use the phone, I can't leave the house once I start. I just have to stay. I will take breaks. I will also, I think I'm going to watch some of my content. Yeah, and we can review it. We can have a chat. So I'm going to figure it out. I would love to sit down and watch some YouTube videos with you guys that are not from my channel, but I don't know, you know, I don't want to get in trouble. So I will be posting the link tomorrow. This is going to be so I'll post a few links. There's 2 links for the part 1 of the marathon, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Thursday, and part 2, 6 p.m. Thursday till 6 a.m. Friday morning, right? But the next link I'm going to post, which I really want you to look out for, is the guest link. So with this link, once I'm here, let me just release this lovely lady, the Jankro runner. Once I'm here, if you have the link, you can come in, you can come on video, or if you just wanted to be like, we don't see your face because you might not be dressed or whatever, you can come and talk. So I am going to be asking people like, hey, I'm here for 24 hours. Come talk to me now. Come and talk to me. Come and keep me company. Let's have a discussion about things that are happening in regards to the hurricane. Let's get some views. Do you get what I'm saying? So you will be able to interact with me live and direct. So get ready for that. I'll post the link tomorrow. And yeah, on that note, please continue to give if you can. For now, I can just focus more so on fundraising because I'm totally given out, seriously. And I know a lot of people in that position, and that's just how it is. And we just give thanks and praises that we can give when we can, whether it's £1, £10, $1, $10, $20, $100, £1,000. Please head to the link below for the GoFund. Give a donation. Let's start to drum some excitement up. I will come live tomorrow. Tomorrow is what day? Wednesday. Ooh, is it tomorrow? 2 sleeps till my 24-hour marathon because tomorrow is the last sleep. Oh my gosh. I'm already like quaking in my boots. Like, oh my gosh. To even start at 6, I have to wake up like 4:35. So, and then I started thinking, oh, but I'm going to have to say my prayers on the live because the 24 hours prayers have to run because I don't usually go 24 hours and don't pray. So yeah, if you have any prayer warriors, they can come true too. You know, so on that note, thank you so much. I'll come live so you can interact tomorrow. I may make that more of a thing actually because it's the platform I'm using. People can come on, so like, especially if you have views to share, like with the Chrissy Carter and Cushane Carter situation. There's a lot of opinions. You can come and share it. So on that note, thank you. Wherever you are on the planet, may the Most High continue to bless you, cover you, keep you happy, safe, and sane and well. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. And tomorrow is today. Tomorrow is today. We are here live 7 hours, 46 minutes into my 24-hour live stream fundraising for Jamaica to help people in the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. So thank you so much so far. Mrs. Enough people coming since, the past 7 hours. I'm seeing different people come in and out. I'm looking for something to post. Oh, here it is. So yeah, this, I don't even, is that right? I literally just posted a new link. So this is it. This is the one, which means I need to check the one in the description. But it must be working because someone's already donated today. So please donate here, my beauties. Let me just check the description. So we're coming up literally. Coming up to 8 hours, which is a third. Oh my gosh. Okay. So it's a third of the day. That's the furthest we can get. I'm very happy for that. So yeah. Let me come back. Yeah, that's the right link. So you can please make a donation. Doesn't matter how small. Please share the link. If you can't donate, please still share the link with different people. Maybe put it in your WhatsApp. Let's raise some funds. Am I flaking out? A little bit. I realized because I didn't think I was going to come live with StreamYard, the platform I'm using to stream, but now that I decided to use it, I realized that I could go outside. I just need to bring my phone. So possibly I might go outside, but I might just pop outside while I'm playing the videos. So we're at £225. We've made £49. I'm very, very thankful. Please, let's get some donations in. You guys can help. £1 is fine. £2 is fine. £10, $1, $2, $10, $100, $1,000 if you're feeling flush, And yeah, we will be transferring this amount, whatever comes in today, we will be transferring it this week. So, liquor vibes. What you say, liquor vibes? Energy up, right? Hey, pull up. This is my one little pull up that I can do. Welcome to the Feminine Mind. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good night, depending on where you are on the planet. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's a brand new evening or day, depending again on where you are in the planet. And it is day 14. Yep, day 14 since Hurricane Melissa hit Jamaica. So okay, just want to thank everyone. So it's actually day 17 now. I am playing this video for you to see that I did over the weekend, I think, and it's about Jamaicans coming forward and discouraging people from giving donations to the Jamaican government. So I'm playing some of the videos that I've made around this topic because obviously that's why we're here. We're here to raise funds, raise awareness, raise funds, to lay some strong roots for those who need support in the present right now, but also those who will need it in the future, because this is an ongoing thing, you know. And I'm sure someone was able to build back in the past 2 weeks. I'm sure of it. And that's wonderful. But some people will need a lot more help than that, you know. So big up on yourself. Bless up on yourself. Check out my donation link. The link is below. Please share the link. Please donate. And I'm going to go into this other video. Time it's 1:53 p.m. GMT. So I'm 8 minutes short of being live for 8 hours. And this will be a first. The longest I've ever been live in my life was 7 hours. And I wasn't, it was kind of a little similar to this, excuse me, where I'm on and off, but I really wasn't, you know. And I started in the afternoon. So something about starting like so early, but I thought, you know what, somebody hungry today. And see, I've already raised 50 pounds. So I'm trusting, you know, I'm trusting because, you know, as Jamaican people, we have to just try a thing and do what we can do. So actually, when I saw the donation come in, I was like, phew, because yesterday I started to think, are you sure that if you go live that you'll get a donation? Are you sure about that? Anyway, meet you on the other side, my beauties. Let me just pull this up. Is it that one? Who has been watching the videos that I have been doing. And I want to also thank everyone who has been donating. So for everyone who has donated to the Help Jamaica Rebuild After Hurricane Melissa GoFund, the link is below. Thank you all so much. And as you know, on Thursday from 6 a.m., Thursday morning to 6 a.m. Friday morning, I am going to be doing the 24-hour live stream to drum up fundraising support on this channel. So look out for that. And please feel free to go ahead and submit your donation. It doesn't matter how small. So today in this video, I've come to speak about a lot of things that I've been seeing online, content in regards to people warning against giving funds to the Jamaican government, warning against giving funds to Andrew Holness, and literally advising people who are outside of Jamaica who want to help with the hurricane relief to make sure that they give it to Jamaicans working on the ground, whether it's family, loved ones, hospitals, schools, or personal crowdfunding, because the overall feeling is that if you donate your money to the government, the money is going to stop. And it might get distributed to you, or you might not get it. So I just wanted to share some of the videos, like a couple of videos. And also I saw a video essentially where Andrew Holness was giving Jamaicans a very firm talking to and letting them know that him no want them a chat him name. He's like, basically it's like a threat to say, don't call my name publicly. And it didn't go down very well. So I wanted to share that too, because one of the ladies who responded to this, some of her views, I quite very much agree. Now, as you guys know, I rarely come and like show content and show my reaction, but I want to make sure that as the hurricane relief is taking place, not only in Jamaica, but also in Haiti, because I'll be doing a video about that. I want to make sure that as a Jamaican, you know, mother Jamaican, grandparents Jamaican, as far back as I know, that I bring my energy to focus on my island and also to continue to raise awareness. Like we all have to do our part. So I do still have other content. Like tomorrow, I'm going to be doing a video that is well overdue, which is about CMR Carter and his interview on The Fix. But for today, let's just see what these people are saying. I know one of these videos, at least two of them are very funny, so I won't play those first. Over 12 days after Hurricane Melissa hit Jamaica, survivors of Hurricane Melissa are being seen in extreme distress and experiencing clear signs of not only physical deprivation, but signs of psychological trauma. It appears that the Jamaican government and their leader, Andrew Holness, have gravely failed to even halfway meet the needs of hurricane survivors, and entire communities are being ignored while people deteriorate and starve, while many face sleeping in the elements with no shelter, no food, no medicine, and no access to hygienic methods. The question is Andrew Holness failing hurricane survivors? Jamaica is coming across online as being in extreme distress. And this video is really to raise awareness about that. So I am based in London, and I think earlier on this week, midweek, we actually had some social occasion in England called Bonfire Night. So you'll hear loads of fireworks and stuff like that. But I wanted to make sure that I came and did this video. So blessings, feminine mind family. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining me. Again, I come here with a heavy heart. As you all know by now, it's been over 12 days since Hurricane Melissa hit Jamaica. And it has been on the ground and around the globe extremely distressing for Jamaicans, because I'll speak from firsthand experience, okay? My family is from Manchester and Kingston. So the people in Kingston are fine, basically. The people in Manchester, not so much. I also, because I grew up in Manchester, I have friends in St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland. I spoke to one person in St. Elizabeth. Essentially, there's only so much that people outside of the country can do, because the governments are responsible for doing the basic things like clearing the roads, ensuring that people can access water, medical, even with the corpses that are lying around. There are so many videos, and I'm not here to play all these videos because I am aware this is distressing. I'm just going to play a 2 video to show the level of distress. So for me, as a Jamaican outside of Jamaica, people who are outside of Jamaica who keep connections to Jamaica are always contributing to their family and friends in Jamaica, you understand, in one way or another. So as the hurricane has come in, that has become the responsibility, not just of the Jamaicans on the land, but us, the Jamaicans outside of Jamaica, to support them. But there's only so much we can do, because at the end of the day, when it comes to clearing roads, making sure hospitals are available, making sure people can access water, you might send someone money, but they might not be able to access an ATM. They might not have a phone. They may not have electricity. So there's only so much people outside of the island can do. Do you understand? For that reason, it is a serious responsibility of the government of the country that tax the country. You understand what I'm saying? The government they tax the country, like they have a responsibility. And I know that there are efforts taking place. So I'm not saying that nothing's being done, but I am not sure that enough is being done, because what I'm seeing is ridiculous at this point.
People in the literally are dead fitters, people. See the whole of the jump they empty. All the rainwater they fall in the jump, they use it for it, because you know them have to be. See, look at the jump. A dirty water, people. We can't smell in a country live so. And the politician they reach out. How Mark Golding to fly one copter come down here, and then make sure so every community come down and give some people something, brother. Brother, you come and fix the thing, man. You can't make the thing look so. So I'm showing you people hungry down here, people hungry, like literally hungry. In the next 2 days, I know dead people down here. So when people take up some dead people, when I carry some food and give people them. Brother, you come and make people them get food to eat and get water to drink and then something. They get some chop all in.
So for those of you who may not understand, because he's speaking in strong patois, he's saying there are bodies, there are corpses, and are you waiting, is the government waiting for the people in these areas to also become corpses? Because you can see that level of devastation. You can see it in the video. Let me just go back a little bit. I'll just mute it so you can just have a look. Look at that. This isn't one person's house. This is a whole community where every single house didn't make it. And so what the gentleman is saying is, look, some people didn't make it, but we made it. So now that we've made it, are you leaving us essentially so that we also don't make it? There's also a lot of questioning going on around if this is the case and people are intentionally being left essentially to drop out. Is that because the government is interested in seizing land? I've also seen reports that the government have said that if they can't show the house title, the documentation for their house, they will not receive assistance with rebuilding the house. But in an instance like these are board houses, but many of the houses that have been totally destroyed, they have been cement. So in an instance like that, where would you find the house title? Hence, this is leading towards the I don't want to call it a conspiracy, just an exploration into looking into the true agenda of the Jamaican government. There are several communities that have not received a bottle of water. No one has turned up. How can that be? This is almost 2 weeks. We're 2 days away from it being 2 weeks since the hurricane kicked off. So what is stopping? Now, what is stopping the government from getting into places that foreign aid companies are getting into? What is stopping the government from getting into communities that dancehall artists, that's what I'm seeing recently, like dancehall artists like Spice, big up Spice. I've seen a few, Spice, Shaggy, Vibes Cartel I've seen recently. So they're going into communities, you understand, and they are essentially giving food, giving water, and all.
Wanna come, wanna come, you can't make it thing look better, man. Daytime can't be, me I beg you. If you come a be and spring and left all, come give them some food to eat. You can't sit down. Brother, you know some of the rate and me lose off of you for now. Because you know, I fly over the place in the and me just come here. Me drive from center was coming here from me reach on you can't reach on you too. Daytime can be come here, call you out. Bro, me I beg you, please, me I beg you, give them some food, man. Me I beg you to give them some food. Me I beg you, gonna come people. See one man and knock up one place if you go sleep tonight. Brother, you don't look good. Not even water people don't have done if you beard. Wanna full up some drum and buy some water and care, gonna give people them, my father, man. No water at all up here. And if people can't move. Me I beg you to give them some help. This don't look good. Looking at a place. Watch out, all of them clothes dirty. See bed them, everything mash up. Me I beg you some help people. Me I beg you. Like literally upon we should have a beg you so. Because it's on past 7 years now. And I have a helicopter fly over in a place and they not stop and give them some water and some food before that. People don't see nobody from the storm blow. And then actually one with no storm blow, people hungry down here. Bro, I'm gonna fix the thing, brother.
You hear that? Oh, that is so devastating. So LC 6270, I mean, I'm not surprised that, you know, your name, LC 6, here we go. Right, here we go. Listen, Jamaica must be grateful. Enough food is coming into the country, into this country that everyone can get. Don't seek to politicize it because Andrew is doing his best too. What's wrong with Uno? So what I would like to ask you is, how do you know that Andrew is doing his best? And he is a political leader, so he has to be accountable. So asking if he's doing enough is not politicizing it, because he is a political leader. And I, for one, am sick and tired of Jamaicans thinking that they need to protect a leader who essentially is getting paid millions of dollars every year to do his job. He's not a savior, and he's not working voluntarily. So he has to be, wait for it, accountable. So I don't understand how, if women are being raped in a shelter that's been set up, or someone's entire community is devastated, how does that translate to Jamaicans must be grateful? And on top of that, one of the issues that keeps on coming up is there is no question that there has been ridiculous donations to Jamaica at this stage, not just from individuals, but from countries. That isn't being questioned. But many Jamaicans, immediately when they saw, okay, this is what's going on, the first question is, I hope the people get the resources. And that is because Jamaica is known to be politically corrupt, and it's not debatable. It's part of the history of the country. And for that reason, Jamaicans should be grateful when they can receive the things that have been donated. So if billions of dollars have been donated, what's this?
No.
What is this?
I'm go up later and I'm post it with the people. I tell you. Honestly, I just want to know looking up. I just want to know looking at people, no looking up, and no clothing, you know, see there, people in mattress they wet up, clothes wet up, all their house them blow down, man. No house no there, man. Nothing no there at all, man. See them, man. No house no there, my people, man. People don't get no water from the storm blow, no water. You look for food and they buy and put in their house, the water it done. Nothing no there. People in the literally are dead for thirst, people. See there, all that jump they empty. All the rainwater they fall and jump they use it already.
What does this gentleman have to be grateful for in relation to food coming into the country? And how does this gentleman, in his own experience, bear witness to the fact that Andrew Holness is doing the best he can do? Like, I've watched so many videos, and I thought about putting together a compilation of all the videos, but I realized if I've watched all the videos, then guess what? You have too. Do you understand? So I'm gonna decide, say, you know what? Because I've watched so much videos and I've found it very traumatizing. Every single day I wake up, I'm speaking to my loved ones. I'm seeing some improvement in some areas. For example, in Kingsland near Spurtree, they finally have electricity. I'm aware that them having electricity has nothing to do with Andrew Holness. It's got nothing to do with the Prime Minister. Them having electricity has everything to do with JPS. So I'm looking. Do you understand what I'm saying? If someone has signal, if you're getting electricity now, if you're getting, what else could it be? Data, internet signal. That's not actually something to do with the government. That's to do with those energy providers in the country. When it comes to the infrastructure, the roads, people getting food, water, like emergency, this is a crisis. That isn't JPS. That's not their job. That's not Flo's job. That's not Digital's job. That's not Spice's job. That's not Vibes Cartel's job. That is the government's job. And so LC6270, I rebuke your comment, because in real time, I'm seeing people in too much sufferation that if I was to bring all these videos here, we would be we wouldn't be able to get anything done at the end of the video. This is real people's lives. You understand? So hold on.
Because you know be see looking at jump. I dirty water people. We can't smell in a country live so. And the politicians they reach out.
The politicians
are if you fly one copter come down here and make sure say every community come down and give some people something, brother. Brother, I come and fix the thing, man.
How could it be that 12 days after the hurricane, every community hasn't been accessed? So obviously one would assume following a hurricane, you would have some serious, like accident. Someone's hit by a piece of wood, a zinc. So there's no efforts to even go in just to make sure that the most severe situations are dealt with. Like, to me, the reason why LC6 whatever said the politicized thing is because people are trying to develop a new culture where it's not like in England, the way how people vote in their leaders is very different to Jamaica, where someone in Jamaica would vote for a leader based on the fact that their grandmother voted for the leader, or their best friend down the road. It's not the same thing. So at the end of the day, everybody who's on the island has to deal with the government. They create restrictions. They have responsibilities. It's not voluntarily. It's not a church. It's not a pastor. You understand? So what's actually going on? And is it enough?
So me show you people hungry down here. People hungry, like literally hungry. Hungry. In the next 2 days, I know dead people down here. So the people take up some dead people when I carry some food and give people them. Brother, when you come make people them get food to eat and get water to drink and then something. They get some chapal in. People don't know chapal anymore. I don't look. I want 1 and 2 hours now. Everybody have to pack up and sleep. When you come, you can't make it thing look better, man. Be it and can't be me, I beg you. If you come a be sense, I'm left all come give them some food to eat. You can't sit down. Brother, you know some of the rate I'm lose for you for now. Because when I fly over the place in the I just come here. People in mattress
hold on there. I'm not sure what side Drayton Campbell is. If I don't care. That's the other thing. I don't care what side. But this person that he's saying, like, I've lost after you, I used to respect you, come down here. That is the MP for that area. Do you understand? The people are calling who they can call. And that is the people who are tasked with this responsibility. So, at this stage, because there was so much of a mass donation to the Jamaica fundraiser, but the funds are there, but they haven't been released. There, this is a country where people are used to making big money off of other people, squeezing governmental funds here and any kind of funds, any kind of corporate funds. That's the nature. It's kind of like a pirate culture, which is quite natural because Jamaica, post Arawaks is all about the pirates. You get what I'm saying? It's the Spanish pirates, it's the British pirates, and now that culture of piracy is within the infrastructure of the government and every corporation, every institution. I don't want to say every corporation, but definitely every institution. It is this pirate culture. It is part of our culture. So hearing that, whenever you have natural disaster, you do have a lot of other things take place. So hearing that, for example, some relief workers, just regular people that went to go and bring foods and stuff to communities, they were being stopped by gunmen. They were being robbed. People are being robbed now. Similarly, there's crimes taking place, like you think people are in serious, dire, hard time and emergency, but yet the vermin of society can still rear its ugly head. And now you have women being assaulted. This is not surprising. This is the kind of thing that would have happened in the time of COVID as well, because all of the social ills, they don't just squeeze into a corner because, there's this crisis happening. They still exist. They exist in the cell that is that community or that society. So seeing something like this happen, it makes you think about, okay, if that's happening to women, what is happening to children? You understand? If that's happening to adult women and they are being violated in this way because they're staying in a shelter, what is happening to children? So whoever was already at risk is now more so at risk. Any person from any part of society, whether it was vulnerability through health, vulnerability. You know, you had a predator in the home, you had a predator in the community. No, instead of people focusing on the basic, you know, essentials, you still have the rapists coming out. You will still have the pedos coming out. Do you get what I'm saying? So we have to think about this and really seek to identify. Now, when it happened last week, I was thinking I should go home. But when I asked everyone at home, they were saying, don't come. Because I won't go into the reasons, but yeah. No one told me to come home, but I was like, oh no. But as this is going in, it's looking like it's going to turn into a more of a long-term humanitarian crisis. Do you understand? Not the kind of situation, because last week everyone was like, okay, we'll send the money, we'll send it to whatever, and we'll rest assured that by the following week, you get what I'm saying, we'll start to see. But the following week, which was this week, it's more deprivation, it's more suffering, it's more wondering. So what is the strategy? What is the plan? Why are foreigners able to come into the country and have more impact and feed Jamaican citizens that the government aren't feeding? What is really going on? What's the plan? Is the plan essentially to let nature run its course? So rather than dealing with Hurricane Melissa, because remember, when we knew that it was coming, I myself posted, you know, I saw a lot of people posting, pray for Jamaica. When we were saying pray for Jamaica, when I was saying pray for Jamaica, right? I'll speak for myself. I thought I was saying pray for Jamaica because the hurricane is going to hit Jamaica and it could cause lots of devastation, point blank and period. But now I realize, it wasn't just about the hurricane. It's about what's going to happen after the fact, not just how much houses were hit by Melissa, but how would the nation be able to, you know, organize and mobilize, and how much of the responsibility would fall to the government. And if too much of that responsibility falls to the government, you get what I'm saying? Because remember, the reason why this is so shocking, people who aren't being paid by the government are working for free. They're volunteering full time to help other people. This isn't a thing where, you understand, people who aren't working, people who don't, I'll give you an example. I know someone, they don't have water, they don't have light, they don't have food, but they went from one parish to St. Elizabeth to go and to ask people for help on the way and to bring those people water, light, food. These people aren't being paid. So how can they have the capacity to just have this humanitarian, like, I have to help my brother kind of energy? But the government, who have not only insured the island, but they've received so much donations, they haven't mobilized in that way. It's crazy. And the best thing that could come out of this is for this to be the ultimate wake-up call that Jamaica needed to really come out of this political madness. Seriously, because right now, there's only so much that an individual can do. Do you understand? So what do you guys think? Let me play this for you again.
Some horrible information as it relates to Petersfield shelter in Westmoreland. And it's reported that men are raping women in the shelters in Petersfield, Jamaica. Now, we got some horrible information as it relates to Petersfield shelter in Westmoreland. And it's reported that men are raping women in the shelters in Petersfield, Westmoreland, Jamaica. Now, we don't go through crisis already with the hurricane and the aftermath of hurricane, people not having food. And this and other, brother. Now, I'm doing my video hoping that it reach the authorities and, you know, can help the people or the women that are in these shelters that the men are targeting. So our authorities intervene, please. The women are crying out for help. They're being targeted. Jamaica Constabulary Force, ODPEM, and also the MP of that area, Dwayne Vaz. Now, TikTok streets, if you should come across my content and you can share it to somebody to spread the awareness of what is happening in Westmoreland, in Petersfield, please do so. I'm pretty sure the women in those shelters will appreciate it a whole lot. They say in chaos, that's when hoodlums thrive. And that is what is happening now. So help these women in Petersfield shelter. Thank you.
That is so sad. And I just want to mention, because he's mentioning Westmoreland. So the island was hit in St. Elizabeth, which is beside Westmoreland. So what the opinion is that all of the relief, or a lot of the relief, went to St. Elizabeth, not bearing in mind that Westmoreland is also by the coast. And oh, I can't even get up. I can't get up to close the window. But the videos that I've seen from Westmoreland specifically, no, sir. Like devastating videos. I even saw a community where it's like they closed off a river route, prior to the hurricane years ago. They stopped a river in a community. And then the hurricane came and the river has taken back its course. Like, this is crazy. These are things that people don't think about. So the whole community, not filled with water, filled with mud. Most of these houses, I saw many up, 2-level houses, up to the top level, the second level of the house, mud. So when the hurricane passed now, everyone's house is destroyed. Like, not just the cement, but the mattress, the fridge, everything. People take out all the furniture out of their houses. It's all outside. And they're saying Andrew Holness came and he went up the road up there, but him never come down here. And no one's helped us. And I'm like, they need water. They need to wash out the mud out of the house. They have no water. They have no food. Come on. Are you serious? Let me see what you. I don't know what I just I was like, whoa, no, what did I just do? I literally just jumped out of the studio. I need to change my mouse. Let me use this one. I think it's even changed my setup. But here we go. Yeah. So Eugenia says this comment sounds very ignorant, and that's in reference to the listen. Jamaicans must be grateful. Enough food is coming into this country. But what's sad is this isn't the first time I've seen a comment like this. I did receive another comment yesterday. It's the political sympathizers that seek to defend politicians when they don't need defending. And not only don't they need defending, they're not standing up for the rights of others, and they're not defending nobody. You get what I'm saying? So, right. Eugenia says, it's sad that people have such views and perspectives after what has happened and is still happening. And what's crazy is this person who has said that, they're in Jamaica. So they must be in some area that's not deeply affected. And they're just like, let's worship, Jamaica is a country that is heavily religious. I just need to add this in. So sometimes I wonder if the worship of politicians is actually coming from the influence of just a very heavily religious kind of country historically. So I do want to ask, like, if you can, I have a GoFundMe. We have sent the first set of money to Jamaica. It was to help a family who have no water, food, data, light, no electricity. And they also used it to help their community. But there's a lot of people who are in need, people who I personally know and people who I don't know. And so because the government is hitching, you see it, yeah, and they don't seem to be comprehensively taken on the mission to really, you know, get some rebuilding done. The responsibility is falling. I don't want to say it's falling, but we have the ability to contribute. Do you get what I'm saying? And last week, I mean, even when I reached out to some people for help with my GoFund, many of them had already made donations. So I know that so much has happened. I've seen so many fundraisers in different countries. I've seen different countries come out and say, we're going to contribute this or that, you know, so it's crazy. It's like, it's only Jamaica. That's why Serpi would always say, Jamaica is not a real place, because how has this not translated? And so I'm giving them until next week, Friday. Also, next week, Thursday, I'm going to do a 24-hour marathon to raise awareness and funds for Jamaica. So I will be online for 24 hours. I don't know what's going to happen. It's not going to be one of those, like, when it's bedtime, I'm like, okay, let me just let you guys see the bed. No, I'm. What's up, darlings? This is the Thursday, and this is the 24-hour marathon. Just in case you just came on, this is a replay of a video that I did about Andrew Holness a couple days ago. I am now 8 hours and 28 minutes live streaming since 6 a.m. This is the donation link. I'm raising funds for okay, so we just got another donation. So I'm raising funds. It's to help Jamaica rebuild after Hurricane Melissa. We're raising funds for people to eat and to rebuild ASAP. Not next week. We don't know what the government's doing. You get what I'm don't know what's going on. People need to eat. There's so many scenarios that I could describe. So I thank you so much. The last donation that's just come in is for £10. It looks like. I can't see the information yet. Let me wait and see. So we've had £49. Oh, it's anonymous. So thank you so much to this anonymous donor. We are now at £59. That's about 12,000 Jamaican dollars. So thank you so much. I just wanted to jump on because the video is saying, you know, on Thursday, this is me. We're here now. We're doing the 24-hour live stream. And yeah, we're a third of the way in. So thank you so much to everyone who's come since this morning. I know it's different people coming back and forth. So much to the point that I'm wondering if I should repeat some of the videos I'm playing, because I know it's not the same people, but thank you so much. And please continue to enjoy watching this video. Please donate to the GoFund. It doesn't matter how small, it really doesn't. And also, please share the GoFund link if you can't donate or if you can. And thanks again to our donors, Mike Wire and our anonymous donor. And, you know, this has been worth it because I've already made £59 and counting, you know, so we got, what's it, 16, just under 16 hours left, right? 15 and a half hours left. So I've been here for 8.5 hours. So yeah, hopefully we can do just as well and get a nice lump sum to send. I was supposed to be on TikTok today, but I couldn't get my software to get into the TikTok, which is my fault. And I might just go live separately while I'm playing a video to explain what's going on, because, you know, I've got a community on TikTok and I thought it would be great to do this as well. But, you know, the world wasn't made in a day. So I'll bring you back to this video. Thank you so much. And I'll see you on the other side. Here we go. I'm not going to go to bed because I couldn't imagine, like, I'm not doing a reality TV show. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I couldn't imagine sleeping. No, sir. While people are watching on YouTube, you must be mad. I don't know about that. But I do, I feel very much like I know many of you do, probably Eugenia as well, at a loss. Every day I'm get up and I'm praying and I'm like, well, not just praying, thinking. I'm like, hold on, this is the big one. What are you gonna do? what are you going to do? You know? So there's a few things that I have behind the scenes. If you want to get involved, if you have fundraising ideas, if you want to contribute to the Help Jamaica Rebuild Fund, the link is in the description. And I'm a bit scared. I'm a bit scared about this 24-hour thing. I might be on TikTok as well. But I will schedule it. So I ask you to sponsor me. That's it. So I ask you to sponsor me to do my 24-hour live stream, and all donations, every last penny, will go to survivors, and hopefully we can use it also just to raise awareness, because at the end of the day, we're humans. And the thing is, we're not focusing on no politicizing thing. You understand? We're humans. So, you know, if one hand can't catch, we try to become the other hand and try to catch. But realistically, definitely sending prayers, because the level of devastation, some levels of loss of life, you know, loss of legacy, loss of property, loss of work, income, some of these devastations, money alone will not replace what people have lost. It will rebuild. It will help them to rebuild. You understand? But that is such a loss. As humans, we can relate to that and say, okay, we all go through serious losses at times. We all have stages in our life where we have to rebuild. We might not be in that level of, you know, when I have no roof, when I have no bed. That is the extreme of it. But as humans, because we've been in that situation, like, we can use it to inform our own lives as well, understanding it as part of a cycle of life. This is life at the end of the day, but also to motivate us to be that strength for another person. So please, now I wish, because sorry, I gotta laugh, because this video is called Distress in Jamaica After Hurricane Victims Abandoned by Andrew Holness and Government. This video is not called Distress in Jamaica because of Hurricane Melissa. No, it's specifically about the neglect, the abandonment, the exploitation, which the neglect and the abandonment equates to a measured exploitation that has happened then of the Jamaican people, through which these politicians even are able to get the paycheck that they get. And oftentimes, because you're a politician, all of your earnings isn't what you're earning on your salary. You're in prime position to create agreements, business opportunities. You know, you can fatten up your bank account outside of what you're earning. So outside of what Andrew Holness is earning every year, his salary, as you can imagine, being a prime minister, there are so many financial perks and benefits, because if you're not the person who's in the right place, you know, to access all opportunities and to pick and choose what you're going to be a part of, then who is? And so for that reason, you know, let's not get caught up in political worship, or just let's come out of that. People are suffering. What are we going to tell these children who are going through this? In St. Elizabeth, there are people sleeping on the street, where this man in the video, he was saying, which many people are saying, because their houses are mashed up, they're staying with neighbors. But suppose there's a community that doesn't have any neighbors because everybody's house is mashed up. People are sleeping out on the street. Now, Jamaica has a homeless population, but it's not big. This is new to me, the idea that a whole family could actually even be sleeping on the street. So when this family is sleeping on the street, is Andrew Holness is he sleeping? That's what I want to know. Are these MPs going to sleep at night? Because if they are, that is not enough, because Jamaica has never seen this level of destruction. And yet, this is 2025. This is not 1988, which is in reference to Hurricane Gilbert. Remember when there was Hurricane Gilbert, there was no such thing as GoFundMe. Just checking, I haven't turned the mic off. The internet. Think about it. Think about how much millions, which in Jamaica is going to be billions because of the currency. How much millions, billions has been generated from the public alone, before you even come to support from countries, just because we have social media. So let's see the benefit. Do you get what I'm saying of it being 2025? Let's see the benefit of having this access to so many people who are willing to help. And let's not make this the scandal, do you get what I'm saying, of the decade, which is how Andrew Holness and the Jamaican government are going to respond. Don't make it, because there's a bat that's being shaped. And if the government don't take up, the mantle and do the work, this bat is coming to thrash them. But in the bigger picture of things, all thrashing should happen. Because if a hurricane level 5 coming into an island and causing so much destruction isn't a very clear sign that things have to change now. Yeah, if it's not what more of a sign could you need that things have to change? The foundation isn't right. And this rebuild, after this destruction, this rebuild has to be correct. So please share this video. Think about what's going on. Reach out to people on the ground. Share the link. I've got it in. Oh, I think I could have put it here. Yeah, hold on. Share the link for the GoFund. It's also in the description. I'm going to put it there. There we go. See how you can get involved. See how you can help. And let Jamaica, let it not fall into silence. Because part of the reason why I'm doing this video is the more we go quiet and we don't speak about what is going on in Jamaica, the more our loved ones will suffer. The more those we may not even know them, but in people, children of the Creator. Do you get what I'm saying? The more that this becomes old news and no one's talking about it, the more sufferation. So on that note, I'm going to close out with the video, the first video that I shared. I think that the people are speaking very well for themselves. That's another thing. They are speaking very well for themselves. Tomorrow, I'm going to be doing a video about Tiffany Montgomery. And today is the beginning of a new cycle for me, which I'll explain tomorrow, which will lead into my 24-hour Jamaica Awareness Marathon on Thursday. So yeah, keep an eye out. Thank you so much for tuning in. Bless you. Whatever's on your plate, you could be watching what's going on from Kingston, and you could have some other challenges. It might not be the same challenges, but everyone has challenges. Or you could be in another country. You got your little thing you have to deal with, but you're still having empathy for what's going on. So whatever's, going on in your life, bless you. May the Most High bless you and help you to have victory through your challenges and obstacles. And may Jamaica have victory, human victory, victory in people. You get what I'm saying? Not systematic victory, which is impossible. May people's lives be spared, and may the Most High have mercy on everyone in this situation. And the same for the people in Haiti, which I'm going to be looking into and doing a video about, because it's not just, a nationalist thing. It's not that. You get what I'm saying? So look into everything. Thank you so much. Have a blessed night. Let me get this video up. Please, please, please check out the link. Check out the GoFund. I'm going to be seeing how, how can I help? And because I want to say this. Hold on. I want to say this. You see, because it's such a massive issue, it's such a massive crisis. It's not one man's yard. It's not 10 man's yard. It's not 100 man's yard. It's so much devastation. It's not 1,000 people's homes. it can make us feel so small. Like, what can I do? Like, what could I do that could possibly help anyone? But right now, a bottle of water. You know, my friend, I told you, her brother went to St. Elizabeth yesterday. He had a half bottle of water. He came across a young girl and she was just begging him for that half bottle of water. And he gave it to her and she just drank it off and he started to cry because he'd never seen anything like this. Do you understand? And also remember, like, Manchester. And the reason why I'm saying that is many places have rivers. So push come to shove, you can go to the river. Do you get what I'm saying? And get some water or wash your clothes. I'm seeing people washing clothes at water. I'm seeing people washing the clothes in the ocean, which I've never seen, but, you know, needs must. But in Manchester, there's just a couple rivers right at the far part near St. Elizabeth, like Alligator Pond and Guts River. So the people in Manchester don't necessarily have like, oh, let me go to the river. You get what I'm saying? And get some water. So there's all these different complex nuances. So yeah, just think about that, my darlings.
I'm posting with the people. I'm telling you. Honestly, I just want to know looking up. I just want to know looking at people, and looking up, and the clothing, you know, see that people in mattress they wet up, clothes wet up, all their house them blow down, man. No house no there, man. Nothing no there at all, man. See them, man. No house no there, my people, man. People they not get no water from the storm blow, no water. You look for food and then buy and put in their house, the water it done. Nothing no there. People say they literally are dead for thirst, people. See the whole that jump they empty. All the rainwater they fall in that jump they use it already, because you know them have to be. See they looking at jump. A dirty water, people. We can't smell in a country I live so. And the politician they reach out. How Mark Golding to fly one copter come down here and then make sure so every community come down and give some people something, brother. Brother, you come and fix the thing, man. You can't make the thing look so. So me are showing you people hungry down here. People hungry, like literally hungry. Hungry. In the next 2 days, I know dead people down here. So the people take up some dead people and want to carry some food and give people them. Brother, you come and make people them get food to eat and get water to drink and then something. They get some chapal in. People don't know chapal anymore. I don't look. I want 1 and 2 hours now. Everybody have to pack up and sleep. You come, you can't make it thing look better, man. Bacon can't be me, I beg you. If you come and be sans me and left all, come give them some food to eat. You can't sit down. Brother, you know some of the rate I'm lose off of you for now. Because when I fly over the place with the I just come here. Me drive from St. Thomas come down here from me reach on here. You can't reach on here too. Bacon can be come here, call you out. Bro, I beg you, please, I beg you, give them some food, man. I beg you to give them some food. I beg you, I'm going to come. See one man knock up on a place if you go sleep tonight. Brother, you don't look good. Not even water people don't have done if you bathe. You want to full up some drum and buy some water and care and give people them, my father, man. No water at all up here. And if people can't move. I beg you to give them some help. This don't look good. Looking at a place. Watch out, all of them clothes dirty. See bed them, everything mash up. I beg you some help people. I beg you. Like literally, we should have beg you so. Because it's on past 7 days now. And now have a helicopter fly over in a place and they not stop and give them some water and some food before that. People don't see no body from the storm blow. And then actually 1 week now the storm blow, people are hungry down here. Bro, I'm going to fix the thing, brother.
Oh dear. Oh dear. So thank you once again for the latest donation. Really, really, really appreciate that. We're now at £59. Let's see if we can get that up to 100 by 6 p.m. Let's see. So you can see the link. Please donate. I wasn't sure what's the next thing I wanted to share, but I'm going to literally share. I've shared the very first video that I put out on this channel and a couple in between. So now I'm going to share a recent video that I put out, which is a documentary. It's the only documentary I've done in like the last year or so. Probably more than that, to be honest. But yeah, so I'll see you on the other side. If you're just passing through, you're not sure what's going on here, this is the 24-hour fundraiser to help rebuild Jamaica. I am simply here to generate support in terms of monetary support, sharing the fundraiser so more people can know about this fundraiser. And essentially, we have someone on the ground that we can send the money directly to. It will help people within minutes of landing. It is primarily because of the amount. It's not huge amounts that we're receiving. So this is being focused primarily on food for families who need to eat food, getting about, rebuilding. This week, school has started back in many communities. And so there's this expense as well. Some children cannot wear a school uniform because they do not have, light. So they can't iron. So they've been advised things like wear jeans and t-shirt, So people are trying in the areas that are becoming more mobile once again. But it's a lot. Blessings, Sir Gary. Rebuild. Yes. Time to rebuild. So this is the link. If you're interested in donating, you can donate. The link is below in the description. And this is now the Cushane. I don't know why I'm saying it like that. Different video. So the Cushane CMR documentary. I'll see you on the other side. I have now been streaming for 8 hours and 47 minutes. I pray that time just speed up one time. Okay, here we go. Morning of Friday, the 1st of November, 2024, may have appeared to most of the Carter family to have been a usual, regular morning. It was a school day in the sunny state of Florida where the Jamaican family of 6 reside. Given the Caribbean heritage of the family, the day's early activities would have consisted of face washing, bathing, and teeth brushing, morning rituals that are practically seen as sacred within Jamaican culture. The preparation of breakfasts, organization of clothes if not done the night before, getting the children prepared for their respective classes, and then dropping them off to school. Unlike the average family, the Carter parents may have had a higher level of multitasking to do because, in addition to having a young 4-child family, both the mother and father are notable vloggers and entrepreneurs. Welcome, TFM family. You are tuned into The Feminine Mind. My name is Linnea, and you are now watching the Cushane CMR Carter story. Please like and subscribe if you haven't done so already, and enjoy the video. Cushane and Chrissy Carter are a married couple who have 4 daughters aged 15 and under, who are all stars alongside their parents in the online vlog The Carter Family. With these additional responsibilities, one can just imagine how much of a bustle each school morning was likely to be. 2 entrepreneurial public figure parents, whose 4 children are also public figures, means there is sure to be a lot happening on most days, much less on a busy school morning towards the end of the school week. As most parents know, school usually grants a parent peace of mind in regards to their child's daily education and personal safety. It grants the parent the freedom to focus on their respective personal or work obligations. However, as casual as things may have appeared to be on the surface, time would spookily reveal the morning of Friday, November 1st, 2024, the morning after Halloween, was anything but normal. As the children went through their school day, it would become worryingly clear for several parties that on this seemingly normal morning, for at least 2 members of the Carter family, something may have gone horribly and inexplicably wrong. Even though most of the family appeared to be oblivious and unaware of the dangers around, this blissful ignorance would be short-lived. By the very next day, Saturday, November 2nd, 2024, reports started to emerge online that the Jamaican vlogger and dancehall artist, father and husband, Cushane Demaya Carter, aka CMR, had been arrested in Florida and was being detained at the Apopka police station in Orange County. The official police report was found online, and it showed that CMR had not only been arrested, but had been charged with lewd and lascivious molestation against a minor. The police report showed the age of the minor in question was between 12 to 15 years old, and this information started a widespread social media fire amid speculations about the identity of the alleged minor. These speculations spread from Google to TikTok, X to Instagram, YouTube to Snapchat, and all nooks and crannies of social media. The public wanted to know whether this report was in relation to one of CMR's own daughters or if the offense had occurred with a minor outside of his family. At this point, in the comments of various posts and live streams about the arrest, the Jamaican and Caribbean diaspora, fans and foes of the Carter family, shared their views. People who knew the brand and family started detailing that CMR's eldest daughter was in fact not his biological child, and her age matched the age of the minor listed in the report. However, this information could not be confirmed, and the online sleuthing began. The public opinion of CMR was immediately damaged, as his charges of lewd and lascivious molestation were seen as a pedophilic crime and was not something the audience and wider public could easily dismiss, as not only was it in stark contrast to the family-friendly content the Carter family are known to provide, it is clear that sexual offenses against children are commonplace in several generations of Jamaican and Caribbean society, and clearly one of the least highlighted and poorly defended ills within Jamaican society, both in Jamaica and abroad. The comment sections on various social media sites displayed the sexual assault experiences of hundreds of Jamaican and Caribbean men and women who spoke about their own traumatic experiences from childhood. This speaks to social media being used as a platform to dig into the more hidden, toxic, and damaging aspects of the lives of innocent and vulnerable children, and the volume of this sharing was unprecedented. The first unconfirmed explanation for CMR's arrest came from an unidentified woman who appeared in a TikTok live conversation and alleged that CMR was having an extramarital affair with her. She claimed CMR had been arrested because she found pictures of her 12-year-old daughter on his phone on the very same day that he broke off their affair. The second version of events to be added to possible reasons for CMR's arrest and charges came from dancehall reggae musician Mr. Vegas. Mr. Vegas informed the public via video that CMR directly told him the charges had been brought about because of the child of a Trinidadian woman who slept over at the family home one night. CMR allegedly told Mr. Vegas that the child's mother made an accusation about his behavior as she witnessed him touching the child's shoulder in an attempt to wake her in the morning. We will come back to this later, as it creates a clearer picture of the intentional misleading of the public on the part of CMR. It appeared he did not want the facts to be in the public eye, and unfortunately for him, the surfacing of CMR's official bail hearing video took this out of his control. CMR's bail hearing in Orange County was filmed and published online. It cleared up the confusion and speculations about what had occurred. It became painfully obvious that the reports made against CMR were not made by the daughter of a woman he was having an affair with, nor did they come from a Trinidadian woman whose child had slept over. Instead, the court documentation and communications within the hearing clarify the allegations that led to CMR being arrested and charged with lewd and lascivious molestation of a minor. The complaints came directly from his own family. The biggest public fear was confirmed to be true. It was Chrissy Carter's eldest daughter, CMR's stepdaughter, who had alleged to be on the receiving end of pedophilic interactions and apparent grooming by CMR over an alleged 11-month period. As mentioned earlier, this minor is one of the 6 stars on the Carter family show, and news of her alleged molestation by CMR has led to public rage, disgust, and distrust. Additionally, it has highlighted the ills of rape culture because many men and women have not only defended CMR blindly, theories that imply the daughter and Chrissy intentionally schemed to get CMR in trouble are also circling. According to the police report from the Apopka police station, on the morning of Friday, November 1st, 2024, something allegedly happened to the Carter's eldest daughter that she wasn't able to overlook. She was distressed by what she experienced, and upon being dropped to school with her younger siblings by Kashane Carter, she went to speak with a guidance counselor within the school. The 13-year-old girl made shocking allegations against CMR in what appeared to be an attempt to protect herself from CMR's present behavior and future possible fully penetrative assault of her. The police report from Orange County was accessed and shared online. According to this report, written by Officer Kashita of the Apopka Police Department, and I quote and paraphrase, as some words have been redacted, the following occurred in regards to Kashane Demaya Carter. The 2nd of November 2024. I, Officer Kashita, with the Apopka Police Department, was notified of this case by Detective Shah. I responded to redacted in Apopka. Upon arrival, I assisted Detective Shah interviewing Kashane Carter. I read Kashane his Miranda warnings off of my department-issued Miranda card prior to any questioning, to which he stated he understood and was willing to answer questions. Detective Shah's probable cause is as follows. On November 1st, 2024, at 13:17 hours, this case was referred over to the Apopka Police Department from Detective Tally at the Ocoee Police Department. This incident involves a child making a disclosure about sexual molestation, redacted, that occurred this morning, redacted. At 14:19 hours, I went to the school and made contact with the 13-year-old victim. The child agreed to speak with me about the incident from this morning. I asked her what happened and she disclosed that redacted had come into her bedroom this morning and touched her shoulders and breast area over her clothing. She stated he then picked her up and placed her on the floor of her bedroom at the foot of her bed. The child said he then pulled down her pants to her and then stopped and pulled them back up. She was wearing underwear at the time. The child stated this has happened twice before, once approximately 6 months ago and then last year around the winter time. On those occasions, he only touched her over her area with his hands. The child appeared to be forthcoming but did not want redacted to get into trouble because she did not want redacted to think he is a bad person. She ultimately wanted an adult to speak to him and tell him not to do this anymore. It should be noted that redacted was sleeping on the bed beside her. The child was wearing a spaghetti strap tank top and long pajama pants. It should be noted that there are a total of 4 female children in the household, with the victim being the oldest. There is a baby monitor camera in the bedroom, but it only shows live video. It does not save the recordings. This is accessible via an application on redacted phone. She believes redacted also has access as well. This information was provided by redacted, agreed to the forensic interview, and I transported the child to the center. A forensic interview was completed with the child protection team at the Howard Phillips Center for Children. I attempted to make contact with the suspect at his residence around 2100 hours with negative contact. DCF placed the children under a safety plan where they remained with a family friend and would not be allowed to return to the home until a later time. At 0820 hours on the 2nd of November 2024, I, along with Officer Calixto and Officer Kashita, made contact with the suspect at his residence. I presented the information about the allegations to him. He indicated that there are cameras in the bedroom. It would show he never went to the room. The explanation he provided was that yesterday morning he went into the room to wake up the victim and she was on the floor with herself. The suspect stated when he saw that, he yelled at her to get back into bed. He said he then went to get the other kids ready for school. He indicated this was not the first time that this had happened. He advised he is a redacted based on his social media account. He believes the victim is a good kid and does not cause issues. He later indicated she was a liar and has stated in the past to a family friend that he has concerns that she would make up lies against him. He used the example that she once told the police that she did not see redacted hit him, but said she saw him hit redacted and he was arrested for domestic. Based off of the investigation, Kushane Carter was placed under arrest. He was placed in my department issued handcuffs, which were double locked and checked for proper fit. Kushane was transported to Apopka Police Department and then to Orange County BRC without incident. My department issued body-worn camera was on and active for this entire event. This case is to be cleared by arrest. Statements made by defendant prior to, during, and after arrest as related to each charge. As the reports detail, the stepdaughter of CMR, who is a 13-year-old minor, had alleged that he had touched her inappropriately in the morning and had done this 2 times prior, once 6 months earlier, and then roughly around December of 2023. The behavior described is not only lewd and lascivious child due to the 3 separate times it allegedly occurred and the occurrence seeing CMR go past in the child's chest to lifting her up and putting her on the floor, removing her panties, having a look, and then putting them back up, speaks to a pattern of intentional child grooming in preparation for a fully penetrative sexual assault of a minor. But who is Kushane Carter? Kushane Carter, known popularly as CMR, was born in Jamaica on the 13th of September 1989. He grew up in the area of Linstead, St. Catherine. When he was a late teen, Kushane migrated to the USA where he completed school. He kept closely connected to Jamaica and traveled home every year during the holidays. He became a soldier and served in the U.S. Army. Ambitious and driven, Kushane aka CMR also became a notable YouTuber and household name within the Caribbean diaspora of social media. Known as a keen dancehall enthusiast and critique, he eventually evolved to becoming a recording artist in his own right and releases dancehall music. After developing a long-distance relationship with his girlfriend Chrissy, who was based in Jamaica and mother to a young daughter, CMR married Chrissy and she migrated to the US, where they began living together as a family. Allegedly, CMR started raising Chrissy's first daughter as his own since she was around 2 years old. The ambitious couple became business partners and were determined to achieve success in the YouTube and entrepreneur spaces, which they eventually did. They currently have over 4 YouTube channels combined, including the Carter Family at 303,000 subscribers, Work with Chrissy at 201,000 subscribers, CMR Music at 30,000 subscribers, and Chrissy and Kushane at 40,000 subscribers. According to HamariWeb.com, Kushane Carter, also known as CMR, is a YouTuber behind the Carter Family channel, has captivated audiences with relatable, family-focused content. They go on to state that Kushane showcases his life in vlogs, featuring his family in various activities and inspirational segments. As a YouTuber, Kushane Carter has attracted over 330,000 subscribers who engage with his updates regularly. His commitment to providing viewers with positive, relatable content has made Kushane Carter a respected name among family vloggers and dancehall enthusiasts alike. But who is Chrissy Carter? As mentioned earlier, Chrissy is a YouTube star and entrepreneur who has worked in hair and makeup for years. Chrissy has her own makeup line, Watch Chrissy Work, which aligns perfectly with her own personal brand. Chrissy is the mother of 4 daughters, the first being from a previous relationship, and the younger 3 being the biological children of her husband, Cushane Carter. According to peopleprofile.org, Julianne Chrissy Carter came from humble beginnings in the town of Linstead, St. Catherine, Jamaica. There, she developed the knack for hair weaving and quickly mastered the art with her friends and family as beneficiaries of that knowledge and expertise. She was an avid YouTube watcher, not just for the music, but for viewing videos related to hair and makeup, and she quickly transitioned that knowledge into her repertoire. Chrissy became so well versed in applying these skills she developed that she had people outside her regular group of friends and family knocking at her door regularly to get their hair and makeup done. Chrissy was not satisfied with this, as these skills she had learned on YouTube drove her to develop a YouTube page to highlight, advertise, and share the gift she developed on social media. This was the beginning of her moniker, Watch Chrissy Work. The success gained from that YouTube channel encouraged Chrissy to push harder and become a huge success with her over 200,000 followers and eventually into the creation of her own makeup line of products, which she aptly named Watch Chrissy Work. In early 2023, the Carter family were dragged through the social media spotlight following an exposed affair that Cushane Carter was alleged to be having with a young Jamaican woman called Shani. CMR's alleged mistress Shani spent hours online speaking about their affair and sharing his voice notes and the private details of their relationship. While Cushane initially denied these allegations and attempted to brush the whole thing off as a prank, he eventually addressed the situation publicly in a confessional apology video. Naturally, CMR's conduct was met with a lot of critique, matched only by the ongoing critique of his wife Chrissy, who eventually took him back in a bid to protect her marriage and keep her family together. The infidelity did tarnish their brands somewhat, and many viewers expressed how they felt repulsed by CMR's conduct and consequently would no longer watch and support the Carter family channel. However, the majority of their loyal and die-hard fans remained steadfast and committed, while CMR and Chrissy continued to create content for their respective channels. They say all publicity is good publicity, and although initially CMR may have lost some sponsorships and support, things appear to have stabilized in their favor, even with the ongoing whispers in the social media and literal streets. Whether the allegations are true or not, it can be said that his conduct is highly concerning, questionable, and speaks to the potential presence of not only PDF, but also a potential antisocial personality disorder. The ongoing online debate also delves into Chrissy, the victim's mother, with serious questions being raised in regards to whether Chrissy previously knew about CMR's prior alleged misconduct with her daughter. The fact that the daughter reported the incident to the school and not to Chrissy has alarmed many and brought Chrissy under endless scrutiny for what part she may or may not have played in this situation. Chrissy is being accused by some of knowing and hiding CMR's alleged pedophilic behavior. His extramarital affair with Shani is also being brought back into focus as it provides examples of his poor character and choices, as well as Chrissy's decision to remain married to him and to keep their family as a unit. It is being alleged that Chrissy had ample opportunity to leave CMR with his cheating. She is being accused of causing this to happen by staying with him after he demonstrated that he would be of risk to her marriage and the well-being of her daughters. Additionally, the Popka police website shows a previous case with CMR that occurred in 2021. In this incident, the police were called to the house by Chrissy, and she alleged that CMR had struck her several times with an open palm on her left cheek. The daughter, the same daughter who has reported CMR abuse corroborated Chrissy's story to the police and denied CMR's counterclaim that Chrissy struck him first. This information is telling, and many are not only seeing it as speaking to the abusive aspects of CMR's personality, but also a minority are questioning whether this was a potential reason for why CMR decided to groom the daughter to defile her innocence out of spite and malice as payback for what she said to the police. This does sound far-fetched, but because of how the situation has unfolded, much to the horror of decent people who were bearing witness, no stone is being left unturned. One point being repeatedly expressed by many is that something had to be wrong if Chrissy's daughter didn't feel safe enough to report CMR to her on all 3 occasions about his predatory behavior, as alleged as it might be. Unfortunately, due to a history of toxic mothers and acidic femininity, which sees women denying the abuse of their own children, protecting pedophile husbands, boyfriends, brothers, uncles, sons, and friends, as I detail extensively in previous videos on this channel, it is not being assumed that Chrissy is innocent and both parents are being viewed with suspicion. Based on the legal paperwork, there is no direct indication that Chrissy was complicit in any way. There is also a social tendency within culture to victim blame and to blame everyone but the actual perpetrator of the crimes. The problem is, a few months after the arrest of Kashane Carter, it was brought to the attention of the public through several online sources that his charges had been dropped due to a lack of evidence. Chrissy Carter did what most had predicted she would do. She swiftly took CMR back, brought him back into the house with her 4 daughters, the eldest having made the complaint, and since this time has attempted to go above and beyond to sweep the issue under one dirty mat. It is one thing for Kashane to be accused of such a depraved and inhumane crime, although the police cannot prosecute him due to the lack of evidence. But Chrissy could have decided, based upon her daughter's report of Kashane's behavior, that allegedly occurred not once, not twice, but 3 times, that she would not bring him back into the house where he poses a risk not only to his stepdaughter, but to their 3 biological daughters. Many of their followers did not blink an eye, which is typical given the low level of decency I mentioned earlier. But there has been major pushback from some of the public, vloggers, and even Mr. Vegas, whose collaboration song with Etana seems to be directly targeted at the Carters. Chrissy Carter, unfortunately, has become a modern and very public symbol of the many unscrupulous mothers who ignore the cries of abuse from their own children and choose their partners over the safety of their own offspring. To be honest, given the culture of Jamaican and wider global society, where several generations of the youth have had to endure interference and molestation from family members, in-laws, and family friends, several generations of men and women who were silenced by their own mothers, who selfishly put their own needs and desires in front of their children's safety, this is nothing new. However, I will say that not only is it careless and treacherous, it is also satanic, as this kind of child abuse can cause lifelong trauma, and even if it couldn't have been avoided, it is my opinion that once a child shares to a parent or authority that PDF behavior is present within the family home, if the mother does nothing about it, she is participating in the satanic abuse of her own child and will consequently have to pay the price for selling out her child for her own needs and comfort. There were several steps that Chrissy Carter could have taken in a situation like this, and the signs of neglect, selfishness, and Satanism is at the forefront of her behavior. It is easy to simplify her actions as simply being a careless and whatless mother, but as this is 2025, we have to dig deeper into her actions and behavior, as her decision has forced her daughter to publicly live in an alleged highly dangerous environment. And at this point, it doesn't even matter if the allegations that were made against CMR were in fact true, because the report the child made to the police speaks of a child seeking to protect herself in a way she knew her mother wouldn't. It is very likely that this child knew, based on her mother's own behavior, that she would not have been heard if she reported the behavior directly to this satanic mother. So let me be 100% clear. What CMR, Kashane Carter, has been accused of doing is satanic, and the response that Chrissy Carter has taken to these accusations are equally satanic. So, from a seemingly average morning to the nightmare of a lifetime, this is what has led to the downfall of CMR, aka Kashane Demaya Carter. The allegations highlight the nature of predatory male and sometimes female adults who terrorize male and female children and sadly are just as much a part of Jamaican culture as soup on Saturdays and rice and peas on Sundays. Jamaican and Caribbean women, so many have defended and protected men who either verbally, physically, or sexually assault vulnerable children and women, sometimes even other men. As Sir P of Politics Watch has detailed for years, and as the support from those online who just want the family to get back together proves, in Jamaican culture, there is no true care for the innocent or the victims, not if the perpetrator is someone who is liked. Loyalties are extended, not in alignment with good morals and humanity. No one cares who is hurt, beaten, verbally abused, raped, or even killed if the accused is our favorite vlogger, politician, critic, or celebrity. We haven't as a culture used our access to social media and each other to educate and update our communities to weed out any form of evil. Instead, we equate loving Jamaican culture with loving the Jamaican colors, reggae and dancehall music, rum cake, curry goat, juicy beef patties, jerk and hardo bread, and all the delicious foods between St. Thomas and Negril. What this case with CMR brings to mind is the old-time Jamaican saying, you can take the man out of yard, but you can't take yard out of the man. This incident speaks to something that happens every day within Jamaican culture, and even though this family no longer resides in Jamaica, the culture has traveled with them. The case of Kashane Carter is basically about how an adult male, a father of 3 and stepfather of 1, who allegedly chose to mistreat and molest his own 13-year-old child. It is important I add, these issues are as human as humanity gets. There is no corner of the planet, no school, institution, religion, or society that is free from the sexually deviant. This doesn't excuse the existence of sexual deviance in any area of society, nor does it excuse its prevalence within Jamaican and Caribbean culture. We all have some part to play in how we respond to our own culture. Do we expose and seek justice for crimes, or do we hide them? Do we support and protect survivors, or do we attack them? Do we criticize and vilify, or do we show empathy to those who are alleging victimhood? Do we distance ourselves from the alleged and proven perpetrators, or do we remain loyal to these villains while being traitors of humanity? And so, in my humble opinion, there is a gift of truth in this situation, and it is a gift for the collective, an opportunity not only to be honest about the issues that plague humanity, that put children and the vulnerable at risk from generation to generation. This is an opportunity to become more aware, more vigilant in your own family and community. The negative backlash against this child who has made these allegations is unacceptable, but very common within Jamaican society and many societies around the world. Somehow, it is okay for adults to prey on children, but it is a crime for the children to speak up. This is an opportunity to celebrate and congratulate the courage it would have taken for this child to speak up. She spoke up in order to protect her mind, body, and spirit. She did the right thing. If she felt unsafe with CMR, she did the right thing to remove herself from danger and speak to someone else. And this is what matters. This is an opportunity to create impactful and measurable change, to create more preventative steps to protect innocent children and adults from sexual perpetrators, to help the affected with appropriate healing and support, and to eradicate victim blaming for events outside of their own control. This is a great time to weed out both the villains and their defenders out of the fabric of society. So what do you think about this travesty? I would love to hear your views, and I look forward to taking more deep dives soon. Remember, the alleged victim turned victor and her siblings are all minors and are the most vulnerable and important people in this dire situation. On that note, thanks for tuning in. Please subscribe if you haven't already. Protect yourself, and as the old timers would say, walk good. Greetings, I'm back. Blessings. I have been live for 9 hours and 24 minutes. 9 hours and 24 minutes. I've got under 15 hours to go. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Watch Me Thinking, the 24-hour Help Jamaica Rebuild After Hurricane Melissa fundraiser. Please send your donations. Help me to help someone on the ground in Jamaica who needs access to food, who may not have food, light, water, which is very common with people who live in the southern region of the island where the hurricane entered. So like Manchester, St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, going on to even St. James, the entire strip, and I'll place them in between. So thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for the donations that have come in so far. Please continue to donate and share the link. Miss say a while ago I close my eye and I say, hold on there. Feel like I could have dropped asleep. So I had to wake myself up and say, nope. Wake up, wake up. And it's crazy because obviously it is early, but because I've just woken up, prepared myself, and come live. Like I've been streaming since 6 a.m. So I think that's the reason why, even though it's not late in the day, it's like 25 past 3. I'm like, I would just love to go to sleep right now. I feel like I walk away from the technology, like walking away from it when the videos are playing, and just, because who sits down and listens to videos 24 hours? So Okay, so I thought I'd shift things up a bit. I still want to bring back the Politics Watch video. I was really happy when I played that video earlier on. Obviously, I'm going through some of my archive of some of my content, you know, and in different stages of the day. Like later on, it will be a different vibe. We'll start doing some other things. I think I'm going to ask some relationship questions, you know, that get some juicy kind of conversation going, but that's for the evening. So I hadn't done any videos for about a year. And then I started to put out a very short series with a sister of mine called Eugenia. Some of you will know her. So we did a video where we spoke about being yoga teachers and how we both learned African yoga and what we learned. So that video is pretty long. So what I'll do is I'll just play it till I feel like, okay, and then move on to something else. And yeah, keep it moving. And I'm just going to keep coming and asking for donations, asking for support. If you see this today and you're not able to give today, that's fine. Just if you can make a mental note, then as and when you're able to, you don't know how it go already. When you're able to, then you know, we will still be very much sending money to help people in need. And as it's day 17, so we're like 4 days away from 3 weeks. I think it's a good time to assess and really see, well, do we have a full assessment? I think the main issue on the ground is they're saying so many roads are blocked with trees and this and that light posts. And it can be hard for people to, you know, get to those areas. But I think 3 weeks in, you know, is that over optimistic? But, you know, even to this day, they haven't done the proper death toll because how can they? Because they haven't arrived everywhere. So I've been changing the title of the video as I'm going along. I'm not sure if that's actually affecting anything, but I figured if I'm playing a video about one thing and you click it and you see a next thing, that's not going to help nobody, you know? So, okay. So this is the conversation that I had with Eugenia. I think it was in July, late July or August. And I will bring you into this because actually I did start teaching yoga in the UK and I was trained in the UK, but I did spend at least 4 years teaching in Jamaica and taught at most of the major yoga studios. I even used to manage a yoga studio there. So obviously I'm at a point now where I'm not doing no form of yoga coming at upon that. But yeah, it's a significant conversation. So enjoy. Please remember, please donate. Please hit the link, share the donation link. Let's hit 100 soon, 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 soon. I'm counting on you people. Thank you so much. See you on the other side of this video. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to the Feminine Mind. My name is Linnea, and this is Eugenia. And we are here today. Say hi. Hi, Eugenia. Welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in. For those of you who are going to be coming onto the live while we're going live, and also for those of you who I know will come back and watch this video. Yesterday, I introduced this podcast. So essentially, this video is going to be about the truth about African yoga. What is African yoga? And essentially, we are going to be explaining why we have come to the conclusion that African yoga is a hoax. Okay, so be sure to tune in, subscribe, like. I don't usually like saying that stuff at the beginning of the video, but this is part of a series. So there will be a few videos on the African yoga system. And this is the first video. And I did explain yesterday that I renounced yoga and I've now publicly denounced it. I'm a former yoga teacher myself. So it's not something that I'm trying to promote or, you know, get anyone involved in. I don't have any classes. I renounced yoga and I've had the opportunity to really think about it, really do some study and really look at some of the experiences that I've had quite objectively. And when I did that, as Eugenia knows, because I've shared this with her, it was quite shocking when I really looked back at my experiences. So let's just move forward, and I hope you enjoy this video, and please share it if you know someone who is exploring African yoga, whether it's Egyptian yoga, Kemetic yoga, Smaitawi, or any yogic system that claims to be from Africa or from Kemet, Egypt. Then please share this with that person. It may really help them. Okay, so welcome, Eugenia.
Hi, Lene.
Hi. I feel, you know what, it's so good to have you here, and I wouldn't really be able to. Oh, I've just realized something. Let me turn this off. Sorry, my laptop volume was coming back on it so I could hear it. So yeah, sorry everyone. I wouldn't be able to go into this subject and give it the respect that it deserves, or even the discernment that it deserves, without Eugenia. So tell us a bit about yourself, what's going on, and tell us a bit about your introduction to African yoga.
Yes, sure. Again, hi everyone, and thanks for having me here. And yes, so I started my yoga journey actually in the early 2000s, and I got certified in so-called Kemetic yoga in 2012 in Jamaica.
Oh,
And
nice.
I actually started at another yoga studio because I just wanted to do yoga, but then I found someone who offered Kemetic yoga. And the first time I heard of Kemetic yoga was like in 2007 or something like that, like way back. And then, yeah, I stopped everything that I was doing and I ran over there and started the Kemetic yoga teacher training. And yeah, that was in 2012. So that is 13 years ago.
Yeah, a long time ago. Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, I have been teaching. I live in Germany. So, and I'm from Jamaica. My family is from Jamaica. So I spent over a year in Jamaica, and I spent a lot of time in Jamaica and going back and forth. But I eventually then returned to Germany, and I offered classes and workshops. And I would say definitely the first one offering Kemetic yoga classes in Germany. I know some other people had come to Germany and did like a workshop, but they're not from Germany. I was the first one from Germany really offering those classes. And it was kind of like everyone, like the Black community was waiting for it, because a lot of people were interested in yoga, but they were like, they didn't feel comfortable in those yoga classes, because it's not like you go to a yoga class and you see a bunch of Indian people. You go
right,
to
exactly. You don't.
European people. So and then it has at that time already become like a skinny girl sport, you know. So a lot of Black women just generally didn't feel comfortable there because it just felt like a beauty pageant and not an exercise, or not at all anything spiritual. So when I started offering it, a lot of people were interested.
Okay, and you started in 2012 when you finished your training?
Well, in Germany in 2013. So
okay,
that's when
so we pretty much started teaching in the same year, because
wow,
yeah, I didn't know that. So it's good when new things come out, right? Like we've got so much in common, because I trained in the summer of 2013. And then initially I was told, I trained under the African Yoga School, which I think that's like collapsed into something else now. And I trained under Pablo Imani. And initially I was told that traditionally you would have to wait a year practicing on your own, embodying the practice, you know, before you start. And then I don't even remember what happened. I just know that I was told, no, go ahead and set up some classes, literally as I certified in the September. So by the October, I started to offer African yoga classes. At the time, it was African yoga.
Yeah.
And I myself heard about African yoga around 2006, 2007 in the UK. I remember Pablo Imani had a book, and I went to someone's house and I saw the book and I was like, oh, I didn't know there was an African system of yoga. And because I saw my mom doing yoga in Jamaica, because for those who don't know, I grew up in Jamaica. So she used to have a book where she would do yoga from. And then she joined the Mind, Body, Soul gym in Mandeville, and they would do yoga classes. So the idea of yoga wasn't foreign to me. And I came from a very pro-Black family, community. So once I saw African yoga, I didn't even initially question, really? Do you know what I mean? I just thought, oh, wow, there's an African system of yoga. And I also saw, back in the day, like 2008 onwards, there were lots of DVDs of documentaries and Black classes coming through the UK. And that's where I saw Mwata Ashby. I bought a Mwata Ashby DVD and I started doing some, some basic stretching and stuff like that. So it's funny that we both kind of started around the same time, even though we're in different countries.
Actually, as you're talking, I noticed more similarities even, because my mom, she didn't do yoga. It wasn't called yoga, but she was a gym teacher. So she would do exercise, a lot of stretching. So, and when the first time I was introduced to yoga at all, it reminded me of what I saw my mom doing. So it was always something natural to me. And same like you, when I actually, the first time I heard of there being Kemetic yoga was, as I said, in like 2007, and I was in Ghana at that time. So I met a Ghanaian who was living in America, and he told me about Kemetic yoga. And when I heard it, I was like, of course, yes.
And it's funny, I was going to mention as well, because I wanted to ask you, so prior to you doing like specifically Kemetic yoga, had you tried some of the yoga classes, or was it that the Kemetic yoga was your real first experience of doing yoga?
No, I had done Indian yoga, like, and the thing is, I'm really not well versed in Indian yoga until just recent. I still don't know much about yoga, but I think it was like Hatha yoga or, some different types of yoga I tried, and I liked it. I also didn't feel super comfortable in those European-led yoga classes, but I just liked the exercise, so I didn't care much about the people who were. And then when
sorry, go ahead.
I was in Jamaica and I started my yoga journey. It was before I found the Kemetic yoga stuff.
Okay.
It was a very elitist type of people doing yoga, because you have to have time and money to go to.
Well, that's how it is in Jamaica. We'll do another episode on that. You get what I'm saying? That yoga is definitely a rich man's sport in Jamaica, to keep it simple. Yeah.
And I felt so poor in Jamaica amongst these, people, mostly white people, foreign people, the light-skinned Jamaican people, the and I felt like I'm out of place. And whenever I said I'm from Germany, they looked at me as if,
but you're Black, yeah.
Are you sure, Black girl? So it was weird.
Well, it's funny because I think Hatha yoga is the most popular form of yoga. That's an Indian system in the UK. But my first yoga, I don't remember doing Indian yoga. I don't think I've done, I think once later, like trying to think of a year, maybe about 15 years ago, I did an Indian yoga class in a gym. Like, do you get what I'm saying? So, that's a little bit limited, more than a specialized yoga class. But my introduction personally to doing yoga, it wasn't introduced as yoga. It was introduced as a Tibetan system called the 5 Tibets, because the guy who ran, George McFarlane, the guy who ran and still runs the Mind, Body, Soul Center in Mandeville, Jamaica, he was, I didn't know why, but he was against yoga. So even though when you went into the class, you would see people doing, oh, that looks like yoga. He wouldn't allow people to call the class yoga. He would say this is breathing and stretching class. And he taught a system that comes from Tibet, which is five or six postures that you do, and you repeat them. Like you start off at 7, you do each posture 21 times. So that was my introduction. So we called it the 5 Tibets, not yoga. Do you get what I'm saying? So doing African yoga was really my first genuine, like, you know, I've done 3, 4 full yoga classes, and I was happy about that, because again, I didn't think that people who were African or of African descent had much business doing Indian yoga, because I was aware, do you get what I'm saying, that Indian yoga, although it's presented as a keep fit thing in the West, is actually a part of a religion called Hinduism. And so coming from this kind of like pro-Black era and family first and then era, I didn't really, that's why I don't know anything about Indian yoga, like even the names of the postures, even the names of the deities, I don't really know that much. Do you get what I'm saying? So African yoga was my first thing. So I just want to move this forward a little bit and say, I know that the audience, those who are watching, those who may watch in the future. Sorry, I just realized there's a comment. Blessings, V Morgan. Thank you. Says we're looking beautiful, ladies. Thanks, sis. Thank you so much. And thanks for being here. I know that people who are new to this subject must be thinking, what do you mean African yoga is a hoax? What on earth is actually African yoga? Well, how did you reach the hoax part? I've never, what are you talking about African yoga? Because when I started to teach it and I went to a few yoga festivals and, you know, yoga fairs as an ambassador, at the table, a lot of people would see African yoga and they would come and say, what is this? Or what does that mean? I'm like, it says African yoga, but no, but what is that? Because surely yoga comes from India.
Right.
So now I'd like us to go into what the idea around African yoga is. So you can lead, please.
Yes. So it actually, as you say that, it reminds me of it was also like an online type fair that I joined during the pandemic. That was initiated by an Indian guy who was from South Africa, but through the pandemic stuck in India because he traveled there and got stuck there. And he wanted to do like because of this thing going around, to highlight and showcase Indigenous African and Indigenous Indian healing systems.
Okay.
And he asked for me to present Smaitawi, which I'm going to explain in a second.
Right, yeah.
And yeah, that was an interesting experience, because going into what I'm going to talk about, or what we're going to talk about now, I realized how dependent Smaitawi is on other things and on Indian yoga, that it's not a discipline to itself. It's like a hybrid of stuff. So now in the, I don't know, 60s or 70s or something like that, people started, like, maybe you know the names. I'm very bad with these names nowadays. Like, I used to know all these names by heart, but I'm starting to forget. So
which is necessary too. We don't need to hold on to all of it, because we're just talking about it to dash it to where. Sorry, I had to say that. It's okay, and I might not know the same things as you, so we can just throw things in.
So, but like, one person who I know who was one of the very first people of this age was Babacar. You know him?
Oh yes, Babacar.
He is Senegalese, I think. And you know, people just from the diaspora, like from Africa, from West Africa, and from the diaspora, from the African diaspora, started looking into yoga and started also traveling to Egypt. And there was, like, from those days, you know, the whole Black Power movement, There was a hyper focus on Egypt because, you know, we realized, or it's hard to find ancient high culture civilizations in Africa. They have existed, but Egypt is like a very prominent one.
And a preserved one.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then we started realizing, you know, not all of them were actually Arab or whatever Middle Eastern supposed to be. A lot of them were Black. And then we started connecting dots. We looked at, not me personally, but the people back then in the 60s and 70s started looking at hieroglyphs and certain movements. And we're like, oh, you know, this kind of looks like yoga, because at the same time, Indian yogis was coming to the West.
To the West, yes.
Exactly. And teaching yoga. And it was like there was a yoga hype while there was also the Black Power hype. So we started to connect the dots. You know, if we have those movements on our walls that these yogis from India are doing, it must be that we did it first.
And it's ours.
Yes.
It's ours, and we did it first.
Yes. So and that's kind of how at first. Now Kemet is one of the original names for Egypt. It said that the people in today Egypt back then would call themselves Kemites, and Kemet means land of black soil, or also black people. You know, people debate about that.
Or black faces. There's so many. Yeah, land of black faces.
And and then Yusirahotep is definitely one of the pioneers. Can't take that from him.
And what school is he again?
Yoga skills.
And what does he teach? Is it Smaitawi? Is Kemetic yoga, right?
He how do you say he like he claimed the name, like officially. What's that word?
Not patented it, like a type of copyright.
Yeah. He copied the name. So it's his name, Kemetic yoga. Officially, if you use Kemetic yoga for, like, you do something and you say it's Kemetic yoga, he can say you're
Take
not
it
allowed.
down.
Exactly.
Yeah, because I remember when I first started teaching, within about a year or so, there was this big uproar of how did this man, Mr. Hotep, Yusirahotep, how can he patent or copyright or register a name exclusively as his? But because I wasn't under a school that was using Kemetic yoga, but I found that all the schools just use whatever word would work very well on the flyer, on the promotion. So sometimes we'd say Egyptian yoga, sometimes we say African, do you know what I mean? Or Kemetic. So he kind of like stood apart, I would say, in doing that.
Exactly. And until this day, he holds on to that name, even to the term yoga, even though yoga is a Sanskrit word. But he holds on to that word and says it's African for, I think, for the reason that he says the practice comes from Africa. So whatever word they would use in Sanskrit, it's still African, I think.
Okay. So this is interesting because, in regards to African yoga, clearly the Kemetic or the Egyptian term that it would have come under, or that they're saying it comes under, let's be clear, is Smaitawi. That's not English, that's not Sanskrit. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's Medunetta, right?
That's Medunetta, isn't it? But in order to translate it into English, it's like, it's Kemetic yoga or Egyptian yoga. But there's been an agreement amongst groups of people who come from the Black Power movement in the 60s, 70s, at the same time when the Indian yogis were coming over to the West and sharing yoga, and their studies into ancient Egypt, like, you know, even guys like Ashra Kwesi and so on, they decided that, what the whole Egyptian mindset is that Egypt, we were brought up to think that Egypt was in the Middle East, and oftentimes there has been an intentional attempt by the media and the powers that be to not be very direct about the fact that Egypt is in Africa. So once it became like 100, like, look, Egypt is in Africa, therefore it belongs to the people of black faces. You get what I'm saying? It's our things, and the original Egyptians, even though now obviously it's been taken over by people from the Middle East or Arabs. You get what I'm saying? But the original Kemites would have been dark-skinned African people. So this is all wrapped up now in the idea of the Indian yoga looks like postures from Kemet. And so therefore, that then equates to we created yoga, the thing called yoga today, and it's called Smaitawi. It originates in Egypt, and that's essentially what African yoga is. In a modern sense, African yoga is the promotion of a system that allegedly comes from Egypt prior to Indian yoga and all the different paths. And obviously within the Black Power movement, it does go parallel to history. So because there is a history of Africans traveling to India, you know, back in the days, that's the explanation now for that's why India has Indian yoga, because it was the Africans from Egypt who traveled over, maybe before continental drift, who knows? And you know what I mean? Like it's a lot to it, yeah. They traveled over. Go on.
I'm just saying, they traveled over before the continental drift, and the first thing they did was yoga.
First thing they did was yoga. And I'm not being funny, but we're laughing now. But when we're telling you these things, like this is something we have believed. This is the other thing. I'm laughing because there is a kind of, wow, this is getting very like a winding road kind of a story.
Yeah.
But this is a thing that not only have we believed it, but to this day, many people genuinely believe that Kemet, Egypt, created yoga, and they are the owners of they seeded the planet with yoga in its many different forms, in different expressions. And a part of that is within the Black conscious movement is this idea that everything that is in existence comes from Africa. And this idea is made in an attempt to throw back many racist ideologies that were promoted within society, like Africans didn't have any civilization. You know, there is truth to this. Do you know what I mean? But
absolutely, yeah.
You know, sometimes it gets very extreme. Like obviously Africans created the first house. Obviously the whole planet, the human race started in Africa. That means clothes started in Africa, literature started in Africa, writing started in Africa, language started in Africa, medicine started, you know, so these things are actually true, but because it's such a wide scope of things, sometimes anything can just jump into that truth, even if it's not seeded in reality. Would you agree on that?
Absolutely. And I think we have to be very consequent with that. If we take all the great stuff and say it started in Africa, then we also have to look at the not so good stuff and be honest with ourselves and say that also started in Africa. So we can't just, you know, pick and choose. That's how I feel sometimes. We just pick and choose, which, as you say, we have reasons for that, because they never wanted to allow us to even think of ourselves as inventors of anything, you know, of creating
or having any intelligence at all.
Any intelligence at all, any civilization, any culture of that is worth mentioning. So of course we kind of like overcorrect and be like, no, everything is from us.
Everything is from Africa. Like I was raised like that. It was like everything started in Africa. Don't let anyone make you feel inferior about your race, because we are the mothers and fathers of the human race and of civilization, which I still pretty much go with that till today. But there's a but. Do you know what I mean? There's a but. Yeah.
And I think the but is that even though the seed originally came from Africa, when it went to different places, different trees started growing. It wasn't always the same tree that came from that one seed. So as something that I also wasn't aware of for a long time is how you just mentioned that in the Hindu culture and religion, yoga is a fundamental part of that religion. It doesn't mean that every Hindu does yoga, but it is a part of the religion. So for a long time, I kind of rejected the term religion, but I realized that also in the Kemetic community, people start using the term religion and kind of also using Kemetic yoga as part of the religion.
Or as their religion.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the religion.
So that is something where I don't feel it and because there is no, like, you can't really go to anywhere in Africa. At least I have never heard of it. I don't know if someone now might listen to this and be like, yeah, I went to the deepest whatever in Africa. But I've never heard of anyone going to any indigenous, fairly untouched community in Africa that cling and hold on to their traditional customs and whatever. And find them at practice yoga.
Never. You're not going to find them at practice no yoga. And this is the reason why one thing I wanted to mention is that the Kemetic, let's call it Kemetic Egyptian system, spiritual system, not yoga, but the spiritual system is a pantheon-based system. So it's a system very much like many other forms of African traditional spirituality across the continent, where there are many, many gods. And all these gods have different attributes, different virtues, you know what I mean? Different days of the week. I mean, the Egyptians, colors, everything. And so much that the Egyptian spiritual system can be compared to something like Yoruba traditional spirituality, which is Ifa. It can be, you can literally see parallels. And by equal merit, in the Hindu religion, it is also populated by a pantheonic system where you have Lakshmi, Krishna, Ganesha, and all these different deities with different attributes, etc. So I can see, like, okay, there are similarities here. It is a traditional system with many, many, many gods.
Just like the Romans, just like the Greeks, just like the Celts.
And that's good to say that, because sometimes people think, oh, that's just an African thing, but actually it's a global phenomenon, right? That you will find this all over the world.
Exactly. And they all have similarities. Like you will find an asset in the Yoruba, you will find an asset in the Hindu, you will find an asset in the whatever, in like
in the Greek one,
Aphrodite or so is
like Apollo is Ra. Do you know?
Freya.
And big up to Truth Unedited, by the way, because I will post one of his links in the description after the video, because you don't have to check out this gentleman called Truth Unedited. It's a massive YouTube channel. It's populated with mind-blowing videos of undeniable things. It's not populated with a bag of opinions. Do you know what I mean? He's a deep scholar, and he does connect the fact that it's not just African traditions that have these pantheons. It's the same system that's in Greek with all the Greek gods, the same exact system, the Roman gods, the Hindu deities. So it's the same thing with different cultures as the costume, I would say, of that thing, right?
Right, absolutely. I absolutely agree with that. And also, I mean, there's also this movement within the Black consciousness movement. How we know that Greek philosophers and Greek culture is also like a copy paste of the Kemetic and that the Romans that came after the Greeks, it's kind of like a copy paste. And today we basically still live in the Roman Empire, which is Greek, which is Kemetic, which is Babylon. Right?
Which is Babylon. Which is Babylon. So it's funny like how with the, like, I think I wanted to mention this. So the triangular trade and the experience of slavery is a big part of why there is this press to have Kemetic yoga, African yoga. It represents 4 centuries or so of a massive gap. And even before this triangular trade took place, known as slavery, there were decades before where those people who went into slavery, they were just going through all sorts of identity disintegration. They became slaves for other tribes. Do you get what I'm saying? It wasn't a thing of what we like to hear and say is we were kings and queens before we came into the Middle Passage and into the West. But essentially, those people who were brought into the West were not kings and queens. They were being battered in Africa. They were being captured by many different tribes, you know, and that's why they were the first to trade on to the Europeans. Because again, another myth is that the Europeans just went into Africa and stole all those people. Like that is a myth. Yeah, like that's it's just these myths, right?
Yeah.
So I think the trauma of the slavery 4 centuries or so, the trauma of the period before that, when those people, whatever tribe they were, we'll come to that in another video, but those people, they lost their land, most likely they lost their hold in society, and they became at the bottom of other tribal groups. What it means is that even though they say that we as the descendants, we are now free, etc., there is a traumatic deficit to us. We are lacking something. We're aware that there's something missing. I can trace my ancestry only back so far. I can't necessarily say, you know, for the past 600 years, there are many groups within Africa and other countries, all races, that can literally tell you the past 600 years of their genealogy, all their ancestors, where they came from. But with us, it's like, oh, this Jamaican grandfather, this Jamaican grandmother, back, then there's nothing. There's only imagination. And because of that, it does create an incomplete sense of self. And I think that's the reason why leaning back towards Africa as much as has happened is to really improve the person's sense of self. Like, well, I have something. I have yoga too. So we can run into things that we may not have any biological or genetic link to those Egyptian people, because all African people are not one group of people. Anyway, let me not. I just wanted to mention that because I do think I worked with Pablo Imani. I have been through many different types of schools that are pro-Black spirituality, dealing with reconnecting with Africa in one way or another. And the biggest nemesis of the Black person in the West whose ancestors has been through the Middle Passage is the idea that because you came from Africa, that you can claim everything that you know is in Africa.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? A Yoruba person is not trying to claim a Fanti person's heritage or birthright. Sorry, a Shona person is not trying to claim an Igbo person's birthright, with that wiping out of, you know, well, what group are we from? What society are we from? What's our real ethnic society? It makes us so vulnerable because we can try to, oh, it's all mine because it's all Africa.
Right.
When Africans who have never left the continent, they don't even move like that.
There is a big difference between Africans who were born and raised on the continent and they never left, and the diaspora. We have two different mindsets when it comes to so many things. Things that are glorified in the West, in the diaspora, are denounced, frowned upon, feared, disliked on the continent, because on the continent they just have a different knowledge of self. Then we, as you say, we don't know who we are. We truly don't know. And there are many entities around us, especially when you live in a place where there are a lot of people of African descent. Where I live, there are not a lot of people of African descent. But if you live maybe in the UK or in America, definitely a lot of entities around us that know that we don't know who we are. So
yes, absolutely.
They know that we're just running around like ants trying to figure out, you know, where we come from and where we're going. And if it fits their agenda, they will allow us to go deeper into it. So with Kemetic yoga, it never will reach a mainstream stage. So on one hand, I think a lot of, or some Kemetic yogis like that. They don't want it to be a mainstream thing. They want it to be like a sacred type spiritual thing. And I used to be one of them. I used to think, it cannot be popular because it's too deeply spiritual. That used to be my thinking, while others are pushing for it to compete with Indian yoga. And I don't think it can ever compete with Indian yoga, because even a lot of people who do the African Kemetic whatever, they eventually, if they really deep into yoga, they're gonna end up doing Indian yoga too, because the couple postures in the Kemetic system won't, at least physically, they won't satisfy you. If you want to go deeper into the spiritual stuff, yeah, sure, but physically it's not. I mean, I when I did yoga, I would watch a lot of Indian yoga videos just to get the exercise in.
Oh, would you? I never did, but I was really like, my thing is like, it was Black militancy. So, but I understand that, like, but I never did. I was like, it's me and Smile against the world.
No, man, I would kind of sometimes even mix it into my practices, but I would tell them, like, when I would teach my class, I would let them know, okay, this is an Indian thing. I would never say the name. I would never say,
Cow pose,
whatever.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't want to offend no one.
Or downward dog.
Yeah, downward dog and these things. I would say if it was a Indian thing, or if this was, I would say this is exclusively Kemetic and all that stuff.
Okay.
But I would mix it up sometimes, because I physically I didn't feel challenged enough by the exclusive Kemetic stuff. And what you were saying a while ago too, by the that we are not, like, as soon as something named African, we're like, oh yeah, that's us, no matter where from this gigantic continent it comes.
But we don't want to. Anyway, I was going to say something, but I can't say that. Sorry, go on. Sorry, sis.
just to go
Sorry.
deep, not too deep, but a little deeper into it. That oh yeah, I went to Egypt, right? I was in Egypt and I saw a lot of temple walls and Medjugorje, hieroglyphs, and it was beautiful. I must say that Egypt is beautiful. Like, I'm not even gonna
trying to knock it. Yeah,
beautiful place. I love the energy there and everything. But I saw things on the wall that still make me question everything.
like
For example, I didn't see many. I saw some, like, far and few in between. You would see like a yoga posture. I say, oh, I found one.
Okay.
It's not like prevalent how you would.
What kind of posture?
It was I think it's called, I don't remember these
this
things.
This one?
Yeah, like where holy stuff, like, I think
it's
eternal
like a
life
type of posture. Yeah.
I think it's something with life.
Mm-hmm.
I found that one, and we did a lot of, whenever we saw a posture, we would take a picture emulating the posture and stuff like that.
Oh,
and
wow.
A lot of these,
Yeah, these ones.
Yeah, you would see that a lot. Yeah.
Which really, that's not a deep posture. Like, it might not be a yogic posture. It might be a stance of a royal. Do you know what I mean? Like how in the modern world people bow. Because to me, I don't see what kind of physical, spiritual, mental elevation I'm going to get doing something like.
But that's the thing. They would
see,
when this Black Power movement would go to Egypt, that's what they would see. They would see people doing this and say it's a yoga posture. You get me? Or they would see people doing this and say it's a yoga posture. So it's like it is a posture of some sort, but it is not yoga. It is something else.
It's something else. It's not necessarily a yoga posture. It's a posture.
Exactly. And other things that I would see was, I would see on one big wall, I still have pictures of it. You would see bigger figures of like just regular looking people, but gigantically big, and holding
wow.
it in chains and in bondage, smaller people. Like they would paint the one type of people really big and the other ones like really small, as if like unnaturally big or unnaturally small, like someone's not right, you know.
Oh, we're
And
gonna have to bring that into the next video when you come next week. We won't say what it's about, but so are you saying that you saw documentation of slavery essentially?
yeah,
In
they
Egypt.
were in bondage and they were enslaved, and everything with the tour guide that I was with, everything was narrated down as something spiritual. Like it wasn't literally happening the way that you see it. It means that the lower self is in bondage, you know, stuff like that.
So they're basically philosophizing. They're being philosophical about something that could be quite direct, like this is what it is, but they're reading further into it, which is again Greek culture. Coming back to Egyptian culture is to have all this philosophy and not to take things as they are. That's pretty deep. So yoga it's funny because yoga is going back to Egypt, but they're doing it with this system that's come through the Romans, the Greeks, you know, they're going the full circle to be bringing philosophy to visuals, when essentially that is like a Greek thing to have all this philosophy about stuff.
Exactly. And it's like Egypt is basically one of the first melting pots because so many different nations came to Egypt. That's why you have those Arab looking people there, at least in the north. In the south, you still have dark skinned
people. Yeah.
But in the north, you have, especially in Cairo, you have all these Arab looking people because they themselves, and that's what I heard when I was there, they say they're not accepted by the Arabs, they're not accepted by the Africans, they're Egyptian because they're a mix of everything, you know. So, and I feel like it's easy to just throw yoga in there and
So
say,
what
yeah.
you say, based on the visuals that you saw, there was some things that you could speculate maybe that's yoga, but actually there wasn't that much undeniable presence of yoga in Egypt.
What I will say for sure, there is no yoga system that you can find on the walls of the temples or, you know, on any hieroglyphs. You will not find a yoga system. You might find a posture here and there where you can say, yeah, that reminds me of yoga. But you will not find, okay, a sequence. You know, this is
right.
You will not find it. And I'm sure, I think I've heard, but I'm very sure that the big yogis, you know, the Yasir Rahoteps and all of that, they admit that too. You know, they know that too.
But what's funny about that, and this is really coming into, we're landing now, we're getting ready to land with the idea of it being a hoax then. Because when I learned yoga, African yoga, Smaitawi, yeah.
Oh yeah, we didn't even explain what Smaitawi means, did we?
Oh no, we didn't even touch on what Smaitawi means. All right, I'll say this part, then we'll go into that because it ties right back in with the idea that this isn't exactly what it's being portrayed as, and it's tying into a Hindu vine. And to me, if you're saying that Africans went to India and shared their yoga there, you don't have any business trying to tie back into the vine to come back to Egypt. Do you understand what I mean? So in African yoga, one thing I loved and I would always teach are sequences. So postures do not exist. They do exist independently, but every posture is found in one sequence or another, whether it's all of the major postures. In my school, it was the journey of Kepera. In my actual school, I can't remember what you call it in African yoga. You know, like when you go through all the major, like 28 major postures or something like that. But then you'd have the journey of Ra, the journey of Aset. Now, the journey of Ra is the sun god in ancient Egypt. It is the journey of the sun, but actually it's closely emulating a sequence that is in Hinduism. What's the name of that sequence? Let me have a look. Because basically in Indian yoga, Hindu yoga,
Yeah.
they also do the journey of Ra. But it's called, I think it's called a sun salutation. That's it.
Yeah.
It's called a sun salutation. So if this is landing, so if on the Egyptian walls of the pyramids, etc., there are no sequences, right? And the sun salutation is a sequence of yoga postures that you do from beginning to end, and you can repeat them. But now in Kemetic yoga, in Egyptian yoga, in African yoga, you've got this thing called the journey of Ra. And if say this on a salutation is like 10 postures, there's like 3 or 4 different postures between the sun salutation, which is Indian, and the journey of Ra, which is Egyptian. But based on what you've just said, there's no such thing as a journey of Ra. That is the proof that they are essentially black facing. Yeah. Sorry. Where was something there? The journey of Ra, Egyptian yoga, versus the sun salutation in Indian yoga is the proof that African yoga is Indian yoga in blackface. Because within the Kemetic pyramids, there are no yoga sequences. So whoever made this sequence for it to turn up in all these different schools had to seriously study the Indian yoga system to create that sequence. And there are only like maybe 2 or 3, 4 at the most postures that are different. It's the same exact thing. And I've been thinking to say this for a while. If Egyptian yoga could compete with Indian yoga or be legitimate, it would have to be promoted by people who never left Egypt. It would have to be developed and promoted by those people who you say are the original Black people of Egypt.
Yeah.
That live in, what's that place that they live? I can't remember the name. Is it start with an L?
Oh my gosh.
Is it in the south? Is it
the south? Like the names of stuff.
I'm just jumping out of my mind.
I have very bad mum brain.
I can't remember. I don't know if it's Luxor or basically there's a place in the south of Egypt where you will find the original Egyptians, the black-skinned Egyptians. If they aren't pushing Egyptian yoga and giving us evidence that from the beginning of their genetic existence, it has never left Egypt, you cannot have people who've gone through the Middle Passage, people who their tribe in Africa was dismantled and ravaged all over Africa. And that's the reason why they were the most vulnerable group in Africa that could then go through the Middle Passage. How can it be legitimate by those group of people? It's black facing.
I agree. I agree. Absolutely. Yeah, it is. It is. It is also, as you're saying, that the ones who have been the pioneers, whose names we mentioned, a lot of them have actually started in Indian yoga, in Indian philosophy, in studies of, India and Hinduism. But because they were of African descent, they started, comparing it to what they knew from African cultures and then bringing it into the Kemetic. In
a desire.
Yes.
In a desire, not in a genuine, authenticated thing.
And surely seeing in the philosophy, similarities, which we established already. There are many similarities. Deities who have the same purposes and whatever. But then the yoga part is the part where, no, really, you do not find it like that,
Yeah, because just to be clear, for those who don't know, there are other societies, let's say, that are promoting or delving into Egyptian spirituality using the hieroglyphics like the Mediniter, using the different deities, but they are not doing yoga. And an example of that is the Asar Aset Society. So it is a religious / spiritual society, but they haven't looked at whatever the history is and looked at the hieroglyphics and translated it to mean this is yoga. They're more so looking at the attributes of the deities, the colors, the philosophy. So this is an individual choice, because I started studying Egypt when I was 16 and I had lots of different sources. And as far as I'm concerned, the only race that's ever been to Egypt and translated this is yoga, I don't even want to say race, the only group of people, because this is beyond race, are people from the UK, the USA, or who have traveled and primarily been through the Middle Passage. I know you mentioned that brother from Senegal, so I'm not sure what his history is. I need to look into that. But the people who I have learned about this from are people with the same identity wound as myself that I had before I knew who I essentially truly was. And so we can pick up things from all over the place. Oh, that's ours. But because it's so easy to kind of and we haven't touched on the full subject yet, because we're going to be spreading this over a series of videos, like a journey, so you can really understand not only is African yoga a hoax, but it's quite a dangerous practice because of where this is leading to. Because if you think, as an African person, as a melanated person in the West, that you're doing a safe, pro-melanin, a very safe, risk-free, harmless practice, to go and find out, actually, that's not what you're doing, and there's no such thing as Egyptian yoga, you might be even practicing Hinduism, and you don't even know anything about Hinduism. You know, do you understand what I'm saying? You're giving reverence to a whole bag of deities in this pantheon, and you don't even know who are those deities really. Are they okay? Is it okay to is it okay to give reverence to these deities? So this is the danger in what do you call it? Post-slavery syndrome?
Is it called that? I don't know.
Yeah, I've heard of something like that. Post-slavery syndrome, which is essentially you've been your identity has been gutted out of you, so you can pick up anything off a road and put it into yourself and say, yes, this is part of my identity, not knowing that you could be picking up a rat. Do you understand? A snake.
And the thing is, another dangerous thing with that approach is that I see in the newer generation now. So the whole yoga thing started in the 60s and 70s when there was, the Black Power movement and the civil rights stuff and all of that. So now, I mean, you still have activists today, but them kind of on something else. In the way, the things that they want from their activism. And it's so easy because of this whole approach. Yeah, everything kind of started in Africa, to whatever you want, whatever you like, whatever you think is suitable for you as a Black person, to say, oh yeah, that too started in Africa. And we have a lot of that too in Africa. And it originates in Africa. So people start doing that all the time. They would always be like, oh, it's from Africa. Oh, it's from Africa. Without any research, being from the diaspora, not knowing people who really live on the continent who would agree with what they're saying, talking over them and telling them, no, you don't know. It's from Africa.
No, we're the real woke Africans.
Yeah. And it happens with a lot of things that is just, it's dangerous. It's ignorant. And it's not scholarly research. Like, you don't have to be a scholar from a university. Just be someone who genuinely knows how to research and back up your claims, But people in this TikTok era that we're living in, people don't do that anymore. They'll just be like, they see a nice clip that appeals to them and then, oh, that's from Africa. So they do that with, their identity, gender identity. I'll just say it.
Every time I see like, oh, I'm a fish today.
You
Or I
know.
can say, you know, I am now the embodiment of this deity, or I am that deity, or I was that deity in the past life. There's no limits to where the identity thing can go.
So this whole everything's from Africa. Either we go with all the good and bad, because everything started in Africa, civilization started in Africa, the first human, then everything, you know, or we use a little bit more discernment and be like, okay, this is truly, you know, African, and then we have to kind of look at Africa is so big, you know,
and it's not one group of people with one custom, is it?
Exactly. So yeah, let's be more careful with the whole this is everything's from Africa. Like
it really gives me, like, you know, in the 60s they had that, you know, peace and love era, and the hippies, and people were experimenting with all kind of substances. I think that that's where this is coming from, really. I think
absolutely.
Right, with the Beatles and the commune living, I think someone was up on some substance, doing some Indian yoga, and allowed their mind to really, really drift. Yeah, no, seriously. I'm not even being sarcastic, because it's when you bring it over into the Black Power thing, it gets a little bit more, but actually, I think it just comes from having some pleasant experiences of doing Indian yoga, being on the commune, you know, having a alternative lifestyle. And then it's like a bit of ego too, like, I want to be someone important in the world. I'm going to be the person who promotes African yoga, Egyptian. I'm going to be that person, because I find, not with all of the teachers, not teachers, but the people who are at the head of these schools, they don't take their thing simply like it's a big ego thing. And talk about the religious thing, and we're going to go into Smita we is to wrap it up as well. My teacher, Pablo Imani. So basically, when I came into African yoga, I already had my own spiritual stuff that I was doing. And my most predominant thing that I've always done is pray. And I've always prayed in one direction. So I was praying to the Most High. And I think a few years before I came across African yoga, I had this idea introduced to me that you could pray to your ancestors too. This was then. So I'll be like, I pray to the Most High and the divine and righteous ancestors, because someone told me, oh, no, you can't pray to all ancestors because some of them are not good. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Divine and righteous ones. Yeah.
The divine and righteous ones. Like, let's not get it twisted. Even though the word divine, I'd like to go through that in another video in the future. Like that word divine, I don't know. I'm not using that language anymore.
Yeah.
At all. Do you know what I mean? So when I came into yoga, that was my route, is prayer, you know. And I remember speaking to Pablo Imani about something and saying I was going to go away and pray about it. And he was so disgusted.
Oh my gosh.
No, I'm telling you, he was so disgusted. And when I realized how disgusted he was, I felt, as the first time in my life I ever felt this. I don't know if it's my spirit or my soul, but something that was inside of me ran out of me to the back of the room. It ran out to the other room. It ran to the other side of the building. It was like, get away from this person. This is someone you're supposed to be doing African yoga. If we are the beginning of prayer too. So how come now all of a sudden, because it's Egyptian yoga, you can do hikal, which is like mantra, so you don't pray. So you don't pray. And that really made me feel sick, because I felt something in me run like a cartoon, like, get out of Dodge.
Yeah.
And that was a wake-up call. But he also said to me, because I kind of questioned him, I challenged him about it, he did explain that in his eyes, African yoga is complete, meaning spiritually, there's nothing else you need to do. You don't need to pray. You don't need to do anything else but to meditate and to do the physical postures. And obviously, where they have stolen more from the Indian yoga system, because I don't know if it's 9 different paths, but the Indian yoga system has many different paths to it, like devotional yoga, you know, all different types of yoga. So he'd be like, he'll rip off some stuff and bring it over into the African yoga, which took me years to realize, which I'll explain in another video. You're just keeping things from other people's systems and putting it into this and making people think this is where it comes from, where you're just like a child at a buffet. I'll have this, I'll have that. So yes, it is. A lot of people are encouraged, let's say, to approach it like a religion, but also to approach it like, outside of getting a massage and drinking some water and eating, you know, vegetarian food, like, you know, that kind of thing. There is nothing else that you need to do. And that is cultic. That's culty.
Yeah.
What do you mean that this yoga system, that your mom didn't do it, your granny never do it, none of your ancestors that you've been able to trace have ever done this, but
And
they were able to get through. So how far is this going to take you if it's if it's so complete? Do you know what I mean? Like, you don't need anything else. And that reminded me of, some people want to be known for being the master. I'm the spiritual master.
Right.
That's all it's about. But the truth is, when you get to engage with these people, you'll find that it's just a hoax. They might be a master of doing a headstand. Yeah, but
I mean, that's a whole nother layer of the whole of why we use the term hoax. When we look at the perpetrators, when we look at the people who are promoting this, and the ones, especially the ones who have a lot of ego in it, a lot of, it's my system, I have to why is this word always leaving me? I have to copyright the name, I have to you know, have my name on it, my face on it, people have to be certified through me, and they always have to come back to me. And some even, like, I think you even mentioned, some have to, whenever they do some type of workshop or make money with the system I taught them, they have to give a piece back to me, as if I'm
the tithe system, the church tithe system does exist.
So that, but however, the majority of people doing Kemetic yoga, Smaitawi, African yoga, whatever they want to call it, they do not live in this abundance that they often at least preach. It's always a struggle. It's always a struggle getting people. It's always a struggle having people pay you. It's always a struggle to maintain a certain level of comfort, of wealth, of, you know, moving about. I mean, some are fine, but they all still also do something else. So yeah,
some are not fine. Some are literally exploiting students, creating all forms of payment plans, this and that, just so that they can eat dinner that month. And the student might not know the Egyptian culture. One thing it obviously had is wealth. So if you are really about that Egyptian spirituality and you come into the West, you shouldn't be living in poverty, nor, should I add, should you start to get upset with the people who you certify, who start to do better than you, because that also happens. I've experienced that, where I actually did very well financially on yoga. When I stopped teaching yoga, I had to think, oh gosh, yeah, that's something you're dropping out, because it can be quite a, what's the word, profitable thing to do. But I came from a school that was very humbled by poverty. It didn't have any resources. Nothing was really going on financially.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's also, I live in a place where people are rather stingy. In America, I see people in America, they're not wealthy, they're not living it up, but they're getting by, because you will always have people who want to do yoga, who are interested and, you know, want to do something pro-Black. And they will pay. When I had American clients, they would pay me way more than German or, you know, Afro.
Okay.
And so in Germany, it's really not a good business model. But in other places it might be better. But I feel like especially the ones who want to be the one, they often struggle. So, and then you might wonder if you present yourself as knowing so much, having all of this experience and yes, certifying so many people, and you're still struggling. There is something off with people who experience that, and I think it is in this whole dishonesty of what this practice actually is.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be okay to say, okay, the majority of it is actually Hindu, the majority of this is actually
Blackface Hindu.
Yeah. And we're gonna mix it up.
Hindu in blackface.
We're gonna mix it up with Kemetic philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the postures we see them do, but the majority is actually Hindu. I think that would be much more honest, because at this moment, the knowledge that I have, I see that that's what it actually is.
That's what it actually, because I did start to think, which I mentioned to you today, I was like, well, maybe it really had yoga, but that yoga is now Hindu yoga. But I was like, oh, I'm going off track. I started to think, okay, maybe there are a few hoaxes in this system, but maybe this one about Egypt not really having a yoga, I started to consider maybe it did have a yoga, but then when Alexandra or whoever came into Egypt came, then everyone who did yoga ran you crack me up, ran out of Africa and ran to India. But it didn't make sense to me. I was like, no, you're trying to be your own critic. You're trying to criticize what you've already worked out, that it never had no yoga. And at the time, I never realized that when you went to Egypt, you didn't see loads and loads of yoga postures anyway. So blessings, Larissa Martin. How are you doing? This is Eugenia's sis. So Eugenia's in Germany, so she does speak German, by the way. So she has a wonderful English tongue. So what is she saying, sis? Oh, she's translated it.
Yeah. Is this here? Is this? Oh, here. Emma was mentioned. So she's like, the first sentence is saying, "It is whatever people make of it," basically. So if it's that for you, that's what I get from it. If it's that for you, then it may serve you. If that's what you believe in, I would translate it like that. I would take it like that. If you believe in it, basically, it may serve you as that. Yes.
And if any man think that he knoweth anything, he knoweth nothing yet, as he ought to know. 1 Corinthians 8:2. And if any man thinketh that he knoweth anything, he knoweth nothing yet. Oh, as he ought to know. And I guess the belief in the system is, we know that this is our yoga. We know that yoga is originally African. We know that every place around the world where you see any expression of yoga, they should be tithing to us technically, because it's our things. But then it could also stand for maybe what I'm saying that I know, maybe I don't know yet. Sorry, I like to be, open-minded. Thank you, Larissa.
Absolutely. I mean, it is, I think the most important thing is to be, and I think that's also something that we notice, how this whole yoga world, it is not really like with the big players, it is not really humble. They're not humble in their attitude and their approach. This whole thing of being a guru, even though they don't call themselves that necessarily, but it always entails a certain power, which you have to be a humble spirit in order to be responsible with that power of people's time, and they trust every word that you say. You're their teacher now. And for them not to abuse that, and to really be like, to have this attitude of I'm teaching you what I know, But I'm not a know-it-all, and I feel a lot of them have this know-it-all type ego complex
So
situation.
do you think that the teachers with this kind of know-it-all bravado, this macho stuff going on, do you think that deep down, and we're gonna end with this Smaitawi, like what is the definition of it? Do you think that they want to be cemented in history in the same way as the deities of, well, it's not just in African yoga, it is just deities. Because I was thinking in Nawabu, there are also people like humans, but that's not what Smaitawi is about. It's just about the Natiru, which is the name of the Egyptian gods, deities, alleged, alleged. The alleged Egyptian
lowercase g,
lowercase in it, lower, not capital A either. So they're called the Natiru. So that's essentially the whole system is based around the pillars of these Natiru, and they are embodied in most of the postures. So do you think that these gurus from African yoga, Egyptian yoga, Smaitawi, Kemetic yoga, are they trying to cement themselves as one of the modern gods in the ancient Egyptian culture?
Maybe. Maybe. I can imagine with one or two. I can imagine that's or three. I can imagine.
I know, it's so crazy. Like I never even thought about that before, but I think,
yeah, I can imagine that that's what they're going for. It is because it is such an unexplored type field, and it is not a mainstream thing. So there is still space to be, the one.
The avatar.
For the history books,
Well, you know what's so crazy? I've just checked, and I don't know why I think it's crazy, but I know times has come on. But when I looked for Smaitawi meaning in Google, it's in the AI.
Okay.
Right. And I don't usually, if I Google something, whatever the AI blurb is saying, I just scroll past it and go into human sources, because obviously that's where the AI is getting the information from. Right. But I found it interesting because this is part of becoming that avatar in history. Do you get what I'm saying? Because if you end up in the AI, then you're now in documentation of the intel on this planet. So please let us know from your view, what is Smaitawi? We've already covered that is the Egyptian word, the Mediterranean word for Egyptian yoga, African yoga, Kemetic yoga, but what is it specifically, and how does that name translate directly to the Hindu yoga?
So as far as I know, Smaitawi means the union of the two lands, and Smai refers to breath, and Tawi to the physical. So unified, so union of the two lands and has many different meanings. So Upper and Lower Egypt. So we know Upper Egypt is in the south and Lower Egypt is in the north, and they were two kingdoms, two regions, and basically brought together. And then also your higher self, as it's always called in the New Age spirituality, your higher self and your lower self, as in your spirit and your ego, or your mind and your body. And then also at least that's how I used to explain it, the Egyptian or the African and the Indian, bringing
okay.
Together,
I never heard that one day, but good on you. You were there already from the beginning.
Because people would always ask me, so what's the difference between, African yoga and Indian yoga? And I would always go for, I don't want to talk about the differences. I want to talk about the similarities, bring things together and don't separate them.
I was a separatist, just so you know.
I was always kind of like, because I always heard from, but I'm pretending as if I don't know Pablo Imani. I also did a teacher training with Pablo Imani.
I don't know. Like she's done 2 teacher trainings, so she knows more than me.
he was talking about the confrontations that he would have with Indian yogis. He was talking about the confrontations that he had with the Indian yogis, how they would say, oh, this is not yoga, and yoga comes from India, and yada yada yada. And he would have he would tell us about those situations. I never had any situation like that wherever I went, but maybe it's because I'm a woman. Maybe people wouldn't.
Or maybe he never had any confrontations, but he was just saying that because I didn't have any confrontations. No one confronted me. I had all races coming to my classes. They would just say, wow, that was beautiful. Like no one actually confronted me ever.
Yeah. So, but because of that in the back of my mind, I never wanted to be like, oh, African yoga is better and it's original and it's real. I would say it's the original. I would say it's older because Kemetic culture is older than Hindu culture. It is. But I would say let's focus on the similarities. Let's focus on the greatness of both cultures and systems rather than being in separate camps. So I would always see. I didn't know much about, like now I still don't know much about Hindu religion and culture, but I know something that makes me want to distance myself from it. But at that time, I did not. So I would just think it's just better to bring all the cultures together rather than.
Okay. And obviously in our next video that we'll do next week together, we will be going into what is this something that you now know. So don't say it now, but we will be comparing, we'll be going further away from the yoga itself into the alleged with a small a, common a, deities, divas, divinities, the alleged gods of Hinduism, and of Kemetic spirituality. So I think that would be a great time to I mean, I think your explanation of Smaitalwi is 100% of point. I've never heard the Indian and African merging, but that's also because I didn't study with another school. And I would say in the school that I studied in, it was anti everything. It was no, seriously, which is strange because Pablo Imani trained as an Indian yoga teacher. He had to become certified as an Indian yoga teacher. And his introduction to yoga was Indian yoga.
Yeah.
So it's this kind of being at odds with yourself. I really love the way how you are more embracing. It takes out that divisiveness, that war mentality, and also it takes out the ego. But he was very much against Indian yoga. We were not allowed, not that I wanted to, but everything was that not that Indian yoga. But also equally so, he was very divisive against all the other African yoga schools. And that's what I want to close on, because another part of what I think really cements the fact that this is a hoax and that these are individuals, not all, but some just want to become avatars in history. It's about them being this guru, this modern Pan-African Black Panther hero. Yeah. And obviously this happened before the Black Panther film came out, but I was just checking, that was my battery. I thought it was my battery. I obviously I'm a millennial when it comes to the yoga. I wasn't around learning about it in the 90s or the 80s or the 70s. So we're at the back end of it. And one thing I will say is it should be advertised not as an ancient Egyptian spirituality, which is how it's advertised. I think it should be advertised as a new age practice because it's not real. Egypt has no yoga. So even if you just want to be honest, we drew upon Egyptian influences and what we've learned from Indian yoga, and we created this new age, because that's exactly what it is. It fits so well, don't you think?
Yeah, that's what new age is. And that's, as we spoke about in the beginning, that's how it started, from Indian yogis coming to the West and Western Black people, Western people of African descent, reaching back to their or trying to find roots and culture from Africa. So it merged. It is a merge.
The system itself is a hybrid, just like the deities. It's so interesting. I never thought about it as being an actual hybrid, but I'm glad I didn't try to have this conversation on my own, because speaking with you, I realized, hold on, two minds, two hands, basically one hand can't clap. And having the different perspectives, it's actually helped me to understand a lot more than what I even thought before, which will help with the future conversations. What I wanted to say is, not only was my school against Indian yoga, it was pro anything like Tai Chi. Oh, because within the African yoga school itself, there is a part of it called hoodoo, and it was being defined as African Tai Chi. So if you think about the yoga that you're used to hearing about, it is still postures like stretch, still, I don't know what this is, but yeah, it's like dab, it's still postures, still postures. You just hold the posture and you breathe. But what made African yoga a bit different is it had a whole separate section of fluid sequences, and all the different movements were linked to nature. So like air, water, there's all these different movements. Now, those movements do not exist in any ancient spiritual system. This is 100% made up by the founder. And I don't really have a problem with those movements. I think it's probably the safest part of his practice. Yeah, because it's not really leaning on the old stuff. It's not leaning on the Hinduism, but it's more similar to Tai Chi. And I think that's why there was like a respect for Tai Chi. But essentially, the founder of the system that I was trained in comes from a dance background, and that's where all of these dancey stuff come in. And I enjoyed that part of the practice. So even though the practice had two parts, static postures and moving postures, that was enough to say, okay, we're all African yoga schools, but we have something distinct here. The founder of my school has nothing good to say about any of the founders of the other schools. And I used to always think, this is the yoga table. Up until this part here, not even that. Divide this by 1,000,000. That's the piece that's African yoga. So this is the yoga table. All of it, up to this little dot, is all Indian yoga. So in this little piece of dot, okay, let me find something to represent the dot. That's the dot.
Yeah,
that's the dot. See it? I'll put it on my forehead so you can see that.
Yeah.
In that little piece of dot, you've got about, let's say, 5 to 8 different schools, for argument's sake. Why, if this is the yoga table and this is the little piece of dot that you have, are you not uniting to make your thing spread out on the table?
Yeah.
The table will always be an Indian table, because that's where yoga comes from, even the word yoga.
Right.
So that to me is another thing that shows this is a hoax, because if the people who are putting themselves as avatars of the system can't utilize the same system to get over their lower self, to get over their ego, and to join together with the higher selves. For example, African yoga has been in England for at least 20 years now. There should be a chain of African yoga studios across England. It's showing that there's something mediocre about a practice that actually, I wouldn't say the practice is mediocre, because I come from dance background, you know what I mean? So I can assess it objectively. So the practice itself is not mediocre.
Yeah.
But something about the yoga table and the little dot, in this little dot, you got 8 schools. And I don't know if the other schools are like that, but I don't really see a lot of, let's just pool our resources together so we can have a bigger impact on the world, which should kind of, I want to say it should be the goal, but I understand what you're saying about some yoga teachers don't want it to become mainstream as well.
Yeah, but I think at least the working together part should
Mhm.
be. I used to wish for that. That the working together part was more of a natural thing. But then within that, of course, you have the the problems that the African diaspora has generally with coming together. It doesn't stop with the African yoga practice. It's in their same way. The divide and the separatist mindset of being unable to really come together and seeing the bigger picture, seeing the bigger purpose, that if I join forces with you, I'm not going to lose, I'm going to win. We are not, as a people, we are not able to see that. And all of this meditating did not change did not change it, unfortunately. And that we're going to get into that in
We'll
another
get into, because the fact is it
why
really even
is.
helping you then spiritually?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that is, and what you were mentioning a while ago with the hoodoo, I didn't even know all of that, because as I said, I also got certified by the same person as you also, and I have always heard of the hoodoo, and then I got certified in the hoodoo, and until you saying it just recently, I didn't even know where the hoodoo came from. I thought it had a more ancient source. I didn't know it was just that person who made up some nice looking movements that everyone kind of gravitates towards.
Because they're universal movements.
Yeah, when I was doing my
Yeah.
classes, people always, oh, I love the hoodoo so much. So I get it, but
Mhm.
I thinking it was like so ancient. you know?
Like dancing with the elements, but actually
Yeah.
this is a modern man dancing and putting ancient stuff on it.
And that is
you know,
another thing, that there is with some, not all, but with some of them, a dishonesty in
Mhm.
as well. Again, just say it has Indian influences, strong Indian influences. Like the movement is 90% Indian. Let's just
keep it a buck. Yeah.
and let's just say I made up these nice movements. Just say it. It's okay. Just, So,
Yeah, because even when I first started teaching, you had to like hire a drummer, because you're supposed to be doing it to. So it's just showing like they were really trying to legitimize something that really is black facing someone else's culture. And I wanted to add, the reason why when you go to the gym, to a yoga class, why you don't see a lot of Indian people there is because yoga is part of their religion.
Right.
So they have places where they go and do it within the true context of what they should be doing, not about fitness and, you understand, like body competition. I used to live in Wills, and they had a few centers run by Indian guru type guys, Indian teachers, which is another thing. Usually you won't really see an Indian yoga teacher in a mainstream place.
Right.
So, it's a strange thing to grab so much from someone's culture, call it your own, then go as far as to say this is the complete system. So spiritually, physically, you don't need anything outside of this system. It also feels very atheist, because none of these people who are ambassadors of African yoga have parents who taught them that growing up. This is a new age thing, like completely. Our children would be the first children that, as their children, they hear that their mom is doing African. You get what I'm saying? Anyway, do you have anything else that you wanted to say? It's been a great chat. I didn't even know we'd be here this long.
Yes. Just one more thing, because I didn't tie into that a while ago, and I was explaining the word smaitawi because you said to tie it into the word yoga.
Yes.
And
Thank
yoga
you.
means to yut, like to connect, to bind you to something. So kind of similar to the smaitawi, connecting basically two opposites. Yoga is more like to bind you to something. So again, in the next episode of this series, we're gonna go deeper into why we now at this point really want to distance ourselves from anything Hindu, anything yoga. That this word yoga, it's not just a word. It is not just, it is something that binds you to something. You're not sure if you want to be bind to that.
You do, and at least you need to have full disclosure as opposed to
know.
coming in eyes wide shut. You don't even know what's really going on. So I really appreciate you saying that. I think in English it says to yoke. So yeah, it is. It's this two things being transmutated into one thing, basically.
Yeah.
And again, nowadays we take things so lightly, but I'm really looking forward to sharing more. And I will also be splicing some parts of this conversation and posting separate, like little segments. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hold on, let's see what Lewis is saying. And it's in German.
Wenn man mal das Wort Yoga außen vor lässt, willst du damit sagen, Menschen in Kemet haben sich nicht gestreckt und nicht natürlich getanzt. So she's saying, besides the word yoga, like without using the word yoga, if people in Kemet did not exercise, did not stretch, and did not dance and dance in a natural way, like move with nature, like basically, if we're saying, if we throw yoga out of the window, if we're also throwing the concept of Kemetic people doing these natural movements out of the window.
Well, that's a great question, Larissa, because I would say one thing that us as mothers will know is that movement is universal. And we learn that from our children. So whenever children are playing, especially when they're just coming up, toddler, they will always do this posture that in African yoga is called Nut the Sky. In Hindu yoga, it's called Downward Dog. Children always do the crab. Do you get what I'm saying? Which in African yoga is called Shen the Wheel. So movement is not religious. For me, movement is actually universal, is part of being human. There is only so many things we can do with our bodies. And it's usually that as we get older, we stop doing all the colorful things like sitting on our knees, putting our bottoms on our heels. You know, like children are a lot more flexible. The issue for me isn't stretching. And I've had to really think about this myself because coming from a dance background, I spent my whole childhood stretching, just like with Eugenia. She said that because her mom was an aerobics teacher, not gym teacher. Sorry. Oh, both. Okay, good. I was like, did she say that though?
Yeah.
So she spent her whole childhood stretching. And it's a very personal thing. Like if you grew up stretching, it's almost like that's your core. You always want to go back to it. So the idea of stretching for me is not the issue, even though I won't go out of my way to replicate yogic postures. But there are some yogic postures, as I said, that are universal movements. Everyone should be bending down and touching their toes. Like that is just something that humans should be doing. It's the intention now of bringing in the breath, which, you know, the breath is the soul. It is what makes one a living soul. And with the intention of focusing on embodying any form of alleged deity, God, or entity. That is actually what yoga is. It's not just the stretch for stretch's sake. It is really working with the body. Every posture is connected to some alleged, because I want to say what it is, but I'll save it for another video. Some alleged God, divinity, deity. And that is where you're opening yourself essentially to go down a road that you may not be able to easily come off. And I say that from experience. So I hope that helps. What do you think, Eugenia?
Yes. I mean, even today, we will, if we go in any type of more natural and indigenous context with African people and people of African descent, we will see us moving dancing.
Mm-hmm.
It's natural to us, and I'm pretty sure we've done that thousands of years ago as well. So I'm absolutely sure that also the Kemetic people, if you see the descendants of the Kemetic people today, which are in South Egypt with,
Aswan.
you know,
Is that it?
Aswan,
Aswan. That's it. Yeah.
and in Sudan and in
Mm-hmm.
Uganda, those are the descendants of the Kemites, a very particular people. And we see them often, you know, being very tall and jumping and all these things. So we know that in melanated people, movement is part of our being.
Life. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But so I'm pretty sure that they did that in Kemet too, 100%. It's just this whole having a system and tying movement to worshiping deities. That's where we have a objection to.
And
Like,
also, that's the definition of a religion. Like the way
yeah,
you said that so simply,
yeah,
African yoga is a religion. Like, what do you mean tying movement to worshiping deities? Isn't that a
right.
religion?
That's the problem here.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah. So and that doesn't need to be. You can just move and stretch and be happy. You know.
Hold on, I just saw that she thank you, Eugenia. I just saw this message. Sorry, my mouse was over it, so I hadn't seen it.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that's what I would answer to that. And I think, you know, the journey, just to wrap it up from my side, I think the journey of figuring out who we are and where we come from, as we said, it most likely at some point will lead you to ancient Egypt and Kemet and the Nile Valley people. But if you are someone who likes to dig deeper and know more and not just stop there and be like, I'm fine with this, but is also okay with finding out, okay, is there more? Is it really so? Could it be that there are other connections too? And then you start finding openings to other ancestors where you're like, okay, maybe it wasn't all Kemetic, maybe it was something else. And I think and I always say it and I will always say it, and I'm not afraid to say it, I'm a truth-seeking spirit. And if I figure out, okay, I've spent 12 years in something, and then I have to turn around and see I was wrong, or I wasn't 100% correct, you know, maybe there was some truth, but I wasn't 100% correct, then I have to admit that too. And I can't be like, no, I've done this now, I'm in this, and I have to, no, then I have to be like, okay, let me stop right here and be like, what is it really, you know, and how truthful is this really, and how much of me is really in this. It doesn't mean that if it's not your ancestors you can't do it. Of course you can, but if you yeah, that's if I say more then I say too much. So.
No, but I love how you said that. Because I said that yesterday when I renounced. I explained that I have renounced African yoga, Ifa, tarot, astrology, and I was just like, you know, it's just not what I thought it was, and I wasn't being fake. I genuinely believed that these paths were, you know, and now I've realized they aren't, and I'm actually okay. I'm happy. Sorry, I'm happy.
So thankful. Yeah. It doesn't feel like wasted time at all. It feels like part of my journey. I had to literally go through Egypt to find who I am, and it's fine. It's fine. That's the way it was supposed to be. But you know, it's hard for other people sometimes to understand that. They might think, oh, you were fake, or you're confused now, or something like that. But it's just
exactly
it's a journey. You know?
But I think being scholars, as opposed to just being like blind sheep, it always leaves that space to, okay, you have a certain amount of time on a path, you have to process that. You can't just be like thinking the same exact thing as you did at the beginning, you know, when you were an infant. I mean, when I say everyone who I knew in my life, they thought that I thought that African yoga was real. My parents have done it with me, my siblings. I've got videos of my brother, like everyone. I literally was only doing music at the time. I made it my mission to share it with people, not just the music, because I was so ignited by what I thought was truth. But I don't see it as a waste. And as the episodes unfold, I think the audience will understand if you don't go through certain paths, you actually won't truly understand certain things enough to help someone else. Like, you might understand it for yourself, but for me to assist someone who's practicing yoga or African yoga, I would have to really have had my own journey to say, hey, do you know that this is what's going on here? And even without coming on social media, I have said things like that to a few people and they've been in shock. Like some things like, oh, this is my star sign. I reach out to my friend and say, yeah, do you know that that is something for another video? And she's like, what? So, you know, we live and we learn.
Right. It's just what it is. We live and we learn. And yeah, I pray that you know, the grace will be extended to people who allow themselves to stay teachable, you know, because that's what happens. You will always know that you don't know.
No, it's true. And I did say yesterday, like, you know, I started off being taught about a Most High and, you know, growing up in Jamaica in a Rasta family, in a very strange kind of Rasta family, but we were Rasta nonetheless. The name of our creator was Jah. And then I explained that. And now, through the studies that I've been exploring and learning about, I realized that right now, in my understanding, what I'm sure of is the name of my creator is Yah. And so I'm not making any secret of that. Basically, I just want to make sure that this is not a religious podcast. This is a spiritual podcast. So I really don't want people to confuse. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, obviously African yoga is a religion, but I'm not in a religion, and I don't want people to confuse one thing with another. And I do pray that not only people who are considering African yoga and yoga, not only people who have certified in these systems, but I also pray that some of the teachers who have brought it, like some of the alleged spiritual masters, please don't take anything that I've said personally. You know, in Jamaica, they say, you have to take serious thing, make joke. So I will always be busting up laughing about some of these things, but I do know that the Most High put it on my heart that it's time to come and speak about these things. I don't know who it's for, but I do pray that it will get to who it's for. It might not be this year, it might be next year, but you know, I appreciate that. And I do really appreciate Eugenia for coming and sharing today. Thank you. Couldn't have done this literally kind of conversation without you. And I have put her links in the description so you can follow her on TikTok. You can follow her on Instagram. The next few videos I will be multi-streaming, so I'll be going on YouTube and on my Facebook page at the same time. I couldn't figure out how to do this one, so please look in the description and you can see how to find me on social media. And I will also find a video that I think supports this conversation from Truth Unedited. Maybe We Are Not Black People, that series, maybe that one. We'll figure it out. But something that supports the idea of the people who went through the Middle Passage not being just Africans, but belonging to a specific group and not being able to get back to that group by just saying, oh, we're African, we're going to do everything African, you know?
Right.
So on that note, thank you so much, Eugenia. Thank you so much for everyone who watched. Thank you for blessing me with your presence, those who've come through, because In closing, I am aware that I haven't done anything on the channel for 10 months. And I'm learning that when you don't do anything on your channel for, well, I did assume as well that initially it would be quite quiet. But I did receive a lot of communication behind the scenes yesterday, funnily enough, about my video. And I will be sharing clips of this video because I just want more people to get access to what we're sharing, what we're saying. So even if the views start off being low, I am convicted. You see me? I'm convicted. I'm going to keep going. And please, tomorrow, the documentary will be coming out, the Cushane CMR Carter story. And on Sunday, I will be live. I will schedule it so you'll see what time it is. It won't be in the evening. And I will be live talking about what I saw or what happened to me when I started practicing African yoga. And then next week, I think it's next week, Tuesday, I will be back with Eugenia and we will be here to talk about, yes, beautiful people, big up on yourself, blessings. You know that I've been live now for 11 hours and 16 minutes. From 6 a.m. You know, so me look bleak out from 6 a.m. So the way how YouTube works, if you want to save the video, it has to be 12 hours long. So I created 2 different videos, right? One was for 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. The other was for 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Please, I'm asking, if you haven't already been able to, please make a donation to the Help Jamaica Rebuild After Hurricane Melissa Fund. Oh, it looks like we did just receive one again. Thank you. Oh my gosh, it's Frederick. Thank you, Frederick De Vries. Thank you so much. Frederick has donated 44 pounds. Yay! That might give me some extra encouragement. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let me just put this in the comments. So he has donated that, taking the donations up to 279 pounds. So y'all are coming through. You're coming through with your donations. I really appreciate that because I think the last donation came in around midday. So I was thinking, boy, I was starting to get a bit discouraged, but I'm happy for what came in. Thank you, Frederick. He's here. Blessings, bro. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Because you know what's so funny? So because I have to do it in 2 videos, in the last few hours, I was like, okay, I'm not seeing any donations. And I'm not sure if that's because I'm playing videos. I'm not sure, but I can't imagine how jarring it would be if I just sat down for 12 hours straight and just repeated. You know, I don't know if that's what you guys were looking for. So I thought, let me just break it up. So my daughter said to me, you know that you don't have to do the whole 24-hour stream all at once. You could do like 12 hours today, 12 hours tomorrow. So I was like, why didn't anyone tell me that? So I am now in consideration. I have 40 minutes left of this video because I have to come up before it hits 12 hours. So I was just about to say I'm in consideration about whether I should continue and push through and do the 6 p.m. tonight till 6 a.m. Tomorrow, or because I saw the donations were slowing down. Do you get what I'm saying? I was thinking it's probably best for me to come back 6 a.m. in the morning and start again because I have to do the 24 hours. So now that Frederick's giving the donation, do you get what I'm saying? I'm kind of like, ooh. So let me know what you guys think. Do you think I should just firm it up and stick to assignment, or should I just like split it for the ease? Because if I split it, if I do come off at 6 then I am going to rest. I'm going to my bed. And you know those ones where you feel tired when you're doing something, but when you finish, you don't feel so tired because it could be that I'm tethered to the computer. But if I stay here, then I'll start again. I feel like anything could run right now. So definitely part of me feels like I'd like to get it out of the way because I have things to do. Like I have things to do tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday. But please comment, let me know what you think. And I hope you enjoyed that video with myself and Eugenia talking. There seemed to be some interest in that, which is great. And if you haven't already, thanks again, Frederick. This is the donation link. If you scroll into my description or in the comments, you will also see it. You can go straight through. That was very encouraging. Yeah. And then next thing, maybe if I start in the morning, I won't get to experience what it's like doing it at night. I might be missing out. So yeah, let me know what you think. And I'm going to bring something else. This will possibly be much shorter because I don't have, I can't play a video that's an hour long, for example. I think I wanted to still show. Okay, so I'm going to repeat a video I put out a few days ago showing a place in Jamaica called Content. Now, in the video, I keep saying Comfort. Don't ask me what that's about because Comfort is also in Manchester, but this is Content Jamaica, okay? So I hope you enjoy it. Please welcome to the Feminine Mind. My name is Linnea. Thank you so much for tuning in. Today is day 13 after Hurricane Melissa. Unfortunately, and today is day 17. Okay, Jamaica causing so much devastation. And I wanted to speak about an area in Manchester called Comfort, which is like a Williamsfield Kirkvine area that is experiencing this kind of rising of water that is coming from within the earth. So it's not the first time this has happened in Jamaica. I do remember in 2004, I think it was Hurricane Ivan, when it hit Jamaica, it literally brought so much water that after the hurricane passed, water started to emerge from the many caves and tunnels that are a part of Manchester's infrastructure. Like people might not see it, but Manchester is filled with caves and tunnels, and so when this heavy water comes, it seems to be collected somewhere, and then after it starts to re-emerge. So you have some houses in this community, it would appear that it was rain that came down, but actually the water is rising literally from the ground. So I want to show you some videos about this. You may have already seen it, and you can see like the stages of how it's really increasing. So let's have a look.
This is Williamsfield Content. As far as you can see, it's water. We're on a rooftop doing this live video right now. As far as you can see, it's water in Williamsfield.
This is a new pond in Manchester. And they also did a test and said that the water is not fresh. It is salted water that is coming from coming up here. So I think this is a result of water immature minding.
Keeping the water rising.
Yeah, because they never do no proper test when they mine the place. And they almost everywhere you look, you can see some water bubbling up.
Okay, so he's talking about mining. So in this area, specifically in this area, but in Manchester generally, there's a lot of mining of the soil, which is used to make aluminium. So just before you reach to Williamsfield, there's like a big, I think we call it the mud lake. And it's like a lake filled with this red extract that is the byproduct that comes from mining the soil. But I think that they say that this extract, although it looks like a liquid mud, apparently is acidic. So if you were to drop something into it, you know what I mean, it would disappear. So what he's saying is that the mining that's going on in the area, which makes sense, it's extracting craters of soil, dirt, stone out of the earth So when the rains come after, it creates all these places for the water to settle and then spread how it wants to spread, you know?
Some water coming up from
People
somewhere.
moving out right now.
And the water is not fresh, it is salt.
People moving out right now, as you can see. People moving out.
And I think the fact that the water is salty could speak to the minerals and what the water has accessed in the soil. And obviously, if it's rising through the soil, it's most likely dragging different minerals and, you know, different substances with it. So let's have a look at this one.
An update from Monday. Now, Monday we could have seen some of the windows, but now we only see the roof. And one of the houses at the back, it totally submerged under the water. So it's evident that the water has risen and appears to still be rising because the people on the ground made some marks in the road and them let them time it. So them start at 9 a.m. the water there. So and then the water cover it. So it's evident that it is still rising. We don't know how far up it's going to go, but that go on. So when you look, it's a whole heap of water. And the scariest thing is that the people further to the back, them don't even know if them safe at the moment. So yeah.
Well, this video was that's 5 days ago because it's the 10th today. So, you know, I have family that live close to here and they've walked down just to have a look, and they themselves, they don't even know if where they are is going to become immersed with water. It's just very, very sad. Close to this area is another community called Porus, which my family is also from. I remember when Hurricane Ivan hit in 2004, the water from the caves not only rose in this area, but then started to flow through the mountains. There was a waterfall that came down in what's that place called? Melrose Hill. And different roads in Porus, people were using boats because the amount of water that was being expelled, that's essentially what's happening. This is the land expelling the water.
Yeah, I guess it's just a matter of time, and then people are saying probably this water stay permanent. I don't know, but the road completely submerged underwater, as you can see. Even the entrance to the office, the alcohol office, water gone in there, so the water there over the other side of the road. Same man, is a whole heap of water. So let's hope it subsides soon.
Yeah, and bear in mind, this isn't a river and there's no river here. It's not like a river bank has burst open. So this community, they would have gone through the hurricane, you know, weather the storm. And most likely when they think, okay, it's time to recover, this starts to happen. So prayers, sending prayers to everyone who's being affected by this, because it can't be easy at all. Let's have a look at this one. So, hold on there. So this would be before the last video, because the last video, the roofs are completely covered.
Yo. Such a good. What's your man? No man.
And look how far they might drive. Like they drove a decent distance before the water stopped. So I also came across some informations.
Great excitement about the rising water down in Content or Kirkvine in Mandeville. But to be honest, it's not the first time this is happening. After Ivan, this actually happened before. And whenever you see this happen, soon you'll see the falls that is behind the Yam place on Melrose. You'll see a fall start to appear around there. I know people are going to say, oh, nothing go so, believe me, it's just the raising water table, it will go away. But I remember being a child, and you did have the falls that just appear behind the Yam place. Believe me, ask anybody who originally come from Mandeville or Manchester, them can tell you that there's a falls behind Yam place at Melrose.
Look at that. And that leads to this last video, which the guy, I think he makes some significant points. Okay, just pausing the video quickly. Thank you all again so much for tuning in. Thank you all so much for your donations. I have made a decision. So I remember that about 2 hours ago, I did say, look, let's get to £100 by the end of this 12-hour. And I've just realized that when Fred, hold on. Here we go. When Frederick de Vries, Fred, made the last donation of £44, he brought us over the £100 amount. And so for that reason, I'm not going to give up. So there ain't no giving in, yeah, no giving up. So when this video finishes, which will be in 28 minutes, I am going to start the next 12-hour stream, which will go from 6 p.m. Midday, 6 p.m. GMT, midday EST until 6 a.m. tomorrow, midnight EST. Okay, so look out for the next link. Whatever platform you are on, you'll see it come up shortly. And yeah, I'll catch you on the other side. Thank you so much. Thank you for all your donations. Thank you, Frederick, for coming in. And he's one of my day one supporters, like, of my music. So I really appreciate that. Thank you, everyone who's donated. Thank you for sharing the link. And please donate. It doesn't matter what the size of the donation is. And please share the link so someone else can donate. All right, give thanks.
Community called Content in Manchester, the Mandeville. Now, this also happened back in 2002 when I'm in high school. I think grade 10 going into grade 11. Or grade 11 being at them time there. Right? And when the rainy season come down and the whole of Mandeville flood out. Remember them time back in 2002? When the whole of porous wash away. Or even Yam Hill, them have falls and all them things that they over there, so whole heap of area just flood out. Whole heap of pond.
I think he means 2004.
Different waterfalls that spring up, right?
2004?
No. This year was also flooded the last time. Even the road. So I don't understand why the government did not condemn the era from them time there. Why them allow it to happen again? Because it's a government problem. It is a government issue. I think PNP was in power last time it happened. So this is on both PNP and the JLP. Why wouldn't I step in and condemn the area? Would I make it happen again? And again and again and again? Move the goddamn road.
I mean, that's fair enough, because I was thinking, so why are people still living there? You know, see a house, did that happen to your yard 20 years ago? But ultimately, people will do what they're doing. So, yeah, the government could step in and say, yeah, this is a condemned land now.
Condemn the friggin' area. Nobody not supposed to even live there, sir. That don't make no sense. Say, come back, come happen again. But don't know, say they're going to happen again, bro. But don't know. But see happen already. And with them type of rain will fall. But don't know it's going to happen again. And going to allow it to happen. People them go back and build back and lose everything again. And other people should have better sense of a go back less afterward or the experience the first time.
Yeah.
Now it happened again. Everybody needs to move, but the government needs to condemn the area and move the road. Because that is a main road leading towards Christiana. The area needs to condemn.
I agree. And, it's sad that now it's like shoulda, woulda, coulda. Who knows? Someone might have owned, those people might own the land, not be able to sell it. We don't really know what the real deal is, but this is destabilizing for those people. So yeah, sending prayers. I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to develop. Apparently the waters are now making their way down to Porous. So if Manchester, different regions, if the land has to expel, like, okay, hacho, and push back the water, hopefully it will happen as soon as possible. And once again, sending prayers and of love and support and safety, all of those things for everyone affected. And please remember to, I'm going to do a video about, the amount of people that's coming out saying, don't donate to Andrew Holness, don't donate to the government because y'all ain't going to get the money. So please remember, I'm running the Please Help Jamaica Rebuild After Hurricane Melissa Fund. It will be linked below. This is not linked to any governmental body. We're sending the money directly to Jamaica into the hands of those who need it for food, water. They can't use it for light. If there's no light in that area, there's no light. Do you get what I'm saying? But for survival, essentially. So please remember that. And I'll see you soon. And remember, Thursday, I'm going to be doing my 24-hour streaming marathon to raise funds for Jamaica. So I'm going to schedule that, which is today, which has happened. So we are halfway through almost. I've been streaming for 11 hours and 36 minutes. It's a record for me. Can't believe I'm still there, man. And big up to the donors from this morning until now. There hasn't been a lot of donations, but they've been significant. So we've made £100, and that's amazing. That's over 20,000 Jamaican dollars. So I can't predict what's going to happen when I come here, but it's good to have a little goal, So that will be my goal again for the next 12 hours. And so we've got a lot to get through. So I thank you. I guess for the next 23 minutes, I definitely want to play my liquor celebration music to celebrate that we hit £100 and give you guys some vibes. Oh, yeah. She is too bold. As I got older, all they wanted to ask me is, what are you? Are you a Christian? Do you belong to Islam, a Rastafarian, or a Jew? Who are you? What do you stand for? Who do you worship? thanks and praises. Thanks again. I just was so happy to add it to my little banner. You know, thank you for donating £100 in this 12 hours that we've been here. Thank you so much. I look forward to getting this money from the GoFund and sending it. I look forward to coming back and seeing what we can raise in the next 12 hours. And, you know, as much as I always try and keep things light and bright and bubbly, you know, I had this idea. I wasn't sure how it was going to go, but it really came from a place of deep concern and worry, like, oh my gosh, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Especially because there's so much help being distributed and making its way from different individuals, and yet everyone hasn't been helped yet. You know how deep that is? So I appreciate you for joining me in, you know, as a community. You know, Frederick's in Europe. The brother Mike that made the donation earlier on, Mike Wire, he said he was traveling into the UK. And in the GoFund so far, I've had people from the States, you know, the UK. So thank you so very much. We have to remember that there's always someone who needs help, and we're nowhere near into the thick of things. I haven't spoken to anyone because I woke up at 6 a.m. because usually every day I'll speak to a couple of people back home, see what's going on. Obviously, not everyone's living in the areas that are stricken by or affected by the hurricane, but I do like to check in to see what the updates are, because, you know, essentially we're just looking for things to move forward. And so I'm looking forward to hearing what the updates are. The main thing, which I will bring back here. I've just opened the wrong tab. So the main thing that I noticed today was the poor, I don't want to say poor, but the predictable situation with Buju Banton sending so many things to the island, having the things stolen at the airport. Also, I didn't play this. This is another video that I saw about a curfew being imposed.
It's on TikTok. I heard the most interesting news a while ago. So, the security forces are having a curfew in a section of Westmoreland, right? And you know, they name out the boundaries of the curfew. And sure, there might be a need for curfew because we know that, you know, during times like these, people have been robbing, looting, whatever. Some crazy things happening. But the interesting part is after naming out the boundaries, they say persons within the boundaries of the curfew, meaning if you're there at the space where the curfew there, while the curfew is happening, you should stay indoors. No people. I thought to myself, indoors? The people in the house just blow down. What do you mean stay indoors? In which part? I mean, the last time I went to Westmoreland, people walk down the road and not know if it go. They walk from point A to point B, up and down the road, they not know where to go. But go in the yard. Stay indoors, people. How interesting. No, it just seemed funny to me this morning. Me I driving and listen to the news. And I thought, when I heard that part, I listen to 6 o'clock news and upon RJR now. And then I listen the news at 7 o'clock again, because I'm always listening to the news, right? You must stay in your house. The people in the house, the people must blow down. No, sir. But anyway, go in your yard. Hey boy, go in your yard. Stay in your house. Yeah, stay in your house. I'm not laugh up to the people, you know. I just laugh up funny. The thing is, stay in your house. You get the people? But anyway, you know, the fact is, people must stop the craziness, because craziness are happening. Now, when you think about Kalisha's story, where The man roof a blow off. She underwater and them a rubber. Yo. I can tell you, Jamaicans are the best now, because when we go Westmoreland, I don't see nobody away from the government to come get them hand out. People are start lick up at them house. People are try a thing. People are get the board them a blow down. And when you look on them roof, you see different shades of zinc. You know, say, them zinc there, I zinc will blow from probably a mile away and come land at them yard. Them a use it back. Them a build back them place. You get me? Them a build back them place. Them now wait. Them people here, them no wait. Them a knock up 2 pieces of board, because guess what? Them have to go back in our place. But you know what this tell me say? This tell me say, the Hurricane Melissa did a bad thing and it did a good thing. Because Melissa not only destroyed the houses, but it showed the depravity that existed. You know, and there's a history behind why people lived in board houses, you know. There's a history behind it. Because, you know, people never owned the lands. So, you know, if they needed to move, then put them house on truck and move with them house. Westmoreland, that's how it stay. You put your house on a truck and you're gone with your house. Because they never really owned the land. You get me? So, that's one of the reasons, part of the reason why you have so many board houses in Westmoreland, as opposed to St. Elizabeth, where you have more structured houses. In a Westmoreland, pure board house, man. But, you know, yeah, I don't know what I'm telling you, I think that Prime Minister will build up some houses that way you have a Tivoli, some upstairs houses. I think that's what's going to happen now, because we can't go back to them houses again. We have to move on. We can't do the same thing over and over again. We'll get the same result. Climate change is up on us, for those who believe it. And yeah, the landscape are going to look different. I mean, when people are beg now, people don't ask for board. I don't hear people asking for board. People want cement and block and cement. Rightly so. But again, can you imagine? Going to your house. We have a curfew. Going to your house. The last time I was in Westmoreland, I saw a lady who she was showering on the roadside. On the roadside. Every car I pass. Once the light on, you see her wash out her you know, do her thing. Yeah. But let's remember the people, the affected people. In Manchester, where the water keep rising. St. Elizabeth will mash up, Westmoreland. And people, remember, if you have anything to give, I'm going back to Westmoreland, please just reach out to me now. Some persons have reached out to me, but help can't be too much. Send on the help, people. Send on the help. The people need it. The people need it. So send on the help, people, you know, and big up all those who have helped and continue to help. But Westmoreland people, stay in your house. Big up on yourself. Kirk Wright. I'm out.
Beautiful. Yes, he makes some really good points about the resilience of people. I'm thinking, if people had board houses because they don't own the land, where will they rebuild? If they didn't own the land, where will they rebuild? But I guess that's a bridge that every man will have to cross. Every man and woman will have to cross for themselves. It's lovely seeing people like that, these helpers. There are so many of them. I think I'll get some videos of some helpers. The reason why I haven't been just streaming straight from TikTok is because sometimes there's some sounds in the background that can affect my standing copyright wise. So I usually try and check them first. But yeah, give thanks for everyone, of which there's so many people who are really going above and beyond to help. And, you know, most of these people who are going above and beyond to help, you will never see them on social media. We don't know. So we just have to be thankful that it's like this domino effect of giving towards those who need it. And I'm looking forward to seeing even more over the long term positive outcomes of the hurricane, even more than, obviously it's great for people to start to build houses that are stable. But many houses, just so you know, that were cement did also experience the roof coming off. It's just that the whole house might not have mashed up. You get what I'm saying? So that can only go so far as well. But I think over the long term, with this rebuilding and with this shock that's come to Jamaica, this has been a shock for all of us. I look forward to seeing what the long-term benefits are. Obviously, it shows resilience. Obviously, it lets people lean in towards their community more, which is good, because unfortunately, sometimes it takes a tragedy to happen, you know what I mean, for the walls to come down and for us to stop individuating and to see ourselves as each other. So that's also something that over the long term can bring quite a positive benefit. So, you know, in one way or another, every little helps, as the man said. So I've been streaming for 11 minutes. I wish 11 hours. No, not I wish, because that would mean it was 6 a.m. I've been streaming for 11 hours and 53 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and end this live in like 5 minutes to make sure that it's under the 12-hour requirement, because I use this platform called StreamYard, and I just found out if your video is under 12 hours, then it will save to YouTube. If you're doing a live, that is. But if it's over, I can go live apparently for as long as I want. Days, yeah, but it won't save. And as this is a fundraising mission, we want the thing to save because someone else could see it, you know. And obviously I'm asking people to share the GoFund, share the video. Keep forgetting. I noticed on YouTube there's certain things, I guess it's not just YouTube, it's all of these platforms. You're supposed to remember. One thing with me, always I forget, is for tell people for like the video. I should probably just put it in the banner. I think anything I need to repeat, you get what I'm saying, should be in the banner. I also want to say, hey, to all of my new subscribers over on YouTube. Thank you so much for coming over to my channel. And also, hey, to all of my new followers over on my Facebook page. In a little bit of a recap of this session, I did intend to be on TikTok. I couldn't get into TikTok using the streaming platform. And because I knew I was going to play content, I couldn't figure out, oh God, how's that going to work? In retrospect, it's always good to go ahead. I think I should have just gone live on my phone, even if it's for a short period. So in the second session, which is going to start in 5 minutes, I'll start the second video.